Mental repository. How should done responto the ho tie and disrespect full demeanor of a superior. In a secluded corner of the tavern, Leon Barrett sipped his sail light libofore robust fork, voracious libiting and toasty med sausage, devouring half a fitinogo. Beside death dining table, a massive sword, weathered be countless battles, stood silently a testament to its sounders extraordinary prowess. Whilst the ascend adventure swerkamen play Saint He Tavern, nobility like Leon, reduced to suck estate, wasser as I tindeed. Although not short of stature, he peered alarmingly jaunt, as a family gustof wind could topple him. His chit black eye and disheveled darker spoke he voluminous office ancient lineage. Clad in a teared cloak worn leather armor, his hair in disarray, henonetheless. Exuded an undeniable elegance seth that stark like contrasted with their rugged patrons around him. Such a figure after reside in the thriving imperial capital of Augusta shokuda possibliba found in this remote borderland? Hey, young man, a bald man, dressed in spiked leather armor, boldly sat down before Leon. Ya look like a newcomer the border. Huh? Here, don't besostif. Although here isn't much to do, if I were willing to part with 10 silver coins. I can introduce ye out at the finest lady a share for raid light fuel of inning. How about it? His words slicit de corso flotter from those nearby. In the borderlands, 10 silver coins scood procureth the fierce night off 3 maidens. If Leon were indeed willing to pay such aperche, the number of women willing to oblige would be countless. However, Leon remained unfazed, finishing Ismail silently before lifting when goful. Thest lighted men could not suppress his irritation. Being gay pimpin the borderlands was not shameful, for it was moral yagasi histruum was the alpha tatter ned the noblest person. Don't platif, noble lad. It's nodious for us common folk to make ye a living. Since ye are willing to pind, how about a little tip? Before a cold finish, a poisoned dagger was drawn from his waist, aimed directly at Leon's throat. Swish. At last, Leon, hoa drevious linered theman, sprang into action. His left hand swiftly grasped the massive S-word beside him, and with a deft twist, heck leaved through T monster man thuddable a known fell swoop. Blood spattered as the man collapsed in agony. Kill him, what are you waiting for? Attack, he sal alone, Theman bellowed, but his companions fell silent upon witnessing Leon rise. The silver pendant around dis neques a symbol of fanaranked adventure, from the Adventurers Guild. Thelafiof suckin aranked adventurer was worth marethanal their familias combined. Leon snorted disdainfully, sheathing isward as she proched the counter, tossing down twozel verco in sus compensation. Upon exiting the tavern, Leon Barrett, the wandering adventurer, let to deep sigh. He had traversed into another realm, yet we had found himself within the page so fat traditional western fantasy adventure novel. Indeed, he was not off this world. Leon had originally been an ordinary webfiction author on Blue Star, and while in discussion with other authors about plot lines, his phone had exploded, leading him to this novel as Leon Barrett. Regrettably, he was not the protagonist but rather a trivial side character. In the original narrative, after being exiled for 3 months, new sophis fatiria ket imperial capital. Stripped off divine favor, he's dead to become an aranked adventurer through sheer effort, only ultimate lipperish during an onslaught of monstrous beasts. The Barrett family subsequently fell into disgrace to a Leon, branded assassiner. The so-called Edson was Mariuskimi orchestrated be his detestable fiancito sees a divine power possessed. Had Leon remained in earth, he would have a reported heard of the disciplinary committee, seeking legal resolution. Yet here, he had an opportunity to refute the charges against them, and was summarily made guilty. What absurdity! Following his disgrace, his diviniance is extracted, enabling that vile woman to thrive, while his family was similarly implicated, letting to their downfall. Fortunately, Leon possessed extensive economic experience, and upon his arrival in this world, he retained that advantage, allowing him to clearly see the rank off-ranked adventure. Meow. A calico kitten emerged from beneath Leon's tattered cloak, perching itself upon his shoulder. Leon gently scratched the catchin, feeling the tam its absurdity of this world, the kitten offered a warmth orally lacking. Ding. Current main quest return to the imperial capital, reward S rank divine essence. You have no checked in today, Woldio liquidadoso? Check-in. Leon sighed, opting to proceed with the check-in. Reward acquired 5,000 gold coins. He had been in this realm for some time, and this game like a Kekken system had hysteria, slime infested dafteries exileta Theborder. Through this system, Leon had amassed a considerable fortune, items, and equipment. Yet, these were insufficient as to him. The glory of Beret family would not be restored by a mere few thousand gold coins, nor would sister family thefamily ofisfian fast the consequences they'd served implibi cautious and had acquired smeggled. Currently, Leon resembled a novice player embarking on a new game. Since it was a game, he was determined to undertake with and follow the main storyline. He understood the thuis not the type of tolanguishing a novice village for years, nor would he becomi so-called sword god off 10-mile slope. The only obstacle faced no washi's identitiasasener. As an excelledsener, that powerful figures meto fear the return of Beret family shared the capital, hence this what a decree. Leon Beret was prohibited from using Gonami and soft transporter return to the capital, including carriages, ox carts, airships, or Avendragons. They likely hoped Leon would perish at the border, but they had overlooked an crucial detail. Although he had lost his divinity and seant priesthood, Leon remained a warrior. The woman from the sister family, Hoha Dinsnerth Beret was not suited for his diviniance. Yet she couldn't let a seat full acclaim that sister family had gained the favor of the Beret family's god. Open Thepinal. Leon silently commanded. Name Leon. Race human. Strength 170, speed 210, endurance 150, magic 20. Class swordsman. Skills mastery of swordsmanship, insight, resilience. Divine position none. Gazing Gathasami Watmi Adrapain attributes, Leon could not help but science Marie. He had intended to reach the next village before nightfall, but while walking down Hess Street, he was soon expected like Olide in a Biagiril. I am sorcery. Thagiril hastel yipalages ed before bolting away without a glance back. As Leon reached for his pocket, he discovered that Tisco and pouch had vanished without a trace. Chapter 2. The cannibalistic world. The girl who had collided with Leon sprinted ahead, with Leon in hot pursuit. After navigating countless twists and turns, they arrived at a dilapidated steel factory. Indeed, a forsaken steel mill. The technological progression of this world was grotesquely skewed. While some rudimentary technologies such as electric lights and gas tanks existed, true combat prowess relied predominantly on the formidable divine beings known as Godsend. Firearms were merely wielded by low-tier awakened individuals, soldiers, and the ruffians of the streets. The young girl halted, turning nervously to face Leon. Upon closer inspection, she was not unattractive. Her violet pupils, paired with her fair complexion and deep gray hair, created an enchanting visage. The girl timidly spoke. Big brother, I am so sorry. I was just too hungry. If you're upset, I can return your wallet, but please, don't hit me. I'm terrified of pain. Leon observed the girl weeping but felt not a flicker of sympathy within him. He set the calico cat, resting on his shoulder, down and grasped his great sword. This weapon, a purple-quality sword acquired through his sign and rewards. Though unremarkable in appearance and merely considered fodder for disassembly in mobile games, was potent in the real world, having withstood the trials of time. Enough with the charade, Leon said with a detached gaze. You deliberately lured me here. Did you intend to kill me? The girl blinked her expressive eyes, disbelief etched across her face. As she sensed Leon's genuine intent to engage her in battle, she clicked her tongue. No wonder you are one of the most esteemed heirs of the Beret family. Even stripped of your divine essence, your perception remains astoundingly sharp. With her disguise unveiled, an eerie glow enveloped the girl, transforming her frail figure into that of an assassin clad in a corset and shorts, her face twisted into a sinister smile. A professional killer. Leon raised an eyebrow. Which disgraceful member of the sister family summoned you here? Leon harbored a distaste for certain plot devices within this narrative, one being the Empire's capability to eradicate such vermin yet choosing to overlook them for the sake of the protagonists. Don't bear such hostility. The assassin tossed Leon the wallet she had pilfered. Honestly, I feel quite sorry for the Beret clan. Is that legend true? The unique constitution of your family? Did you truly form a pact with the legendary Thunder Dragon? Leon remained silent, refusing to accept the wallet, only tightening his grip on the great sword. Regardless of the truth behind the legend, you are nothing more than a squandered hound now. The female assassin drew her dagger, her tongue flicking out as she regarded Leon with interest. I wonder what the blood of a descendant of the Empire's heroes tastes like? You are welcome to find out. Leon retorted with a cold snort. The atmosphere chilled to a frigid intensity. With a swift step forward, the assassin lunged, her dagger aimed directly at Leon's throat. Yet, Leon merely stepped back, evading the lethal strike, and countered with a sweeping blow of his sword. Had he been an ordinary adventurer lacking A or even S rank prowess, he would have been cleaved in two at that moment. However, the assassin's abilities were evidently more complex than he had anticipated. She pivoted around the sword's arc, leaping into the air to avoid the powerful strike, then attempted to kick Leon mid-air, only to miss as her foot connected with the returning blade. After two failed ambushes, the assassin began to question whether she had mistakenly targeted the wrong individual. "Hey, are you really Leon?" she inquired. "The records didn't mention you possess such remarkable swordsmanship. Furthermore, it said that divine beings become weak when stripped of their blessings. Why are you different?" Leon did not respond. "Forget it, whether you are or not." The assassin crouched low, activating her skill. Berserk. Any member of the Barrett family is worth a pretty penny. Assassin, divine class, berserker. A flicker of displeasure crossed Leon's eyes. Such actions, treating oneself and one's kin as mere valuable livestock, were infuriating. The frenzied assassin charged at breathtaking speed, only to be met by a pitch-black shotgun. Boom! With a flash of flame, the assassin lost a crucial component, her head. Thud. As the pursuer crumpled to the ground, Leon exhaled a sigh of relief. He had long grown accustomed to such a life. In this chaotic era, it was a matter of devouring or being devoured. The upper echelons of society fully embraced the mentality of the privileged. The master is kind-hearted and cannot bear to see you suffer. So, do not linger within his sight, lest you perish. Leon had endured numerous such conflicts. Whether it was greed for his wealth or the desire to conquer and sell him into slavery, it mattered little, as no one would dare purchase such a slave. After all, the Barrett family was distinct with their black hair and black eyes. Others were simply after the great sword he wielded, an initial-tier divine being. Yet to undergo a second-class transition, Leon gazed at the slain assassin and sighed. "You likely never expected I possessed such a powerful weapon, did you?" While this world had basic technologies, old revolvers and rifles were indeed present. Leon had acquired this firearm at a high price, intending to counter divine adversaries. Now, what lingered in Leon's mind were the assassin's final words. "The heads of the Barrett family are quite valuable. Truly, when the walls fall, the crowd pushes, and a phoenix in decline is less than a mere chicken." After a moment of reflection, Leon picked up the wallet and collected all valuable items from the assassin's body. Stowing them in his magical backpack, he wondered how long it would take to reach the Imperial City at his current slow pace. Only upon arriving could he commence the main quest, embarking on his journey to gain strength. Furthermore, the Barrett family's current predicament appeared dire. He must return swiftly. Surely, that woman was currently suffering greatly from the torment of the divine essence within Barrett. "Hua Hua, let us go." "Hua Hua?" Leon called out, expecting the ever-present calico cat, yet she was nowhere to be found. What is going on? Has something happened to Hua Hua? As these thoughts raced through his mind, a hand silently patted his shoulder. Just as he became aware, he was swiftly rendered unconscious by a drug. Chapter 3. The Archvillain, Lucia. With a thud, Leon collapsed at a man, adorned in a demon hunter's attire and wearing a mask, emerged from the shadows. Truly, he exhibited no mercy, a paragon of cold-bloodedness. He had been clandestinely observing Leon's every move, noting his swift transformation from exile to a highly skilled adventurer. Such talent would undoubtedly attract notice. "You seek death." Just as the demon hunter began to assess the scene, Leon, who should have been unconscious, awakened once more. He swung his great sword toward the man's face. Though an A-ranked adventurer, awakened individuals of the same tier surpassed ordinary warriors in strength. However, Leon had no intention of lingering in battle. After his strike was blocked, he quickly sheathed his sword within his magical backpack and bolted. Trying to escape? Dream on, the man scoffed, pursuing him, only to have two explosive melons land at his feet. Confused by the objects, he was met with two resounding explosions. These were among the items Leon had acquired through sign-in rewards. Enhanced melon grenades. Yet, it seemed this had little effect on the man, who, albeit somewhat disheveled, encountered Leon once more around a corner. The somewhat battered yet uninjured hunter regarded Leon with a cold snort. I must admit, you possess quite the skills. You carry quite a few interesting gadgets. Leon took a deep breath, realizing that his escape was futile. He could manage against first and second tier divine beings, but upon encountering one of the fifth tier, unless he could elevate his adventurer rank to that of a legendary hero, he would stand no chance in battle. I will not run anymore, Leon resigned. Are you also sent by the sister family to kill me? I never anticipated they would dispatch such a formidable awakened being against me. The man wasted no words, swiftly rendering Leon unconscious once more, before beckoning. The calico cat that Leon had previously released approached with feline grace. Like the assassin, she too had employed a disguise, albeit a far more sophisticated one. Meow, Will, you've gone too far. What misdeeds has my dear brother committed to warrant such treatment? Will Brandon regarded the cat girl with a gaze that was both pitying and reflective of his reluctance to play the role of the villain, preferring to engage in the familiar antics of master and pet. Layla, take him away. I will handle the aftermath. With that, Will vanished from sight. Layla puffed up her cheeks in frustration before obediently hoisting Leon onto her shoulder. Oh dear, don't hold it against me. I am merely following orders. With great effort, Leon managed to crack open a sliver of his eyes, muttering, after all the care I've given you, it was known that throughout these past months, as long as Leon had food, Hua Hua or Layla would never go hungry. Meow, I never asked you to take care of me, but I must admit, you understand us cats well. You are always so gentle when you pet me. Remember when we bathed together? Once again, the head took a blow, and Leon slipped into unconsciousness. Let us refrain from mentioning such a shameful matter. Meow. When Leon awakened, a woman with deep purple hair sat before him. Where is this? As Leon regained his faculties, the sound of clinking chains jolted him to full alertness. They were iron chains, one after another. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Leon. The woman seated elegantly before him raised her teacup gracefully. Would you care for a cup of tea? Or perhaps you are not as you appear, someone who understands the nuances of the moment. Leon glanced down at himself. Aside from a pair of undergarments, all his belongings had been stripped away, including his cherished magical backpack. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lucia. Lucia Van Aster. Van Aster. What business does the Queen of Calamity have with me? Leon inquired candidly. Hearing his audacity, a guard nearby gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Ralph, stand down, Lucia said leisurely. But, Your Highness, I said stand down. Lucia opened her eyes and cast a glance at Ralph. The loyal guard swallowed hard and retreated. I have summoned people to abduct you and apologize for the disrespect shown by my subordinates, Mr. Leon Barrett. As you can see, I am Lucia, the Queen of Calamity. As another being similarly scorned by the Empire. Might I seek your enlightenment, for instance, regarding your extraordinary magical backpack? A satchel was placed upon the table. In this world, magic exists, as do magical backpacks. However, a bag like Leon's, which does not permit others to use it, was something Lucia had never encountered. I am unlike you. Leon sat upright, his expression fearless. Where in high society is there no so-called scandal? Today it is the Barrett family. Tomorrow it could very well be the sister family. I have merely been exquisitely framed, and you, Your Highness, as one of the only two dark archmages in the Empire's history, have your own designated territory. Is that not quite imposing? The imperial capital had gone so far as to grant Lucia a remote territory to sever ties with her. Lucia frowned slightly and replied, I had thought you different from those others. The firstborn of the esteemed Barrett family being branded a sinner should resonate with me to some degree. Even if my sins were to multiply tenfold, the Barrett family remains synonymous with the Dragon of Aegis in the mortal realm. And your title, forgive my candor, but would my resonance with you alter the public's perception of you? Upon hearing Leon's words, Lucia expressed her satisfaction. You are quite right. Your opinion is indeed inconsequential, yet I sense some commonality between us. Let me be frank. Leon Barrett, I wish to request that you become my slave. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. A slave? Leon was taken aback. He had envisioned many scenarios regarding capture, yet never had he imagined himself becoming a slave. The illustrious firstborn of the Barrett family, reduced to slavery? Who would dare to do such a thing? Did they not fear the wrath of the dragon? It is not that I truly desire you to be my slave, Lucia clarified, merely to serve as my vassal in name. If you conduct yourself well, I could facilitate your return to the imperial capital. I have heard that your kin are not faring well in the capital, yet you have been ordered not to use any transportation. If you become my slave, I can escort you to the capital under the pretense of having a retinue. In this world, what is free is the most costly. What must I sacrifice, my lady? Leon gazed into Lucia's eyes and inquired, You do not mean to suggest that, despite the presence of a fifth-tier divine practitioner, you still require a destitute warrior like me to act as your guard? Do you? No, certainly not. Lucia's lips curled into a smile. I trust you will not be incapacitated simply because your divine essence has been stripped away. I wish to return to the Empire to prove myself. And I require strength at this moment. Is that so? Then what would my position entail? You shall be a dog. Leon fell silent. He had anticipated that it would not be so simple. Chapter 4. Be my hound? Son of Barrett. Although Leon had not meticulously studied the Western fantasy novel prior to his transmigration, Lucia's words brought to mind certain elements of the original storyline. The world-destroying dark mage. Lucia had once attempted to take the protagonist, a hero, as her pet dog. Discussions surrounding this plot point online had led many to exclaim, I am Miss Lucia's dog. Setting aside such trivialities, it seemed clear that Lucia harbored significant psychological issues. Perhaps some event in her formative years had irrevocably altered her perception. Tio wished to claim a beloved as a pet, leveraging her own power and status, could be deemed a perverse form of affection. The upbringing of the Barrett family would not permit Leon to engage in actions that would tarnish their reputation. Even when cast out from the imperial capital, he held his head high. His piercing gaze fixated on all those present, instilling fear in their hearts. However, his aging father had often advised him that a young man must never cause a woman to weep. That, of course. Leon later understood that his father was merely concerned that his son, being rather dense, might struggle to find a partner and thus fail to secure the future of the Barrett family. Thus, after careful deliberation, Leon took a deep breath. If you are unwilling. Lucia expressed some disappointment. I accept. Lucia was taken aback. Ralph, too, was stunned. You accepted? The legendary dragon Scion, the firstborn of the Barrett family, even after being falsely accused and exiled, could have countless opportunities to rise again upon returning to the capital. Such a figure willingly agreeing to serve the Queen of Calamity as a dog. It is a fair transaction. Leon tugged at the chains. You shall take me back to the capital, and in return, I shall provide you with emotional value, albeit only as a secondary benefit. In gratitude for Princess Aster, I will use my knowledge to safeguard you. I swear by the name of Aegis. Upon uttering these words, Leon's system reacted. You have accepted the storyline quest, the Cradle of the Calamity Witch. Quest description. The feared calamity which possesses an undisclosed other side. And you are fortunate to have established a connection with her. Cherish this relationship. Leon furrowed his brow. It was not a side quest, but a storyline quest. A character storyline quest? It seemed he need not specifically venture to the capital, as he could obtain rewards through the system. Unexpectedly, there was an unanticipated gain. Lucia was pleased. She had secured an ally of heroic lineage, which would undoubtedly benefit her. I am delighted that you can accept my proposal. Mr. Leon. Lucia snapped her fingers. Snap. The chains that had bound Leon instantly turned to ash. I have some matters to attend to. Ralph, Lucia stated nonchalantly. Yes, Your Highness, at your command. The guard stood at attention. Please escort Mr. Leon to change into some respectable attire. Additionally, return his weapons and equipment for now, and take him to Baron. Lucia rose, gazing at Leon. I will trouble you for a while, Mr. Leon. At your service, my lady. Leon replied with a semblance of a smile. Though given his current state, draped in nothing but undergarments with his wounds exposed, he appeared less a gentleman and more a pitiable sight. Outside, Will awaited. Does he meet your expectations? The divine hunter, Will Brandon, remarked. Though he has lost his divine favor, the warrior genes of the Barrett family still endow him with strength. The strike aimed at my face was quite impressive, and his actions were decisively bold. He fled with the spoils upon realizing defeat. Judging by the scars upon his body, he is a competent warrior. Was it the sister family that ensnared him? Lucia inquired. Indeed, Will nodded, lighting a cigarette. The sister family, whose bloodline has withered, has produced a reasonably talented woman. Yet, her efforts have been misguided. Lucia stifled a laugh. Speak plainly. How is that woman faring now? I went to investigate. She forcibly implanted the divine essence of the Barrett family. And given Leon's high adaptability, her arm has begun to transform into a half-dragon, rendering it uncontrollable. Will paused. The sister family has been seeking healing priests with increasing frequency. It is likely that when Leon returns to the capital, the flimsy lies shall be shattered. Lucia smirked. The powerful factions in the capital will deeply regret their oppression of the Barrett family. To conquer an empire of such magnitude, relying solely on royal power is insufficient. The Barrett family is indeed part of the imperial nobility, yet their actual influence is potent enough to sway half the empire's military. When the lies are exposed, the sister family will undoubtedly be trampled by outraged knights, and the empire's credibility shall be challenged. Your Highness, his divine essence has been stripped away, will remind it. Though I cannot fathom why he has not perished, Leon is now merely an ordinary man. Is there truly a chance of success in placing everything upon the shoulders of an ordinary individual? Lucia remained silent, merely continuing her stride. Inside, Ralph found a rough hemp garment for Leon to wear. This is the only attire available to you. Your original garments have been utterly ruined, riddled with patches. Ralph frowned. Regardless of the harsh conditions at the border, as an A-rank adventurer, you should not have to live in such squalor. Is there truly not a single clean garment that does not require gold? Leon donned a garment of fine fabric, offering little explanation as he retrieved a piece of shoulder armor from his satchel and handed it to Ralph. This armor, crafted from the hide of a drake, was of such quality that even many clergy would hesitate to equip themselves with such superior gear. The borderlands were rife with monstrous beasts, and it was not uncommon for thieves and brigands to pay unwelcome visits. Once clad in his attire, Leon remarked, to speak of an unflattering truth, the most prudent way to survive in these territories is to expend all 1S funds in upgrading 1S armaments. These weapons, however, could not be ostentatious like those wielded by heroes. They must be durable and not easily discarded. Thieves were always lurking, waiting for the right moment to pounce. The loss of just one piece of armor could sustain a thief for half a year, and the probability of an adventurer meeting their demise on the battlefield after such a theft would increase by 40%. For those living on the frontier, especially adventurers, taking the time to rest, tidy their attire, or wash was a luxury far beyond reach. Ralph was taken aback. Who would dare to steal another's armor? However, if Leon were to continue his discourse, it would shatter the young man's worldview entirely. So he chose to remain silent. Chapter 5. Weapons of Mithril clang, clang. The sounds echoed. Lucia, the harbinger of calamity, the queen of misfortune. Whatever the moniker, it was clear that her innate affinity for dark magic had led to her exile to this borderland, where she reigned. The towns along the frontier lacked the splendor of the imperial capital, and the townsfolk bore less animosity towards Lucia, for a witch of calamity must indeed bring forth calamity to earn such a title. In a place where even the basic sustenance was a struggle, who could afford to concern themselves with disasters? Fortunately, as a member of the royal family, Lucia had not squandered her time during her upbringing. Her fief was meticulously maintained. The first step towards developing her domain was to attract various talents. Following Ralph, Leon emerged from Lucia's chambers, traversing a lengthy corridor adorned with countless staircases, exiting the core of the Lord's estate under Ralph's protection. Beyond the central area, one could find individuals busy processing animal hides, smelting iron, tending to fields, and even apothecaries tending to the sick. Tailors, leatherworkers, blacksmiths, farmers, and physicians who had attained the rank of alchemist were all present. "We have arrived," Ralph declared, standing before a weapons store. Observing the crooked sign inscribed with the words weapon shop in the common script of the continent, Leon felt perplexed. What could this establishment possibly offer? "Mr. Baron, are you in?" Ralph entered the shop and flicked on the lamp. "Lord Lucia has instructed," he began, only to be interrupted by a man clad in a short-sleeved tunic, who groaned in annoyance as he rose. Bottles of liquor littered the floor beside his bed. "Ralph, I should have fulfilled my quota for the month already." "What is it?" The bearded giant, towering at nearly 2 meters, stood in stark contrast to Leon and Ralph. "Lord Lucia has recently recruited a new bodyguard," Ralph explained, stepping aside. Baron took a swig from a bottle before making his way to the counter. After a deep sigh of relief, he placed the bottle on the table and stretched. Ah, that feels good. Now, what is it? Do you need repairs on a weapon or an upgrade? Leon stepped forward, presenting an exquisite greatsword upon the table. Baron's interest piqued as he grasped the sword with one hand, his fingers gliding along its blade. You have slain numerous beasts with this sword, yet I surmise you have not engaged in much combat with fellow humans. The blade bears more signs of blocking than of cutting. Having handled countless weapons, Baron could discern their history with just a touch. There are no significant damages here. If one were concerned about these marks, a coat of lacquer would suffice. Many young adventurers enjoy showcasing their uniqueness in such a manner. He placed the sword back on the table. Ralph frowned, saying, Mr. Baron, what Lord Lucia intends is for you to assist in repairing this sword. Or, not possible, Baron replied, propping his feet on the table in a leisurely manner. Ralph was taken aback. What? Not possible? Baron reiterated. The craftsmanship of this sword is not overly complicated. Yet the materials used in its making are special. I cannot process it here. Well, if that doesn't make sense to you. Let me clarify. Baron produced a hammer from a drawer and struck the blade of Leon's sword. A clear, resonant sound rang out, distinctly different from the weapons used by the soldiers of Lucia's fief. Mithril, Baron stated. The Imperial Treasury holds a few weapons forged from mithril. Their hardness, sharpness, and, most importantly, their magical conductivity are astonishingly high. Though individually these attributes may not surpass those of weapons crafted from materials like aurorium or mithril, they are relatively less rare compared to weapons of heroic caliber. Then why not help me reforge it? Ralph inquired, confused. Not possible, Baron reiterated, rubbing his forehead. Ralph, sometimes I truly question whether Lord Lucia appointed you as a bodyguard for your brute strength and simple-mindedness. I've stated this 3 times, and you still do not comprehend. Seeing Ralph's confusion, Leon felt compelled to intervene. Forging mithril requires not only exceptionally high temperatures, but also equipment with a sufficient magical conductivity. Otherwise, attempting to reforge it would only lead to the weapon's destruction. It was evident that this small shop could not meet either requirement. Ralph was dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that the great sword Leon produced would stump the finest blacksmith in the fief. With such a splendid weapon, how could you lose to Master Weir? Ralph queried. That lad isn't even a clergy member. How can he utilize the capabilities of a mithril weapon? Baron sighed. While it is not impossible to reforge this weapon, I do possess some materials from beasts. However, you will need to procure the rest on your own. If you can help me upgrade the equipment, I could upgrade your weapon for free. What do you say? Clang. Side quest. Upgrade the blacksmith's forge. Quest accepted. Materials required. 30 volcanic lava stones, 5 mithril ingots, 10 super heat-resistant alloy blocks, 1 fire dragon magic crystal. Completion reward. Blessing of Hephaestus. 1 forging divine factor. 1 legendary weapon. 1 random skill book. Leon furrowed his brow at the required materials. They are quite demanding. Volcanic lava stones were not particularly rare. Merchants often stockpiled them for hot water, as they served well as fuel. Mithril ingots and heat-resistant alloys could be purchased with some expenditure, but the fire dragon magic crystal posed a significant challenge. Only mature and powerful fire dragons produce such crystals. Furthermore, even with Weir, a professional monster hunter, the task of defeating a fire dragon was daunting, and even if they succeeded, finding one would be futile. Ralph was vexed. Did the Barrett family possess such wealth? How could one of them have a mithril weapon when the Empire had only a handful? Here is the list, Ralph. You best inform Lord Lucia, Baron remarked. The value of these materials could sustain a commoner in luxury for a lifetime. It is not worth spending such a fortune on someone from a family that is only renowned at present. Chapter 6. I possess nothing but money in the territory's office, Lucia's office. She held a list in her hands. Standing before her desk were the bodyguards Ralph and Leon. They'll assist you in enhancing your weaponry. We must procure these materials for Baron to upgrade the forging furnace. Lucia smiled. Mr. Leon, you have truly surprised me. Where did you acquire this mithril weapon? At that moment, Leon was at a loss for words. He could hardly admit that it was a weapon provided by a system reward. Moreover, this weapon could only be deemed barely usable in the mobile game. True elites had warehouses brimming with such items, and they considered the materials for weapon enhancement excessive. Lucia set the list down and reclined in her chair. The pinnacle of equipment was the runic armaments forged by legendary dwarven craftsmen in fairy tales. Aside from those specifically designed for heroes, the highest standard attainable by humans was mithril weapons. Upgrading the blacksmith's forge is also among my objectives, though it has been expedited somewhat. Now that we possess the list of materials required for the upgrade, Lucia glanced at Layla, the small cat who had been stealthily lingering by Leon's side for some time. Ever since she joined him, her days were filled with roasted meats and fish soups. Occasionally sharpening her claws on Leon's armor and weapons, she was living quite well. Her responsibilities within the territory involved reconnaissance and resource management. "Meow, I don't want to work, meow," Layla lamented, then produced a small notebook from her chest to compare it with the list of materials. "We have enough lava stones, and we previously stockpiled quite a bit of heat-resistant alloys. Meow, those alloy blocks are meant for the front lines at year's end, Lord Lucia. Lucia's territory lies on the border. Naturally encompassing the front line she is responsible for. It has attracted a multitude of high-ranking adventurers, including even fourth-tier clerics. The walls safeguarding the border require alloy blocks for repairs and upgrades. Although Lucia is dubbed the Queen of Calamity, the Empire has never been stingy with supplies in this regard. Utilizing precious alloy blocks to enhance the blacksmith's forge is rather inconsequential. Lucia remarked that the walls undergo maintenance annually, and those alloy blocks, while subject to wear, do not simply vanish without cause. Uncle Will, could you please take a trip and locate the personnel responsible for the wall repairs? Retrieve the newly reforged alloy blocks. Should he refuse? Will nodded. Accepting a bribe is permissible, but this is an order from the Lord. If he is reluctant to comply or wishes to hoard the blocks for himself, let him ponder the value of his life and that of his family. The issue with the alloy blocks was resolved, yet the subsequent materials posed a challenge. What about the mithril casting blocks? Layla inquired. Each piece of mithril is quite valuable. Even within our territory, we possess only 3. What shall we do about the remaining 2? Leon raised his hand. May I inquire about the price of a mithril casting block? Will glanced at Leon before responding. The original price of mithril in the Empire was quite steep. But over the years, as several mithril mines have been developed and casting techniques improved, the cost has significantly decreased. Nevertheless, it remains expensive. A single mithril casting block costs 5,000 gold coins. Hence, 2 would amount to 10,000 gold coins. Upon concluding, Will furrowed his brow. The magical conductivity of mithril blocks is exceptionally high, and many legendary craftsmen utilize mithril in their equipment. 10,000 gold coins is nearly the entire tax revenue a minor lord could collect in a year. Even for Lucia, parting with such a substantial sum would undoubtedly hinder the development of her territory. At the very least, her plans to expand the new town and recruit more subjects would be delayed for quite some time. 10,000 gold coins. Leon stepped forward, retrieving a sack from his magical backpack. What is this? Lucia asked, blinking as she untied the sack's cord. With a clatter, countless gold coins, bearing the universal insignia of the continent, spilled forth. My goodness. So much money? Layla exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with the shape of gold coins. You rascal. So wealthy yet you stay in such a shabby inn. You scoundrel. She playfully swatted Leon's head, who averted his gaze. You must treat me to dinner. I demand the finest tuna feast. All right, I shall treat you. Unable to endure Layla's incessant teasing, Leon finally set her down, stating there should be around 10,000 coins here. The remaining 2 mithril blocks should be within reach, right? Lucia looked at Leon with surprise. This sum was considerable even for an A-rank adventurer. Where did he procure such wealth? Will approached, picked up a gold coin, and smiled. This is the universal currency of the continent. If these coins are indeed of such quality, only 6,000 coins are needed to acquire high-quality mithril blocks. 6,000 gold coins, pure gold coins. Layla exclaimed, rushing forward to collect the coins. These coins are even more precious than those used by the Empire. Hearing Layla's words, Leon understood. Much like the ancient currency of Huaxia, where the amount of gold and silver was regulated, the content of other metals must not exceed certain limits. A coin made from 90% lead and 10% silver could not possibly compare to one crafted from pure gold. Is adventuring really that profitable? Ralph asked, astonished at Leon. Not exactly. In truth, the money I've earned as an adventurer amounts to only 2,000 gold coins. As for this, consider it a treasure I found in some ruins. Along with that magical backpack and weapon, Leon explained. The pitiful rewards from the sign-in system were mostly potions and special materials. The most valuable item he received after a certain number of days was a magical steel greatsword, which was trivial when compared to the game. Furthermore, he had an abundance of worthless gold coins that were virtually useless. Leon was already affluent for an adventurer. Even most A-rank and S-rank adventurers rarely amassed more than a few thousand coins, for they constantly teetered on the brink of life and death. Any surplus funds were better spent on antidotes and high-grade holy water to guard against unforeseen attacks. The remaining 2 mithril casting blocks could be purchased from the Empire's merchant guild within the territory. Lucia observed as Layla gathered all the coins, a look of avarice on her face, and sighed. Thus, the materials for upgrading the blacksmith's forge were only lacking the fire dragon's magical crystal. Problems that can be resolved with money are not true problems. The remaining magical crystals are exceedingly precious materials. With wealth alone, one cannot procure them. The emergence of each magical crystal incites fierce competition, and even the Empire would not pass up the chance to vie for them. Chapter 7. Build high walls, store grain abundantly. With even the Empire possessing scant reserves, Lucia naturally could not procure them. However, as a border lord, she had her own network to gather information. Time was of the essence. Will had gone to confront the wall's overseer, while Layla accompanied Ralph and Lucia to the merchant guild, hoping to purchase mithril casting blocks. Meanwhile, the idle Leon was led by a maid to a resting chamber. "I am terribly sorry, Lord Barrett." The petite maid, clad in an exquisite maid's outfit, guided Leon to the door of a modest servant's quarters. "You arrived in such haste that the guest rooms meant for dignitaries within the Lord's manor have yet to be prepared. You must make do with this ordinary room." "Not a problem." Leon entered and turned on the electric light. The room contained a bed, a table and chairs, and a wardrobe. Compared to the places he resided in prior to becoming an adventurer, where the walls were moldy and the furniture dilapidated, this was nothing short of a mansion. "I am glad you find it satisfactory," the maid said. "So, Lord Barrett, do you require anything else from me?" "Ah, no need." Leon graciously declined the maid's offer. "You have already assisted me sufficiently." A glimmer of disappointment flickered in the maid's eyes, yet she concealed it, bowing before departing. Despite the Barrett family's current status as a notorious lineage, these were merely rumors propagated by political fools. The mere fact that he had not succumbed after being stripped of his divine essence was enough to demonstrate Leon's formidable nature. If he could acquire a seed from Leon, the offspring born would undoubtedly gain the favor of the legendary thunder dragon Aegus, becoming a revered cleric. What was Lucia's true motivation? Did she wish to breed a cherished hound? Leon pondered as he watched the maid depart. Silently closing the door to it was likely that the servant was simply overstepping her bounds. Lucia was not so foolish. Uncertain of the threats that lay ahead, Leon decided to organize his belongings first. First, there were the gold coins. Judging from the reactions of Lucia and the others, the so-called universal currency of the continent held significant value. Aside from the 10,000 gold coins he had surrendered, he possessed an additional 178,000 coins acquired through the sign-in system. The marketplace remained closed, rendering his wealth useless for purchasing needed items. Moreover, it was well known that the least valuable items in any game were 4-star weapons and equipment. A typical purple-grade item, utilizing magical steel as described in the equipment's introduction, was shocking enough. Leon dared not imagine the power of golden-grade weapons. He already possessed magical steel series weapons. However, without the blessing of Aegus, only his mastery of martial arts rendered him capable of combat, which is why he refrained from using other magical steel weapons. This included a magical steel spear, magical steel dual swords, magical steel one-handed sword and shield, magical steel great hammer, and magical steel iron BOW. In addition to these, Leon also had a set of dragon scale armor, a benefit for beginners. Yet this armor was merely purple grade. Should he encounter a legendary hero, he could easily be felled in a single strike. Furthermore, there were various potions, unidentified fragments, and a hodgepodge of casting blocks. With a snap, Leon retrieved a golden brick. Item name: Radiant Gold Casting Block. The game's nature dictated that one must collect 100 or more of these merely to craft a single golden weapon. And even then, subsequent upgrades would be a hassle. Leon sighed. These were not the issues at hand. His current equipment and strength were sufficient. Upon completing side quests, he would acquire another divine essence. According to the novel's premise, the original self, upon being severed, had attained the pinnacle of 4th-tier clerics, only one step away from the threshold of 5th tier. Tio regained his status as a cleric, even if not as a messenger of the Thunder Dragon. Leon's combat prowess would experience a substantial enhancement. Thus, his most pressing dilemma was his unfamiliarity with this wretched world setting. Being transmigrated as a side character meant he was destined for a miserable fate. Even if there were opportunities to rise, it would likely be as a stepping stone for the protagonist. Yet, Leon remained undeterred to in this medieval era. While foundational technology was present, it was not highly developed. Although magic and divine beings existed, there were still empires and kings. Even families that had fought for their country for years faced reckoning. Let the reckoning come. If this king possessed true resolve, he ought to eradicate the entire Barrett family. How naive. Leon scoffed. Once he returned to the imperial capital and advanced the plot to unlock the system's privileges, he would grow stronger, even in the absence of a system. As a well-educated descendant of the Huaxia civilization, one inherently possesses an aggressive gene and an obsessive desire for unity and ascendance to the pinnacle of power, which borders on the pathological. The 9-character mantra, build high walls, amass grain, and delay claiming the throne, echoed in his mind. Elon extinguished the light and sat on the bed, gazing at the moon that had already ascended, his heart filled only with indifference. There was no rush, he thought. Let it unfold slowly. Since I have arrived here, Elon's fate cannot be death. Moreover, the Barrett family boasts more than just Elon as its heroic figure. Within the Lord's manor, I beg you. Spare me. I shall never dare again. The little maid who had previously guided Elon now found herself stripped of clothing, bloodied and imprisoned in the dungeon. Why, Lord Lucia, I was wrong. I have come to understand my error. Lucia held a finely bound tome of magic, turning a page while sipping her hot tea. Layla nonchalantly stood by, replenishing the red tea in the cup when it ran low. I am aware of some of your opinions about me. It matters not, for after all, dark sorcerers are indeed not well regarded. With her slender right leg draped over her left, Lucia appeared relaxed. However, both dark sorcerers and alchemists adhere to one principle, equivalent exchange. With a tear, Lucia ripped a page from the magic book and snapped it shut. Meow. Traitors must die. Layla's gaze towards the little maid was laced with disdain. To lay hands on your master's belongings is an unforgivable sin. Boom! The torn page of the magic book ignited, transforming into a slender black sword. With a swish, Lucia rose and stepped forward, inching closer to the little maid. I beg you. Ugh! Lucia brutally kicked the maid in the face. Shattering her delicate features in an instant, blood and teeth spilled forth. Ugh, that I beg you. Aslana Catilia, Lucia said flatly, I know to whom you belong, yet I have never entertained the thought of harming you over the years. Has my mercy led you to believe that I am an easy target? Uft. The black sword pierced the maid's heart, ending her life completely. The Lord's manor remained quiet that night. No one would know that a woman of humble origins had perished. Chapter 8. No right or wrong in power. Elon was fortunate to have had a good night's sleep. Even if he wished to linger in bed, in this drab medieval setting devoid of entertainment, he found it impossible to do so. At around 6:30, he lay in bed, contemplating life for 2 minutes. If it weren't for the biting cold, he would have risen long ago. This was not a shabby inn for adventurers. Basic decorum must be observed in the Lord's manor. Just as Elon was about to get up, with a bang, his door swung open. Meow? Elon, the sun is shining on your backside. Layla leapt onto the bed, delivering a titan's weight upon Elon. You promised to treat me to a tuna feast? Startled by the unexpected assault, Elon was momentarily dazed. What the little cat? Are you trying to murder me? Meow? Tuna? Layla playfully pounded on Elon's chest, and exasperated. He reached for his magical satchel, retrieving 2 silver coins and offering them to Layla. The catgirl blinked in confusion. White gold, Elon explained. Consider it your pocket money. Now please get off me. White gold. The little cat's mind raced. A single white coin was worth approximately 100 continental gold coins. Meow. I've struck it rich. With a grin, Layla snatched the money and scampered away. Oh my. You possess such a rare currency? Lucia appeared in Elon's room unannounced, holding a magic book. The page she was reading seemed to have been torn out. White gold currency, which contains the rare materials coveted by alchemists, platinum, along with a certain amount of mithril and silver melted into coinage, Lucia remarked. Its value lies more in its collection than its use. Alchemists would be keen to acquire such currency. Elon straightened, his upper body bare. There's something you need so early in my room? Nothing in particular, merely curious to see if my dog and cat might engage in a quarrel. That would cost 200 coins. No matter. With a flick of her wrist, 2 white coins appeared in Lucia's hand. See, it has returned, hasn't it? Outside, Layla's horrified scream echoed. Meow. The white gold has turned into bugs. Clink. The 2 white coins clattered onto the table. So, have you become infatuated with me? I am one of the only 2 dark grand sorceresses in the Empire, Lucia declared proudly. Indeed, you are truly captivating. Miss Lucia, Elon replied with a smile. He then rose from the bed to dress. There was no need for modesty. After all, he had previously exposed himself before Lucia, and at least this time he was not shackled. Was he? Dark sorcerers, also known as shadow sorcerers, are a rare class of magic, feared by society due to their association with darkness. Lucia watched with interest as Elon dressed, her hand reaching out to touch a long scar on his back. My lord, is there something amiss? Elon paused in his dressing. How did you acquire that scar? Lucia focused intently. Such a large scar. Were you ambushed from behind? Years ago, I participated in a demon extermination campaign as a member of the Imperial Knight Order. This scar was left by a demon who used invisibility magic to launch a surprise attack. Elon stepped back slightly, completing his attire and donning his outer coat. The taint of foul power clung to it. Despite the blessings of the nun who accompanied the Knight Order and the protection of Aegis, the scar remained stubbornly unremovable. Lucia nodded thoughtfully. Then she grasped Elon's collar. Are you not afraid of me? I am a dark grand sorceress. If you have become enamored, you must be prepared for the potential of corruption. I once heard a tale from a wandering poet. Elon replied. Unfazed, it was a dialogue between a king and a sage. The king expressed his eagerness to accept the sage's teachings. Thus, the sage posed a question. Is there a difference between killing with a club and killing with a knife? Is there a difference between killing with a knife and killing through political means? Lucia's interest piqued. What did the king say? The king replied that there is no difference. Both are acts of murder, Elon stated. I have also heard an absurd story, in which a man killed another with a knife, insisting that it was the knife, not he, that committed the murder. Then what happened? That man was still sentenced to death, for the knife was merely a tool. The true murderer was the person, Elon continued. Thus, my lord, your power, whether dark magic or not, is merely a tool. If the divine truly disallowed such power from existing in this world, then dark magic would not exist. What has brought you to this state is merely the prejudice of others. Lucia narrowed her eyes, her crimson lips parting as she drew closer to Elon. A disobedient little dog dares to lecture its master. Why apologies? Woof. Elon maintained his smile. Breakfast will be served shortly. Do you have any dislikes? I am not fond of spicy food. Upon hearing Elon's response, Lucia frowned. What a pity. Elon paused, inquiring, why is that? Because I do not like spicy food either. If you had chosen something else, I could have arranged a punishment for you. The two descended the stairs, one following the other. In Lucia's manor, there were few strict rules. Even servants could sit down to dine, albeit separately from their master. If one were to classify seating arrangements from master to slave, Layla would currently be seated at the second-tier table. Meow. The white gold. Meow. The tuna. Meow. Layla. Enough. Raph was somewhat speechless at the catgirl's antics. That wealth does not belong to you. It is time to eat. Keep your voice down. Seated at the first-tier table, Lucia sat regally as she perused the menu presented by the head maid, along with the intelligence gathered from the previous night. With a wave of her hand, she began her meal. Naturally, Lucia's fare was the most lavish, a juicy steak cooked in red wine, accompanied by a glass of clean water and fish soup. The second-tier servants enjoyed a more modest meal, a serving of vegetable soup, a strip of bacon, and a piece of bread. Elon's plate featured 2 additional steamed sausages. Meow. The tuna. Layla was still preoccupied with the loss of her hard-won fortune. Her master paid her no mind. After all, it was Lucia who had exchanged the money for bugs. As for Elon, he seemed to recall the cats his family had kept in his previous life. Crisp. Meow. Beside her lay a can of fish, simply prepared and encased in glass. Chapter 9. The invitation from the Charles family. Make do with what you have, Elon remarked, tearing into his bread. Tuna is a notoriously difficult fish to catch. Once this fish is netted, it will struggle vehemently until death by the time it is retrieved and sold. It has long since spoiled. The empire boasts coastal regions where fishermen occasionally encounter this creature. When they net one, they often exclaim, "What terrible luck!" as the fish's struggles may tear the fishing net. Eventually, people discovered that the flesh of this fish is delectable, yet it remains challenging to catch and preserve. The Imperial Chamber of Commerce employs specialized wizards to accompany ships specifically for the purpose of catching tuna, which they immediately freeze with magic upon capture. This method bears a resemblance to the way Leon caught tuna before his journey through time. However, it is abundantly clear that spending hundreds of gold coins for a mere morsel of meat, regardless of his wealth, is beyond his means. Thus, an alternative approach exists. Ordinary fishermen, upon catching tuna, swiftly dispatch the fish, seasoning the flesh with salt for preservation, and upon reaching the shore, they transform it into the most rudimentary form of canned goods. Although the price remains relatively high, the flavor is undeniably delightful. "Meow! Is this truly for me?" Layla exclaimed, unable to fathom that Leon had indeed treated her to tuna. Even if it were canned, it still counted as tuna. A single can of fish was far too much for Layla to consume alone. So the others at the second table joined in sharing the feast. Lucia pretended not to notice. Midway through breakfast, the weary Will strode into the room, casually making his way along the dining table to Lucia's side. Nonchalantly snatching away the can of fish. "Meow! That belongs to me." Layla bristled at once. With only a few pieces of meat left, could she not have a taste? Will, unceremoniously, placed a piece on his own plate and another on Lucia's. Accompanying this was an envelope. Lucia sliced a piece of fish with her knife and savored it with a bite of wheat bread. The salty richness of the fish melded perfectly with the bread. Indeed, the flavor was quite pleasing. The magic crystal of the fire dragon had been located. Will uncorked a bottle of red wine, gulping down a couple of swigs as he began to relish his breakfast. Lucia, glancing at the letter, furrowed her brow. Meowed out. Layla's ears drooped. "What is it?" Leon inquired, slightly taken aback. While Lucia could be rather temperamental, she was generally kind to those beneath her. Why was the usually optimistic Layla now filled with apprehension? Ralph, maintaining a serious demeanor, stated, "The wax seal on that letter, if I am not mistaken, belongs to the Charles family." "Charles?" Leon mused, instantly feeling a wave of discontent. Wasn't that the family notorious for slave trading and the smuggling of rare magical beasts? The imperial law does not prohibit the sale of slaves, and certain rare magical beasts play a crucial role in ensuring the safety of specific regions, much like the tale of wolves and sheep. Both enterprises are highly lucrative. However, this implies that the Charles family operates in gray, if not black, markets. Their dealings encompass, but are not limited to, casinos, underground gladiatorial arenas, and various enterprises unfriendly towards women. Moreover, the young master of the Charles family, Blonde Charles, has long harbored affections for Lucia. It is no wonder Lucia bore such an expression. "Leon," Lucia suddenly called out. Leon rose to his feet. No need to stand. I merely called your name," she replied, eyeing the invitation in her hand. "Will, Layla, and Ralph, please come to my study later." "Not going to have a bit more?" Will asked, chewing on a large piece of salted fish. "Once we reach the banquet, we'll have plenty to eat." Lucia stood, picking up her plate and tossing it to Leon. "Thank you for the meal. Be assured to eat it all," she added, lightly tapping his forehead before leisurely exiting the dining area. "Meow, I'm not favored anymore," Layla lamented, tears welling in her eyes as she covertly glanced at Leon, a mischievous smile creeping across her face. Thud. Will playfully punched her on the head. "Having eaten someone else's food? Can't you behave?" After a brief commotion among the named individuals, they tidied up the remnants before heading to the study. However, Leon noticed the looks of resentment, fear, and desire in the eyes of some of the maids directed at him. "Alas, it seems she is indeed the villainous eye in the study. Are there any pastries?" "There are." Leon resignedly retrieved exquisite Western pastries from his bag, unwrapping them and placing them on the table for Lucia's enjoyment. Truly, the magical backpack kept the items warm no matter how long they were stored. "Thank you." Lucia took a bite of a pastry, only to see Layla pouring her a cup of red tea. "On the bright side, we have located the magic crystal of the fire dragon. On the downside, it has not been successfully extracted." The Charles family had attempted to auction a fire dragon that had entered its evolutionary stage at the black market, but due to unforeseen circumstances, the creature escaped into the Great Tree Forest. Magical beasts undergo various stages, including incubation, juvenile, growth, maturity, evolution, and completion. Beasts that have reached the completion stage are akin to humans attaining formidable divine ranks. Approximately at the 6th tier of divine status, such powerful creatures necessitate notification to the Church, which organizes a cadre of divine knights to deal with them. Naturally, if a hero is cultivated to a certain level of strength, they may be summoned for assistance. However, the Empire has another option, to call upon the Barrett family, known for their association with the legendary dragon Aegis. The quality of the magic crystal within a fire dragon that has reached the evolutionary stage is exceptionally high. Will chuckled, stating that with such a magic crystal, even a mere furnace could effortlessly refine it into molten steel. However, the risks associated with subduing this fire dragon are substantial. While you, Uncle Will, could indeed defeat this fire dragon, the Charles family would not idly sit by while we take it down, Lucia remarked. Even without powerful divine knights, the Charles family could easily muster thousands of gold coins to eliminate this fire dragon. Sending an invitation to Lucia suggests they wish to negotiate using the fire dragon's magic crystal. So, Leon inquired, what do they intend to achieve? Lucia's expression instantly soured, and she reclined in her chair. That scoundrel Blonde wants me to accompany him to bed. Meow meow meow. Scoundrel. Kill him. Meow. Upon hearing that Blonde sought her out, Layla's claws extended. Leon. Help me take down that jerk. Meow. If only Lord Aegis's blessing still lingered upon me. Leon grimaced. Before the extraction of his divine attributes, he had been a prominent figure in the imperial capital, easily handling a minor noble at the border. Yet, at present, he was in a weakened state. Susceptible to being bullied by a mere kitten, how could he assist her in vanquishing foes? Chapter 10. The clothes change doll accompanying Blonde to bed is out of the question. Setting aside Lucia's true identity as a member of the imperial family, having been sealed at the border due to the overwhelming power of dark magic, there are far superior men than Blonde. Why should Lucia compromise her dignity for a mere fire dragon magic crystal? Should we teach him a lesson? Will was unperturbed, stating that should Lucia issue the command, he could set out today and return tomorrow with Blonde's head. A 5th-tier divine knight possesses strength equivalent to that of a hero. A mere border noble's guards would not stand in his way. However, they would attract the attention of the Church of Judgment, and their influence must be considered. Thus, Uncle Will, please refrain from such actions. As Lucia spoke, she turned to Leon. Why, loyal hound, do you have any insights? I am rather curious, Leon replied. For a fleeing fire dragon, wouldn't the Charles family be better off seeking the Church or the Hunters Guild for assistance? Why did they send an invitation to Her Highness first? Lucia clasped her hands on the table and snapped her fingers. A servant entered, bringing forth a map depicting the surrounding terrain. The Great Tree Forest, also known as the Forest of Death, Lucia explained. The Empire once contemplated the complete eradication of magical beasts, but total extermination would only breed demons. Therefore, such forests are vital protected areas. They are open to adventurers annually, generating considerable revenue. Unfortunately, the Great Tree Forest lies within the territory of the Charles family. Since it is their domain, the escaped dragon is considered their property, and any attempt to hunt it will inevitably incur a cost. If they are unwilling to allow entry, it is impossible for Lucia and her subordinates, being fellow nobles, to gain access. However, there exists an exception. We have a seasoned A-class adventurer among us, Will clapped Leon on the shoulder. Grinning, the entry requirement for the Great Tree Forest is between C and S rank. Possessing an Adventurer S Guild identity badge grants one access. Leon suddenly understood and nodded. An evolutionary stage fire dragon. While formidable, it was not invincible. Regaining his status as a divine knight is a prerequisite before returning to the imperial capital. Unlike the borderlands, where the Barrett family's bloodline resides, one cannot dismiss the possibility of being targeted by enemies seeking to harm him. Moreover, to assassinate a divine knight in the imperial capital without cause is a grave offense. That said, they must still maintain appearances, Lucia remarked as she picked up the Charles family's letter. Otherwise, there would be no need for me to attend. Ralph nudged Leon's side, whispering, within the Charles family's territory, there is a significant figure from the imperial capital hosting a banquet for some reason. Leon frowned. Are you suggesting that Blonde Charles is the one throwing the party? What a complete farce. The nobles of the medieval era are nothing like the grand families depicted in the novels I've read. There will be no ancestors come to save me scenarios. If one dies, they die. If one offends others, then they deserve the consequences. Therefore, the task at hand is neither to plot how to eliminate Blonde Charles nor to devise a strategy to slay the fire dragon. Clean up, Lucia stood up, smiling. We must attend the Duke's banquet. We cannot afford to lose face. As a lord bearing a title comparable to that of a duke, Luca is certainly not lacking in evening gowns. However, given the rare opportunity to adorn herself, especially after acquiring a beloved dog, how could she not take the time to present herself exquisitely? For reasons unknown, even after countless adventures and achieving numerous accolades during his time as a clergy, including the defeat of a mid-tier demon, Elon felt a chill run down his spine. What could the princess be planning? After the personnel had withdrawn, in a dressing room of the Lord's Manor, an expansive space that would have cost him the entirety of his future savings in his past life, Elon stood clad only in his undergarments. His lips twitching as he faced a gathering of women. As the supreme lord of her territory, Luca had to consider the development of her domain. Yet, the harshness of the border left her with limited options. Thus, she had summoned several seamstresses, including renowned fashion designers. Leveraging her royal lineage and insight, Luca's fiefdom now boasted a flourishing garment industry. Occasionally, figures like Will and Ralph would require a change of attire to accompany Luca, leading to the presence of numerous men's garments in her dressing room. Naturally, Luca would don practical men's clothing for work, yet the maids would often advise her, "Your beauty is so enchanting. My lady, it would be a waste not to wear splendid gowns." Consequently, thanks to the commendable genes of the Barrett family and the nurturing influence of the legendary thunder dragon, Aegis, Elon possessed both the looks and demeanor befitting a noble. It would be a shame not to dress up such an exceptional loyal dog. Clad in a black evening gown, Luca sat comfortably in a chair, her gaze fixed on the man before her, who was dressed only in his base layer, as a knowing smile graced her lips. "Especially since I intend to showcase you to others, you cannot be seen in overly simplistic attire." A fleeting thought of a bunny girl classmate crossed Elon's mind. Perhaps sensing his wayward thoughts, Luca huffed, gesturing grandly. The women nearby, already captivated by Elon's robust physique and scarred form, eagerly approached, seizing the opportunity to indulge in flattery while measuring him. In no time, Elon found himself experiencing an ordeal far more trying than carrying shopping bags for women. Being a living dress-up doll, he was compelled to change into a new outfit every minute, presenting each to Luca for 30 seconds, only to repeat the cycle with a dissatisfied remark. When the women mistakenly dressed him in a princess gown, even the typically stoic Luca couldn't suppress her laughter. Of course, a princess gown was out of the question. After 2 hours of selecting garments, Elon finally settled on an outfit that complemented his demeanor. The base layer was a pristine white knitted shirt, a luxury even in the imperial capital. This was followed by a fitted waistcoat, a black tie, and a simple suit. His shoes and belt were crafted from the hide of a colossal aquatic beast. The women gazed at Elon's elongated form, unable to restrain their salivation. Indeed, a quality man looks splendid in anything. Yet, Elon felt somewhat reluctant. At tea present, he resembled a member of the mafia. Chapter 11. Duke Belhane. Luca's estate lacked the presence of a butler. The aged steward who had served her since childhood and witnessed her growth had passed away, leaving behind a relatively competent warrior for her, Ralph Yazan. Thus, when she needed sustenance for her mind during work, it was either Layla scurrying about to prepare something for her, or Will providing portable food suitable for demon hunters. Regardless of the source, the taste was hardly remarkable, which is why Luca seldom indulged. However, upon seeing Elon in his current state, a mischievous idea sparked in her mind. "How's the pressure?" Elon sat upon a small stool with delicate, soft feet resting on his thighs. His rough hands pressed through the black lace stockings, alleviating some of Luca's fatigue. "I am quite pleased. I had no idea you possessed such skills." Luca held a book in her hand, ignoring Elon's presence as he massaged her feet, displaying no concern for the potential exposure beneath her skirt. She withdrew one foot, extending her toes toward Elon's chin. "Care for a taste? I hear that men enjoy this sort of thing." "Not me. What makes you different?" "I prefer fairer hues. As a master of dark magic, Luke A's magical prowess was undeniable. With a snap of her fingers, the stockings on her feet transformed into white. White, Lucas said, grinning mischievously at Elon. Isn't that your favorite color? Good dog. Would you like to have a lick? Elon, the dutiful steward, remained silent. In truth, what he favored was a shade of white laced with a hint of pink, like a kitten's paw pad. Who doesn't adore kittens? With her piercing gaze that saw through all illusions, Luca scrutinized Elon before huffing. A lie for a truth. I am at a loss for how to punish you. Retracting her foot, she kicked toward Elon. Struck by the impact, Elon stumbled backward, performing a somersault before regaining his stance. He approached her, assisting Luke A in donning her boots. Elon, do you know which duke is set to visit Charles's territory? While enjoying Elon's assistance with her boots, Luca set her book aside and inquired. As Elon fitted her other foot, he continued his task. Though he hailed from a prestigious family in the imperial capital, his days on the border were consumed by the struggle for survival, leaving him unaware of such individuals' backgrounds. The visitor is Duke Belhane, one of the most prominent figures within the imperial nobility. Luke informed him. He has strong ties to the Tribunal of Judgment. Your affairs have stirred quite the gossip along the border. The tribunal is unlikely to be oblivious in this world. There exist clergy, adventurers, and indeed, agents of the divine. The church is divided into various factions, and the Tribunal of Judgment is the most uncompromising among them. For them, 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. Sinners deserve execution and a place on the guillotine. To enter the tribunal requires passing the trials of the god of punishment, becoming a follower. Throughout their lives, even in situations where justice cannot be upheld, they must wield their swords and enact divine mercy. Once a follower reaches the 4th tier in their training, they may join the tribunal. The ultimate aspiration of these individuals is to ascend to the rank of divine punisher. As for Elon's case, it is said you underestimated the danger and led your team into the lair of cultists, where demons summoned by the cultists slaughtered all your comrades. Luca gestured for Elon to take a seat on the sofa, while she reclined on his thigh, enjoying a moment of comfort. You, who committed a grave error, akin to the person who stepped on a cat's tail, were swiftly dealt with. Nearly met your end? Elon sat erect. In truth, I may have already died once. This statement was factual. He was no longer the original Elon. Perhaps the divine essence had been stripped away, leaving the former Elon to perish. As a consequence of this deprivation, that soul had indeed perished. If you can persuade Duke Belhane, you will have the opportunity to meet members of the tribunal, Lucas said. At that point, even if the imperial grand judge were to pass sentence upon you, there would still be room for negotiation. However, everything comes at a price. Elon smiled. Your Highness, I certainly believe in your abilities. Yet, isn't our immediate priority to address that fire dragon, the Duke, the Charles family? The invitation, the banquet, and the potential appearance of colossal beasts in the Forest of Death. Such a configuration seemed too improbable for Elon to accept. With Uncle Will backing you, you need not take unnecessary risks. Luca replied. Moreover, at this banquet, your enemies will be present. The sister family. The mere thought of his fiancée brought Elon a headache. What led her to believe that transplanting his divine essence would elevate her to the 5th tier without consequence? In any case, Luke A's intention was crystal clear. To ensure her alignment with the tribunal, Elon Barrett, you must not encounter any mishaps. But, Your Highness, may I inquire about your motivations for assisting me? Luca regarded his inscrutable expression, extending her hand to pinch his cheeks. Elon remained expressionless. Your composure is remarkable. You are nothing like Layla, who is so unpredictable, a requisite for mature men. Very well. A mature man. Luca released her grip. What I desire is your status as the heir of the Barrett family. Be while aligning with your family. My return to the Imperial Center will face far fewer obstacles. For my goals, you must be a well-behaved dog. With the Duke Belhane's banquet imminent, Layla, typically carefree, found herself diligently studying etiquette to leave a favorable impression on the Duke in the imperial capital, aside from the emperor. Numerous offspring of nobility vied for power both overtly and covertly. Luke A, unwilling to concede, possessed immense magical talent and a resilient spirit. Yet, merely because of her affinity for dark magic, she was deemed a monster. She too aspired for the throne. Although Elon anticipated a tragic conclusion for Luke A, his heart felt heavy. Still, He yearned to assist this girl who had committed no wrongs. "Your Highness," Elon declared, "our relationship remains one of mutual benefit. Though I have lost the protection of Aegis, I remain resolute in my commitment to assist you in ascending to the throne. I firmly believe that under your guidance, the Empire shall undoubtedly flourish." Smooth talking, Lucia scoffed, stifling a yawn as she rose. "I am off to take my afternoon rest. Would you care to join me?" Leon remained silent. It has been over half a year since he became an adventurer. Even if the news travels slowly, it ought to have reached the ears of another heir of the Barrett family by now. Chapter 12. Raymond Barrett. The composition of the Empire's military strength is remarkably intricate. One need only observe Leon's expulsion to the borders to grasp the severity of the power struggles at play. However, the individuals of the medieval era are not inclined to engage in the practice of generals bowing to civil officials. Upholding the virtues of knighthood and adhering to the knightly oath, even the highest-ranking officers must not demean the dignity of a righteous knight. The most basic soldiers, lacking certification from the Adventurers Guild, are not clergy, wielding swords and shields or pikes, serving as the main force when war looms, the Clergy Legion. A unique legion comprised entirely of clergy members, typically composed of warriors and officers who have graduated from the Imperial Academy. Once one enters the Clergy Legion, their future is assuredly bright. However, the Clergy Legion usually only recruits first to third-tier clergy. The fourth tier is the realm Leon had previously attained, allowing for the formation of specialized squads to address situations where the Empire's various forces cannot respond promptly. Alas, he was beset and forced to battle demons at that time. Those above the fourth tier represent significant military strength for the Empire and are generally not subject to persecution, unless the death of one fourth-tier individual could yield a fifth-tier successor. Yet, with Raymond Barrett as the pariah of the Barrett family, the words of others are merely empty talk, not born of past merits. Within the Empire, a special force, which only heeds orders from the military, is stationed at the defensive line. With a swift motion, a soldier clad in silver-black armor unsheathed a grotesquely elongated lance that belied his stature. Before him lay the lifeless form of a seventh-tier demon beast. The exhausted priest behind the soldier took a deep breath upon witnessing the scene. The sacrifice of 200 fourth-tier clergy summoned this seventh-tier demon, vanquished by the blade of Aegis, the pride of the Barrett family. Raymond Barrett's triumph. The soldiers who had been engaged in battle for over half a month were invigorated by this news. "Oh, we have won. Ha ha ha. Mere cultists, hardly worth mentioning." Raymond Barrett raised his lance high, further elevating the atmosphere. Following the victory in battle, festivities of feasting and celebration for the troops commenced. Every surviving warrior was rewarded with riches, sumptuous food, and fine wine, while the wounded received the best of care, and those who had sacrificed their lives would have their pensions delivered to their families. For those without kin, funds would be sent to their relatives or to old flames and brothels, as dictated by their wills. As for the defenders within the city, few. I am utterly exhausted. The youngest son of the Barrett family, Raymond, upon returning to the city, removed his helmet and hurled it to the ground. Those cultists have become increasingly outrageous. They treat clergy as mere expendables. The silver dragon helm, comparable in quality to that of a hero's equipment, bounced upon hitting the ground and was swiftly caught by the accustomed servants. They carefully took away the gear stained with demon blood for cleansing and blessing, while maids approached to assist Raymond in removing his armor. Soon enough, Raymond donned a robe and joined his companions at the dining table, relishing the fine wine and delicacies. As autumn deepened, snow had even begun to fall in their stationed area. This time, "We have dealt a significant blow to them. They shall not trouble us for the next 2 years," chuckled the elven priest. "The imperial reinforcements are also on their way. Once they arrive, we can return to the capital for a visit." Upon hearing the priest's words, the team members laughed heartily. They were a motley crew assembled by Raymond, featuring an elven priest and mage, a dwarven craftsman and shield-bearer, along with a mountain elven scout archer. The remainder were predominantly human, some even lacking clerical status, yet were summoned by Raymond for their particular skills. As the core of the team, Raymond was a 6th-tier cleric, known as the Thunder Dragon's Claw. He had previously mentioned that his brother was quite gentle. The mountain elf chuckled mischievously. After all, he was still a child. Longing for the embrace of an elder sibling is entirely natural. Ha ha ha. The dwarven craftsman, his cup brimming with strong liquor, had already consumed half of it. Raymond's face radiated admiration when he spoke of his brother. I truly wish to witness the gallantry of the Thunder Dragon's Claw's elder brother. Big brother, you will soon meet him. Are you not excited? The room erupted with laughter and merriment, yet Raymond felt a twinge of embarrassment at being the subject of such teasing. To alleviate the awkwardness, he lowered his head to munch on bread and meat. He was the youngest child of the Barrett family, diagnosed with congenital disabilities in both legs at birth, leading to feelings of inferiority. Although the Barrett family did not impose harsh judgments upon him, after all, it was said that the illustrious Thunder Dragon Aegis would not concern himself with such trifles. Leon held a different opinion. He encouraged his brother to eat well and exercise diligently, asserting that even without legs, one still possesses hands and the muscle of the torso to strengthen. One fateful night, before Raymond turned 12, he secretly leaned on his cane, perspiring profusely, and crawled into Aegis's training grounds. The distance from the Barrett family home to the training area spanned 10 kilometers, with Leon lurking in the shadows. Observing, the original text states, that night, no one knew what transpired in the trial grounds. Yet, from then on, Raymond, once ridiculed as the shame of the Barrett family, grew at an astonishing rate and bade farewell to his brother to embark on his own adventures. As the revelry continued, the Empire's decree arrived. An administrative officer, initially reluctant to visit such a remote and inhospitable location, harbored disdain for the soldiers and adventurers. However, duty compelled him to come. Upon entering the hall, he was met with the sight of the so-called legendary team members seated around a large table, consuming their meals in a manner reminiscent of barbarians, which only deepened the contempt upon his face. Then, the imperial officer's mind whirred, and he resolved to deliver a scathing rebuke to these provincial bumpkins. Thus, he announced in a loud voice, the disgrace of the Empire, Leon Barrett's kin, the bearer of the sinner's blood. Raymond Barrett, the imperial decree has arrived. Upon hearing this, the hall, which had fallen silent, was plunged into an oppressive stillness. Raymond, suspecting he had misheard, stood up and inquired, "What did you say?" The official snorted derisively, declaring, "The shame of the Barrett family. The imperial decree has arrived. Your brother, Leon Barrett, has inflicted immense losses upon the Empire and has now been exiled to the borders." You, crack, boom. In an instant, the official was blasted into a charred figure by Aegis's divine might. Hurtling backward, Raymond gripped the decree in one hand and the lance in the other, staring incredulously at its contents, gritting his teeth. What has happened to my brother? Had the sister family known that at this moment Raymond possessed the strength to slay a 7th-tier demon, they would not have dared to harm Leon, even if beaten to death. Chapter 13. The night of divine punishment following the news of Duke Berhane's impending visit to the Charles family. Nearly all the nobles along the border prepared to pay their respects at Count Charles's estate. Lucia intended to go as well. After intensive training in etiquette, Layla was no longer as boisterous. Meow, the tuna meow, meow, the little meat treat meow. The instructor assigned to teach Layla etiquette expertly tailored their approach, directly warning her that without diligent study, she might find herself deprived of even the smallest treats. This was a matter of life and death for her, and she promptly promised to be obedient. As for the others, there was little to note, except that Leon's frequently used great sword was overly conspicuous. Will suggested replacing it with a more fitting knightly longsword. After all, as a servant to Her Highness Lucia, one cannot attend a banquet wielding a massive sword, can one? Leon, however, quietly retrieved a magic steel sword and shield from the Magic Steel series. Once the shield was removed, it transformed into a perfect one-handed sword. He sought out a leatherworker, who fashioned a simple sheath from leather and iron, emblazoned with the emblem of Lucia's territory, rendering it an appropriate weapon for ceremonial use. With the steam locomotive connecting far and wide, it was imperative to ensure swift transportation of goods to effectively respond to the potential onslaught of magical beasts. It was precisely for this reason that Lucia and her entourage could arrive punctually at Count Charles's domain. Upon disembarking from the train, an elderly gentleman sporting a handlebar mustache awaited them at the door. "Greetings, Count Charles." Lucia, clad in winter attire, addressed him, flanked by her retinue. "The last time we met was in the capital, at my hastily arranged coming-of-age ceremony. If I recall correctly, it has been quite some time since our last meeting, Your Highness Lucia," Count Charles replied, removing his hat. "The last I saw of you, you were but a young girl. Today, I see that your beauty remains as radiant as ever. Thank you for gracing my territory with your presence at this banquet, Your Highness." With an air of calmness in her gaze, Lucia raised her right hand. Leon stepped forward, intertwining his arm with hers. "This is—" Count Charles regarded the man donned in what appeared to be servant's attire, squinting slightly. "Barrett." Lucia smiled. "Leon Barrett, the eldest son of the Barrett family from the capital. He is now one of my trusted servants." At the mention of Leon's name, Count Charles's expression shifted noticeably. "Count Charles, where is Blanc?" Lucia continued to inquire. "Please, I beg your forgiveness, Your Highness Lucia." Count Charles was drenched in cold sweat. "That wretched creature is currently confined in a room within my estate for reflection. I have ordered that he shall not be released, no matter the commotion he causes. If this does not quell your ire, I have some cherished treasures from the Merchant Guild. It appears that your upbringing, dear Charles, is indeed quite rigorous." Lucia nodded. "I shall overlook his offense towards me. May I inquire about the whereabouts of Duke Berhain?" Count Charles felt a great weight lift from his heart, relieved. "Duke Berhain is awaiting the commencement of the banquet in a room at my estate. We have quite a number of guests this time, including representatives from the church." "The church?" Upon hearing this term, Lucia furrowed her brow, though she quickly regained her composure and bid farewell to Count Charles, proceeding towards the banquet venue. "Meow? The church is nothing but trouble." "Meow." Upon entering the carriage, Layla could no longer contain her frustration. "These rascals only care about amassing wealth. Meow. They can abandon their faith in God. Meow. There are even extremists who wish to exterminate demihumans. Meow." "Layla, calm down." Lucia waved her hand, and Leon retrieved some snacks from his magical satchel. After receiving a light slap from Lucia, he pulled out the magical tome he had stored. The era of extreme faith has long passed. Now, the common enemy of all humanity is the beastmen and demons. Layla had been pursued by extremists. Whenever she revealed herself, she would be met with cries of heretic followed by stones, knives, and rotten vegetables hurled in her direction. Furthermore, due to the higher magical resistance of demihumans, there were attempts to capture Layla for human transmutation experiments. Naturally, those endeavors ended in failure, and the cultist alchemist who sought to capture her was drawn into the abyss by Lucia's abyssal magic, never to return. Since then, Layla had become Lucia's loyal companion. No, her loyal cat. The role of the devoted servant had been taken over, and Layla need not suffer any longer. "Hooray!" Leon sat upright and remarked. "If I am not mistaken, the territory governed by Duke Berhain has been besieged by high-level beast hordes, causing significant damage to crops and economic produce, with some areas facing complete harvest failure," Lucia stated. "Moreover, as his territory is a crucial defense region, it requires prompt reconstruction. Though Duke Berhain could afford to purchase supplies, the imperial troops stationed in his territory must be funded by the imperial capital. However, at present, the capital lacks the funds to assist in reconstructing the defensive forces. Hiring adventurers and clergymen would incur excessive expenses. There should be enough money." Will yawned. "It's those church bastards." After all, Leon expressed understanding. "Those in the know understand. It's just the usual religious nonsense, right? No taxes, running amok. Historical records before my crossing document numerous large-scale religious purges. Thus, Duke Berhain intends to seize this opportunity to strike at the church?" Ralouf blinked. "But isn't he on good terms with the Inquisition?" "Ralouf, your reasoning." Will covered his face. "Baron is right. Perhaps the prince truly has taken a fancy to your less than brilliant mind. The Inquisition is solely focused on killing. They will go wherever there is a violation of the principles of sin and punishment. The Inquisition's income, besides imperial allocations, comes from spontaneous donations from the masses. Who wouldn't appreciate a righteous paladin of divine retribution? Naturally, only the great evildoers would. Exploiting the Inquisition's identity to amass wealth? How absurd! They would only seize individuals and promote the greatness and justice of the god of sin and punishment, inviting heroes and champions to join. The church itself is severely divided." Leon pondered thoughtfully. "What? Do you have an idea?" Lucia leaned back against the carriage cushion, her thigh resting naturally on Leon's legs. "I won't allow you to run off and serve others." "No, Your Highness, please trust in my loyalty to you." Leon smiled. "What kind of loyalty?" "Concerning my admiration for your beauty and my love." Leon assumed a rogue demeanor. "Pfft. Layla could no longer hold back. Meow. Ha ha ha. Usually so serious. Leon is speaking of love. Meow. Ha dot oh meow. The overly boisterous Layla received a gentle tap on the forehead from a void demon, while the other two pretended not to notice. Leon was contemplating whether he could become a paladin of divine retribution, regaining his divine essence and returning to the identity of a cleric. Chapter 14. The pain of separation from divinity. The carriage arrived at its destination, and Will and Ralof alighted first, followed by Leon. Lucia placed her hand in Leon's as she disembarked. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. My loyal hound, it is my duty. Lady Lucia. As the master and servant engaged in their casual conversation. Lucia glanced up at the starry sky. BRR, it is quite cold tonight. We'll lit a cigarette. Do we have enough fuel in our territory? We had enough, but did you not mention upgrading Mr. Baron's weapon shop? Lady Lucia, Ralof replied, we will need to procure additional supplies to cover the deficit. Meow. I despise winter. Meow. Layla rubbed her hands together, grumbling. Just then, a gust of wind nearly blew Lucia's hat away. Leon shielded her, standing like a mountain. This winter will be even colder, my loyal hound, Lucia remarked. Without sufficient supplies, one might perish in the frigid night. Leon remained silent. The group entered Count Charles's estate, where many nobles had already gathered. Most were lesser nobles from the borders, and this occasion to meet the lofty duke was likely their opportunity to ascend into the higher echelons of the empire. However, the Calamity Queen Lucia and her entourage, seemingly not on the guest list, went largely unrecognized. They first reached a room where Count Charles's attendants presented a row of masks for selection. What is the purpose of this? Will inquired. Banquets are typically venues for nobles to socialize, but those of sensitive identity may don masks to conceal themselves. In the imperial capital, there is no such custom, he added, glancing at Leon. I truly wish to avoid trouble. Leon chuckled wryly, then picked up a mask that covered the lower half of his face. In this guise, I truly resemble a rabid dog. Lucia chose a mask that similarly obscured half her face. What do you think, my lord? You look beautiful in anything you wear. Speak the truth, you mischievous pup. Very well, it matters little whether you wear one or not. I doubt any of these minor nobles would recognize you. Yet these minor nobles likely do not recognize you either, do they? Lucia expressed her discontent. Is it not cool for a boy to maintain an air of mystery? Leon replied earnestly. Under Lucia's magical gaze, this turned out to be the truth. Upon hearing Leon's words, Ralof, who initially did not wish to select a mask, and even Layla and the demon hunter Will, each chose a suitable mask. The border earl possessed wealth far beyond that of ordinary affluent individuals. The venue accommodated over 100 nobles, adorned in various formal attires, holding glasses of wine, engaged in lively conversation. My loyal hound, please stay here and accompany Will and Layla. Lucia released Leon's hand, smiling at Ralof. Yes, your highness. The previously invisible Ralof perked up. Although he was not particularly formidable in Lucia's territory, he was her personal guard and had been trained in noble etiquette since childhood. Participating in such a banquet to help Lucia ward off any ill-intentioned individuals was well within his capabilities. Meanwhile, Leon and the others found a corner to indulge in refreshments. Meow, Leon, this fish is raw. Meow, Layla exclaimed, holding up a plate of sashimi. I've never had this kind of dish before. Meow. Would you like to try some? I think I'll pass. Leon waved his hand. Where does this dish come from? Chujo Will replied, consuming a plate of sashimi, then grabbing another, dipping it in wasabi, continuing to boast. It's among the more notable nations on this continent. However, their land is surrounded by the sea, and traveling there requires taking massive ships. Still, I prefer the dishes from Dian. Leon frowned slightly. The saying goes, in the world, all articles are mere copies. It depends on whether you can replicate them. Though the book he traversed into was acclaimed as one of the finest works in the realm of Western fantasy, it did not rely on mechanical deification or face-slapping tactics to attract attention. Establishing a complete worldview or nation from scratch was an arduous endeavor. In this context, the millennia-old heritage of Huaxia became Dian. While the eastern land turned into Chuzhou. In the original novel, the hero traveled across the continent. Spending the most time in Chuzhou. It wasn't that Dian was unwelcoming. Rather, Dian's military prowess ranked among the top in this world, rendering the so-called hero unnecessary for resolving issues with beasts and demons. Alas, I truly wish to visit Dian, Leon lamented, lifting a cup of water and pulling down his mask for a sip. The melodious and enchanting music began to play, marking the official commencement of the banquet. Are you searching for your nemesis? Will placed his left hand on Leon's shoulder. From the look in your eyes, they are practically glowing green. Though you harbor such hatred for the Zister family? This has nothing to do with the duration of my crossing. The memories of the original self linger within me. The pain of having the divine essence stripped away makes me question how the original self endured. If I hadn't crossed over, I would have reason to suspect the original self's demise was indeed due to being deprived of the clerical qualification. Mr. Will, do you know what it feels like to have one's divine essence stripped away? Leon inquired. The seasoned demon hunter smiled faintly, wiping away the mustard. You should know, aside from those fortunate few who are innately favored by the divine, to become a clergy member, two things are essential: faith and sufficient strength. Without a sincere belief in the divine, even the mightiest warrior lacks the qualifications to be a priest. As for the demon hunting organization I belong to, we are among the most esteemed in the realm. In truth, we are quite similar to those of the Inquisition. Our organization is known only by code names, and what matters is the elimination of the enemies of the divine. As he spoke, Will reached for another sweet bun. Demons are cunning. There are times when demon hunters must interrogate them. During this process, the demons or the unfortunate souls possessed by them may succumb to the pressure of the interrogation, resulting in their hearts bursting. Oftentimes, we do not employ methods specifically targeting the heart. Given that demon hunters are perpetually engaged in combat with demons, our mortality rate is exceedingly high, and those who would strip us of our divine essence are practically non-existent. Therefore, I cannot fathom the anguish that accompanies the removal of one's divine essence. However, I imagine such suffering must be akin to a physical desire to cease existence, as one's body begins to falter in its normal functions. Yearning for release Ayan Huaxia, there are poignant verses that resonate with pain, allowing readers to grasp certain ineffable sorrows. There is a father whose hair turned white overnight, and a daughter who succumbed to heartbreak, her heart suddenly stopping. Thus, if anyone is to forgive the sister family on Leon's behalf, there truly is little worth forgiving them for. Chapter 15. Donation Your Excellency, Duke Heine. A graceful lady curtsied to the tall, handsome man. Duke Berhane Heine set down his wine glass and returned the gesture. You remain as beautiful as ever, Your Highness, he said with a smile. That I am grateful for your presence at this banquet. I had intended to pay you a visit soon. I imagine managing a territory is quite taxing. Your Grace is too kind, Lucia replied with self-deprecation. I wonder how my father plans to support you? The Emperor's generosity is indeed overwhelming. Yet there are many who require assistance, such as yourself, Your Highness, Duke Heine said with a wry smile. I am uncertain how to address you. By rights, you should be referred to as the 7th Princess. Yet there is no record of your identity in the Empire's archives. Presently, there are already 45 princesses in the imperial capital. Lucia's expression darkened instantaneously. I beg your pardon, Your Grace, Duke Heine continued, but I have matters to attend to. After the banquet concludes, I shall seek you out. Lucia's demeanor softened. It is quite all right. I shall await your return, Your Grace. She was unfazed by Duke Heine's disparaging remarks about the Emperor, for that man, bound by certain protocols, allowed the princes and princesses to vie against one another, while his greatest delight was siring children with the concubines in the harem. Thanks to the court magician, he remained unscathed. Otherwise, that foolish man would eventually meet his demise at the hands of the women he fathered children with. As the microphone was plugged in, the hum of electricity drew the attention of all present. Ladies and gentlemen, I am immensely grateful for your attendance at my banquet, Duke Heine announced, holding a microphone connected to a thick wire as he stood on stage. I am delighted that you are willing to extend your favor to this fallen duke. In return, I shall express my sincerity. It is widely known that my territory has suffered an onslaught from a horde of magical beasts. This attack has been far more ferocious than any prior. And while my warriors managed to withstand the tide of beasts, they incurred grievous losses. Now, I require substantial funds to rebuild the defenses within my territory, and this endeavor also represents a bold attempt for the Empire. The ensuing remarks were mere platitudes praising the Empire and extolling the Emperor in a corner. A bold attempt for the Empire? Leon remarked, clearly taken aback that a banquet would delve into such matters. Are you familiar with the concept of a hero? Will shrugged. Every century, a person blessed by the god of light emerges. Legend has it that he is the earthly representative of the god of light, destined to eradicate all evil. What was it called? The envoy? No, the divine envoy, Will clarified. The church that venerates the god of light, the Holy Light Council, exploits the name of the hero for various power grabs. You understand my meaning, do you not? Leon rolled his eyes. Isn't this old news? The medieval church was designed to manipulate the thoughts of the populace. There exists a scenario wherein if a king offends the pope, his kingdom descends into chaos. To quell the unrest, he must offer the most sincere apology to the pope, even kissing his shoes. Ugh. Who knows what kind of absurdities those modern artisans are concocting, crafting ancient statues and staging their own performances. Few historical artifacts can facilitate any inhumane operations, such as composing a book of holy words, only to draft a subsequent version when the original content no longer serves their interests. However, it seems that the emperor seeks reform. Will remarked, as technology progresses, humanity gradually realizes that the weapons purportedly wielded by the legendary hero aren't particularly remarkable. They are merely armaments forged from ancient alchemy, magic, and runic craftsmanship. Magic steel emerged during this technological evolution. This equipment boasts a remarkably high magical conductivity and is significantly cheaper to produce than the hero's armaments made of radiant gold or magic gold. Given sufficient resources, mass production becomes feasible, thereby equipping the entire army, and the legendary hero, before maturing, was merely a weakling. While humanity may require heroes as a psychological pillar, there is no need for the church to exploit them as a cash cow. Without reform, the taxes and money that should attract more soldiers will only be funneled into the greedy pockets of the church's representatives. With that money, even if it were just a fraction, Duke Berhane's territory would not be in such dire straits. I have a significant announcement to share with you all. Duke Heine paused. The research institute established within Duke Heine's territory has successfully developed the second model of magic steel armament. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in astonished gasps. The first model of magic steel was challenging to manufacture, relatively expensive, and had a flaw. It indiscriminately absorbed the user's magical energy. Aside from those endowed with vast magical power, few dared to utilize it. However, the second model of magic steel improved upon the manufacturing process, resolving these issues. In truth, my ability to stand here and host this banquet is thanks to a team equipped with the second model of magic steel, who helped me withstand the fiercest of the magical beast onslaught. Duke Heine continued. I am certain that this technology must be disseminated promptly. The frequency and scale of magical beasts and demons attacking humanity are escalating. Therefore, I implore you all not to hesitate. This concerns the fate of humankind. Following this, a donation box that had been arranged in advance was wheeled out. Donations need not be in the form of direct gold coins. Individuals could simply write their intended donation amounts on a contract paper endowed with order. This was a noble cause benefiting the nation and its people, and it presented an opportunity to forge friendships with Duke Heine, thus enticing the lesser nobility from the borders. Some nobles, who were rather financially constrained, pledged to donate goods and warm clothing, placing their contributions in the box as a show of support, and then, the sister family donates 100,000 gold coins. A gasp rippled through the attendees as all eyes turned toward the donation box. The man wearing a triumphant smile was none other than Clem's sister, closely associated with that woman. This lad is quite audacious. Will whistled, isn't he your enemy? Isn't this a bit too much? Leon masked, observed the man at the center of attention. No need to worry, Lucia said, taking a bite of a pastry. I will help you temper his arrogance. Though Lucia could not contribute much financially, the support of a grand sorceress, a master of magic, and a witch with unparalleled expertise in dark arts far outweighed a mere 1,000,000 gold coins in the development of magic steel. Leon calmed himself and smiled. My lady, if I were to earn you glory, would you grant me a sincere kiss? Oh, what is this? Is my loyal hound feeling lonely? Lucia teased with a mischievous smile. Yet, Leon chuckled softly, stepping forward. The donation box now stood before him. He reached into his magical satchel, producing a familiar item known to Lucia and the others. A sack brimming with coins. Chapter 16. 10,000 white coins. Hey? You wouldn't T. Will's eyes widened in disbelief. Meow? The wealthy mogul. The feline was utterly stunned. Ralph, somewhat perplexed, noted that Lucia remained unmoving, so he too refrained from acting. Meanwhile, Leon placed the sack into the donation box and drew out a contract paper imbued with power. Inscribing in the common tongue his contribution, on behalf of my lady, Lucia Van Aster, donation to Duke Heine, 10,000 white coins. The atmosphere felt as though a colossal bomb had been dropped. Noble gentlemen and ladies, along with those who had been engaged in lively discussions, all gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom that someone would donate 10,000 white coins to Duke Berhain Heine. One white coin holds the value of 100 common coins across the continent. This currency is typically utilized solely by large-scale banks or trade guilds during significant transactions. 10,000 white gold coins equate to 1 million common gold coins of the continent. Such a sum could establish a small nation. It could be used to arm the military forces of a duke's territory, equipping a 100,000-strong army to the teeth. The critical question remains, on whose behalf does this young man act? Lucia Van Ast, the Witch of Calamity, the Dark Archmage, the Grand Sorceress. What could such a figure intend by donating such an exorbitant amount? Does she seek to win over Duke Bel and mount a counteroffensive against the imperial capital? My lord is deeply pained by the calamities that have befallen the territory of Duke Heine. Leon continued, stating that Duke Heine's contributions to the empire are well acknowledged. In this dire moment, how can we remain idle and allow a hero to suffer? 10,000 white gold coins, worth 1 million common currency of the continent. My lord believes that the exemplar of imperial nobility, Duke Bel Heine, will judiciously employ this sum to steer his territory back onto the righteous path, all for the sake of humanity. In the audience, cloaked figures regarded Leon with expressions brimming with animosity. The church's means of amassing wealth are notoriously numerous. However, Leon is no fool. With 5 millennia of recorded history, how could one confront the church? The methods are plentiful, evoking righteousness, all for the eternal glory of humanity. Would the church dare utter a word against it? Let the games begin. Engaging in political intrigue with the people of Huaxia, do they not fear that they might not know how they met their demise? The incredulous Duke Bel Heine approached with a serious demeanor. He glanced at Leon, then produced a sack, opening it to reveal a handful of currency. Indeed, it was the continent's standard white gold coins. Yet, Duke Bel could not comprehend. This was 1 million gold coins. 1 million. After deducting military expenses and the financial needs of various regions, the empire's annual tax revenue barely amounts to a few million. How could the exiled princess, accompanied only by a 5th-tier demon hunter, possibly present such a fortune to support this rather unpopular Duke Heine? After Leon made his donation, he bowed and retreated to the back. Lucia wore a smile, casting a sidelong glance at Leon, her lips moving slightly. You'll have a taste of my wrath when we return. Leon discerned this message upon her tender, red lips. Originally, Lucia intended to win over Duke Heine. With the support of this powerful duke, she could regain her chance to return to the imperial capital and vie for the throne. However, not in the manner of Leon, who brazenly threw 10,000 white gold coins at Duke Bel Heine, leaving him utterly disoriented. Your Highness Lucia, Duke Heine maintained his noble composure, inquiring, is it true what your servant has said? Ah, indeed, Lucia replied with a smile. This 10,000 white gold coins shall serve as an investment in you. Duke Heine.my subordinates and I have great faith that you, a renowned duke of the empire, can rise once more. For the sake of humanity, my lord, Duke Bel Heine took a deep breath, placing his right fist over his heart. For the sake of humanity, your highness. All present, regardless of their awareness of Lucia's infamous reputation, erupted into applause. Those acquainted with the moniker of the Witch of Calamity now held a significantly altered perception of Lucia. In an instant, she transformed from an inconspicuous figure at the banquet into the imperial princess everyone sought to befriend. I in a corner. Meow. I want gold coins too. Meow. Layla exclaimed, poking Leon's side. I want white gold coins. White gold, meow. As she spoke, Layla thrust her head into Leon's magical backpack, hoping to retrieve a white gold coin. Meow. White gold. Meow. A massive lobster extended its claw, ready to pinch Layla's hand, but Will swiftly drew a dagger and dispatched the crustacean with remarkable efficiency. A servant promptly appeared to take the lobster to the kitchen, where a chef with culinary expertise prepared it in under a minute. This lobster was worth approximately 10 gold coins, Leon remarked. When we return, I will buy you whatever you desire. Just stop rummaging. Meow. Very well. Layla nibbled on the lobster meat, covered in sauce. Hey, don't be so glum. This guy can produce 1 million gold coins. He won't fear running out of money, Will declared, savoring a piece of the lobster meat. His words were not unfounded. White gold coins, within the context of the game, are merely a unique form of currency. Though the shop remains closed, this system possesses another feature, recycling. Leon can exchange items obtained through adventure for special artifacts. Thus far, he has only managed to acquire white gold coins and a monetary artifact holding a substantial amount of them, along with a wishing jar that grants white gold coins upon wish. Yet, for Leon, who teeters on the brink of survival, even a single coin could sustain him for an entire month. What he truly needs is a means to restore his power. Perhaps a mode of transportation unknown in this world? Or a teleportation rune? Money serves little purpose for him. Since Duke Belhaina requires it, why not offer it as a favor? Is there anything else delicious? Will inquired. There is, Leon replied, producing a bottle of dwarven-crafted red wine. Aside from slaying demons, demon hunters have 3 passions: women, fine food, and exquisite wine. Will, while not an outright wine connoisseur, certainly enjoys various rare vintages. For Leon, this was merely a trinket acquired through signing in. Of little use, serving primarily to restore some magical energy during combat. Yet, at present, he is a purely physical warrior, consuming less magical energy than a mere spellcaster would for a minor spell. Chapter 17. Provocation. As Lucia and Duke Haina deliberated on the reconstruction and expansion of their territory, the resentful Clem Siester, who had been observing Leon and his entourage, ground his teeth in frustration. The son of Count Charles, Blonde Charles, lacked the audacity to brazenly suggest that Lucia resort to the profession of a courtesan. Provoking a princess whose power rivaled that of a duke is hardly a wise course of action. However, as a member of the Siester family, who had trampled upon the Barretts, Clem believed he was deserving of a woman of exceptional beauty. The eldest daughter of the Barrett family, Eden Barrett, was an admirable choice. From the first moment Clem laid eyes on Eden, he was struck by an infatuation he deemed love. Unlike Leon, Eden's upbringing as a Barrett family member meant she should not harbor an excessive admiration for Lord Aegus. The eldest daughter cherished her family members as a housewife would. She possessed a purity akin to a saint yet bore the strength of a Valkyrie, for she bore the blood of the Barretts. With a latent thirst for battle enhancing her prowess, Theo bring the Barrett family down from their pedestal, to subjugate and ravage their women, to humiliate, to dominate. Such was the only means to satiate Clem Siester's twisted desires. The Siester family succeeded. Through slander and deceit, they managed to strip Leon Barrett of his divine essence, seizing the power of the Barrett family. Yet, Eden remained steadfast within the Barrett estate. Clem felt considerable discontent, yet his ambitions extended beyond Eden alone. The breathtakingly beautiful princess of the borders, Lucia, was also among his targets. After all, his reputation was already tarnished beyond repair. Even if he committed outrageous acts, the imperial capital would not pursue him. However, what Clem Siester failed to predict was that Leon had already forged a connection with Lucia before him. This worthless individual, who had fallen to the depths of servitude, how could he dare overshadow him? With such thoughts, a plan began to form in Clem's mind. He took a glass of red wine and strolled over to Leon's side. Then, feigning clumsiness, he spilled the wine all over Leon. Leon was busy peeling lobster meat for Layla. He was momentarily taken aback by the action. Meow. Who are you, meow? Layla exclaimed, her fur bristling. Oh dear, how terribly rude of me. Clem Siester feigned a smile. I hadn't noticed. Isn't this the Empire's infamous criminal, Leon Barrett? Clem deliberately raised his voice, diverting the attention of the crowd from Lucia and Duke Haina. Observing this, Leon took a deep breath, removed his mask, and wiped the wine from his clothing with a white cloth. Upon seeing Leon's face, the nobles from the borders gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the individual who represented Lucia in donating 10,000 white gold coins was none other than Leon Barrett. Wait, is that Leon, the eldest son of the Barrett family? I heard he underestimated his opponents, resulting in heavy casualties among the Empire's elite knight squad, leaving him as the sole survivor. How could this be? Does that not make him a genuine criminal? Why is he here? Even in the technologically advanced 21st century, the adage holds true. A rumor can spread like wildfire, while a rebuttal requires swift action. How much more so in Leon's situation, where none present understood the hellish ordeal he had endured. Were it not for the formidable protection of Lord Aegus, he too would have perished in the camp of the cultists. The Grand Judge of the imperial capital had clearly been bribed, as the process of condemning Leon was alarmingly swift. Even those guilty of assassinating the emperor underwent rigorous interrogation before being sentenced. Leon, having been fast-tracked to condemnation, could not be executed casually. Thus, he was merely sentenced to exile, with an additional restriction barring him from returning via any means of transportation. Upon reflection, the judgment bore numerous flaws. Yet, what had been done was done. Such considerations mattered little now. I and the sister family, the young master, who has yet to awaken even at the age of 15, is Lord Clem. With a smile, Leon inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" Stung by the painful reminder, Clem's expression shifted, and he gritted his teeth. This world indeed acknowledges the existence of bloodlines. To maintain the strength of one's lineage, one must consistently offer devotion to powerful deities. However, such offerings come with conditions. For instance, families that worship the pure goddess must conduct even their procreative activities with a heart of purity. The deity worshipped by the sister family, however, has already shown remarkable generosity by bestowing grace upon certain individuals of their lineage. Individuals like Clem have long been infamous in the imperial capital. It's been a while since we last met. Leon, your tongue has certainly sharpened. Likewise, Leon replied, though the trial against me was hastily conducted, and the judges favored your side. I have not been forsaken by Lord Aegus. Leon scoffed, this is Duke Haynes' banquet, and I am here as Lady Lucia's servant. What do you wish to discuss? Oh, nothing of great consequence. I merely wanted to inform you that your divine essence is truly remarkable. The lightning magic, which even the greatest sages struggle to master, can be effortlessly wielded after the infusion of the Barrett family's divine essence. Clem's grin was brazen. No wonder your heads are so valuable, even in death. They are worth a fortune. This exchange made it evident to the discerning that Leon had been wronged. However, in this borderland filled with lesser nobles, the presence of even the greatest among them held little sway. Thus, they regarded Leon with pity rather than disdain. You insolent brat. Just as Leon received a bottle of finely brewed ale from Will, he gestured for him to remain still. Clem, are you intentionally here to mock me? What benefit would it serve you? Leon maintained his smile. I am the firstborn of the Barrett family, a being said to be favored by the legendary dragon Aegus. Even without Aegus's protection, I still uphold the family creed. To be unafraid, to strive for survival, and to be resolute. And you? Have you cast aside your original faith and pledged allegiance to some malevolent deity that delights in torment? Clem's face contorted with rage as he shattered his wine glass and pointed at Leon. Let us duel, Leon. You are but an adventurer now, and even as an A-rank adventurer, you are still merely an adventurer. I am a second-tier cleric. Do you not proclaim yourself stronger than I? Today, I shall show you who is superior. The once proud Barrett family is nothing but a joke. Chapter 18. Seeking death for a cleric to challenge an A-rank adventurer to a duel would certainly provoke laughter. In fact, an unawakened cleric possesses far greater strength, magical power, and reaction speed than an adventurer. Such a confrontation is entirely unequal. Ha! The young master from the capital truly knows how to choose his opponents. Will stretched his limbs and stepped forward. Why not let me, a fifth-tier demon hunter, engage you in a few exchanges? Fifth tier. This is a realm that members of the sister family can only dream of, yet Clem's intentions were clear. Ha ha ha! The esteemed firstborn of the Barrett family. Are you truly afraid to duel with me? Is not the dragon you worship, Aegus, a legendary beast? Show your courage. Clem taunted. If you dare not, kneel and declare that the Barrett family is merely this. Leon gazed at Clem, perplexed by the eagerness with which he sought his own demise. It seemed that if he did not accept the duel, the banquet would turn unbearably dull, and the crucial support from the Duke might waver. Sighing, Leon removed his garments. Noblewomen, whether unmarried or wed, covered their eyes in shock but could not suppress their curiosity as they gazed upon Leon's chiseled physique, honed from countless trials. However, they quickly witnessed Leon donning a different attire. Clem, since you are so audacious, do not blame me for what follows. Leon turned towards Lucia. My lord, your highness, I apologize for disrupting such a gathering. I had no intention of engaging in conflict, but if this farce is not concluded, the remainder of our banquet may be in jeopardy. If I acquiesce to Clem's sister's challenge, unpleasantness may ensue. May I, my lord, your highness, accept his duel request? This is a legitimate knightly duel. Duke Belhain expressed his interest, stating, certainly, since it is a sacred duel, I see no need to intervene. However, your highness, it would be unfortunate if blood were to splatter upon our guests. Oh, my abilities can certainly assist you, my lord. Lucia smiled gently and extended her hand. Ralph produced a small wand from his pocket and handed it to Lucia. She stepped forward and began to chant an obscure incantation. A sphere of dark energy coalesced between Leon and Clem. And then it burst forth. Meow. It is the prince's dark cage. A magic that even a dragon's self-detonation cannot break. With that, Layla's pronouncement clarified the nature of the dispersing dark energy, revealing it to be a highly advanced magic. Truly, she was one of the Empire's two great dark sorceresses, Clem scoffed, saying, Leon, you are quite confident, aren't you? You've prepared a coffin for yourself, saving others the trouble of collecting your remains. Whose coffin remains to be seen? Leon flexed his arms and reached into his magical satchel, then turned to Duke Belhain. Why, lord, may I use any weapon? A weapon? Certainly. After all, you are but a commoner facing a cleric. No weapon would be deemed inappropriate, the Duke replied. Upon hearing Leon's request, Clem's expression grew even more brazen. A weapon? What weapon? Do you believe that the magic steel weapon in your hands can suffice against me? Do not just boom. Releasing his magical power, Clem charged at Leon with the might of a cleric. Die. Leon. Click. Clem's charge halted, his mouth stuffed with a black iron pipe. You. Die. Leon yawned, pulling the trigger. Boom. Clem's head exploded. And Duke Belhain, witnessing this scene, finally understood why Leon had spoken those words to him. Indeed, brain matter splattering everywhere was hardly pleasant. Oh dear, what a ruckus. Seeing the battle conclude, Lucia waved her wand. The black cage contracted, brushing past Leon and enveloping Clem. Soon, a body bag was procured, and Clem's remains were placed inside, prepared for delivery to the sister family. Along with it came a document detailing the events of the duel. Leon stowed away his shotgun and produced a large bottle of fine wine. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience. Fortunately, my lord did not hold me accountable. As such, I have decided to offer some compensation. This wine, crafted from the finest grapes, has been kept for a special occasion, and now I wish to share it with you all. Please enjoy the remainder of the banquet. Thus, the atmosphere of the banquet was restored. As guests sought out wine and the company of handsome men and beautiful women, in a back room, Count Charles led 3 individuals inside before departing. He could not afford to provoke any of them. Dismissing the 2 dukes, Leon Barrett was a name to be reckoned with. He was merely shamed, not weakened. If one wished to avoid death, it was best to keep a distance. Please, take a seat, Mr. Leon. Additionally, may I examine your gun? Duke Belhain inquired. The Empire possessed firearms, yet it was apparent that Leon's was a custom-made high-grade weapon, one that even he had not seen before. Lucia covered her mouth and chuckled. Why, subordinate will has indeed encountered it. Since the advent of basic technology, the so-called alchemists, hindered by the presence of magical energy in this world, had made little progress in their research. Therefore, firearms remained a novelty unless specially commissioned. No one was willing to invest effort into such a contraption. Duke Belhain, under Leon's guidance, removed the ammunition from within and began to disassemble it. Contained only gunpowder, primers, and small steel balls. There was also a single bullet, featuring a unique projectile. Thus, by igniting the gunpowder through the impact of the primer, the steel balls are propelled through the barrel. Leon elucidated. I see. Duke Belhain set the shotgun aside, observing Leon and Lucia, astonished that Princess Lucia had acquired such a remarkable servant as Leon. Envious, are you? Lucia laughed lightly. But I shan't be sharing him with you. As the noblewoman extended her hand, a devoted attendant presented her with a cup of richly flavored red tea. Aware that Leon's magical bag could preserve food temperature, Lucia had filled it with an abundance of delicacies to indulge in whenever her cravings struck. Chapter 19. The Dragon's Legacy. Duke Belhain sought out Leon and Lucia not for idle chatter or other trivial pursuits. The social niceties of nobility were utterly futile. In truth, There are not few clerics like Clymesister. Barine also arrived with a cup of fragrant red tea, stating that each year, there are students expelled from the clerical academy, either for transgressions or due to their families falling from grace, among various other reasons. Although they do not graduate, these individuals are bona fide clerics who have undergone training. However, the Empire finds it rather inconvenient to address these matters. Surely one cannot strip them of their divine essence merely because they have been expelled? There have been precedents where Leon's divine essence was stripped away without so much as a query. I have previously suggested in the Council to strengthen the penalties against clerical crimes. Yet the prominent families do not concur. Clerics serve as a vital combat force for them, and on the other hand, ordinary military and law enforcement personnel are woefully inadequate against clerics, Barine remarked. Casting a glance at Leon, if you could allow me to produce this firearm of yours. Although Clymesister is a mere half-awakened individual, his second-tier strength may not surpass that of a first-tier. Yet he is undeniably a second-tier cleric. The Duke's intention is straightforward. If such a simple yet powerful weapon could be mass-produced for the military, the advantage of lower-tier clerics might diminish significantly. However, Duke Barine is aware that this is likely unattainable. Not to mention, firearms are particularly suited for assassination. If ordinary folk can wield them, then clerics can as well. What if someone were to use a firearm to assassinate local authorities? Let us discuss other matters, Your Highness, Barine continued. First and foremost, I am profoundly grateful for your support of 10,000 white gold coins for my territory. This sum will assist in rebuilding the territorial defenses and fortifying our position against the onslaught of beast tides. Leon refrained from interjecting, and Lucia remained silent. However, if you believe this means will compel me to assist you in vying for the imperial throne, you are mistaken. Barine asserted solemnly, 100,000 gold coins? The treasury cannot possibly disperse such a large sum all at once. It would be too ostentatious. Leon, at that moment, I truly did not consider it further. Lord Barine, you may have misunderstood something, Lucia smiled. My territory cannot possibly produce such a vast amount of wealth. Then where did this money come from? You may keep this sum. Even if an inquiry arises, it is unlikely anyone would trace its origin. Upon hearing this, Duke Barine paused. Very well. I shall not pursue the matter of the funds further. Your Highness, do you truly intend to return to the imperial capital to contend for the throne? Be aware that many eyes are fixated on that coveted position. Countless princes and princesses are vying for the throne. Lucia's decision to abstain from this disreputable contest is indeed wise. After all, the emperor does not embody everything, and growing one's own strength is the true solution. Yet, the historical depth of the empire is unfathomable. Should Lucia ascend to the throne, she could accomplish much more. I do not intend to compete, but neither do I plan to await my demise. Almost all ascendant emperors undertake a purge of their peers to ensure that their subjects harbor no inappropriate ambitions. Such a hereditary system as the empires should have been reformed long ago. Permitting one's offspring to vie for succession is a portent of national ruin. Barine inhaled deeply and then inquired. What do you intend to do? I do not plan to compete, Lucia scoffed lightly. You do not intend to. You mean to? Barine leapt to his feet in disbelief. If she does not intend to contend, then she could simply seize the throne, eliminate the old king, eradicate the siblings who are perpetually scheming against one another, and Lucia would become the sovereign. She is a top-tier mage and has governed her territory for many years. In terms of both strategy and power, she holds all the cards. Barine swallowed hard and said, Your Highness, if that is indeed your intention, then I shall never recommend your return to the imperial capital. Not for any reason. It is far too reckless. Though the empire is chaotic, it continues to function. Your actions would only incite more individuals to harbor unwarranted ambitions. At that point, other nations on the continent would take advantage of the turmoil. With that, what necessity is there to seize the throne? Lord Barine, Lucia revealed a smile characteristic of a villain. Beside me stands Leon Barrett. Barine, perplexed, responded, the pride of House Barrett. I am aware. A mere youth yet a formidable fourth-tier cleric. His lack of advancement to fifth tier is solely to guide his knightly comrades in honing their skills. Yet what of it? We are all aware of his case, Lucia remarked, a swift trial, completed within a day. And then he was exiled to the border to struggle for survival. Had it not been for the substantial foundation of House Barrett, many others would have faced exile alongside him. and even those who conspired against Leon would not have permitted him to survive until reaching the border. Barine's expression turned grave. "You know what I wish to say, Lord Barine," Lucia stated. "A significant portion of the Empire has already succumbed to decay. Filthy rats have ascended to high positions. At this very moment, they can slander the heroic families of the Empire, disregarding the legend of the dragon's intimidation to persecute the heirs of heroes. What of you? What of your family? While the House of Barine may not possess the same bloodline strength as House Barrett, their contributions are by no means inferior. If even a powerful warrior can be falsely accused, what of the noble who is formidable, yet what of their descendants? The progeny of rats remain despicable. While the descendants of heroes may never attain their ancestors' accomplishments, do you wish to court my favor? How confident are you?" Barine inquired. "If your confidence is only 30 or 40%, we shall perish on the path to success. At that point, you and I shall be inscribed upon the pillar of shame." "I am 70% confident," Lucia replied. "What you must do is merely escort me back to the imperial capital. Nothing more." Ultimately, the two Duke-level figures reached an agreement. Following a hearty repast, Leon and Will prepared to embark on a hunt for the fire dragon. Will glanced at Leon and asked, "Why do you seem somewhat distracted? Has the princess played with your mind?" "Ah, while the princess may have a terrible temper, she is quite kind to us lowly servants. You have been here for some time. Have you not noticed anything unusual within our territory?" Leon, coming back to his senses, forced a smile. "Senior Will, are you familiar with the term dragon's favor?" "Huh? What does that mean?" "You do not wish to hunt the fire dragon anymore." Will was momentarily taken aback. Leon inhaled deeply and shook his head. Let the hunt begin. Chapter 20. Returning home, the battle raged on until midnight. With the combat prowess of Leon and Will, dispatching a mere flying dragon would not take so long. The primary hindrance was the multitude of other monsters within the forest, and the flying dragon's ability to soar made it challenging to capture. However, in the end, it was brought down by a flashbang thrown by Leon, allowing Will to seize the opportunity to cleave it from head to tail. After dealing with the blood, flesh, hide, and scales of the fire dragon, the group finally boarded the carriage back to their territory. Carrying the massive fire dragon crystal, after several hours of travel, they returned home. "Meow, the fire dragon crystal? Hee, a precious treasure," Layla exclaimed, clutching the fire dragon crystal with great excitement. Behind her stood Leon, cradling the still-sleeping Lucia, alongside Will, who had begun drinking early that morning, and Ralph, who had not slept a wink. The household staff prepared breakfast and warm water, and Leon placed Lucia on the grand bed in the master bedroom. Tucking her in. Ding! Side quest. Upgrade the blacksmith shop, completed. Rewards dispensed. The host has received the blessing of Hephaestus. The forging divine essence has merged. Congratulations on acquiring the clerical profession. Forger. Title: Fire Hammer. Congratulations on acquiring the legendary weapon, Dragon Piercer, Flame. Acquired skill book, Spear Mastery. Leon slowly exited Lucia's chamber and closed the door behind him. He had received Hephaestus's blessing. Fire Hammer. This should, without a doubt, align him with a class of forgers, though production-oriented professions can also serve as combat roles. All he needed was to regain his status as a cleric, nothing more. As for the Dragon Piercer and the accompanying skill book, they alleviated his immediate concerns, for relying solely on a great sword with a singular method could easily expose weaknesses. Leon summoned his status panel. Name: Leon. Race: Human. Strength: 850. Speed: 1020. Endurance: 930. Magic: 28,000. Profession: Swordsman. Skills: Sword Mastery, Insight, Resilience. Clerical profession: Fire Hammer, first tier, not activated. Clerical skills: Forging, Elemental Magic Adaptability, Weapon Enchantment. Leon examined his data panel. Inhaling deeply. Look at this, merely at first tier, and he has already surpassed his original panel. Yet, it is still insufficient. I must acquire Elemental Magic Adaptability. Leon contemplated that in order to obtain clerical skills, he must activate his clerical status promptly. Having forged a collaborative agreement with Duke Barine, the forthcoming period should not be overly burdensome. Activating clerical status is rather straightforward. One must pray to the deity they revere and offer sacrificial items. The conditions set forth by the Dragon Aegis is that one must arrive at the designated awakening site to receive protection, and thereafter, The heights one can achieve depend entirely on personal effort. The god of fire and forging, Hephaestus, requires a prospective priest to forge a weapon of personal satisfaction to activate the associated divine blessing. Following this, the creation must be offered as a sacrifice to Hephaestus through a magical array. Otherwise, it seems the forging skills may not be granted. Meow. Elon. Without warning, Layla appeared, climbing onto Elon's shoulders. Sniff. Sniff, have you grown stronger? Ah, can you tell? Elon smiled. Meow. That's not the point. Perched on Elon's shoulder. Layla leaned down to scrutinize his face. Uncle Baron's blacksmith shop has completed its upgrade. To celebrate this enhancement, we must host a furnace opening feast. Meow. A furnace opening feast? Ah, I see. After all, even gods have desires. Elon recalled the mechanical workers of his previous life, who would perform sacrificial rites for large machines, and suddenly understood that so. What brings you to me? Elon grasped Layla's legs to prevent her from falling, making it clear that using his belongings for the feast would be a waste. Common folk typically celebrate by acquiring some wine and a few chickens, ducks, or fish. The banquet in the territory of Count Charles was grand simply because he was a count, and the guests were of duke status. Meow. That's not why I'm here. Layla tapped Elon's head. Uncle Baron sent me to inquire whether you wish to upgrade your magic steel greatsword, as some materials are required for the enhancement. So, the owner is concerned about his customer, it. Certainly one tea come cheap. Elon sighed, carrying Layla to the blacksmith shop. Upon arrival, Layla leaped down with a playful bounce. Uncle Baron, I've brought Elon with me. Meow. Baron, busy in his forge, straightened up and cheerfully handed Layla a bottle of wine. A beverage brewed from Woodbetterny. Was this how Layla was bribed? Elon was momentarily at a loss for words. He had only seen such situations in games, but witnessing a cat sell out her companions for luxury goods was a first. Young man, you've come. Baron casually picked up another bottle of wine and offered it to Elon. He didn't tea refuse, as this level of wine was akin to juice for him. Entering the blacksmith shop, Baron tapped a brand new forging furnace and introduced it to Elon. This is the upgraded forge. With its power, mere magic steel will be melted into molten iron in an instant. However, your requests must extend beyond mere reshaping. So I called you here to discuss your thoughts on the subsequent upgrade plan for the magic steel greatsword. Thoughts? What could I possibly think? I have no special requirements, Elon replied, retrieving the magic steel greatsword from his backpack, seeking only standard enhancements to attack power, magical conductivity, and the like. Hearing Elon's words, Baron nodded. Upgrading these aspects is feasible, however, magic steel weapons are inherently rare. While the technology has advanced, it has yet to be widely adopted. In other words, supplies are limited. I can assist you in making some upgrades with the materials available. You and Lord Will must have gathered quite a few resources when you hunted the fire dragon, correct? Elon refrained from further chatter, presenting the fire dragon materials he had collected. An entire dragon wing, fire-resistant dragon skin, a sealed barrel of dragon blood, and a large dragon bone. There was a considerable amount of scales as well. These were simply unwanted items, which was why Elon had kept them. Will even mentioned saving these materials for his future drinking funds. However, it seems that plan is no longer viable. Although Elon already possessed a legendary fire element equipment, there was no need to forge another fire element greatsword. Alas, he was no longer the eldest son of the Barrett family, lacking the capacity to access the materials stored in the warehouse. Sigh. Chapter 21. Would you kindly close your eyes? When Lady Lucia awakened, it was already evening. Groggily, she opened her eyes to the familiar surroundings of her room and the comforting sight of her beloved nightwear. Glancing outside at the encroaching darkness, she felt momentarily bewildered. Wasn't she still on the train? Where had she arrived? Knock, knock, come in. The servant outside the door was evidently startled. Upon entering, the maid announced, Lady Lucia, it is now 7 o'clock in the evening. You have slept the entire day. Who changed my clothes? Lucia inquired. Was it Elon? No, the maid shook her head, explaining that Elon had carried her into the room, and they had assisted with her change. Lucia fell silent. When was the last time she had slept so soundly? It seemed to be when she rested against Elon, finding solace in his presence. But why had she been so careless? Summon Elon to me, Lucia commanded. Yes, my lady. The maid curtsied and exited. 10 minutes later, Elon wheeled a dining cart into Lucia's room. He first positioned a small table, laid a fireproof mat atop it, and placed a copper fuel stove upon it. His backpack appeared to contain an abundance of items. As he rummaged through it, he began heating milk soup over the fire while preparing a pot of calming tea for Lucia. "Come here and help me with my shoes." Lucia sat at the edge of the bed, a finely crafted shoe dangling from her foot. Yes, Elon maintained the demeanor of a dutiful servant, kneeling by the bed. Adjusting the angle of the shoe, he gently lifted Lucia's foot and slid it in with ease. At that moment, Elon noticed Lucia inadvertently dropping the fabric from her shoulder. "Your Highness, what is this? Have I piqued your interest in my humble form?" Lucia scoffed, raising her other foot to place it on Elon's face. "If you have such thoughts, feel free to voice them. After all, my beauty does not lie." "Indeed, I have taken an interest in your form," Elon replied, following her lead. Bang! What followed was a more forceful assault from the beautiful maiden's foot. It was clear that Lucia was now irritated. She disregarded her shoes entirely. As the room was carpeted, Elon changed into a pair of gloves and wiped his hands at the dining table. Lucia dined calmly while Elon stood nearby. "The stew is delightful, and this stir-fry, is it not a dish from the Great Flame?" "Ah, I have a keen interest in the cuisine of the Great Flame, so I made a point to learn it," Elon internally chuckled. How could one not be interested? The finest meals he had tasted in this world were served at the banquets funded by Duke Berhane, where the stews and meats were indeed exquisite. However, during his adventures, he had primarily relished sausages. Aside from that, the rest could only be described as barely edible. Thankfully, advancements in technology ensured that seasonings were plentiful. This dish from the Great Flame, a simple yet beloved combination of tomatoes and eggs, was a favorite among both children and adults alike. Lucia wiped her mouth and took a sip of water. Glancing at the cup in her hand as she swirled it, "Oh, you find the water tasteless?" Elon inquired. "No. I was contemplating what could have suddenly made you so powerful," Lucia replied, her eyes glinting with icy intensity. A pitch-black blade emerged from the shadows, aimed directly at Elon's throat and eyes. Elon stood rooted in place as the blade extended to a certain length before halting. "Are you deceiving me? Did you not truly lose the blessing of the Thunder Dragon Aegis? Yet the powerful legendary Dragon King still favors the Barrett family?" Lucia speared a piece of bacon with her fork, the dark magical energy enveloping it as it was consumed by black flames. The dark sorceress rose from her seat, barefoot, and approached Elon, fork in hand. "Answer me." Elon glanced between Lucia and the unfortunate piece of bacon. "Lamenting its fate, that I swear by my integrity, Elon Barrett has indeed lost the blessing of the Thunder Dragon Aegis." "Then how has your strength increased?" Lucia pressed. "I have regained divine favor. I now serve the god of fire and forging, Hephaestus, wielding the fire hammer. Perhaps it is because I was previously a fourth-tier priest that I have inherited a portion of that power upon becoming a priest. Once more, you are not lying to me?" Lucia asked, bringing the bacon closer to Elon's mouth. "If you are deceiving me, eating this bacon will result in your suffering." The magical eye could pierce through many things, yet there were still some matters beyond her comprehension, such as heroes or the followers of foolish, deceitful clowns. Without hesitation, Elon consumed the bacon. It had a slightly bitter taste. Lucia bit down on her fork, holding Elon's head firmly as she inspected him thoroughly. "You have not lied. Consider yourself fortunate, loyal hound." "Thank you, my lady. I wonder how many points I might earn?" Elon stood. 50 points for preparing my dinner, 50 points for loyalty, and I shall deduct 100 points for failing to tidy my clothes. Elon forced a smile. Following that, he presented the remaining dishes. During this season, Elon had prepared a fruit compote for Lucia's indulgence. The fruit, soaked in syrup, burst with fragrance and sweetness upon the slightest bite. No European could resist a sweet treat. "I've changed my mind, loyal hound. Your score can be increased by 3 points. "Why just 3 points?" "Because of your reckless actions yesterday, the church will undoubtedly come seeking trouble," Lucia replied. "But I still wish to thank you. You have earned me honor. The church would certainly not let this opportunity slip, considering the expenditure of 1 million gold coins. Everyone would want a share of the spoils. I will be more cautious next time, my lady." Elon cleared his throat and then picked up a notebook. "Today, Mr. Barron's blacksmith shop underwent a successful upgrade, significantly expanding the range of facilities we are able to construct. There is a pressing need for the guards of the territory to rotate their equipment, and several public amenities also require replacement. The territory will be quite busy during this period. Your Highness. Your Highness? What is the matter with you? Leon, puzzled, gazed at Lucia, who stood silently on a stool, their eyes meeting. I have indeed earned you honor, as I said. Thus, as your master, I cannot be stingy. Lucia playfully lifted Leon's chin. A mischievous smile gracing her lips. You mentioned earlier that you wished for a sincere kiss from me. Leon, caught off guard and rendered speechless, was taken aback. Are you serious? You need not take it so earnestly. Leon attempted to flee, but upon witnessing Lucia's earnest expression, he realized escape was futile. Could you please close your eyes? Lucia requested. I cannot. Leon smiled. Bad dog, did I apologize, woof. The cool moon hung high in the night sky, and the fireplace within continued to blaze. Outside, the courtyard was filled with subjects eager to hear the latest gossip. Chapter 22. August the sun climbed over the mountains, heralding another breakfast time. Those gathered at the table, including Layla, noticed that Leon's expression was rather off. How does it taste? Will asked with a mischievous grin, draping an arm over Leon's shoulder and snatching a piece of bread from his plate, claiming it was a sincere kiss from the dark sorcerer. I must say, you are indeed one of a kind. There are no other bold souls in our territory like you. What are your next plans? Are you intending to propose to Lady Lucia? Oh my, the lineage of the Barrett family. How perfectly fitting. Your offspring shall undoubtedly become the most formidable magic swordsman in the future. In the anime Leon had watched in his previous life, this was referred to as a bloodline limit. Anyone carrying the Barrett bloodline, upon growing up, especially after becoming a clergy member, would possess magical power and attributes beyond the ordinary. It is precisely for this reason that they can withstand the power of Aegis. Haven't you suffered enough from what happened last night? Leon had lost all appetite, and everyone, including Ralph, was eager to hear about the taste of Lady Lucia's ruby lips. Gossip seems to be a fundamental aspect of human nature, especially in this era of scarce entertainment. However, as the villainous big boss, Lucia possessed top-notch perception. The consequences of Will and the others' eavesdropping resulted in them being ensnared by dark magic and hurled aside. Though they were unharmed, the sheer terror of being unable to resist, despite their power, sent them fleeing in all directions. Lady Lucia did not partake in breakfast today. She lingered in bed. Were she still serving as a princess in the imperial capital at this moment, there would likely be individuals assigned to document her daily activities. Such laziness could severely diminish her standing in the emperor's eyes. Yet the people of the territory remained unconcerned by such matters. Truth be told, whether Lucia was present or not, the territory would continue to function as usual. After all, the subjects needed to earn a living. The only thing the Lord could provide was robust security. As long as taxes were paid, they would receive protection. Furthermore, with the upgrade of the blacksmith shop, various trades would also begin to evolve. Even the thimbles used in the tailor's shop for stitching leather armor required enhancement. Previously, sewing cowhide was troublesome. Now, they must be capable of stitching dragon scales. As the territory thrived, the guards brought forth some unwelcome news. The church's representatives had arrived. This work does not prohibit the development of religion. Yet even a religion under divine protection, lacking formidable strength and a reasonable developmental plan, faces the fate of being devoured and disappearing. The visitors were members of the Holy Light Society's branch. Uncertain of their intentions, the obvious course of action was to awaken Lucia. Leon, however, had been granted a rare half-day leave. He first went to collect the great sword upgraded by Baron, then used the newly improved forge to craft a pair of claw knives for himself. The efficiency of magical transmission rivaled that of magical steel weapons. This was a creation Leon was quite pleased with. Next came the moment of sacrifice. Leon found an unoccupied spot within the Lord's manor, where he drew a sacrificial array on the ground using ink mixed with mithril powder. Equipping the claw knives, he attempted to channel magical energy into them. Boom! The claw knives erupted with crimson serrated flames, effortlessly slicing through steel with each casual swing. After completing the test, he placed the knives at the center of the array and sat cross-legged on the ground. O revered god of flame forging, I pray, I beseech to become your devotee. Please grant me the power to wield flames, the hammer, and breathe life into weapons. I shall present to you the weapons I have forged with my own hands. This is my labor of love. What Leon recited was, in fact, a standard script for those aspiring to become disciples of Hephaestus. Many smiths recite this upon first receiving blessings, though he referred to it as a labor of love. Leon merely relied on the abundant mithril content he had added. The magical properties of the knife were decent but hardly worthy of such heartfelt dedication. Nevertheless, in this rather perfunctory manner, he successfully activated the fire hammer. His consciousness began to drift away, and a sense of dizziness enveloped him. When Leon opened his eyes again, he was confronted by a deity clad in ancient Greek attire, their gender indiscernible. This is a god. When people perceive the deity as female, they appear graceful and delicate, and when regarded as male, they exude strength and aggression. Lord Hephaestus, I am Leon. Before he could complete his introduction, the benevolent deity raised a hand, signaling him to cease. What is happening? According to records, when one aspires to awaken divine duties and offers a sacrifice to the deity, their consciousness should drift into a mysterious space known as the Hall of Testers. Scholars have designated this space based on the deity worshipped, and the experiences therein differ accordingly. Deities bestow challenges upon participants. These may be tests of abilities or trials of character. However, it has never been recorded that a deity refused to bestow a trial upon a clergy member who entered the Hall of Testers. Alarm bells rang in Leon's mind. Could it be that the deity has discerned his soul's origins from another world and thus refuses to grant him a trial? My lord, I acknowledge that I am somewhat despicable and that my faith in you is not pure. Leon spoke urgently. I truly need your power. I seek vengeance. This is not a heinous desire. Please forgive my sins. In Western law, there exists the principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Neither the gods of sin nor punishment have judged Leon. The injustices he has endured are all too real. Based on this foundation, any actions he takes against the SYST family are acts of justice. Yet, the divinely revered Hephaestus, with an immense following in the world, still did not respond directly to Leon's plea. Leon found himself bewildered. Was vengeance impermissible in the eyes of the god of forging? As Leon grappled with confusion, Hephaestus sighed and waved a hand. The entire Hall of Testers began to twist and shift, as if attempting to transport Leon elsewhere. When the bizarre lights dissipated, only Hephaestus remained. Along with a colossal dragon perched upon a throne of gold and silver treasures, its mere gaze sufficient to instill terror in countless heroes and champions. This is. Leon's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to comprehend this unexpected turn of events, Leon, the dragon, resting atop its hoard, lifted its gaze. I have been unable to contact you for quite some time. What has transpired? Why have you lost your divine essence? What is the current situation? The legendary lightning dragon, Aegis, Chapter 23. Power returned, not much Lord Aegis. Leon felt a surge of emotion at the sight of the legendary dragon that protected the Barrett family. But now he had cast aside his family's original faith in pursuit of power, his foremost obsession being to return to the imperial capital to slay the SYST family, and then, after amassing strength for several years, find a way to eliminate the doomed emperor and avenge the Barrett family. Leon himself could hardly believe that he, a member of the Barrett family, could still receive Aegis's protection. Let us hold off on speaking for now. Allow me to observe you closely. The dragon's enormous head drew near, its golden eyes encompassing Leon's entire visage. You are gravely injured. The foundation of your priesthood has been severely compromised. Any ordinary priest would have long since succumbed. You have endured considerable hardships to survive. Haven to you? Indeed, I have been assassinated several times. What is the taste of the witch? Upon hearing Aegis's question, Leon's expression froze. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Aegis rose to its full stature. I'm using the power of the god of forging to communicate with you, and I don't have much time. The blessing has been re-established for you. Feel free to utilize your abilities as a smith. However, regrettably, you must start from square one, unless you can reclaim your divine essence. Leon's form began to slowly dissipate. He had gained much from this encounter. He had not anticipated that Aegis would personally come to him. Re-establishing the blessing, however, what Leon did not know was that to secure Hephaestus's agreement for this meeting, Aegis had gifted 2 of his shed scales, imbued with the might of heavenly thunder, to Hephaestus. As for the woman who had usurped the blessing, the legendary lightning dragon was unhurried. One who seizes power not rightfully theirs must bear the consequences. No deity can evade this truth. There is indeed a solution. Should that woman kneel for 3 days and nights at the awakening site established by the Barrett family, crying out, "Lord Agus, I was wrong. I find myself utterly overwhelmed by your immense magical prowess. I beseech you to show me mercy." Agus will undoubtedly learn that you are but a foolish woman, consumed by the delusion of acquiring his power through underhanded schemes. You should have revealed your inadequacy sooner. Had I known you were a mere waste, I would never have bestowed you with strength. Yet, it is painfully evident that that foolish woman from the Sistar family would never contemplate such a course of action. She is the very future of the Sistar lineage. How could she possibly engage in such actions? Therefore, she must endure the agony inflicted by dragon scales piercing her flesh at all times and rely on the magic of the priest to prevent the rest of her body from succumbing to draconic transformation. Hephaestus let out a long sigh. You failed to inform him that his brother was racing back to the imperial capital. Moreover, as the source of their family's blessings, you are acutely aware of Raymond's current strength. Why did you not share this information? Do you take pleasure in witnessing chaos unfold in the imperial capital? To this, Agus replied, "Is it not rather amusing? I have grown weary of the sight of the majestic emperor seated upon his throne. The empire has rotted away. Should we not uproot it and plant anew? The gods do not delight in seeing humanity engage in conflict, yet they cannot prevent people from reveling in strife. It is not that the great flame intends to conquer other nations. Otherwise, these absurd skirmishes would not exist." Leon swiftly returned to his corporeal form. His body trembled violently, and he gasped for breath. The sensation of dizziness was simply intolerable. The magical circle on the ground had vanished, leaving only ash in the wake of flames. The weapon he had sacrificed had also disappeared, erasing the traces of the magical circle. He summoned his status panel. Name: Leon, race, human, strength, 2300. Speed, 2800. Endurance, 4000. Magic power, 125,000. Class: Magic Swordsman. Skills: Mastery of Swordsmanship, Insight, Tenacity, Magic Infusion, Dragon's Eye. Divine Position: Fire Hammer, 1st tier. Agus's Follower, 1st tier. Divine Skills: Forging, Elemental Magic Adaptation, Weapon Enchantment, Specialization in Lightning Element, Body Enhancement, Draconic Transformation. Leon exhaled in relief. It was a delightful surprise. The enhancements bestowed upon him by Lord Agus far exceeded those granted by Hephaestus. The Magic Swordsman. How nostalgic! The unique class of swordsman had shocked the entire imperial capital when he was first identified as possessing the qualifications for it. Taking a deep breath, Leon extended his left hand, and with a whoosh, a brilliant crimson flame erupted. With his right hand, crack, chaotic lightning energy coalesced. The magical control afforded by the Fire Hammer class could be applied to the lightning element specialization gifted by Lord Agus. Both attributes were exceedingly volatile. Had he not already been a 4th-tier divine practitioner, he likely would not have achieved such a feat. As both energies dissipated, Leon stretched his limbs. Now, he possessed a modicum of self-defense capability. His stats were significantly higher than those of an ordinary 3rd-tier divine practitioner. There is an old saying in Huaxia: one cannot establish without first dismantling. This is an exceedingly perilous method. A moment's carelessness could lead to a grave demise. Yet now, Leon had succeeded. Step, step, step. Huh? Leon turned. Meow? Leon, this is bad. Meow? Layla rushed over in her feline form. You must hurry to check on Lady Lucia. Meow? Lady Lucia is about to kill the church members. Meow? Leon was momentarily taken aback. What nonsense is this? Lucia intends to harm the church members. Have these imbeciles forgotten that Lucia is a dark archmage? Half an hour earlier, members of the church had arrived at Lucia's domain. Self-proclaimed representatives of light, they had harbored a profound disdain for Lucia. After all, as the embodiment of darkness and chaos, Lucia was one of only 2 dark archmages in the entire history of the empire. As a figure in direct opposition to the god of light, she was deemed worthy of divine retribution. However, a sum of 10,000 white gold coins, that is a fortune. Any duke-level individual could accomplish much with such wealth. Not to mention, the church members, aside from the fools in the judgment tribunal who would chase imperial bounties for profit, primarily amassed wealth by extolling the virtues of the god of light. This would lead to impoverished refugees, desperate enough to sell their daughters into brothels, contributing even a single coin to the God of Light. But what does it mean to possess 10,000 white gold coins in one go? It means that the Lord could not only strengthen his military but also utilize a portion of the funds to win the hearts of the populace, supporting sects favorable to him. The members of the Church of Light were well aware that many of the Judgment Tribunal's fools would eagerly take on the role of mercenaries to purge evil. Yet these church members, accustomed to their lofty positions, encountered the irritable Lucia and arrogantly demanded, "Give us the money. Otherwise, the glory of the gods shall not shield you." Therefore, one cannot truly blame Lucia for resorting to violence. Chapter 24. Did you not claim to have lost your blessings? Lady Lucia, do you comprehend what such actions entail? Without our Church of Light's approval, you shall never return to the imperial capital. You will be condemned to remain a mere lord on the frontier for all eternity. Should you refuse our demands, your reputation shall only deteriorate further, and eventually, even your subjects will come to despise your existence. O God of Light, we beseech you to curse this territory. They are unworthy of your light. Suddenly, a purple-black magical circle erupted above the estate, from which emerged a contract demon clad in formidable magical armor and bearing the head of a bull. The massive demon plummeted to the ground, brandishing a colossal axe, charging towards the clamoring crowd outside the estate. The cloaked members of the church shrieked in terror and fled, fearing the towering demon would pursue them. Next, they would concoct a narrative of Lucia colluding with demons. However, the demon gradually dissipated, transforming into a burly man wielding an axe, a bunch of drunken fools, incapable of discerning illusions, yet they dare come demanding money. Will shook his head. These individuals haven't even met the threshold to become demon hunters. The Church of Light and the Holy Hall are doomed with such incompetence among their ranks. If it were not for the illustrious reputation of the hero, I genuinely cannot fathom why they are still allowed to exist. Indeed, the imposing demon was but a fade conjured by while using dark magic. As a lord, Lucia could not possibly be in league with demons. Even if there were a contract demon, it was hardly time to utilize their powers. Prepare me a pot of tea, and have any matters requiring attention within the territory reported to me. Lucia yawned as she made her way to the office. By the way, have the images of these insolent individuals been recorded? Ralph, upon hearing this, produced an iron box crafted from recording stones, assuring, "Rest assured. Lady Lucia, everything is contained within." "And Leon?" Lucia inquired, glancing at the gathered individuals. He mentioned he needed to activate his divine factor, so he sought a more open location. "Layla has gone to fetch him." 10 minutes later, a small cat appeared in Lucia's office, leaping atop Leon's head. Lucia merely cast a glance at him before displaying a look of distaste. "Meow. I shall take my leave. Meow." Layla felt goosebumps rise and dashed away from Leon. Lucia was angry. Unreasonably, Leon sensed a wave of danger. "Bad dog." Lucia hurled a magical water sphere at him, drenching Leon in the chilly weather. "What have I done wrong, Your Highness?" Leon wiped his face, not feeling cold. "Did you not state that you had lost Aegis's blessings?" Lucia interrogated. "How do you explain the powerful fluctuations of lightning energy emanating from you now? The world is composed of 4 fundamental elements: earth, fire, wind, and water. The great flame encompasses gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Additionally, some alchemists assert that elements include darkness, light, ether, and the vast void among other chaotic classifications. However, the most notoriously destructive element remains lightning. Should an individual master the magic of lightning, they are undoubtedly either a top-tier scientist, an alchemist, or a master magician. The lightning element is exceptionally rare, and Aegis's followers dominate its usage. As someone with extraordinary magical talent, Leon's transformation was naturally not lost on her. "I did indeed lose my blessings, but upon awakening once more, Lord Aegis sought me out again." Leon wiped his face as he recounted his circumstances. Lucia's magical eyes confirmed the veracity of Leon's claims. The legendary thunder dragon Aegis, to think he would so favor his follower? Lucia furrowed her brow. "Do you not wish to change your attire?" "Ah, then I shall return." Leon indeed felt a bit uncomfortable. "No need, change here," Lucia declared, snapping her fingers, summoning a well-fitted outfit that appeared before Leon. Barrett's eldest son was now feeling even more uncomfortable. Leon stood motionless, while Lucia sat behind her desk, propping her chin on her hand. a teasing expression on her face as she observed Leon. Was that water sphere thrown intentionally? Was it merely to see him humiliated? What is it? Is the outfit not to your liking? Lucia inquired. Your Highness, Leon hesitated for a moment, quietly using the fire element to dry himself off. I am not here to be a spectacle. Oh, is that so? Fire element sealing. Pfft. Leon's discreet maneuver did not escape Lucia's notice. With a sealing spell, the skills granted by the Fire Hammer class lost their efficacy. Truly, as the formidable final boss of the original story, even this sealing spell was enough to obliterate 90% of magicians. Undress, do not be shy. Lucia's expression turned serious as she awaited the unfolding drama with keen interest. He took a deep breath, then mechanically walked to the door, extending his hand, only to find it stubbornly locked. If you don't change, I shall don a princess gown, Lucia said with a mischievous grin. Leon internally lamented, then unbuttoned his coat. The body, once seen, was once again bared before Lucia, but this time, Leon could not even maintain his last shred of dignity. He could no longer recall how that day had passed. Night fell. The people from the Church of Light would certainly trouble me, and, by extension, you as well. I suspect someone will come to investigate the Barrett family's assets. Lucia sat on Leon's lap and said softly, the territory of Duke Haina is also beginning reconstruction. In about half a month, we shall head to the imperial capital. What do you think? I believe. As long as you are happy, that is sufficient, Leon replied, wrapping his arms around Lucia's waist, trying to prevent her from sliding off his leg. The princess seemed quite pleased with her self-heating chair, her speed in handling documents increasing. The church's people won't leave for the time being. You must devise a way to deal with them, Lucia instructed. This is all you're doing. You must take responsibility. I actually still have quite a bit of money. Leon frowned. The intrinsic value of money is not high. It is merely a medium through which people measure the worth of objects. He had already dispensed 10,000 white gold coins. Producing more would only lead to inflation and rising prices. The church has posed a dilemma for me, Lucia said, tearing off a piece of paper, then standing up to sit facing Leon. Why, loyal hound. You must help me resolve this matter. Embracing Lucia's relatively petite figure, Leon held the paper in his right hand, scrutinizing its contents. The resettlement efforts for disaster-stricken residents within Lucia's territory. Good heavens! What a turn of events! Your Highness, are all these people attracted by the church? Leon inquired, observing the number of refugees listed in the documents. All of them hail from the territory of Duke Berhane. Why have they come to our border territory? In tales of the Middle Ages, refugees had no reason to flock to the borders. It is the church, but not because of you, Lucia replied, her breath warm against Leon's chest. You carry a faint floral scent. Is it a blessing from the Dragon of Thunder? It could be considered so. Leon nodded. You are indeed a man of grave sins, Lucia remarked, her mood stabilizing somewhat. Ahem, these refugees are likely part of a scheme by certain individuals within the church to trouble me. But apart from your donation of 10,000 white gold coins, what else has transpired before their arrival? So, you grasp my meaning, do you not? Of course, how could I not understand? Having used 10,000 white gold coins to secure what was deemed a semblance of honor for Lucia, that sum was now recognized as her property. Enticing the church to cause trouble, in any case, they were bound to create discord, so any pretext would suffice. After escorting Princess Lucia to rest, Leon, holding the documents, made his way to the hall, setting up a small table for himself. Click. You are still awake? Leon asked his bodyguard. Ralph, it is my duty to alleviate the concerns of Lady Lucia. Ralph placed a cup of hot tea beside Leon, continuing, this incident should not have been your concern. Simply spending a bit more money to send them away would have sufficed, yet your expenditures are excessively high. Hearing Ralph's words, Leon focused intently. Ralph, were you responsible for these matters before me? Ralph nodded. Though he appeared too ordinary compared to the Barrett family, the Demon Hunter organization, and the Orc tribe, amidst them, even if he were unscathed, he would likely be the first to grow old and die. Yet, this was his mission. His grandfather had once said he should dedicate his life to Lucia. He had received education in handling territorial matters, and although he could only manage 6 or 7 parts of what he could when his grandfather was alive, he was indeed professional. Could you elaborate on how you handled such situations in the past? Leon inquired. You wish to know how it was handled? Ralph furrowed his brow. IT was merely a matter of registering rosters, distributing food and other supplies according to headcount, and waiting for Lady Lucia and the church's representatives to negotiate the amount of donations before sending the people back, was it not? Leon found it difficult to evaluate this method. How should one articulate such a situation? In the Three Kingdoms era, Cao Cao wielded the emperor's authority to command the lords. Here, it transformed into the church leveraging public sentiment to trouble the lords. Would it not be simpler to eliminate them all? Leon suddenly suggested. That is not an option, Ralph gasped. Leon, you are not usually so irritable. Ah, forgive me, let me compose myself. According to the logic of the Huaxia people, borders are desolate places, typically devoid of visitors, let alone refugees. Moreover, Lucia's territory is responsible for guarding the border. The military and political significance is being besieged by a religious organization accompanied by a group of troublemakers. No, fundamentally, trouble should not even reach the border region. Are they deliberately seeking to vex Princess Lucia? Leon's eyes sharpened. Ralph, observing his demeanor, grew anxious. Wasn't the eldest son of the Barrett family refined and powerful? Why did he display such an expression? Unknown to Ralph, even without the presence of a transmigrator, Leon, as a squad leader of the Imperial Knights, was a person of considerable ruthlessness. After all, this world is one that devours the weak. In the face of injustice, Leon would also resist. However, he was not as extreme as the transmigrators, who would resolve conflicts through duels. Leon was currently contemplating how to eliminate the entire family of church members. Does the church possess abundant supplies? Leon asked. This continent, besides the major nations, also harbors a theocratic nation. Compared to the great powers, its territory is small, yet significantly larger than that of an average lord. Ralph explained. The theocratic nation can be considered a divine authority state, directly empowered by a deity, thus not requiring a large army for its armed forces. Furthermore, they primarily collect offerings from believers, occasionally accepting gifts from other nations without reciprocation. As for protection fees, that is a given. Situated at the crossroads of the great nations, claiming to be messengers of the divine, they are wealthy, taking in without giving out. They can indiscriminately purchase goods from other nations and wield divine power. Haha, is this not a plump target? Leon rose, already formulating a strategy against the church in his mind. Has the Continental Trading Company closed down? Why are we discussing the Continental Trading Company? Ralph shook his head. They should always have someone on duty. What do you intend to do? Come with me to negotiate a business deal, Leon said, taking the documents in hand. The Huaxia people are geniuses in business. After all, with thousands of years of history, one can always find examples to reference. The next day, Lucia was working in the mansion. Meow. Your Highness Lucia, quick, quick, look, Layla exclaimed, holding up a cured pig legits ham. Given to me by Leon, delicious. Lucia glanced at the food and nodded. Take it to the kitchen. You'll have an extra meal at noon. Layla, overjoyed, ran off, completely oblivious to the origin of the ham. In the Empire, such food is quite common, but the piece in Layla's hands was meticulously crafted. The Great Yin region possesses the technique for curing such foods. Weir, sipping his wine, remarked, take a fresh pig leg. Gather natural salt from the mines, and place it in a specialized room. It takes several years to produce a qualified ham. Such items should be acquired from the Merchant Guild and do not come cheaply. What could Leon be up to? Lucia pondered. I heard from Ralph that he seems to have struck some agreement with the Continental Trading Company, borrowing goods worth 100,000 gold coins. We're said, adding, additionally, he borrowed 500,000 gold coins and seemingly mortgaged a powerful piece of equipment. Lucia knew that Leon possessed boundless wealth, yet the intentions behind his actions remained inscrutable. He clearly lacked for nothing. Why then borrow money? And Ralph? He is currently accompanying Leon to inspect the refugee camp, alongside members of the church. We're paused. Shall I go and keep watch? No need. Lucia shook her head. Just observe, I believe Leon's intentions are far from simple. He must be planning to pull a significant trick on the church. While the average person might remain oblivious, Lucia was well aware. The Merchant Guild and the church have always been archenemies. One party seizes the other's supplies in the name of the divine, withholding payment to retain possession. This highly lucrative business has been conducted by the church many times, and grievances have built up over the years. Chapter 26. Recruitment. Sometimes, having affluent ancestors leads to a certain insensitivity toward data. Consider the Warring States period, where the power struggle among 7 nations would often mobilize armies of tens, or even hundreds of thousands. with Bai Qi famously slaughtering 400,000 Zhao troops in a single PIT. In Lian's understanding, a conflict between nations is only worthy of historical record if it involves armies exceeding several hundred thousand. However, this perspective diverges sharply from that of medieval Western Europe. The Crusades, for instance, only involved around 30 to 40,000 troops, a significant portion of which were attendants. The true knights and fighters numbered merely in the thousands. There's also a rather amusing hypothetical. What would transpire if Alexander the Great invaded the Qin state of that era? The answer is that the generals of the Qin king would interrogate Alexander for 3 days and nights, failing to ascertain the location of his main forces. Upon returning, they would report to the Qin king, stating that these 50,000 were indeed his main troops. The king of Qin pondered for 3 days and 3 nights, questioning, "Are you not my comrade? Do you dare to confront me with merely a few tens of thousands?" Regardless of whether these claims hold any truth, throughout history, few nations have dared to challenge the might of Huaxia. Let alone that diminutive land of the East Sea. A mere village proclaims itself a nation, and a village chief dares to call himself a general. This so-called general declares, "I shall grant you 20 men. Go and annihilate a certain nation." It is utterly laughable. Thus, when Leon arrived at the refugee camp established by the church members, he was filled with a blend of astonishment and concern. If one were to inquire about the proportions of astonishment and concern, it would be a 50-50 split. The sheer number of refugees indeed exceeded expectations, while he worried whether his supplies had been prepared with a slight excess. Can you still find humor in this? "There are 2,000 refugees," Ralph observed Leon, both contemplative and amused, unable to shake the suspicion that he had misjudged Leon's character. Could it be that Leon was somewhat deranged? After all, it was merely 2,000 refugees. Leon waved his hand dismissively, stating that such a number was hardly significant. "Huh?" Ralph exclaimed in disbelief. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying? This is 2,000 refugees." Refugees. Ralph's concerns were, in fact, somewhat exaggerated. Were this the Middle Ages of history, 2,000 individuals fleeing disaster would have left devastation in their wake, devouring every blade of grass and consuming insects and tree bark alike. However, this world is not confined to a medieval backdrop. Here, foundational sciences exist. The earliest known practice of fertilizing land can be traced back to the distant realms of Huaxia, to which Leon may never return. Utilizing livestock manure and other organic materials to enrich the soil is a primitive method. In contrast, medieval Europe was averse to employing such means, resulting in increasingly barren lands. The modern era saw the advent of large-scale synthetic fertilizers in the early 20th century, but let us set aside this obscure knowledge. In summary, food is plentiful. Even if the number swells to 20,000, there will still be enough sustenance. Leon stated, utilizing steam locomotives, regardless of the quantity of grain required, provisions can be summoned from the grand cities of the empire. The empire has laws in place. Any individual or faction daring to disrupt the empire's supply lines shall be deemed a traitor. What does this have to do with your refugee dilemma? Ralph scratched his head. Even if we can gather resources, it will require substantial expenditure. The church's primary objective is to extract funds from Lucia. Their secondary aim is to weaken Lucia's power, which is quite commendable. Ralph, perhaps you should focus more on honing your martial skills. Engaging in cerebral pursuits appears to be somewhat challenging for you. Leon chuckled with resignation. Huh? I am diligently honing my skills, Ralph responded, perplexed. Have you prepared all the items I requested? Leon inquired. Long ago, Ralph replied. What do you intend to do? With a quizzical expression on Ralph's face, Leon cradled a wooden frame adorned with a notice, eye in his other hand. He held a magically powered horn. At the entrance of the refugee camp established by the church, Leon set down the notice and raised the horn. The church members gazed at him with curiosity, bewildered as to what this member of the Barrett family intended. Come one, come all, Leon proclaimed loudly with the horn. The Continental Merchants Association is collaborating with the territory of His Highness Lucia to establish a factory. We are hiring in large numbers, board and lodging included. With generous compensation, the more you work, the more you earn, free to come and go. The church members were momentarily taken aback, as were the refugees within the camp. A factory? One that employs basic alchemy to mass-produce inexpensive goods? But isn't this less efficient than a magician? Why would anyone establish a factory? This was the prevailing perception. To produce large quantities of goods, One need only a dedicated fourth-tier priest with sufficient raw materials to generate enough for an entire city for a year. A basic worker earns 1 gold coin per month, while a skilled worker earns double. A dedicated skilled worker can command a salary of 4 gold coins per month. Leon extolled the factory's benefits. As long as you are willing to exert yourselves, Lord Lucia will provide you with protection. Unlike Duke Berhane's territory, ours is not far from the front lines and is in a constant state of readiness. Your safety is assured. Whispers began to circulate among the refugees. Is this true? But I have heard that His Highness Lucia does not have a good reputation. At this moment, those whom Leon had previously stationed within the refugee camp began to take action. Are you foolish? Dark magic is merely one form of magic. Can you truly believe the errant words of those fanatical zealots? Lord Lucia possesses power sufficient to rival a 6th-tier magician. His subordinates? Knights of the 5th and 4th tiers are countless. There are even S-class adventurers among us. We have traveled such a long distance to arrive here. Would you truly forsake this opportunity for employment? A little-known fact. The annual living expenses for an ordinary resident of the Empire are approximately 50 silver coins, equivalent to half a gold coin. The generous offers Leon presented were enough to stir the hearts of the refugees. And soon, the atmosphere became charged with excitement. The church members wanted to berate him, yet they dared not. Members of the Continental Merchants Association were present, as were Lucia's representatives. Even members of the Hunters Guild were there to maintain order. Should he utter phrases like "damned peasants," his head would surely roll by the next day. Come, those willing to work, come here to register. Those who sign up will immediately be able to leave the refugee camp and dine at our factory's communal dining hall. Leon, horn in hand, provocatively regarded the church members. Please maintain order. We require many workers, and there will be no shortage of positions. This sudden initiative struck the church members like a bolt from the blue, leaving them flustered. Chapter 27. The transaction that night. Clad in relatively respectable clerical attire, Leon approached the Continental Merchants Association shop and generously rewarded the guard at the entrance with 3 gold coins. Leaving the guard in a quandary. Sir, while I can accept tips, your generosity is rather excessive. I possess little in silver coins. Gold coins are my primary currency, with white gold coins being the second most abundant. Leon patted the guard's shoulder before entering the association with Ralph. The Continental Merchants Association, whether referred to as the Continental Merchants or the Continental Association, is, in essence, an institution devoted to the worship of the god of contracts. They establish shops in regions where over 100,000 gather or where notable figures hold dominion, providing guests with expensive yet attentive service. This includes the hunting of rare magical beasts, armed escort services, and traversing the entire continent, even through areas plagued by magical beasts. Lucia is considered a valued customer, thus the association's scale is quite substantial. Upon entering, Leon's gaze fell upon a small porcelain jar. Hey, Leon, that is incredibly expensive, and it tastes horrid. Ralph quickly interjected as Leon picked up the drink known as tea. Lucia once tried it, and that was the last time. She never purchased it again. This revelation surprised Leon. According to his memories from a past life, tea was one of the favored delicacies of Western Europeans, particularly the British. Although a significant portion of tea lost its original flavor due to long-distance transport, and Westerners generally favored sweeter flavors, leading to black tea's greater popularity, tea has always been a vital commodity, historically monopolized by the state in ancient Huaxia. Tea remains a luxury item. Leon reminisced about the summer days of his homeland, recalling the refreshing sensation of drinking cool tea, only to spit out the leaves. I will buy it, he concluded. The price for this jar of tea was 10 gold coins, with a delightful clink of 10 gold coins against the counter. Leon secured the tea into his backpack. Sir, please wait a moment. I must clarify, the sales attendant interjected. The gold coins you provided are imperial gold coins, not the continent's universal currency. If you were to use the continent's universal gold coins, it would only require 6. Then please give me 4 additional gold coins worth of loose tea leaves. Do you have experience purchasing tea? This is considered a luxury even in the imperial capital, and no one would typically buy such a quantity at once. Is that excessive? Leon inquired, glancing at Ralph, who wore a "don't look at me, I don't know you" expression. After indulging in shopping and spending a total of 10 white gold coins, Leon finally met with the regional manager. This was a man with a small mustache, dark hair, and black pupils, much like Leon's. Upon seeing this individual, Ralph was taken aback. He looked from Leon to the manager. Concluding that they must be related, "Greetings, Mr. Barrett. Thank you for your patronage at the Continental Merchants Association. I hope our service has brought you joy and satisfaction," the manager, Chen Xuan, remarked. "Based on your selections, I deduce you are quite familiar with the culture of Diyin. Here is a small token of our appreciation. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much." Leon accepted the gift box, opening it to reveal dried persimmons. Were he not in the Empire, he would have shouted, "This is the taste of my homeland, Diyin?" Ralph questioned, puzzled. My apologies," Chen Xuan replied. "Black hair and black eyes may be a characteristic of the Barrett family in the Empire, yet it is not unique to Diyin. Distinguishing between people from Diyin and those from the Barrett family is simple. Just observe the shape of their pupils. The Barrett family, in reverence to the lightning dragon Aegis, possesses a faint vertical slit in their pupils when illuminated. Gifts have been exchanged, etiquette has been observed, and thus the person in charge has opened the window to speak candidly. "You have come to me, not merely to indulge in shopping," Chen Xuan remarked, stating, "If there is something to discuss, please speak plainly." Leon, with an air of nonchalance, handed Chen Xuan the documents. Upon donning his spectacles and perusing the papers, he initially assumed that Leon sought provisions from their trading firm. Such occurrences had transpired in previous years, albeit only during times of poor harvest in the Lucia territory when they would borrow grain. After several instances, Lucia ceased the practice, opting instead to resort to violence. With minimal food supplies available, the message was clear. If one wished to avoid starvation, they should depart swiftly, for there was no surplus to spare. Chen Xuan surmised that Leon was there to request grain, considering the substantial daily consumption required for the 2,000 refugees. Additionally, the church's clandestine machinations raised suspicions about their true intentions. Business must continue, particularly on another's territory. Generally, a monetary concession would suffice. "I wish to discuss a business proposition with you," Leon stated, "one that could yield substantial profits from the church. Are you interested?" Chen Xuan maintained his composure, crossing his legs and resting his hands upon his knees. "Please elaborate." Leon's proposal was straightforward, necessitating the backing of the trading association. For instance, a steel mill in Lucia's territory, currently in a semi-closed state, along with the robust workforce of the trading firm, Mr. Leon. While you are the eldest son of the Barrett family and wield considerable power, unless you exhibit sufficient sincerity, I cannot justify the reopening of a factory slated for closure," Chen Xuan interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "Even if your proposal could inflict significant damage upon the church, I have no obligation to incur debts on your behalf, do I? Furthermore, you wish to borrow a substantial sum of resources. Even the continental trading firms do not lend such amounts lightly." Leon nodded, then produced a metal formula. This was a formula for a special alloy provided by the game's sign-in system, not classified as a unique item nor possessing any monetary value. Although the main storyline remained locked, the items acquired would forcibly unlock the formula, and this was how he obtained it. "What is this?" Chen Xuan inquired, his expression grave. "Magical metal," Leon identified the formula. Its magical conductivity could not rival that of magic steel or mithril. Yet it was more affordable and offered greater malleability for mass production. The price? The raw materials listed above. These are insufficient. With a resounding thud, Leon unveiled a suit of armor, adorned with dragon scales and embedded with precious gems. Its market value was 200,000 gold coins. "I can offer this armor as collateral. Should my plan falter, you will not incur a loss. What say you?" Chen Xuan inhaled deeply, then smiled. "The Continental Trading Firm is willing to serve you, Mr. Leon Barrett." Chapter 28. A profitable venture toiling in the fields for an entire year might scarcely yield a handful of gold coins. Should misfortune strike, such as a natural disaster, farmers could find themselves with nothing to show for their efforts, ultimately succumbing to hunger. Yet, working in a factory, under Leon's proposal of a guaranteed wage of 1 gold coin per month, proved enticing. Lucia, upon receiving Ralph's report, surveyed the document in her hands, along with the estimated plans provided by the trading firm. She handed the materials to Will, who merely glanced at them before inquiring, "Is the factory truly that beneficial?" A powerful mage could effortlessly achieve what 10 factory workers could accomplish, albeit at a higher cost. Lucia noted, "Regardless, Leon has thoroughly offended the church. How long did it take us to deal with the church's extortion in the past?" Previously, the church would bring its followers to various lords' territories, demanding alms. If the trading firm refused to pay, they would face plunder. To placate the church, they would often pay up, especially since their seized goods contained many valuable items, in the name of the hero. That accursed hero, who would seize even the relics sent by the Great Flame to stabilize the sealing barrier. The trading firm had long wished for the church's demise. These conflicts, including the duration of the refugees, blessed by the God of Light, remaining in Lucia's territory, typically lasted from half a month to even over 6 months. Leon was not inclined to prolong matters. Within 3 months, he intended to extract significant losses from the church. Moreover, with the existence of steam locomotives and the trading firm's vigorous support, 3 months seemed excessive. Coupled with advancements in smelting technology, specialized factories, and Leon's relentless propaganda and financial incentives, the workers, driven by desperation, soon began to see results. On the first day of recruitment, the refugees feared they would endure inhumane treatment. Yet once they were provided with real food, they found that death seemed inconsequential. On the second day, a massive steam locomotive delivered raw materials, whereupon the workers unloaded, washed, and prepared to reignite the furnaces. By the third day, having adjusted the raw material ratios, the furnaces roared to life. The workers began to relay tasks, working 6-hour shifts in 3 rotations, leaving the remaining 6 hours for personal reflection. On the fourth day, overtime pay was introduced. Working 8 hours a day would yield 1 gold coin and 5 silver coins as a bonus after a full month, with a maximum working duration of 12 hours earning 3 gold coins. By the 5th day, the workers were fervently laboring. The assembly line production, a concept from the Qin dynasty, was now implemented here. With molds for stamping, the workers' tasks merely entailed screwing in bolts and sorting out defective products for reprocessing. After half a month, a batch of brand new standard armor adorned the members of various imperial factions. Although priced at 200 gold coins, its performance was undeniably formidable. Not to mention the basic version, available for a mere 50 gold coins. Thanks to the persuasive efforts of the trading firm's professionals, countless orders flooded into the factory, and within less than a month, Princess Lucia received a dividend of 500,000 gold coins. Leon patiently awaited for half a month, and finally, the fish was hooked. As the factory consumed vast quantities of fuel, magma stones and coal became scarce, a minor concern compared to the greater demand for the minerals required to produce qualified magical metal, prompting the notoriously frugal church to recognize a lucrative opportunity. They began stockpiling the minerals supposedly essential for magical metal production, aiming to sell them at inflated prices when Leon's factory faced shortages. Their justification was well prepared. It was for the safety of the God's people, for the prosperity of the empire. We, the church, shall sell you precious minerals. The trading firm members laughed heartily, then raised a middle finger in contempt at the church's duplicity. If they truly cared for humanity, they ought to relinquish the runic engraving technology. Initially, Leon had intended to manipulate the market further, as the trading firm's stockpiled resources could sustain the factory for 3 years. Therefore, Leon planned to introduce an additional step. He dispatched envoys to the church, lamenting a willingness to purchase food at 1.5 times the market price. The church was elated, but soon the price surged to 3 times. After a month of factory operation, Leon procured a considerable amount of agricultural produce while simultaneously releasing news of a mineral shortage, necessitating purchases from beyond Lady Lucia's territory. The church, already in motion, was delighted, preparing to sell minerals to Leon at 5 times the price. Accompanied by his retinue, the noble Dark Archmage visited the church to meet the Pope, only to be informed that while they could sell at a discount, half of the factory's profits would be required as tribute to the church. Lucia was left speechless. Even she, lacking a talent for commerce, recognized that Leon's armor would only see high sales during this period. But what would happen once the market became saturated? What then? Other lords across various territories mirrored the church's actions, adjusting mineral prices from the normal rate to 3 times the original, with the church acquiring all of them. The lords were more than willing, as the minerals they possessed were not their own but had been covertly provided by the trading firm. Selling to the church allowed them to retain 1/3 of the proceeds, with the quantity sold dependent on their own abilities. After a month and a half of factory operations, Leon wielded the slaughtering knife. News spread that they had improved the process. They had developed the 2nd generation of magical metal. While maintaining strength, the price had decreased. The raw material cost for the 1st generation of magical metal plummeted, inciting panic within the church, which began to offload their stockpiles 2 months into factory operations. Leon and Chen Chuan reveled in the trading firm, toasting their success. The excess funds previously expended on grain were now reclaimed from the church, accompanied by bread and wine. It was akin to the flesh of the divine. The blood of the divine, truly, the gods showed mercy upon humanity. Monopolizing technology made profit remarkably effortless. Leon handed the report to Lucia, noting that the storage facilities within the territory seemed insufficient, as Ralph had complained about an overwhelming surplus of gold coins. I had thought that the followers of Aegis were all honorable warriors, yet I did not anticipate that the Barrett family would produce such a schemer as yourself. Lucia waved her hand, prompting her loyal servant to energize the magical furnace atop her desk. However, the church now harbors a deep-seated hatred for you. Should trouble arise, I may find it difficult to shield you. You need not worry about that. Leon replied, producing a persimmon cake from his backpack and placing it on the table. All my actions remain within the bounds of our contract. Lord Aegis and the god of contracts will not allow the church to trouble me. Chapter 29. Winter. Due to the presence of divine beings, Leon remains oblivious to the operational laws governing this world. For instance, he wonders if the equator and the poles of Earth function similarly here. Is it possible that a deity could manipulate the sun's immense power, causing a particular region to remain in a perpetual state of extreme cold, or perhaps render a place incapable of yielding a bountiful harvest? In any case, the snow continues to fall ever more heavily. Meow. It is snowing. Meow. Within the Lord's Manor, there exists a vast expanse of open land where Lucia often strolls to unwind. After all, as a noble, maintaining a certain faiate is essential. However, at this moment, stop playing and come help, Ralph exclaimed, wielding a shovel while his hands remained in motion. The accumulation of snow must not delay Princess Lucia's travels. To this, Layla expressed her discontent. Meow? Ralph, your brain is so dull. Catfolk are quite sensitive to the cold. Meow? Then you should return indoors and stop causing trouble. Ugh, Ralph retorted, only to be swiftly met with a snowball from Layla. This was merely a section of the estate. On the other side, Lucia sat beside a hearth, observing Leon and Will as they busied themselves. The fire element magic was proving invaluable. The snowfall had begun abruptly, awakening Layla in the middle of the night, who, shivering, scampered into Leon's bed and unceremoniously kicked her icy feet against his abdomen. Oh, great Aegis! I recall sending you a red envelope containing 500 gold coins. Why are you still seeking me out? Meow. It's too cold. Woe is me. Meow meow. Don't refuse me. The playful squabble between the two attracted Lucia's attention, leading her to receive a wonderfully warm lightning dragon electric blanket, with Leon serving as the blanket due to his size, while Layla became the cuddly T.O. White. As dawn broke, everyone began shoveling snow, a task that persisted until lunchtime. Chen Chuan brought Leon a set of cooking utensils from the Empire of Dian, along with a specialized chef to demonstrate what it truly means to wield a chef's knife. The dining table was laden with dishes leaning towards the sweet side, adhering to local customs. Was it this cold in previous years? Leon inquired as he closed the stove's door. Not at all, Will replied, toothpick in mouth. This year, however, we are merely experiencing a cold wave. A cold wave. Is that the weather? Leon asked. Will chuckled silently, while Lucia smirked. Is it just the weather? Leon felt a shiver run down his spine. Could there be more troubles ahead? A black and white photograph was placed before Leon, depicting a formidable giant ice scorpion. Leon's heart sank instantly. There are all sorts of creatures along the border, Lucia remarked. The beasts that attack during winter also change. If that weren't the case, we wouldn't have reinforced the city walls with special metals. During this period of heavy snowfall, all transportation was halted except for freight trains. I must return to the imperial capital to vie for position, but I shall have to wait until spring. Lucia regarded Leon and said, since you resumed your role as a cleric, you have not engaged in any significant battles. Combat is essential for advancing one's clerical rank. The front lines are in need of manpower. So you shall accompany Will tomorrow. Is that an order? Leon inquired. Indeed. Understood. Leon nodded. The atmosphere at the dining table grew lively as the chef introduced by Chen Chuan completely transformed their culinary perceptions. After the meal, Leon ventured to the indoor training grounds. He retrieved a double-edged greatsword, its blade wrapped in the skin of a fire dragon, adorned with teeth from the dragon's maw. Weapon name: Demon Steel Greatsword, Dragon Slayer. Leon took a deep breath. Fire element, activate, boom! The great sword erupted in a surge of flames, each swing accompanied by spatial distortion and a fierce burning sensation. Previously, after losing his clerical identity, even wielding a special weapon like the Demon Steel Greatsword, he could only harness a fraction of its true power. Yet now, Tio put it in gaming terms, his mana bar had been unlocked, allowing him to utilize certain skills. The memories of the original Leon Barrett had been inherited by the current Leon. In his recollections, when he first became a Tier 1 cleric, his mana was not abundant. Rebirth from the ashes. Am I unfortunate or fortunate? Leon mused as he ceased the mana transmission, extinguishing the flames on the great sword. In your current state, you surpass even the legendary heroes, Will entered, holding a bottle of potent liquor from Diane, taking sips as he approached. What do you say? Care to spar with me? Leon shook his head. After all, he was still merely a Tier 1 cleric, while Will was a seasoned Tier 5 hunter, having undergone countless battles. Even if he regained his Tier 4 cleric status, he would likely still be outmatched, by the way. Will, have you ever encountered a hero? Leon asked. I only heard tales of such a person during my time at the Barrett estate, but I have never seen one in person, Will replied, belching slightly as he regarded Leon with a smile. Do you know why the Empire targets your Barrett family while the Emperor remains unresponsive? It's abnormal, Leon exclaimed. Understanding the process by which he was falsely accused, anyone with a sound mind would recognize the injustice of the verdict. Yet the Emperor continued to tolerate the actions of the Zister family. Leon pondered aloud, is the Empire attempting to seize the power of Aegis? That is one reason, but Aegis has followers beyond just the Barrett family. Will explained. You merely bear the capacity to inherit a greater share of Aegis's power. Though the woman from the Zister family has seized your strength, she has also suffered greatly. Thus, the reason for Leon's unjust treatment was not simply the Empire's desire for Aegis's power. Do you understand what a hero is truly meant to do? Will asked. A hero is the Empire's sharpest sword, its most formidable weapon. The rulers will never cease their greed for land, and the nation more powerful than the Empire is Diane. Legend has it that many years ago, the individual who inherited the title of hero followed the Empire to conquer Diane. While they initially achieved commendable victories, they were ultimately slain by Diane's high-tier clerics. Leon's eyes widened in disbelief. What does this have to do with me? With your identical hair and eyes, what does it matter how ancient your lineage is? Will took another sip of liquor. Killing you and seizing Aegis' power would quell the anger of some and maintain stability. A win-win situation. Leon was left speechless. As someone educated in modern China, he was well aware of the machinations of imperial power. A medieval king. The best fate would be to meet the guillotine like the kings of France. Allow me to impart a small tip, Will said, setting down his bottle with a chuckle. Tomorrow you shall head to the front lines. You must prepare yourself, even without your prompting, I am aware. Leon sighed. Assisting Lucia in ascending to the throne was not enough. Although he was reluctant, he resolved to prepare himself in advance. Chapter 30. Journey to the front lines. Thunderous rumblings echoed. Leon, clutching the Dragon Slayer greatsword, sat in a truck. Indeed, a truck. With the advancement of basic science, it had developed exponentially, akin to a snowball effect. The battle conditions at the front were dire. Relying solely on clerics and adventurers could not ensure the timely, safe delivery of supplies. Utilizing the Merchant Guild's trucks alleviated such concerns. That moment, Leon sat in the truck's cabin, feeling the vehicle jostle significantly compared to the cars of his previous life. Nearly feeling as if his backside might split apart, screech. The truck came to a sudden halt, and Leon was jolted forward into the cargo. Hey buddy, we've arrived, the driver announced, patting the cabin. Don't blame me. It was Lady Lucia who insisted you take the cargo truck to the border. Leon was at a loss for words as he grasped the Dragon Slayer greatsword and exited the vehicle. Next time I find an opportunity, I will surely take my revenge. Fury surged within Leon, and he cast a menacing glare at the driver. It was said that Lady Lucia had requested Leon to travel by cargo truck. Yet the driver had initially demanded a bribe, stating that without it, Leon would face significant hardships to reach the border. Stepping out of the warehouse, Leon glanced around the frontline area. Rather than a battlefield, it resembled a fortress blocking the advance of monsters. Facing the creature's habitat was a wall several meters thick. Behind the wall lay various infrastructures. Inns, hotels, weapon shops, blacksmiths, and even scantily clad women braving the cold to attract customers. It resembled a city in its own right. Leon even spotted the Merchant Guild's emblem. Tap, tap. Who are you? Leon became alert as he noticed someone approaching, a demon woman, sporting a single horn upon her forehead and exhibiting a composed demeanor. Slightly bowed in greeting, Lord Leon, I am Norma, dispatched by Lady Lucia to oversee the border defense. My primary role involves managing daily affairs and coordinating supplies. Since my name is rather lengthy, you may simply call me Norma. As Norma spoke, she produced a badge bearing the insignia of Lucia's territory. Lady Lucia informed me in advance that a warrior would be arriving to participate in the battles at the front. You are quite punctual, Lord Leon. The price of punctuality is that my backside is still sore. If you have any requests, feel free to state them now. Leon responded promptly. Norma paused momentarily before regaining her composure. Please follow me. Leon accompanied Norma, observing the reactions of those around them as they walked. Numerous sharp-eyed individuals were fixated on him, indicating that the area remained quite chaotic. As Lucia's representative, Norma had a residence along the border defense. When will Lucia arrive for the inspection at the border? Residing here? The harsh winter is upon us, and the fireplace has been lit indoors. Norma clapped her hands, and soon a servant brought in chairs and a table, adorning it with a splendid tablecloth and setting out a feast of food and drink. Before Leon could respond, a young noble maid knelt beside him, holding a pair of clean slippers. Your authority here is quite significant. Leon teased. You are too polite, Lord Leon. After all, the border is not like the imperial capital, nor is it comparable to Lady Lucia's domain. If I treat these servants too well, they may forget their own status. Norma remarked, not feeling she had done anything wrong. I am not accustomed to being waited upon. Leon said to the maid holding the slippers, You may rise. But, my lord, it is for the sake of cleanliness. Your shoes are covered in mud. Before Norma could finish her sentence, Leon's body radiated a crimson magical energy. This magic enveloped his feet, incinerating all the grime from his boots. Get up and fetch the information Lord Leon requires. Norma commanded. The noble maid silently rose to execute the order. Moments later, in the study, the two sat opposite each other at a table. Leon held the documentation on the monsters that had emerged with the onset of winter, accompanied by comparative charts of monster appearances from previous years. Ding! Hidden quest triggered. Quest: The Riddle of the Ice Demon. An abnormal number of ice attribute monsters have appeared at the border, far exceeding the quantity of beasts in previous years. For the safety of the territory, please actively explore to uncover the cause of this calamity. Hint: The acting lord, who has lived here for a long time, is well acquainted with the border town and may possess the items you require. Quest reward: Legendary Ice Crystal Set 1. Specialized Ice Attribute Magic, Blessing of the Abyssal Demon God. Upon seeing the rewards, Leon furrowed his brow. Speaking of the abyss, one cannot help but mention Lucia from the original text. In that narrative, Lucia exhibited a formidable talent for dark magic from birth, leading to her ostracization. In such an environment, even if she wished to grow properly, the weight of life would inevitably push her toward a path of corruption. Ultimately, she became the final boss, defeated by the hero's party. The age-old trope of light triumphing over darkness. Yet, Leon remained steadfast in his belief that the responsibility for a student's failure largely lies with the teacher. Lucia's transformation into the final boss was significantly influenced by this wretched era. Even as technology began to advance, magic remained the prevailing force, alongside the divine beings of faith. Therefore, Leon was convinced that Lucia's becoming the Abyssal Lord, the Dark Queen, stemmed from years of pressure and the distrust of others. Even her own father and blood relatives. Alas, the road ahead is fraught with challenges. Leon sighed as he perused the documents. What? Norma inquired, puzzled. What road is fraught with challenges? Oh, it's nothing. Leon cleared his throat. I meant to say that working at the border must be quite arduous. Right? Aside from the monsters and demons, there are also the attacks from cultists, correct? Norma nodded and replied. The cultists are indeed a significant nuisance. They always infiltrate the city to propagate the doctrines of their malevolent deities. Those adventurers and townsfolk who are struggling often fall under their sway, making it quite troublesome to deal with. Leon feigned deep contemplation as he examined the documents. I can't shake the feeling that this year's monster anomalies are connected to the cultists. Have you discovered or seized any unusual items while purging them? Norma blinked and said, we did collect some blasphemous equipment. However, those items are quite dangerous, and we sealed them away in the warehouse. I shall take a look, Leon responded, rising. If we can find any clues, that would be splendid. Understood, Lord Leon. Please follow me. Norma also stood, but at that moment, alarms blared outside. Enemy attack. Damn it, it's a frost dragon. Chapter 31. The Forbidden Item Warehouse. In a fantastical world, one cannot overlook the existence of magical creatures. However, these beings usually keep their distance from human cities, especially at the border, where Lucia has deployed heavy troops, sending precious metals and armaments to the frontier as if they were worthless. The protective wall, forged by a dark archmage, is inscribed with powerful runes. Even the current imperial capital would hesitate to confront Lucia. Yet, there are always those who dare to challenge her limits. Leon and Norma dashed out of the estate almost simultaneously. Do you have experience in slaying frost dragons? Norma inquired. If you are unprepared, I insist you retreat. I will handle the attack. Leon remained silent, halting in his tracks as a massive blue dragon soared overhead. This was a direct assault on the command center of the border defense. Roar! The dragon in the sky summoned an endless storm as it charged toward Leon and Norma. The demon maid extended her hands, magical energy swirling around her as a shield formed instantaneously. The dragon's breath collided with the magical shield, which shattered into icy shards within mere seconds. The demon maid frowned, shedding her cold weather attire to reveal her robust physique. Lord Leon, please return indoors. Although this frost dragon is of the first rank, it is not to be underestimated. Given that it is airborne, I may not be able to protect you adequately. It is for your safety. Clang. Weapon retrieved. Mithril bow. Norma was taken aback. Do not be deceived by my expertise in swordsmanship. As the heir of the Barrett family, I have trained in various disciplines, including archery. Leon took a deep breath, tossing the great sword to Norma. I will strive to shoot that creature down in one strike. You must be ready to behead it. Norma grasped the great sword and questioned. I thought the blessing of Aegis would grant you some affinity for dragons. You are mistaken. Such beasts are only fit to serve as food for Lord Aegis. Leon strung his bow, infusing it with surging magical energy. Roar! Sensing the threat from Leon, the frost dragon disregarded its own peril and lunged at him once more. However, its speed was no match for Norma's swiftness. The flaming great sword, imbued with the power of the dragon, struck the frost dragon. The claws met the blade, creating a shower of sparks as the frost dragon was forced to ascend again. Do not underestimate me. I am also a third-rank berserker. Norma felt slighted by the frost dragon's apparent disregard for her capabilities. Leon, I am ready. With a dual infusion of lightning and fire elements. Leon was certain that his strike would be lethal to any ordinary first-rank monster. Even the frost dragon would suffer greatly. Having regained his status as a priest, Leon had not engaged in a genuine battle for quite some time. The sensation of wielding magic felt like a long-lost memory. The frost dragon dove down once more. Die, beast. Leon raised his bow, and the arrow, charged with magical energy, shot forth. The frost dragon plummeted, and just before it hit the ground, Norma stepped forward with the great sword raised. Thud. Dragon blood gushed forth as the frost dragon met its demise. Yet the threat posed by the dragon had not yet dissipated. Its ability to breach Norma's estate signified that the defenses had failed. The two exchanged no words and hurried toward the defense line. When they finally had a moment to spare, Leon found himself enjoying the goodwill of the border defense warriors. Let us raise a toast to the heroic descendant, the eldest son of the Barrett family, to surviving another day. Cheers to the slaying of the frost dragon. Cheers. Priests, adventurers, ordinary soldiers, and even merchants gathered together at that moment, drinking, feasting, collecting their rewards, and discussing which maiden to seek comfort with for the night. Leon felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, as if he had returned to his days as an adventurer earning a living. However, the adventurers here at the border were decidedly more reliable than those in lawless territories, who would be contemplating how to rob and kill for money and equipment. Due to the dangers of the border, the festivities did not last long. Even so, when Leon returned to his resting point, night had already fallen. Lord Leon, Norma bowed respectfully. Has the banquet concluded? It has. Now let us attend to serious matters, Leon stated. This estate served not only as Norma's residence, but also as a transit station and warehouse for supplies sent to the territory, thus containing many storerooms. Among them was one specifically designated for the storage of items dropped by cultists and monsters, with a talisman affixed to its door. Leon gazed at the talisman, growing increasingly familiar with it. Are you from the land of Izumo? Yes, I hail from Izumo. I was ambushed and sold into slavery during my travels across the continent, later purchased by Lady Lucia to oversee the border town. Norma explained. Would you like to know my Izumo name? That won't be necessary. I didn't expect you to be skilled in talisman crafting. Leon nodded. Are the items within truly so outrageous? Most would not recognize them. However, if it were our demon kin or those sensitive to magical energy, they would certainly see. Norma's expression darkened as she opened the door. The door swung wide. Leon had yet to process the moment when a voice of surprise echoed within his mind. I never anticipated such a thing existed. Aegis? Leon paused, then calmly stepped inside. Lord Aegis, are you interested in these items? Leon inquired within his mind. Humph. There are few things in this world that pique my interest. But that robe is indeed rare. Following Aegis's guidance, Leon located a black robe. Lord Leon, please do not touch that item casually. Norma stepped forward to intervene. What is the matter? Leon was engulfed in confusion. After some explanation, he learned that the robe before him was a cursed relic of an evil cult that once wreaked havoc along the border, with historical records to substantiate its existence. Anyone who donned this garment met with death within 3 years. To this, Aegis elaborated, the craftsmanship of this robe is exceedingly intricate, incorporating silk unique to the angelic lineage, divine cotton offered by the elves, and ancient dwarven techniques intertwined with runes. Is it truly that complicated? Not particularly. It pales in comparison to the artistry of the ancient dragonkin. Which is mightier, the ancient dragonkin or you, Lord Aegis? A jest? The ancient dragonkin are but a bunch of children in my eyes. Through Aegis's elucidation, Leon discovered that the robe's lethal nature stemmed from a malfunction within the magical conduit woven into it. Wearing it induced a slow drain of magical energy, a detrimental effect that could only be rectified through surgical magical intervention, utterly beyond the reach of mere prayers from a saint. Aegis repaired the conduit through Leon's hands and then succumbed to slumber. Before drifting into sleep, he pointed Leon toward his next objective, a Bagua mirror. Chapter 32. The Ice Witch, a Bagua mirror? Lucia frowned upon receiving the report from Norma. What in the world is that? Norma, stationed at the border estate, replied while clutching an old-fashioned telephone. Indeed, Lord Leon mentioned that peculiar mirror is indeed called a Bagua mirror, with runes depicting the Taiji diagram and Yao. I see. It is likely another relic left behind by the Great Yin, now misappropriated by the cultists. Do not concern yourself with Leon. Lucia concluded the call and hung up. As the door creaked open, Will entered, cradling a teacup. Since learning of green tea's soothing properties, she had taken to drinking it. After all, with the earnings amassed by her loyal canine companion, it would be foolish not to indulge. The menace posed by the cultists at the border had persisted for several years. Why had no one previously discovered that these items were remnants of the Great Yin? You re a monster hunter. Why ask a dark sorcerer? Lucia sipped her tea and remarked, to clarify, we must delve into historical legacies. Tio put it simply, the Great Yin once invaded the present-day border of the empire. Although at that time, the empire had yet to be established, and the current emperor's lineage wielded no power, merely subsisting as farmers. In Leon's specialized vernacular, it was akin to the whip of God striking down. As the valiant Alexander the Great incited the wrath of the Qin king, he dispatched Bai Qi to relentlessly pursue westward, leaving the Huns trembling in fear. Perhaps the bloodline of the Barrett family is a remnant from that era. For pure black hair and eyes are exceedingly rare in this fantasy realm. The Great Yin left behind numerous artifacts. The Bagua mirror, originally a Taoist relic, gained an aura of mystery due to the events surrounding the Whip of God. Such notions would inevitably attract divine attention. Those malevolent deities revel in witnessing their followers dance with joy over trivial boons. Should we summon Leon back? I can gather a team of monster hunters to address this matter. Unless you can locate a Taoist of the Great Yin, you might as well stay here and guard the premises. Lucia took another pastry, adding, patience. I believe Leon will deliver a surprise. A tea that moment. Leon sat in the room arranged by Norma, his gaze fixed upon the Bagua mirror before him. Lord Aegus, what has piqued your interest in this object? Leon pondered, perplexed, as the legendary Thunder Dragon typically paid little heed to his followers. Why the sudden bestowal of a divine oracle? Because you are foolish. Leon fell silent. This was hardly his fault, as the consciousness currently inhabiting his body had traversed through time. With the knowledge of the 21st century, it was evident what the SYSD family intended. Yet, the original work depicted Leon in an unfriendly light, hastily concluding his judgment only to strip him of his divine essence. One must wonder what the author was thinking. Bluntly asserting that the Barrett family served merely as stepping stones for the hero. Thus, the hero also became his adversary. I cannot break the seal above, but this object must belong to a highly skilled magic swordsman. In the Great Yin, they would likely refer to him as a Taoist. What I can do is transcribe the markings added by the cultists onto the Bagua mirror. You can then use this to locate their lair. Present 10 white gold coins. Leon complied. White gold coins, aside from their intrinsic high value, were also excellent materials for crafting magical equipment. Through Aegus's transcription, the markings from the Bagua mirror were transferred to an ordinary silver mirror forged from white gold. And what of this Bagua mirror? Dispose of it, or simply stow it in your backpack and forget about it. Leon followed suit, grasping the silver mirror and infusing it with elemental lightning. Magic is wondrous. Utilizing a marking on its surface, a pointer-like apparition materialized upon Leon's retina. How convenient! Aegus severed their connection, and Leon inhaled deeply. Previously, while perusing this novel, he had overlooked the presence of any notable artifacts along the border. Perhaps due to a lack of diligence. Alas, had he known he would be transported into this wretched tale, he would have scrutinized it more thoroughly. The hero's true ascent commenced with his travels across the continent from the Empire. Yet Leon had yet to return to the imperial capital. That wretched author must surely be a woman. If she adored golden-haired, handsome men so much, why not venture westward and compose her work in a different language? After venting his frustrations, Leon continued to ponder. Then, a name crossed his mind. Natasha Petrova. Leon's eyes grew icy. She was the esteemed ice mage encountered by the hero's party in the Land of Snow. Favored by the divine of that realm, she bore intricate ties to the hero, having even borne his children. Her backstory indeed involved escaping from a cult, trekking through perilous terrains before returning to the Land of Snow. Could the border issues overseen by Lucia be connected to her? To extract energy from a child of the gods to augment oneself, this cult must either possess a formidable hierarchy or some extraordinary artifacts. The characteristics of the people from the Land of Snow are quite distinct. Formal investigations could commence tomorrow. If only he could locate her. With that thought, Leon gazed at his hands. First tier, he sighed. Had he still been a fourth-tier cleric, he would have been confident in slaying fifth-tier, or even contending with sixth-tier clerics in this borderland. Yet, his current strength was insufficient, even with legendary weapons and armor. He could not afford to wield them openly. This wretched Gamus equipment had no level restrictions. Donning them indiscriminately would surely attract attention, and when that occurred, even Lucia's full fury would not save him. As for familial concerns, his father remained in a deep slumber, exhibiting stable life signs. As long as he was alive, there was no need for worry. The second child of the Barrett family, Eden Barrett, was known for her steadiness in actions and remarkable command over lightning magic. Had the hero not been the destined child, she would likely have enjoyed a favorable fate. Excellent. Yet another reason to eliminate the hero. As for the rest, I recall that Raymond ventured out to hone his skills shortly after awakening. Seems he caused quite a stir for the hero during his time of glory. The title might have been The Destruction of the Imperial Capital. That boy truly is ruthless. Leon reclined upon the bed, retrieving the Barrett family crest from his backpack. The design was crafted by himself and his siblings, with their father commissioning its creation. Only 3 copies existed. I wonder how Raymond is faring now. At this juncture in the original story, he should have been dispatched to distant lands to vanquish demons. Chapter 33. The hero's movement's time rewinds to the moment Raymond received his orders. Following the command and the accompanying documentation for Raymond's return to face trial, an urgent recall order from the Empire soon followed. In the world of the original story, Leon had already perished, yet he remained alive. The original host of the divine essence had not succumbed, preventing complete subjugation to the second host, unrelated by blood. The SYSD family was in a state of agitation. Their anxiety heightened further with the arrival of a telegram from the troops base. Raymond's leave of absence request. Leave? The Thunder Dragon seeks a holiday? Raymond had fought long enough that the Empire had forgotten he had long surpassed his service duration. According to Imperial regulations, soldiers or officers who met the service time criteria could take leave every 3 months for 1 month if they chose to remain in service. Should they opt not to take leave, their vacation time would accumulate. Raymond's accrued leave was roughly estimated at a year. Throughout this period, he had been in transit, stationed in a remote location where only military supply trucks traversed. Few could carry passengers. Raymond declined to seize the opportunity meant for the wounded returning for recuperation. Yet, for his squad, these circumstances posed no issue. However, get lost. A furious roar sent the pack of wolf-like beasts scattering. The priest stepped forward, surveying the vast plains. We must have entered the territory of Duke Cartland. This wolf-like beast is a specialty of his domain. I see the hero supposed to be striving diligently? What exactly has he been laboring for? Raymond scoffed, hurling his spear, crackling with lightning, into the fray. With a force capable of shattering 1,000 armies, the thrown spear lifted the earth from the vast plains, reducing a patrolling troll to mere dust, and subsequently collapsing an abandoned orc lair that had long been neglected. Raymond gestured, and the spear returned to his grasp. Oh dear, Raymond, do not be so enraged. At this point, the champions of the God of Light serve more to comfort the populace, remarked the dwarven shield-bearer. Since we have entered familiar territory, let us first head to the city and settle everyone. Continuing like this, some may falter. Raymond contemplated urging them to press on, but a glance at those trailing behind him gave him pause. The subhuman races, such as the elves accustomed to the harsh borderlands, seemed manageable, yet many in his company were those who admired the name of the Thunder Dragon and had willingly followed him, even the lowest-ranking logistics personnel. The maid who had persistently assisted him in maintaining his armor and weaponry had hands that were chapped from enduring the frigid weather during their march. "'Tis Raymond hung the spear across his back and approached the maid clad in armor. Despite her exhaustion, she was startled by his sudden presence. "Why, Lord Raymond," she began. Extending her hand obediently, he grasped her hand and took a deep breath. In the name of the Thunder Dragon Aegis, a master of lightning magic, he possessed some means of healing. His method was somewhat rough. To avoid leaving scars on the girl's hand, he opted for a gentler approach, transferring some of his life energy to the young maid. The relatively softer energy enveloped her hand, and after 5 seconds, her palm was covered in shed dead skin. Once peeled away, fresh skin emerged beneath. "Your magic is becoming increasingly proficient," the priest remarked in admiration. "What good is that? The vermin of the imperial capital do not fight. They rely entirely on us." "The cannon fodder," Raymond scoffed. "Now that my brother has been stripped of his divine essence, how dare those bastards do that? All for that harlot in Sistar to ascend to the 5th tier? At such a young age, Raymond, already at the 6th tier, held a deep disdain for that woman from the Sistar family who could only ascend by depending on the divine essence of Leon. As for Leon, his brother was busy managing family affairs in addition to his duties in the Night Order, leaving him little time. Under such circumstances, achieving the 4th tier was already commendable. "Let us advance to the town." "It is too cold here," a mountain elf sneezed. Even without the title of Thunder Dragon, a 6th-tier cleric like Raymond would be welcomed anywhere. The guards merely confirmed the legitimacy of the group before allowing passage. News of Raymond's return to the territory of Caterland soon reached Lord Jelly Caterlawn's wine goblets clinked amidst the chilling winds and swirling snow. The experience of drinking in such weather was uniquely delightful. "Raymond, I have long wished to share a meal with you, but alas, you have not visited for quite some time," Jelly remarked. "I have also heard about your brother. There is undoubtedly something amiss, but I am confident he is still alive." "Where did you hear that?" Raymond inquired. "He has been stripped of his divine essence and exiled to the border. I doubt he can still be alive, I am certain. This intel comes from Duke Bearhane." Jelly replied. "The imperial exile decree holds significant weight, yet he has allied himself with Princess Lucia. He should return to the imperial capital by spring." "Lucia? That dark sorceress? It seems I need not worry about my brother's safety for the time being." Raymond sighed in relief. Jelly watched as Raymond devoured his beef, smiling. "How about you garrison here? I can provide the best support for you and your team. You aided me in vanquishing that 5th-tier demon and saved my territory." I have yet to properly thank you. Raymond displayed a look of confusion. A demon? Ah, that weakling demon? It was merely a matter of its widespread impact that made the aftermath so troublesome. Is your way of thanking me to make me your enforcer? He asked earnestly. After all, the Barrett family in the imperial capital can hardly remain there, can they? Continuing like this will only lead to their demise at the Emperor's hands. Sigh. I wonder what the Emperor is thinking. Committing such foolish acts, Jelly sighed. Tio killed a chicken to show power. That is how emperors have always operated. Raymond finished his third steak. Get to the point. Is there a demon causing trouble again? Ever since he had slain the troll outside the city, Raymond suspected that Jelly had encountered yet another misfortune. You have been a tremendous help, Jelly exclaimed with a hearty laugh, presenting Raymond with a wanted list. The name on it was Carl Arthur Pendragon. A hero? Raymond furrowed his brow. What does this mean? Do you want me to engage in battle with a hero? No, no, no. I have just cause, Jelly insisted. Did you not tell me when you visited before to avoid recklessly disturbing the dungeon? To wait until I was strong enough to conquer it? Raymond nodded. So? You mean, yes, the hero has shamelessly invaded the dungeon under my jurisdiction and has killed the previous boss that I could control. Hence, the dungeon has leveled up, Jelly lamented with a wry smile. Chapter 34. The dungeon in a fantastical world. Dungeons are an essential element, serving as a primary source of income for adventurers. Explorations of these dungeons have led to conclusions that they utilize alchemical and magical technologies from the ancient age of the gods, even involving forbidden biological techniques. These dungeons consume excessive underground magical energy like nails, generating various subterranean creatures, and occasionally treasures appear within them. The complete process of conquering a dungeon should involve descending to the lowest level, continuing onward to face more formidable monsters, and then opting to reset the dungeon's difficulty. This protective mechanism was established by the creators of the dungeons. Of course, legendary heroes can conquer the highest difficulties, provided they have grown strong enough. Putting names aside, Arthur Pendragon, a title only used by heroes of past generations, confirms his identity as a hero. If that is the case, he should be trained by professional instructors, Raymond stated. The Empire's foundation is deep enough, with many figures considered cornerstones. For instance, the Sword Saint, the Gun Saint, and the Grand Sage are all top-tier classes with formidable strength at the 9th tier. This includes the current head of the Barrett family, who, despite being in a deep slumber, possesses the 8th tier's power, bolstered by Aegis's blessing, allowing him to contend with 9th tier clerics. But what has the Barrett family gained? The 9th tier powerhouses have all retreated, Jelly remarked. You should be aware of the changes in the imperial succession system over the years, right? Raymond, puzzled, responded. I heard that the designated heirs had a high mortality rate? Much like the ancient Chinese primogeniture system, Jelly replied. You'd be surprised to learn that the crown prince's mortality rate is alarmingly high. Few have successfully ascended to the throne. The so-called saints are all elderly men who can no longer withstand the trials. Jelly personally served Raymond a plate, adding a portion of fried pork cutlet. In reality, the strongest force in the Empire is your father, the current head of the Barrett family. Aside from him, only a few commanders of the Imperial Guards and ministers of special departments possess 7th tier strength. Ha! 7th tier, Raymond scoffed, taking a hearty bite of the pork cutlet. No need to eat so quickly. I had the servants prepare plenty, Jelly chuckled, presenting 3 servings of energy-packed food. 7th tier is already the limit for ordinary people. Beyond that, it all comes down to luck. And the hero? Raymond patted his chest, asking, isn't he destined to reach the 9th tier? It is indeed destined for heroes to reach the 9th tier, as they must confront the most terrifying monsters and foes in this world. However, the current situation is different. There are no demon lords for him to battle. Moreover, with the princes and princesses vying for power amongst themselves, the symbol of strength and status that is the hero cannot remain uninvolved in this farcical court drama. The eldest princess, Shaylin Van Aster, known as the True Witch of Greed, Jelly stated in her pursuit of succession rights, she has spared no expense, unconditionally supporting the hero in his adventures. Since your brother has allied himself with Princess Lucia? Then? Raymond raised a hand, signaling Jelly to refrain from continuing. He had eaten his fill and felt the need to take a stroll, perhaps to see what kind of mess the incompetent hero had left behind for him to clean up. On this side of the border, Leon and Norma, after deliberation, decided to split their forces. Tio conceal his identity, He donned dragon scale armor and equipped himself with weapons obtained from previous missions, including a dragon spear. Most monsters here possessed ice attributes, and a legendary fire attribute weapon could easily deal explosive damage. Thanks to the game's mechanics, even a 3-star blue weapon, often discarded by players, was considered a luxury item that ordinary people could not afford. Yet, carrying a weapon capable of threatening a hero's life went unnoticed. However, the dragon scale armor was well known, surely worth a considerable sum, little brother. I didn't expect you to be so wealthy, exclaimed an adventurer who had shared drinks with him the previous day. Grinning that you're so stingy. Why didn't you wear such fine armor earlier? It wouldn't be good if you got hurt. In fact, at that time, Leon had pawned this armor to the merchant guild. Over the following months, Leon indeed inflicted significant losses upon the church, allowing the guild and Her Highness Lucia to amass a considerable fortune. However, Chen Xuan was unwilling to relent and inquired if Leon would be amenable to selling the armor to the merchant guild for double the price. Leon declined, for he still lacked sufficiently formidable armor. He could not afford to part with the solitary piece of purple armor. Moments later, an old man in the corner handed Leon a note. This is the information you requested. It took me quite some time to acquire it. Thank you. Leon placed a small pouch of gold coins in the man's hand and turned to leave. At that moment, the man called out to him, Hey, young man. If you're from one of those prominent families seeking thrills, you should hurry back. The area beyond the city walls is no place for anyone. I tell you, those cultists, I suspect they have some mechanism for mass-producing these scoundrels. They seem virtually endless. This place has suffered the most severe blow, with tens of thousands of cultists. Thousands of clergy are battering the city walls. These individuals, having spent time at the border, understand just how vital geniuses are to humanity. The lives of those geniuses must not be squandered in this wretched place. Let the aging cannon fodder charge into battle and perish instead. Leon looked at him, somewhat moved. Yet recalling his own circumstances, he felt an overwhelming rage. With the likes of you among us, the Empire is indeed fortunate. After uttering this, he broke free from the man's grip and strode toward the border. The man scratched his head, exhaling a helpless sigh. The border of Lucia's territory was in close proximity to the habitat of magical beasts. On the other side of this habitat lay the Lion Duchy, serving as a buffer zone, a source of headaches for both sides. Additionally, it was an excellent locale for various illicit activities, a veritable paradise for criminals. Once a sufficient distance away, Leon heard the sound of magical beasts running. He drew his spear and assumed a combat stance. Several ice crystal scorpions charged at him with their formidable pincers. Whoosh, thwack, thwack. The spear ignited, and with mastery of spear techniques, Leon's weapon lunged at the ice crystal scorpions like a tempest. Merely a special magical creature that appeared in winter, lacking in intelligence, they were swiftly dispatched by Leon. Ding. Material acquired. Chapter 35. The Cultist's Lair. Obtained Ice Crystal Scorpion Shell. Obtained Ice Crystal Scorpion Stinger. Obtained Ice Crystal Scorpion Magic Crystal. Leon gazed at the slowly dissipating corpse of the Ice Crystal Scorpion, contemplating. Generally, magical beasts born through natural reproduction do not fall within the system's detection range, meaning that when one slays them, the auto-pickup feature does not activate. Otherwise, had he slain the fire dragon previously, it would have raised suspicions. The phenomenon that triggers this unknown game system is exclusive to monsters generated within dungeons. Extract, Leon uttered, and in his hand appeared the large pincer of the Ice Crystal Scorpion. It was indeed in a material state, a characteristic only possessed by items dropped by dungeon monsters. Leon was certain that he was not in a so-called dungeon instance. However, with the appearance of ice crystal scorpions, and in such large numbers, it could only indicate one thing. The dungeon was experiencing issues. Leon clicked his tongue, with no one addressing it for so long. It seemed someone had found a loophole. The original text did not elaborate on what this place entailed, leaving Leon in a quandary. He decided to investigate further. With that, he took out the silver mirror crafted by Aegis and infused it with magical power. If his assumptions were correct, the pointer would lead him to the dungeon. Confirming the direction, Leon set off. Although he was still merely a first-tier cleric, having regained a portion of his strength, his speed was unmatched by ordinary individuals. Furthermore, a cleric's abilities surpassed those of the average person, allowing Leon to evade detection by ordinary folk, or even relatively weak cultists, whenever he chose. After running for about half an hour, the pointer on his retina vanished. He halted, leaning against a large tree, and cautiously observed the area ahead. This was an open space. An open space? Leon found it peculiar. This was a habitat for magical beasts, with trees dense like a primeval forest. How could such a vast clearing exist? Before he could ponder further, a magical array appeared out of thin air. Then, a struggling ice crystal scorpion, bound by chains, emerged. Behave! Robed figure struck the ice crystal scorpion harshly with a staff and kicked it fiercely. I truly don't understand why we must be responsible for transporting these beasts produced by the dungeon. As the figure spoke, they loosened the chains. The liberated ice crystal scorpion hesitated for a moment before darting back to its kin, toppling trees in its wake, which explained the vast clearing's existence. Don't overthink it. We're fortunate to only be responsible for transporting magical beasts. Some cultists who break the rules are even used as fuel for burning. That girl was simply unfortunate. She possessed such tremendous power, yet we managed to capture her. The cultists erupted in gleeful laughter, and then the magical array reappeared, vanishing from sight. Only then did Leon step out from the forest. Unfortunately, teleportation circles and similar constructs were not his forte. If it were Lucia or Eden, they could easily ascertain how to activate the array. Leon clicked his tongue. Although he had pinpointed the key aspect of this mission, entry remained elusive. Aegis was not someone who could be casually contacted for assistance. Leon retrieved the intelligence he had purchased, which contained symbols previously scattered by the cultists throughout the town. No one knew what these symbols represented, but they undoubtedly bore some nefarious significance. For the sake of border safety, these symbols were typically eradicated. The one in Leon's possession was a record left by some chronicler, coupled with the robed cultists he had observed earlier. Leon could confirm they belonged to the same group. If circumstances permitted, he would charge into the dungeon without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Leon let out a cold laugh. Regardless of past or present, Leon preferred to meticulously analyze the intelligence he gathered before taking action. Thus, the next phase would be an exhilarating detective reasoning segment. Inference 1. The levels of adventurers and clerics at the border are generally low. So correspondingly, the cultist levels are unlikely to be high. Inference 2. The materials and techniques used to construct the dungeon far exceed current capabilities. Even advanced magic cannot destroy the dungeon. Inference 3. Those low-level cultists certainly lack the means to conceal the dungeon with defenses equivalent to it. Thus, the question arises, what does Leon most enjoy using? I'm not inclined to employ this, but it's all you're doing. Leon tousled his hair and extracted a red tubular object from his magical backpack. This is for the brave hero, so don't obstruct me. The red object was explosive in this world. It was scientifically referred to as magical powder explosive. After burying it at the center of the magical array where the cultists had previously appeared, Leon distanced himself. Below, the cultists. Hey man, honestly, what brought you to join us? Cultist A inquired with interest. I was oppressed by clerics, and I lacked the conditions to awaken as one myself, if you ask me. The evil gods are better. Which of the righteous gods doesn't demand our sincere worship? We don't even understand what faith is, yet we're supposed to believe in something. Haha, you make a valid point. Cultist B chuckled. Those sects only seek to swindle our money. We're much freer here. No need to worry about so much. Still, I feel it's a pity. That little girl was truly beautiful. I've never seen such a stunning woman in my life. How wonderful it would be if I could enjoy her before she was killed. Haha, I've heard that some high-ranking clerics are like that. They call themselves the beloved of the gods or the chosen ones. But if they don't grow up, they're worthless. Hee hee. Huh? Man, I have this strange sense of foreboding. Do you feel it? Boom. With the infusion of lightning elemental magic into the bomb, the concealed exit was blown open by Leon. A knight clad in dragon-scale armor, wielding a dragon-slaying spear, leaped down from the pit, and the first thing he laid eyes upon were two unfortunate cultists. At that moment, they were already bloodied. Their eyes wide open in disbelief, dead beyond revival. Such a commotion, of course, attracted the attention of others, who rushed out from the first and second layers of the dungeon to see who dared to intrude upon their stronghold. What awaited them was a barrage of hand grenades. To their surprise, there were indeed a considerable number of them. Leon seized one of their heads, observing the identical markings on the robe, nodded. All right, I'll swiftly eliminate you all so I can return. With a whoosh, his faceplate secured, Leon brandished the dragon-slaying spear, and the battle was about to commence. Chapter 36. A qualitative difference. The dungeon, akin to a game inspired by a fantasy world, boasted a myriad of levels and challenges. At this moment, within the first layer of the dungeon where Leon found himself, the slimes and goblins that should have been present were simply insufficient. Pooh! Get lost? Leon pierced one through the body with his spear, then swept it forcefully. With a whoosh, the cultist, reduced to char, slammed against the dungeon wall, dead. The cultists attempting to impede him were momentarily at a loss, astonished by Leon's ferocity. Such formidable combat prowess. Who on earth are you? Damn it, he must be a 5th-tier knight of the Empire. Eliminate him. Spare no effort in wielding your magical power. Blast him to oblivion, quickly. In an instant, an array of spells, infused with various magical energies, hurled towards Leon. Yet, Leon stood his ground, neither fleeing nor defending himself. Boom, boom, boom. Have we succeeded? Ha! Even a 5th-tier knight cannot withstand our magical barrage. Heh heh. As the icy mist dissipated, only Leon remained, his mask glinting with a scarlet glow. Ha ha ha! Come forth! With a flourish of his spear, each thrust and slash seemed to wield the force of 1,000 tons. Lightning and flames entwined, and with every swing, foes were mercilessly dispatched. They could not fathom why Leon, having braved so many magical onslaughts, stood unscathed. Alchemists, magicians, elemental mages, and others were fervently dedicated to the study of magic. The 5 elements, earth, fire, wind, water, and ether, were all explored. Dragons inherently possessed a high command over the elements. Augustus had harnessed the power of thunder, thus ascending to the legendary status of a dragon. To contend with such a powerful race, what kind of strength is required? The answer lies in a remarkably rare attribute, dragon slaying. However, the materials necessary to forge equipment imbued with this attribute are exceedingly scarce. Only a handful of major nations still possess such gear in their treasuries. The dragon scale armor adorning Leon boasts exceptional resistance to various attributes. Without dragon-slaying equipment, breaching his defenses would require sharp blades. Magic? Clearly, they were underestimating him. Leon, brandishing his spear, hurled it forth. The first layer of cultists was instantly decimated. Just a bunch of minions, summoning his spear back. Leon strode forward, casually picking up a shotgun to finish off the barely surviving cultists on the ground. Bang. Roar. What is that? Leon put away the shotgun, casting his gaze towards the entrance of the second layer. Bang, bang, crack, help, let go of me. A giant wielding a massive bone club stomped down, crushing a cultist's bones beneath its feet, while with its other hand, it crushed another cultist's head. With skin of a sickly blue hue, adorned with a beast hide belt, its limbs were immensely robust. Upon seeing this creature, Leon whistled. Now that's more like it. Who would dare to establish a stronghold here without some hidden trump card? It seems to be a variant type, quite formidable. With the Eye of the Dragon activated, Leon became acutely aware of the monster's movements and the flow of surrounding magical energies. Before him stood the creature, elite monster, Frost Giant. Roar! Ha! Come and fight! As blades clashed, Leon found himself reminiscing about the first mission he undertook at that time. He was brimming with youthful vigor, having formed a team with friends from the Clergy Academy. Their synergy was impeccable, and there was scarcely a task within their level that they could not accomplish in the face of insurmountable challenges. They remained undaunted, attributing it merely to their own lack of skill. Alas, boom, boom. The battle on both sides shook the entire underground city, leaving the cult's priest in a state of utter disarray. This outpost would inevitably be discovered, and they possessed means of retreat. Yet, Leon's assault was too abrupt. Relocating that crucial girl would take time. Damn it, why is a knight from the Empire here? That giant possesses 4th-tier strength. 4th tier? The priest tugged at his hair in frustration. Despite being able to command giants and ice scorpions, his control over these creatures stemmed from the energy extracted from Natasha. This favored child of the ice god must not suffer any mishaps. I just need to delay for another 20 minutes. No, just 5 minutes will suffice. If not for Natasha's safety, he could easily relocate the crucial items within that time frame. This exemplifies the disparity in quality among the clergy. The priest's fourth-tier strength was derived from Natasha, while a priest like Leon could eliminate the priest's minions with just a first-tier capability. Bang! The tremors of the underground city suddenly ceased, sending the priest into a panic. Utilizing the Eye of the Dragon to search for the source of suspicious magical energy, Leon methodically eliminated foes, kicking open a stone door. Upon their initial encounter, Leon's spear impaled the priest's head against the wall. A red and white bloom erupted on the wall, the priest's blood splattering onto the vessel containing Natasha. Withdrawing his spear, Leon turned to survey the apparatus that resembled a cultivation tank. The technological prowess in this Western fantasy world is quite remarkable. Inside, a golden-haired girl curled up, her skin a sickly pale. How.to open this? As Leon reached out to touch it, frost covered the gauntlet of his dragon-scale armor. Are you seeking death? The Oracle of Augustus echoed once more. Lord Augustus. Leon withdrew his hand, and flames melted the frost away. I never expected another divinely favored individual to be exploited by the dark god, and this girl's ice attribute energy seems to be on the verge of a violent eruption. Augustus observed the girl through Leon's eyes with keen interest. Indeed, if you were to unite with her and bear a child, you would undoubtedly ascend to the level of a hero. A hero? Leon furrowed his brow. If a typical priest's aptitude is rated across various abilities, then an ordinary adventurer might be at F rank, while a priest's minimum requirement is D rank. Those who receive a glance from a deity can attain C or B rank. Heroic bloodlines, like that of House Barrett, can reach a rank, with the most exceptional among them achieving S rank in one ability. And heroes are the epitome of all S ranks. That dark sorceress won't care how many women you have, but upon your return, she will certainly make things difficult for you. Augustus scoffed. How was the taste of the sorceress? As magical energy swirled, Augustus's power converged. He had asked Leon this same question before, but at that time, Leon had remained silent. With a soft sigh, Leon extended his hand. He understood Augustus's implication. Natasha possessed such potential, and Lucia did as well as for the taste of the sorceress. It was rather delightful. Lightning swirled in Leon's eyes. Chapter 37. Will I be ravaged upon my return? Leon carried Natasha back to the border town. The girl, who had been drained of her magical energy, lay half-closed on his back, silent. I will take you back to the town. A doctor must examine your condition. Leon left a trail of snow as he walked steadily. Rest assured, the villains who tormented you have been slain. You are safe now. Natasha remained silent as the snow began to fall more heavily from the sky. In the town, Norma, who had been gathering information separately, had now compiled everything she could collect. This included details about when Natasha arrived in the border town, her sudden disappearance, and information about the ice scorpions and other monsters. Upon returning to the residence, Lord Leon, Norma bowed. Please allow me to take care of her. First, take her to bathe, Leon said, watching as the maid led Natasha away. I need to change my clothes as well. After enduring such fatigue and receiving multiple divine revelations from Augustus in a short span, he desired a well-deserved rest. That moment, a notification sounded, indicating the completion of his task. Ding! The puzzle of the Ice Demon has been completed. Reward: Legendary Ice Crystal Set 1. Specialization in Ice Attribute Magic. Blessing of the Abyssal Demon Lord. You have received a glimpse from the Abyssal Demon Lord, elevating you to a second-tier priest. Name: Leon. Race: Human. Strength: 4600. Speed: 5600. Stamina: 8000. Magic: 250,000. Class: Magic Swordsman. Skills: Mastery of Swordsmanship, Insight, Resilience, Magic Infusion, Eye of the Dragon. Priesthood: Fire Hammer, second tier. Follower of Augustus, second tier. Follower of Anivia, second tier. Priestly skills: Forging, Elemental Magic Adaptation, Weapon Enchantment. Specialization in Lightning Element, Specialization in Ice Element, Body Enhancement, Dragon Transformation. Anivia? Leon furrowed his brow, sensing a connection between this demon god and Lord Augustus. Nevertheless, he needed to rest quickly. He would return by tomorrow. Norma's maid team was undeniably professional. They bathed Natasha, groomed her hair, and even tailored fitting clothes for her. Though she was the favored child of ice and snow, in her current frail state, she would succumb to the cold if exposed for long in the dining hall. The fire in the hearth blazed. Warding off the chill, Natasha, guided by Norma, sat at the dining table. Presented with sweet bread and savory meat stew. The meat was tender. A gentle pull would separate the bones from the flesh, melting in her mouth. Having been famished for so long, Natasha drooled, disregarding decorum as she dug in. Meanwhile, the maid team remained unmoving, finishing their portions before serving another. Natasha's pace gradually slowed. On the other side, having concluded his dinner, Leon returned to his room after bathing and drying his hair. Lord Leon. Norma, who had been waiting, bowed respectfully. It's you. What did the doctor say? Leon tossed the towel onto a chair and inquired, Can she be cured? Norma shook her head, replying, This lady's magical power is immense, nearly comparable to yours, or even to Her Highness Lucia. However, she has been trapped for so long, and much of her magic has been drained. Recovery will be difficult in the short term. The doctor suggested using magical potions for gradual recovery. But, speak. Leon fixed his gaze on Norma. Yes. Norma nodded. You should be aware that for a magician, it is akin to a terminal illness, the affliction known as the Magic Meridian Damage Syndrome, is it not? Leon sighed. This again was reminiscent of the tales from his previous life in the realm of Huaxia, where spiritual energy flowed through the limbs and bones, enhancing one's strength through rigorous training. The magic meridian is akin to the conduits of magical energy. If it becomes damaged, the afflicted will find their demise determined by their own strength, a slow and torturous bleed. Leon exhaled. What of the doctors? Is there no solution? Norma swallowed hard and replied. The most widely accepted remedy for a damaged magic meridian is the supreme potion of the Church of Light, known as the Blood of the Divine. This elixir is blessed by the Pope and the Saintess, and each vial is priced astronomically. The cost for such a woman is simply exorbitant. The best course of action would be to return her to the land of ice and snow. But doing so would undoubtedly seal Natasha's fate. If that nation truly valued Natasha, they would never have permitted her abduction or departure. The Blood of the Divine, originally a potion only the brave could wield, is an extravagant gift that only a hero would bestow upon another. Lord Aegis possesses magical control that surpasses even the divine. Thus Natasha's affliction cannot stem from him. Moreover, her ability to encounter a hero suggests her innate potential is considerable. Yet, this ailment must be addressed post-haste. Leon's relationship with the church is rather strained. Procuring the potion would likely result in exorbitant demands, or worse, the church's guards might be dispatched to eliminate him. There exists another method, however. What of the doctors? He inquired. Surgical intervention on the magic meridian is a concept that has only recently emerged. While there are instances of success, it requires an exceptional level of magical control. To wield a scalpel with any assurance of success, one must seek out a sage-level magician. Norma hesitated. Such individuals are likely engrossed in their own arcane studies, leaving little time to tend to patients. Leon sighed. If one were to consider who, apart from the hero, is the most formidable in the original tale, it would undoubtedly be the previous hero. Yet, that is to be expected, as he is a hero. However, in terms of magical control alone, the hero's prowess is less pronounced, and both Norma and Leon are acutely aware of who the highest-ranking magician is. Lucia von Ast, the Dark Archmage. A figure of monumental significance in the annals of both imperial and world history, is second only to the Abyss Lord, who has ascended to divinity. A mere procedure to restore the magic meridian should be a trivial matter for her. However, should I return with a woman, Lucia would surely punish me by making me lick her toes like a dog. Leon's spirits plummeted. How enviable indeed, though it is quite tragic. Norma reconsidered. What shall we do then? Shall we cast her aside? No, Leon exclaimed, covering his face. I shall take her back to my domain and seek Princess Lucia's assistance in treating her affliction. As for any punishment, we shall address that when the time comes. What manner of punishment awaits? Would surrendering some white gold suffice to avoid being treated like a dog? Chapter 38. A comparison of aptitudes. By fortunate coincidence, a train was departing from the border to Lucia's central territory, and Leon boarded with Natasha. As the saying goes, money can make the devil turn the mill. A powerful knight escorting a beautiful lady would certainly cause thieves and robbers to reconsider their intentions. His backpack was laden with gifts prepared by Norma and others for Natasha, including sweetbread, steamed sausages, and canned juice. Natasha sat across from Leon, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. Despite Leon's intimidating presence, which felt as frigid as an ice chamber to Natasha, he was preoccupied with thoughts of how Lucia would torment him upon their return. Although no life-threatening covenant bound him to bear it, they were acquaintances, and bringing home a beautiful woman might invoke jealousy in any normal woman. Alas, he decided to let fate take its course and offer an apology upon their return to the territory. The train was far swifter than the truck Leon had previously traveled in, and the two remained silent until they arrived at Lucia's residence. Though it was midday, the fireplace in the hall radiated warmth, creating a stark contrast to the cold outside. Yet, in the hall, filled with all present, Leon felt a chill run down his spine. Will wore a bemused expression, while Layla covered her mouth, muttering something about infidelity and 1,000 needles. The most composed, Ralph, stood steadfast beside Lucia, the mistress of the manor. The sorceress savored her tea, perusing the intelligence gathered by Norma, the dwindling pages seemingly counting down Leon's remaining days. Why, dear dog? Do you have any more excuses to offer? Lucia set the documents aside with a thud, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at Leon. I merely sent you out for training. Yet you returned with such a lovely girl. Do you have a penchant for this type? Her pallid skin, naively deep-sea blue eyes, golden locks, and petite frame. Who would have thought that Aegis's follower had a taste for such beings? Were the sacrifices made to the ancient dragon god also of her ilk? Leon scratched his cheek, at a loss for words. Firstly, he was not a lover of younger girls. Secondly, he was not a lover of younger girls. Lastly, Leon Barrett, was not a lover of younger girls then. Come here, you poor thing, Lucia beckoned. Do not associate with evildoers. Leon will turn into a monster and devour you whole. Natasha flinched, then turned to Leon. Yes, meow. Layla covered Leon's eyes, exclaiming, he is indeed that kind of person, meow. A bad man, meow. Confused, Natasha approached Lucia and shook her hand. After experiencing a whisper of tranquil summer night cicadas beneath the moonlight, she succumbed to slumber. Ralph, Lucia sighed in relief. Yes, I shall escort this young lady to the resting chamber. Ralph nodded, lifting Natasha into his arms. With the absence of outsiders, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Will stretched his muscles and bolted away without a word. While Layla, fearing Leon's ire, followed suit. Only Leon and Lucia remained. Come, sit down. Yes. Leon approached, and Lucia promptly settled herself upon his lap, reclining into his embrace. The sorceress, now somewhat at ease, grasped Leon's chin and twisted it playfully. Tell me, what have you encountered? After scrutinizing Leon's countenance to her satisfaction, she released her grip and reached for his chiseled chest. The well-trained man's torso was a most inviting place for repose. I endured a long ride in a truck, nearly jostling my backside to bits. Leon lamented. Oh, would you like me to massage it later? Lucia teased with a mischievous grin. No, thank you. Leon cleared his throat and recounted the events at the border. As Lucia shifted her position, resting her thigh upon Leon's abdomen, she appeared contemplative. Followers of the malevolent deity often utilize dungeons to construct defensive fortifications, serving as their strongholds. However, it seems there are still dungeons on the border. This has indeed been a management oversight. So, you wish for me to rescue this girl? Lucia perched herself on Leon's waist, her hands mischievously unfastening his shirt, greedily inhaling his scent. This time, aside from Aegis's protective aura, she detected the fragrance of other deities. If you do not wish to save her, I shall not press the matter. Leon found himself positioned in a way that catered to her whims and replied, however, this girl possesses remarkable potential. With proper nurturing, she could undoubtedly become a valuable asset to you. Princess Lucia, is that so? I am indeed interested in nurturing some powerful progeny. How do you believe my aptitude compares to hers? Lucia pressed her hands against Leon's throat. Think carefully before you answer. Leon gazed at the ceiling, recalling snippets from his previous life. Looking at the stains on the ceiling, one would soon find resolution. What resolution indeed? His loyal hound was nearly at the brink of exhaustion. Your beauty is unparalleled, Your Highness. Continue. Lucia tightened her grip. To be frank, the disparity in your aptitudes is not vast. Leon continued to speak candidly. Lord Aegis has bestowed upon me a divine revelation. Legendary dragons truly dote upon your Barrett family, she acknowledged. Thank you. What did Lord Aegis proclaim? He stated that you, I, and the girl's progeny would assuredly reach the level of a hero. Lucia paused, loosening her grip. She straightened herself, pressing against Leon's chest. Then, would you care to test this hypothesis? Lucia teased, her gaze fixed on Leon. Your Highness, our relationship ought not to be of such nature, Leon replied, captivated by her flawless visage. Lucia pouted, huffing softly, and pressed her lips to Leon's forehead. I have heard that a new hot spring has been developed within the territory. Once we have some leisure, let us all take a holiday together. As for the girl, the damage to her magic meridian is indeed quite severe, but this is not a concern for me. Allow me to conduct my research. As Leon sat upright, he felt akin to a pampered boy toy, or perhaps a gigolo in a nightclub. As long as the money given by the guests is sufficient, even the most outrageous matters can be tolerated. The cold wind intertwines with the chimneys of the houses within the territory, composing a winter rhapsody. A procedure deemed insane by the Empire is about to unfold in Lucia's laboratory. If only Leon had been a medical student in his previous life. Otherwise, this operation would surely necessitate the writing of several papers. Chapter 39. The attitude of the great flame within Baron S. Blacksmith shop. You rascal, have you angered Her Highness Lucia? Baron inquired while hammering away at the forge. Is it that obvious? Leon replied, idly examining the weapons Baron intended to sell. Clang! Baron tossed aside the hammer and quenched a sword blank. After swiftly finishing a large knife, he picked up a moderately priced bottle of wine. Your face betrays you. Gulping down the wine, Baron continued, moreover, that loudmouth Layla can't wait to share any amusing tidbits. Nearly everyone in the territory knows you've brought back a girl. I did not abduct her. Leon covered his face in exasperation. Very well, little cat girl. Don't let me catch you at a disadvantage. What brings you here? Have you acquired any new materials? Baron set down the wine bottle and asked. In response, Leon retrieved the ice crystal scorpion materials from his backpack. Baron examined the materials thoughtfully. While they may not be of high grade, I can craft you a pair of highly poisonous daggers. It's a case of making the most of what we have. How does that sound? Sounds good. What's the forging fee? Leon inquired. 20 gold coins will suffice. This price was reasonable. Baron's craftsmanship was beyond reproach. In the imperial capital, a pair of poisonous daggers would cost no less than 200 gold coins. Since it would take some time to forge the daggers, Leon decided to take his leave. As he exited the weapons shop, he encountered Chen Chuan. I asked, there's something you need? Leon asked, puzzled. Mr. Leon, you truly are a person of importance who forgets things easily, Chen Chuan replied, removing his hat. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Please follow me to the trading association. I have recently received a batch of tea that was expedited for transport. Since finishing with the church, Leon had not deepened his cooperation with the trading association. Currently, he was interfacing with Lucia. With Lucia's name backing him, Chen Chuan faced little difficulty in business dealings. On the contrary, his production capacity was somewhat strained. The expensive tea was poured into Leon's cup by a lavishly dressed maid standing nearby. The last time he had seen this woman, she had treated him with indifference. After all, the trading association catered to many high-profile clients daily, and a mere member of the Barrett family was nothing extraordinary. Yet at this moment, the woman thought how wonderful it would be to climb into Leon's bed. Unbeknownst to her, the last woman who attempted such a thing had been reduced to dust. Used by Lucia as fertilizer. Speak plainly, Leon said, observing Chen Chuan's demeanor. If there's nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. The fatigue from my journey still lingers. After all, he was no longer a sprightly youth. Although he had regained his status as a cleric, the trauma from shedding his divine essence still remained. Mr. Leon, you are indeed a man of straightforwardness, Chen Chuan replied with a wry smile. Then I shall not beat around the bush. You must have heard of the name of the hero, yes? The hero? You mean the one registered with the Empire, Kara's Arthur Pendragon? Why do you bring him up? Leon frowned. He is still an immature warrior at best. Is he not? Furthermore, without the emergence of the Demon King, the hero can only roam about seeking experience. Are you suggesting that the church intends to command the hero to confront you, to garner considerable support from the populace? There are two methods. One is through mental indoctrination, utilizing religious belief to control the masses. The second is to provide tangible benefits. The trading association not only sells expensive luxury goods, but also offers affordable salt, vinegar, and soy sauce. While the hero may sound formidable, it is quite easy to topple him from his pedestal if he dares to infringe upon others' interest. I am certain there are many factions willing to sponsor the rabble with firearms. No, the church has not dispatched the hero to pressure us. However, Mr. Leon, you must understand that I hail from the Great Flame Kingdom. Our historical legacy surpasses that of any other nation on the continent. Perhaps due to geographical limitations, the dungeons that emerged in our land differ significantly from those in the Empire. In the Empire, dungeons typically feature slimes, goblins, and subsequently, werewolves, among other Western fantasy creatures. Conversely, the dungeons of the Great Flame Kingdom are populated by zombies, evolved beasts, and so forth. Could it be? I believe you should already be aware, Qian Xuan stated earnestly. Not only dungeons, but the humans of the Empire and those of the Great Flame Kingdom have differing cultivation systems. The people of the Great Flame Kingdom do not possess what one might call magical corridors. Instead, they have powerful meridians. Dungeons follow suit. Creatures like slimes and goblins can be dealt with through magic and swordplay. And thus the hero would not falter. However, the dungeons of the Great Flame Kingdom are a different matter altogether. Zombies, upon dying, transform underground, growing stronger with time. Invulnerable to blades and flames, impervious to divine thunder. What's more, if they cannot be slain, that would indeed pose a significant problem. And now, the hero is advancing with great momentum, having not even delved into the history of the Great Flame Kingdom. In truth, the Great Flame Kingdom does not intend to accept the hero, yet such a stance lacks moral standing. Qian Xuan remarked. In the spring, Her Highness Lucia will be heading to the imperial capital to partake in the struggle for the throne. You should have the opportunity to meet the hero then. Are you asking me to persuade the hero not to venture into the Great Flame Kingdom? That is out of the question. I am currently a fugitive. Anyone in the Empire who has heard of me would not believe a word I say. Leon sighed as he sipped his tea. He was, in fact, a victim, yet who cared? After all, as long as the blade did not strike his own head, the Barrett family had no obligation to concern themselves with such matters. I do not wish for you to persuade the hero. I merely need you to understand that if the hero were to cause any trouble in the Great Flame Kingdom, it would be our kingdom that bears the consequences. We hope you can dissuade him from pursuing this path. As Qian Xuan spoke, he produced an ornately decorated book from his bosom. Inscribed upon it in bold letters were the words, Heavenly Thunder Technique. What does this mean? Leon furrowed his brow. You are the pride of the Barrett family, and now, having become a cleric, you have regained the favor of the legendary Thunder Dragon, Qian Xuan explained. While you may not be able to practice the Great Flames techniques, skills of the same lightning attribute should bear some resemblance. You may wish to practice this skill first, and upon returning to the imperial capital, you can simply state that you wish to test the hero. Is that so? So this is your intention? Leon glanced at the book and nodded. He accepted the item, though he wondered whether anyone might accuse him of treason by that time. By the way, who is supporting that hero's activities? If only I had 2 more years, producing an heir of heroic caliber would also be a viable strategy. Unfortunately, the Empire is not filled with fools. Chapter 40. The Operation if possible. It is best to avoid contracting the ailment caused by the damage to the magical corridor. While the divine blood of the church can cure such afflictions, its cost is beyond the means of an average duke. It is not merely a matter of finances. The church's representatives would seize the opportunity to demand other things in return: land, privileges, slaves, and even the daughters of nobles for their own indulgence, all cloaked in the guise of divine grace. Aside from these, there are the magical surgical procedures that have emerged in recent years. Earlier, some shamans employed bloodletting as a means of treatment, a rather unscientific approach, yet it contributed to the advancement of medicine. As for the extensive data on human anatomy, Leon would fall silent if the topic arose. While the techniques of surgery are not explicitly detailed in works from other worlds, a mere passing comment from the original author could inspire others to develop such techniques. I must make it clear to you. Your magical corridor is damaged. Although you possess commendable aptitude, even with this affliction, you could live for decades. However, your magical energy will continue to deplete until your demise. Lucia stated in the underground laboratory. In addition to the heart, lungs, and liver, the nervous system constitutes a crucial component of the human body. Without nerves, we cannot experience pain. The meridians of the magical corridor are nearly identical to the nervous system. It can be said that any surgical intervention will invariably affect your nerves. If anesthesia is used during the procedure, it may result in permanent damage. If not, you will endure pain 1,000 times worse than the most brutal torture known to this world. How will you choose? Natasha stood before Lucia, feeling somewhat at a loss. Think carefully before you answer. Additionally, I must inform you that there are very few individuals in the Empire capable of performing this surgery. I am among the elite. Natasha appeared somewhat flustered. Meow, you little one really lack manners. Lady Lucia took you in, and you haven't said a word. You can't possibly be mute, can you? Layla tapped Natasha's head. I am not a mute, Natasha retorted. Lucia sat calmly like a seasoned physician, her demeanor unruffled. So you can speak. Now, tell me, will you undergo the surgery or not? Natasha hesitated and asked, if I do not undergo the surgery, what consequences might I face? Lucia also mentioned that her qualifications were quite impressive. Even if she endured the damage from the magic corridor, she could still live for several decades. Your magical energy, however, will continuously deplete. Although the natural recovery rate surpasses the rate of loss, unforeseen circumstances can always arise. Lucia straightened her posture and continued, for instance, during a life-and-death battle, your magical depletion will become a significant flaw. I could track your location through my magic eye and deliver a fatal blow. Or, should you find yourself in a place where your magical energy cannot recover naturally, you would be left to await your demise. Natasha recalled the dragon knight who had carried her back. If she possessed such combat prowess, she would no longer need to fear being captured by any malevolent individuals. As for pain, had she not endured enough along her journey? Abandoned by family, coveted by villains, and attacked by monstrous beasts. Ultimately, she was captured by a cult and became a subject of their experiments, serving as a magical battery for their creations. If the corridor could be restored, she could become stronger, even surpassing that dragon knight. I want to undergo the surgery, Natasha declared resolutely. What do you require of me? Lucia was tempted to say, indeed, then you shall be my pet. However, the information gleaned from her magic eye caused her to ponder. It would not be wise to antagonize a favored child of the gods. Even echoing the sentiments of the thunder dragon, Aegis, including Leon, those with such qualifications were best united to produce even more powerful offspring, thereby maximizing benefits. I shall refrain from further comments, Lucia sighed. You seem to have nowhere else to go, so it would be better for you to stay here. An extra mouth to feed won't break the bank. Not to mention, Natasha was indeed a sight for sore eyes. Moments later, Layla and Ralph had tidied up the operating room. TOB on the safe side. Will also brought Leon over. Do you seek the blessing of Lord Hephaestus' fire? Leon blinked, puzzled. For disinfection. Besides, it's rather cold, isn't it? Will chuckled, producing demonically brewed lamp oil from the Demon Hunter organization. You even have this stuff. Leon's eyes widened. The demon hunters could essentially be said to be subservient to the greatest demon, who harbored an intense disdain for other demons. Legends tell that he was betrayed by all demons, with each one seeking to slay him for supreme status. Yet, the outcome was that every demon who challenged him was slain and never rose again. This lamp oil was also a method taught by the greatest demon to his minions. The specially brewed lamp oil could heal wounds rapidly and dispel curses from other demons, including plagues. The divine fire forged by Hephaestus, combined with demon lamp oil, could create a sterile environment through this unconventional means. With the operating room prepared, Leon looked at the cold operating table, gulping nervously. It resembled a large piece of stainless steel, hardly distinguishable from a dissection table. The conditions are rudimentary. We could only prepare this much. I ask that unrelated personnel please step back. Lucia removed her dress and donned surgical attire. Layla skillfully helped her put on a cap and gloves, while Ralph, dressed in similar attire, brought forth the surgical instruments, surgical tools of mithril enhanced by divine power. Once the unrelated individuals exited, Natasha, clad in surgical garb, nervously lay on the dissection table. Endure it well. Lucia's gaze turned icy as her dark magical energy enveloped Natasha, slowly solidifying to ensnare her within. Then, the surgical knife pierced in. A blood-curdling scream was stifled, not merely due to the soundproofing of the basement, but because the girl truly gritted her teeth and bore the pain. Lucia showed no mercy, her magic eye activated, as the surgical knife incessantly cut into Natasha's nerves, a painful ordeal. The torment relentlessly gnawed at Natasha's sanity, yet the blessing of the divine granted her a high resistance to pain. With a thud, Lucia extracted a decayed, unknown organ from Natasha's body, discarding it onto a tray, her brow furrowing. "Lucia, what was that?" Ralph inquired, puzzled. "Nothing significant, merely an artificially implanted magical organ," Lucia replied, then asked, "Where is the item?" "Meow, right here. Meow." Layla produced the special supply from the Merchant Guild, an artificial magical corridor line. Chapter 41. Biological Alchemy Techniques. The surgery lasted for 7 hours, concluding with a situation worse than Lucia had anticipated. The artificially implanted magical organs had mutated and occupied Natasha's original body. Moreover, these organs were evidently designed to siphon Natasha's lifespan. To remedy this, all of them would need to be replaced with qualified life alchemical organs. This would require a substantial sum of money. During the procedure, Lucia administered an anesthetic to Natasha. The magical corridor had been fully restored. The next step involved a large-scale replacement of the magical organs. Fortunately, she had stored such items within her operating room. After Natasha was wheeled out of the operating room, she was accommodated in a guest room. Lucia's hands were drenched in blood. "Your Highness, the magical corridor surgery shouldn't take that long." "Should it?" Will asked while standing outside the operating room. "The situation proved more complex than I had imagined. It's not solely a matter of the magical corridor." "What of Leon?" Lucia inquired. Will scratched his head, replying, "It seems he obtained some skill book from the guild's vice president and is currently pondering how to practice it. Bring him to me." Lucia stretched lazily, removing the blood-stained gloves and incinerating them with magic. 20 minutes later, Lucia had a simple sandwich and a cup of hot milk in her bedroom. Leon sat upright at the bedside. "How much do you know about human modification?" Lucia picked out the vegetables, adding a slice of salted meat, and tossed the vegetables to Leon. Leon, who opened his mouth to consume the greens like a garbage bin, paused for 2 seconds before saying, "Which aspect do you refer to?" Lucia gestured towards Leon. The bloodline of the Barrett family could indeed be regarded as human modification, but that merely involved the rudimentary selection of superior bloodlines. Leon hesitated, likening it to livestock breeding. Many prominent families engage in such practices. After several centuries, the bloodline stabilized. It is said that during the era of Leon's great-great-grandfather, some would uncontrollably transform into monsters. Though their kin felt sorrow, they had no choice but to execute them. Human modification is not a benign endeavor. Even normal bloodline inheritance can go awry, let alone drastic alterations. Lucia prepared another sandwich, though her appetite waned. "It's cold, too cold." Eating these after being accustomed to the fiery dishes of Diane only renders them tasteless. "Who among the good people eats such calorie-laden meals daily?" Leon rose, utilizing his fire hammer ability to heat the sandwich to the perfect temperature. He also warmed a pancake for Lucia. "Thank you. Such a lengthy surgery has indeed exhausted me." Lucia waved her hand, retrieving a sugary carbonated drink from Leon's magical backpack. Once satiated, Lucia counted off on her fingers: kidneys, lungs, uterus, a second heart, and enhanced beastly hematopoietic organs. With the stomach also being a highly corrosive organ extracted from some unknown beast. "Are you implying that the girl you brought back has undergone dozens of modification surgeries to integrate so many disparate elements?" Lucia frowned. The academic term should be biochemical modification, right? Biochemical modification, following the establishment of modern scientific foundations, has indeed witnessed some mad experiments. The more inhumane the experimentation, the more detailed the data obtained, such as the human body's water content. Frankenstein, the scientific monster. Although a novel, it can be considered a scientific narrative, in a world where science and magic coexist. Conducting inhumane biochemical modifications is not a daunting task. I am a dark sorceress. A dark magic tutor. Lucia leaned against Leon, relaxing her body. Few possess magical abilities that surpass mine, hence some scholars from the Imperial Academy occasionally seek me out for discussions. The materials used are criminals, all of whom are to be executed as per Imperial LAW. "Do you find me cruel?" "No." Leon shook his head. "The Imperial law is quite just. It may occasionally go awry. Like me, thank you." Lucia playfully teased Leon's throat with her left index finger. "In any case, I possess knowledge regarding biological alchemy, artificial organs, and related surgical procedures, as well as the modifications performed by cultists. The surgery on Natasha was executed flawlessly. Barring any unforeseen incidents, she should be a qualified biological weapon. However, the cost comes at the expense of her lifespan. Who would have thought you're also a scholar? Leon remarked. Just a means to pass the time in a long life, Lucia replied, playfully biting Leon's neck. Quite firm. Do you know how animals mate? The male bites the female's neck to prevent her from escaping. Yes, I apologize for my rigid neck, Leon replied with a wry smile. What a sinful man you are. Despite being a man, you have a body fragrance that Aegis blessing is truly remarkable. Lucia sat up, treating Leon as a cushion. In any case, I have replaced all the mutated organs within her. Even that added heart has been removed. She will be weak for a time. You understand what I mean, right? Leon grimaced, retrieving several high-grade life recovery potions from his backpack. I'm somewhat curious where you obtained these advanced alchemical potions. Lucia picked up a vial. Taking a sip, savoring the flavor of high-grade materials, it is divinely granted. Leon remarked, I receive divine blessings every day. This statement is partly true and partly false, as Leon himself is uncertain whether the system can be considered a creation of the divine. Regardless, he is able to sign in daily to receive gold, restorative potions, and various rare materials. You should give Natasha a bottle each day, Lucia suggested. Moreover, this matter needs to be reported to the Empire. Will they heed your words? Leon inquired, perplexed. The highest-ranking alchemy professor at the Imperial Academy is my mentor, Lucia replied with a smile. Our relationship evolved from strangers to ordinary teacher and student, then to partners. And now, in the realm of biological alchemy, I surpass him. However, I am not so adept with alchemical potions. After all, biological alchemy requires an intense mastery of magical energy. Even a slight deficiency is unacceptable. Princess Lucia, who do you think is responsible for this? Leon asked. The transplantation of monster organs into human bodies through alchemical procedures has been explicitly forbidden by the Empire, has it not? I have a general target in mind. Now is not the time to seek out individuals to AS for you. My obedient pup, would you care to join me in slumber tonight? Ah, I would be delighted, Leon smiled. Lucia maintained her smile as well. However, half a minute later, Leon found himself unceremoniously kicked out. The eldest son of the Barrett family rubbed his rear, his mind still occupied with thoughts of biological alchemy. Divine blessings. Ray Long opened his eyes and scoffed. Chapter 42. Please pay the fine. Raymond's operation to clear the dungeon boss proceeded smoothly, though some unexpected complications arose in the aftermath. He successfully adjusted the difficulty level to a range acceptable for adventurers within the Jelly territory, while also dispatching the scattered monsters in the wilderness. However, upon returning to the city after dealing with the monsters, what do you mean you cannot provide us with accommodation? Do you not recognize us? It was we who helped you defeat the labyrinth boss and obtain rare equipment last time. A sharp cry followed, and Jelly received a slap across the face. You mean to tell me that after being away for just a short while, there are no rooms available for us? Do you expect me to share a tavern with the lower-class rabble? Raymond blinked in confusion. Jelly maintained his duke's composure, smiling at the elegantly armored woman. Your Highness, the Grand Princess, I beg for your understanding. All the guest rooms in my duke's residence have been allocated to returning guests from the border. The remaining rooms are occupied by common servants, and their quality is inferior to that of the inns within the city. It is hard to believe that such a Grand Duke's residence would lack even a few rooms, especially if the Grand Princess Shaylin's demands were not unreasonable. There should be ample space for her. Are my demands truly unreasonable? Carl is my companion, and we have fought tirelessly for the glory of humanity. Can you not even meet this modest request? Shaylin felt no sense of impropriety. I merely ask you to vacate 3 floors for the use of myself and the hero, so that no one can eavesdrop or spy on us. Do you wish for any embarrassing moments between the hero and myself to be overheard or witnessed? Jelly rolled his eyes at her. I asked that what you consider a reasonable request. Why not simply cast a barrier spell to ensure peace? As for complaining to a duke from the same border region, call forth those who occupy the rooms, and let me see if they dare to hold on to them. Are you looking for me? The group of heroes turned at the sound, spotting Raymond returning from battle. This moment, Raymond was not only clad in his weaponry, but also carried a massive pig-like magical beast. While his face was obscured, Shaylin recognized the armor. You are Raymond Barrett. You have reached the 6th tier? How is that possible? You are not yet 20 years old and a follower of Aegis. How could you possibly withstand such immense energy? The leap from the first to the third tier, and from the fourth to the sixth tier, represented two significant thresholds. Achieving the pinnacle of the sixth tier before the age of 20 might have been possible in ancient times, but is utterly impossible today. Yet, Raymond has accomplished this feat. Karl Arthur Pendragon instinctively stepped in front of Shaylin, eyeing Raymond warily. At this moment, Karl was just on the cusp of the sixth tier, and the blessings from the God of Light were unreserved. Yet the fearsome reputation of Aegis was notorious even among the gods. The rampaging dragon, the destroyer of order, the dragon that ravages all in its path. The greatest characteristic of dragons is their absolute dominance over other races. It could be said that all laws of the world are under the dragon's authority. Faced with someone whose qualifications, level, and divine blessings rivaled his own, Karl lacked confidence in his victory. "Look at you, making it seem as if I intend to kill you," Raymond said, casually tossing the magical beast aside, stretching his limbs, and glancing at Karl. "Well, since you are here, it's time to settle the fine." "A fine?" Karl was taken aback, and a wanted poster was thrust into his hands. The individual depicted was indeed him. But why? Ever since he learned he was the chosen one blessed with the hero's protection, he had not dared to slack off for even a moment, diligently fulfilling his duties as a hero. So why was there a wanted poster? "Jelly, you had better explain to me the circumstances surrounding this wanted poster," Shaylin demanded angrily. "This wanted poster was issued by the Empire's officials following an on-site investigation." Jelly replied, "That I previously mentioned, Your Highness. You may engage in dungeon exploration, but please conduct a thorough investigation afterward to avoid any mishaps. Due to your negligence, the difficulty level of the dungeon within my territory has drastically increased. Adventurers and clergy cannot cope, leading to severe damage to my land." Jelly paused before continuing, "My territory is responsible for supplying basic provisions to the border garrison. The monsters emerging from the dungeon have wreaked havoc on farmlands and even alchemical agricultural bases. Should you refuse to pay the fine, according to imperial law, I will have no choice but to request your labor in prison to repay the fine." Shaylin grew even angrier. "Jelly, we are a team of heroes." "Heroes do not possess any privileges, Your Highness," Jelly stated calmly. "This law applies to everyone in the Empire without exception. Not even for royalty. Even Princess Lucia faced unjust slander and was sent to the border region. You are not special." Shaylin was at a loss for words. The greedy witch, meaning this girl has always demanded the best of everything since childhood. She has always believed that only heroes deserve her. In fact, she has indeed trained tirelessly to be worthy of a hero, striving for the strongest skills, the most beautiful companions, and the best attributes and equipment. However, this is merely the effort of a mortal. Having crossed the threshold of life and death countless times, Raymond's combat talent utterly eclipses that of any hero. "Sigh, just pay the fine quickly. I have no time to waste here with you." Raymond was quite dissatisfied. He still needed to return to the imperial capital to check on his sister's situation. He truly did not regard the heroes as a significant concern. Karl and his team members hesitated. But after a moment's deliberation, they decided to pay the fine. After all, Jelly was right. His territory supported several legions and guarded a crucial pass. Should anything happen due to a dungeon incident, Shaylin, the Grand Princess, would surely meet her end at the guillotine. A total of 10,000 gold coins was gathered, comprising Shaylin's own funds and the earnings from selling equipment acquired during their recent adventures. "Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness," Jelly said with a smile. "In that case, I shall provide accommodations for you all, and I hope you can rest well before embarking on your journey." The implication of this statement was, "I will spare you some face. Think carefully about how to earn a living, you paupers." Following this incident, Shaylin naturally no longer felt inclined to pursue a romantic relationship with the hero. Raymond was also somewhat surprised. This hero seemed unexpectedly timid. Chapter 43. The examination. Natasha was recovering quite rapidly. Perhaps due to her age being similar to Leon's, but her long-term malnutrition had led to developmental delays, making her appearance easily mistaken for that of a child. With the aid of Leon's potions and Lucia's magical techniques, the integration of the alchemical organs proceeded smoothly. "Will this truly not have any adverse effects on her?" Leon asked, observing Layla and Natasha playing in the snow in the courtyard. A hint of concern evident in his voice. "Are you questioning my expertise?" There are but a handful of magisters on this entire continent who surpass me. Even those magisters would not dare claim to rival me in the field of life alchemy. Lucia remarked, sipping her tea. The artificial organs will gradually adapt to her bloodline within her body. There will be no further mutations, but of course, the original alchemical organs would not have any mutations either. It is merely the result of those individuals shoving monster organs into her. At that moment, Natasha bore several surgical scars, which were quite cruel for a young girl, but given that the damage caused by the terminal magical corridor had been healed, what was there to complain about? Scar removal surgery could be performed later. That was not difficult. Leon nodded, marveling at the wonders of magic in this otherworldly realm. Layla and Natasha were constructing snowmen in the courtyard. The cat girl created a gigantic cat figure, while Natasha crafted a dashing dragon knight statue. Lucia smiled at Leon, who averted his gaze. During lunchtime, Natasha also subtly maneuvered to sit closer to Leon, keenly observing his eating habits and expressions. Silence reigned, yet it was sufficient for Lucia to be drawn into the examination room by some perverse psychology for a thorough discourse. After the farce had played out, Leon returned to his chamber to study the tome of Lay Fa. Unlike the incantations described in fantastical novels, it meticulously detailed the operation of magical power within the body, followed by the process of communication with the heavens to unleash it. From this perspective, it indeed bore a remarkable resemblance to the arcane corridors of magical energy. It appeared that individuals from the Great Flame were also conducting research in this domain. After perusing the text, Leon took a deep breath and commenced his attempts to control the flow of magical energy. Thanks to the protection of the Thunder Dragon, his pace of cultivation was notably swift. Ding! Lightning Element Specialization Skill activated. Your comprehension of the Heavenly Thunder Technique has deepened. You have initially mastered the Heavenly Thunder Technique. Acquired skill, Thunder Punishment. Thunder Punishment. A more potent lightning element skill, with unexpectedly devastating effects on the undead, spirit races, and those burdened with grave sins. Leon chuckled wryly, surprised to discover yet another application for the system. He opened his eyes, emerging from his meditative state, and then attempted to unleash the Thunder Punishment skill. The familiar hue of magical energy manifested in his hands, albeit the lightning's color leaned towards white, exhibiting a more ferocious intensity than Leon's original skill. Should this skill strike a person, it would surely leave them charred to cinders. Chen Xuanguang had instructed me to teach the hero a lesson, yet he did not specify the extent of that lesson. Leon furrowed his brow, dispelling the magical energy from his hands. If the hero were to be crippled before fully maturing, whose responsibility would that be? In the ensuing hours, Leon dutifully fulfilled his obligations as a loyal hound within the manor, tending to chores such as cleaning, shoveling snow, and even chopping firewood. With ample time on his hands, he could not possibly emulate the protagonists of cultivation novels, sitting idly for centuries. If one could truly live that long, they would have long since succumbed to madness. As dinner preparations were underway, an imperial envoy arrived. Given his notorious reputation, the envoy exhibited no arrogance upon arrival. Once all were present, the envoy cleared his throat. Your Highness Lucia, this is the Emperor's decree. The envoy unfurled the document, articulating its contents. As the words unfolded, the assembly grew increasingly alarmed. The hero's party had encountered difficulties and returned to the imperial capital for recuperation. The Grand Princess Shaylin was injured and had returned to recuperate in the capital. The various princes and princesses stationed in distant lands were to return in the spring, after passing their accompanying trials, to participate in the selection of heirs. Leon's brows knitted tightly. Was this the commencement of the main storyline? Yet something felt amiss. In the original narrative, Lucia had returned to the capital after spring without any official decree, forcibly involving herself in the heir selection, thereby forging a fateful connection with the hero, leading to an ongoing conflict between them. The Grand Princess, though her name eluded him, Shaylin? Let it be so. She had not sustained any injuries until the latter stages of the main plot, after all. For the hero had been there to protect her. Could it be that his transmigration had altered the timeline? Regrettably, fate's design here seemed nebulous. Otherwise, Leon would have sought out a sage to discern the specific events that transpired. He hoped no celestial forces would obstruct his development, for that would indeed render him powerless to alter his course. Accompanying the decree was an envelope containing Lucia's examination. Oh, that foolish and arrogant father of mine. who should have long ago been usurped from his throne. I wonder what perplexing question he has devised for me this time. Lucia mused as she opened the envelope. I am the Grand Sorceress, the Grand Magus, and one of the few scholars in the Empire. My knowledge could easily surpass any fool in the capital who outranks me. As Lucia opened it, she fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. With a resounding explosion, black flames consumed the examination, and Lucia regarded the ashes with quiet contemplation. The others remained silent, observing her. Will, yes, Your Highness. Will stepped forward with a smile. Activate your information network. I want to ascertain what has transpired to compel our inept father to commit such a foolish act. Lucia commanded, turning to Leon. Leon, would you mind attending to dinner? Certainly, I shall fulfill your request. Leon nodded. May I inquire what you wish to eat? Not at all. Lucia lightly tapped Leon's forehead and departed the hall. Heading to her office, Leon's curiosity piqued regarding the contents of the envelope that had elicited such a vehement expression from Lucia. However, his duties remained unchanged. A child's stubbornness often stems from their upbringing, yet more significantly, from the scars of their original family. The pain inflicted by one's family of origin takes a lifetime to heal. Such is not a mere platitude. The snow continued to fall, and in the shadows where the light did not reach, dark malice was quietly coalescing. Within the capital, at the Barrett estate, Eden Barrett executed yet another treacherous servant, hanging them at the entrance. Ensure no one retrieves the body. Let it be fed to the dogs, Eden instructed the summoned contract demon as he strolled back inside. At the entrance, two humanoid demons, their features akin to those of the Barrett family but with crimson eyes, offered a slight bow. Chapter 44. The snow grows heavy. The hero does not refer to a specific individual or family. While the birth of each hero brings substantial benefits to their family, it is a rarity. With time to spare, we'll regale the others with tales by the fireplace. Among these were female heroes, yet it was likely due to their excessive sentimentality that they ceased to emerge after 2 or 3 generations. Moreover, the Demon King had not made an appearance in quite some time. In the realm of Western fantasy, an essential element found in Eastern anime is the hero battling dragons and confronting the Demon King. Apart from the immortal and indestructible nature of the races depicted in some works, there also exists the issue of uneven resource distribution, including territory. A prime method of transferring domestic strife is to wage war. Even in the absence of a Demon King, one can be created anew. A particular generation of heroes managed to provoke the Great Flame. Crack, whoosh, meow. So hot, so hot. Layla removed the pizza baking in the fireplace and placed it on the small table. What happened next, meow? To refer to it merely as a Demon King is to oversimplify the matter. Will remarked, the Demon King is merely a formidable individual among the demon race, selected by the others as their leader, due to conflicting interests with humanity. This topic bore too much weight, proving too profound for Natasha and Layla. Leon displayed little interest. Had it not been for the heavy snowfall outside, and Lucia's reluctance to rise from her slumber, the entire territory would have been gathered around the fireplace, aside from Ralph, who was on patrol. What do you think, Leon? Will inquired with a smile. Dummy? I believe that regardless of how grandiloquent the discourse may be, it bears no relevance to us, Leon replied. High-end combat strength is uniform, yet it is the mid to low-tier fighting capabilities that determine the battlefield's direction. Even a 9th-tier powerhouse can exhaust themselves to death. A hero alone cannot withstand the tide. As a child, I was reminded of the words of Qin Wang in Qin Shi Mingyu, who wisely stated, if 300 cannot capture, then send 3,000, 30,000, or even 300,000. Unless Gainia has achieved immortality, victory is unlikely. After chattering for a considerable time, Will shared insights from his work as a demon hunter, while Layla reminisced about her life in her homeland. Leon and Natasha had little to contribute, opting instead to roast sweet potatoes by the fireplace. Will became inebriated and Layla overindulged. Leon covered them with a blanket after ensuring the fire in the fireplace posed no danger, then rose to his feet. Although the outside temperature was frigid, as a cleric, he had no fear of frostbite. Suddenly, someone tugged at his sleeve. The diminutive Natasha, resembling an abandoned kitten, gazed up at Leon. I wish to explore the territory. If any enemies attack, it would be prudent to address them promptly. Leon attempted to speak softly, yet Natasha retained that kitten-like demeanor. Very well, you may accompany me, he conceded with a wave. He then donned a scarf around her neck, reminiscent of leading a sister by the hand through the manor in their youth. Eden, as a member of the Barrett family, faced an unjust plight, particularly given the current circumstances, with himself stationed at the border. Raymond unaccounted for in his training, and their father in a mysterious coma, there was no capable man left to oversee the household. Sister, Una Zister, that noble girl, the one he once loved as a fiancée, he had slain her brother. Why had they not reacted? Should they not be seeking him out at the border to cause trouble? Leon? Natasha inquired, sensing his distraction. I was lost in thought, Leon sighed. What could Lucia's examination entail? The moment she received the envelope, she incinerated it. I barely caught a glimpse. It was a painting. A painting. Leon was taken aback by Natasha's response. What sort of examination would be conveyed through a painting? Or did the painting hold some special significance? The material appeared not to be professional canvas nor a meticulously preserved scroll, but rather plain paper, akin to that used by children for doodling. In the original narrative, Lucia seemingly had not received any examination at all. As he pondered this, Ralph returned from his patrol. Leon, thank goodness you are here. The windswept guard approached. Where is Lady Lucia? She should still be in bed. What is it? Leon asked, puzzled. A distinguished guest has arrived, Ralph exclaimed. Duke Barine has traveled a great distance. This was a powerful duke whom Lucia aimed to ally with, and he would undoubtedly become her greatest supporter in the future. However, at this moment, Lady Lucia has suddenly fallen into a state of despondency. What should we do? I shall summon Lady Lucia while you attend to Duke Belhane. As Leon spoke, he beckoned, and Natasha hurriedly followed him to Lucia's chamber. Dressed in her nightgown, Lucia was roused from her slumber. Her sleepy eyes met with a warm towel that Leon held, prompting her to sit up. Lacking any suitable garments to change into swiftly, Leon draped a large coat over her shoulders. Following that, Natasha's magic invigorated Lucia. What are you two up to? Lucia inquired, her expression one of resignation. Your Highness, Duke Belhane has arrived, Leon announced. Please rise. We must attend to him. I understand, Lucia yawned, casually snapping her fingers with her right hand. A black-purple magic circle enveloped her, adorning her with appropriate mage attire. Magic is truly remarkable. Even if the clothing is thin, it can maintain body warmth. Stretching languidly, Lucia gestured for Leon and Natasha to follow her to the reception room. Duke Belhane, having shed his outer garments, made no move for tea or snacks, simply seated himself in a chair of the reception room. Have you been waiting long? Leon opened the door and Lucia entered. No, I just arrived, Belhane replied with a smile as he picked up a teacup. After all, Princess Lucia is the substantial benefactor of my territory. Waiting a little longer is of no consequence. You jest, Duke. Lucia smiled, finding a seat at random. Dining or hosting guests is a matter of etiquette. The host's seating position bears significance. Your mood seems rather low. Has something occurred? You need not require my recommendation to contend for the position of imperial heir, Belhane queried. Is this truly the dark sorceress I once knew? Indeed, it is, Your Grace. I have not changed. Lucia replied, her enthusiasm waning as she expressed her dissatisfaction with her father at that moment. The noble duke nodded, sighing. I understand you well, Your Highness. Were I in your position, forcibly recalled due to the downfall of the designated heir, I would be equally irate. What do you mean? Leon furrowed his brow. The designated heir. Shailen Van Aster? Chapter 45. The Oath of the Thunder Dragon. The Emperor initially intended to abolish the competition system. Belhane stated. Meaningless rivalry only provides opportunities for our enemies. The heir has already been determined. It is Princess Shailen, along with her husband, Karl, the hero. The fusion of formidable martial prowess with legitimate bloodline will bring the empire closer to stability. Yet, it is evident that this foremost heir has encountered some mishap. Belhane glanced at Leon, smiling. The blood of heroes is indeed transferable. That much is true. Leon was taken aback by this statement. What do you mean? Leon Barrett, first and foremost, I must express my gratitude to you in my capacity as Duke. Thanks to your financial support, my forces have been swiftly and adequately arranged. I have heard that the Merchant Guild wishes to foster a good relationship with you. Thanks to your assistance, I have acquired many urgently needed medicines, Belhane remarked with a smile. Moreover, in my personal capacity, I extend my sincere respect to the Barrett family. Your brother, Raymond Barrett, upon learning of your circumstances, has led a small team from the border to the imperial capital, dealing with numerous demon and beast-infested tribes along the way. Unfortunately, the gathering of these demons and beasts was primarily due to the hero's failure to manage the aftermath. Leon's eyes widened. Raymond. How is he? Where is he now? Has anyone in the imperial capital troubled him? Hearing news of his brother, Leon could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Belhane paused for a moment. Leon, calm down. Lucia grasped Leon's hand. The hero's power is quite formidable. If Raymond can handle the mess he left behind, he must be quite capable. Leon took a deep breath and said, I apologize for my impoliteness. The memories of his original self influenced him. Mentioning his brother made him lose control. In his mind, Raymond was still that pitiful child, crippled and reliant on family for sustenance. Yet the truth demonstrated that the divine is just. There exists a notion that the threshold for one to bear the power bestowed by the divine is related to one's character, capacity for endurance, and the trials they have faced. Belhane continued. I have heard of Raymond's situation as well. Born with crippled legs, he was deemed destined to spend his life in a wheelchair. Yet he persevered, eventually reaching the trial grounds and receiving the blessing of Aegis. Recent intelligence indicates that Raymond Barrett has slain a 7th-tier demon lord with his 6th-tier strength, thoroughly thwarting the demon's invasion plans against the Empire. A 7th-tier demon lord. Wow, that's impressive, Lucia exclaimed, clearly astonished. It seems you can rest easy, Leon. With such a powerful warrior, the Empire wouldn't be foolish enough to persecute him. What a mess. Leon felt his heart racing. After some time spent conversing, Lucia's appetite improved significantly, and the two dukes enjoyed cake and tea. I will continue to support you in becoming the steward of the Empire, Princess Lucia. Regardless of your qualifications or talents, you stand out among the princes and princesses. Please have confidence in yourself, Belhane said as he prepared to take his leave. The age of heroes has passed. This is an era of universal emergence. Clinging to ancient rules will only lead the Empire towards ruin. In truth, Belhane's concerns were unfounded. In the original narrative, Lucia ultimately became the hero's nemesis. Without the hero's divine power, he could never have surpassed or defeated Lucia, who was determined to eliminate her adversary. After all, as the protagonist, everything he did was justified. By the way, here, take this. Belhane produced a gift from within his robes. Lucia accepted it. It was a ticket, a family hot spring experience voucher. Lucia looked at Belhane. You should take a break once in a while, Belhane said mysteriously. Your Highness, you need to find a strong husband, do you not? He is my loyal hound, Lucia replied, extending her hand to grasp Leon's collar. Isn't that right? Leon, with a furrowed brow, nodded. Yes, my lord. Everything you say is what I strive for. Unspoken, the magical eye revealed that Leon was lying. After seeing off Belhane, Lucia dragged Leon back into her chamber, casually tossing Natasha outside. The little girl, still somewhat defiant, was caught by Lucia, who lifted her skirt and jabbed her with a restorative needle, causing her to run off in tears. Ralph went to chase after her. Do you think I am being too harsh? No, it is indeed a bit excessive to argue with the child. Leon was at a loss for words. Your Highness, do you have something you wish to discuss with me? Lucia sat at the edge of the bed, lifting her foot. Leon knelt to remove her boots. As he steadied himself, he touched Lucia's delicate foot. Today, you and that little brat Natasha insisted on waking me. I must punish you. With that, she planted her foot on Leon's face. How about that? For someone like you, this must feel like a reward, no? Leon remained silent. He withdrew his hands from Lucia's foot and stood up. Stepping forward, instantly, Lucia found her hands pinned to the bed. Will castrate you. You lustful fool, Lucia stated coldly. Lady Lucia, Leon said earnestly, my feelings for you are far more profound than mere love. I know not what you have endured in the past, but I comprehend that many have failed to understand you, misjudged you, and feared you, which has led you to the border. It is not solely for evasion, but also for respite. You harbor within you a towering mountain, and my stance on certain matters aligns with yours. Noble unions between aristocrats are commonplace, and the Barrett family is no exception, and so? Lucia's anger flared. Why, love for you will not waver due to our positions. I, Leon Barrett, will cherish my feelings for Princess Lucia as steadfastly as gold. Why not diamonds? Diamonds are composed of carbon, Your Highness. Lucia withdrew her hand, pressing down on Leon's head. The taste of a sorceress is delightful, and the flavor of a thunder dragon's kin is equally exquisite. With a thud, Leon received a slap imprint on his face, kneeling to the side. Lucia seated herself, poured a glass of water, and diluted the floral scent in her mouth. Can you not ponder the reason behind the floral scent on you, a grown man? I do not know, Your Highness, Leon replied helplessly. I have already stated it is the blessing of the Thunder Dragon. Never mind, do you not wish to know what my deceased father has sent me as a challenge? Lucia sighed. It is a painting, one I made for him when I was a child. I never thought he would keep it until now. Then, Your Highness, I have not changed. The Grand Princess only remembers her other capable offspring after her own fall from grace. The Empire is destined for ruin. Lucia huffed. Rather than dwell on that, let us consider how to enjoy ourselves at the hot springs. Chapter 46. The Hot Spring Palace. Although heavy snow blocked the roads, advancements in technology ensure that internal combustion engines do not cease their function due to the cold. Furthermore, the border region is not particularly frigid. No matter how cold it is, it cannot compare to the icebound northern realms, where lingering outside for mere moments can lead to frostbite. Welcome to the Hot Spring Palace. A woman clad in a uniform greeted Lucia and her entourage with a smile. May I ask if you have a reservation? Oh, is it a family experience voucher? Please hold on. As the ticket given by Duke Berhane was taken for authentication. The crowd began to observe the Hot Spring Palace. Meow, the decor here is so splendid, Layla exclaimed excitedly, her gaze sweeping over the electric lights, the glass, and the plethora of magical furniture. I heard that the hot springs here are created using a combination of a 6th-tier fire dragon crystal and a 6th-tier water dragon crystal, forming a magical device. Will remarked, what an audacious design. That's not all, Lucia interjected sharply. Many of the designs utilize dwarf craftsmanship, and constructing such a palace would require an enormous fortune. Leon glanced outside at the guards at the entrance, warrior clerics of the 7th tier. The Continental Trading Company is truly wealthy. With the tickets verified, a dedicated attendant led Leon and the others to their private room. The scene reminded Leon of the grand bathhouses he had only seen on his phone in his previous life. This is your floor, the attendant announced as they passed through a magic circle, arriving at the designated level marked 42. Please enjoy your time of relaxation. Complimentary meals and beverages are provided, but extravagant dishes and wines require additional payment. Ding! Leon retrieved a gold coin from his backpack and pressed it into the attendant's palm. Here's your tip. You may leave now. The attendant said nothing, merely smiling as he departed. It must be said that the mages of the Merchant Guild possess considerable skill. After all, this point-to-point teleportation is quite impressive. Once technological advancements catch up, however, this spatial teleportation technique may very well become obsolete. Let us divide into groups, Lucia chuckled, extracting her luggage from Leon's bag. Meow, I want to be with Lady Lucia. Layla exclaimed, embracing Lucia and casting a triumphant glance at Leon. Meanwhile, Natasha clung to Leon's hand, following the witch to the room after receiving a playful thump on the head from Lucia. This left Leon, Will, and Ralph as a trio. Hey, you two little rascals, Will grinned. Although Lady Lucia is an epitome of beauty, there are certainly other charming women around. How about we step out for some fun? He draped his arms over their shoulders. Leon frowned, recalling, the monster hunter. That must mean Gerald. Besides, Europe is indeed quite liberal. I won't be joining you. If you wish to have fun, go ahead. Just don't bring anyone back. It was a jest. Leon was the eldest son of the Barrett family. A prestigious lineage. Nobility has its image to uphold. The blood of heroes should not be squandered carelessly. Just imagine if a young lady came to the Barrett household with a child. What would they do? As for those families with fewer restrictions, illegitimacy is rampant and hardly causes any scandal. However, Ralph, being an innocent young man, was swayed by Will's whispers, clamoring to experience the world, and was led off by the old rogue. Now, the atmosphere on this floor was decidedly skewed toward femininity. Meow? Leon. I'm dressed now. Meow? Layla announced, bouncing out of the room. The young girl's graceful figure was indeed alluring, yet Leon entered the men's room without a second glance. Leon, meow, come out and see. Layla was quite irked by his indifference. Little Natasha emerged in a one-piece swimsuit, while Lucia sported a slightly mature black swimsuit. Leon, Open the door. Natasha tapped on it. Do you think my swimsuit is pretty? Very pretty. All of them are. Leon chuckled to himself inside the room. He was looking at the swim trunks he had prepared to avoid embarrassment in the hot spring now, with 3 women blocking the door. He regretted not following Will out for some fun. All right, let us clean up first and prepare for the hot springs. Lucia quietly activated her magical eye, glancing appreciatively at Leon's physique before dragging her 2 companions away. Having lived in a small town, Leon was accustomed to a much simpler bathing culture, stripping down and jumping in, then finding someone to scrub him down. The notion of preparing a bathtub for washing was absurd, as it was intended for soaking, not cleansing. One must wash off before entering. Leon had no idea where Will had taken Ralph to have fun, nor did he believe that the unfolding events would mirror the indulgent scenarios of Eastern romantic anime. Overflowing with benefits, Lucia, Layla, Natasha. Truth be told, Leon had an affection for all of them. After tidying up, Leon immersed himself in the pool. I've never enjoyed myself like this in my previous life. Ancient Rome appeared to have a bathing culture as well. He wondered if the common folk had the opportunity to partake in such luxuries. Oh, you all arrived quite swiftly. Leon glanced to the side, where Duke Berhane was seated next to him. This noble duke resembled the handsome aristocrats depicted in films. Yet at that moment, Leon could not commend the tuft of chest hair on his chest. A man. Indeed, a true man. Upon learning that your brother was unharmed, you seem to have relaxed considerably. Duke Berhane raised a glass of red wine. I believe your brother feels the same. If you were to perish due to the severance of divine essence, he would undoubtedly be enraged. Leon observed the nobleman drink. Your support for Lady Lucia and for me carries risks. If successful, the Empire will undergo a transformation, entering a new era. But should we fail, the Barrett family, the Berhane family, and Lady Lucia will all become sacrifices in the struggle for power. Those who regain control will not spare us. At that point, we shall either perish or become fugitives. Theo quote is saying from the Great Yin, a soldier dies for his confidant. Since I am supporting Lady Lucia, I intend to go all the way. Duke Berhane smiled wryly. You know, I am the last of the Berhane clan still within the Empire. Leon listened quietly. I cannot divulge the specifics. However, my hatred for the high-ranking officials is no less than yours. Duke Berhane chuckled. By the way, where is Mr. Will? They? Leon hesitated as the sound of applause echoed from outside. Chapter 47. I am not. Ralph had certainly been led astray by Will upon returning. He was met with a magical slap from Lucia, leaving him bruised and battered when he encountered Leon. How was it with the ladies? Leon asked, frowning. It was absolutely fantastic. Will laughed heartily, having suffered no repercussions. This aligns with the typical portrayal of wizards. They worship the mightiest demon and heed its commands to hunt other demons, which alters their bodies to some extent. Even with potions, it would be quite challenging for 2 monster hunters to conceive a child. Thus, Lucia indulged Will, as they were merely in an employment relationship. Your Highness, I was wrong. I apologize. Ralph knelt before Lucia, who cast a glance at Will, exposing her fair thighs. Uncle, please refrain from taking Ralph to do such things in the future. Clerics possess resistance to certain ailments, but Ralph lacked the talent to become one. Should anything unfortunate happen to the old steward's child, Lucia would be consumed by guilt. Oh, men. Quite normal, Duke Berhane timely interjected. Since we are all cleaned up, let us change and head downstairs for a bite to eat. The meals at the Hot Spring Palace were quite lavish, but this was certainly not a place ordinary folk could afford. For the upper echelons of society, any gathering is a battlefield of social interaction. Soon, Berhane was surrounded by others, all paying homage to his resilient territory, hoping he could persist and revitalize it. Ralph had learned his lesson, sticking close to Lucia as a guard who could partake in the food. Layla and Natasha, however, were more carefree. One of them had a youthful mentality, while the other, genetically speaking, was not one to adhere to rules. Berhane providing tickets to the Hot Spring Palace for Lucia likely served this purpose, leveraging the power of the Continental Trading Company, ensuring that no imperial predators had eyes and ears here. In doing so, he could introduce Lucia to more influential figures and nobles, garnering their support for her future return to the imperial capital. They discussed the history of the empire, the war between demons and gods, the tragic epic of the monster hunters, and the scale of the Great Yan's army, hundreds of thousands marching forth. It's unimaginable, Meanwhile, Leon observed the bustling crowd, adjusting his attire as he sought out a server to inquire about stepping outside for some fresh air. The server activated the teleportation array, transporting him to the top of the hot spring palace. Boom, boom, boom. Enormous machines operated, ventilating, expelling harmful gases, and pumping in fresh water. All of this was located at the top, serving the entire palace. The upper level was sparsely populated. Leon stood by the protective railing, gazing at the diminished snow and the countless lights below. In the past, even at the Empire's zenith, standing atop a high building would not reveal such an expansive glow. Leon felt a sense of nostalgia for home. The reason for his crossing was somewhat mocking. To die in such a manner was indeed irresponsible. Sigh. Leon inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of white mist. What's wrong? Missing home? Lucia had appeared beside him without notice. Leon looked at the witch, the words on the tip of his tongue, yet he hesitated to speak. His true identity was that of an otherworldly demon. What significance does possessing Leon's memories hold? With the addition of my own memories, should I truly return to the imperial capital, how shall I confront Eden and Raymond? How can I tell them? Your brother is deceased. I have traversed here and usurped his identity. Furthermore, he can never return home again. Who could possibly comprehend this sorrowful sentiment? Your Highness, how did you ascend? Leon inquired, regaining his composure. It was merely a teleportation spell. My magical aptitude is quite formidable, making the deciphering and mastering of such spells trivial for me. Lucia beckoned Leon, seating herself upon a conduit imbued with anti-pollution magic. And you? Are you contemplating how to extricate yourself from my presence in this cozy chamber? Despite having professed your deep feelings for me just days prior? No, I simply don't find myself yearning for home, Leon replied with a smile. Although my home is not particularly splendid, nor does it offer true freedom, one must shoulder responsibilities and consider various aspects. It hardly qualifies as freedom. Yet, I do have a family that loves me, and it has been so long since I last saw them. Lucia gazed quietly at Leon, observing his emotions beginning to unravel. His magical energy leaking slightly. I apologize for subjecting you to such folly. Leon regained his composure. What of Lord Bell? He is actively introducing me to capable knights and talents, even recommending a physician with exceptional biological modification skills. Your little attendant Natasha's condition is stabilizing, Lucia remarked. We shall depart for the imperial capital come spring. I will arrange matters concerning the territory, but the actions you have taken will undoubtedly incite the ire of the nobility there. I shall manage it, Leon asserted firmly. These issues will not affect your highness's standing. The mere mention of Raymond, a sixth-tier mage returning to the imperial capital, would suffice to instill trepidation among the nobility regarding whether to oppose Leon. After a moment of contemplation, Lucia spoke. If I am successful in being elected as the heir to the empire, enacting change within the decaying empire will surely require an extensive period of time. Will it not? Leon nodded. Even for a polymath from the 21st century studying ancient history, surmounting the formidable families is no simple task. Historically renowned emperors and statesmen were far from ordinary. Take Tang Taizong, for instance. Had someone else attempted to navigate the Xuanwu Gate incident, they might very well have failed. His own ascension was fraught with peril, where a single misstep could lead to death. Once we achieve our goals, let us explore Dian together, Lucia suddenly interjected. I am quite interested in their herbalism and the magic of their Taoists. What do you think? Leon fell silent. A gust of wind swept through, rustling Leon's garments and lifting the girl's flowing hair. Have you noticed? Yes, I realized when you assisted me with the refugees, Lucia replied. Chen Xuan later sought me out, remarking that your every action resembles that of someone who has lived in Dian for an extended period. Yet, I am aware of your circumstances, and how shall you address me, regarding the fact that I am not truly myself? Leon queried. Lucia grinned mischievously, eager to engage with the mischievous creature she had taken under her wing. At that moment, the sky suddenly brightened, a phenomenon that caught the attention of the experienced duo as a colossal fireball hurtled toward them. Chapter 48. Stirring up trouble. The overwhelming spectacle, reminiscent of the Fire X Ninja's technique, was akin to Madara's celestial meteor. It summoned a meteor to plummet directly in this world. Such magic was not unheard of, but to cast it required an exceedingly high tier of magic, or the collective effort of a legion of magicians. Leon swiftly summoned the dragon spear, intending to channel all his magical energy into it to disperse the immense energy of the fireball into the sky. He then activated his dragon form to withstand the remaining shockwave, hoping to shield Lucia. Wait! Lucia grasped Leon, shaking her head. If you unleash that, the town will suffer the consequences. Allow me to handle this. The dark sorceress stepped forward, lightly slicing her fingertip with a small blade, then began to chant an enigmatic incantation. Leon stepped back, assuming the role of a knight guarding his princess. The pitch-black magical energy rapidly coalesced before Lucia, forming a dark orb. Go. With a casual gesture, the orb soared toward the fireball. The entire exchange lasted no more than 3 seconds, and in the instant the black orb made contact with the fireball, a black hole erupted. Space distorted, light was devoured, and boundless magical energy was drawn into the void as the gargantuan fireball was consumed. As for where the immense magical energy went, who could say? The personnel of the Hot Spring Palace swiftly implemented countermeasures, dispatching numerous warriors to investigate suspicious individuals. Meanwhile, Leon and Lucia were located almost immediately. Your Highness Lucia, I sincerely apologize. We never anticipated that someone would deploy such a large-scale magical attack. Qin Xuan, seemingly one of the administrators of the Hot Spring Palace, appeared taken aback upon seeing Lucia and Leon. Regardless, their plans for a leisurely retreat at the palace were now dashed. Numerous dignitaries hurriedly checked out, demanding that the guild dispatch high-ranking clergy for their protection and expedite the search for the perpetrator of the Legion-level magic. Leon and company returned to their quarters, where no one possessed the inclination to seek out ladies or boast about their swimwear. It is my fault. I did not foresee such audacity here. Bearhain scratched his head. Had that fireball struck, the Hot Spring Palace would have been utterly obliterated. For quite some time hence, it would likely remain closed. Magical materials possess various characteristics. Should the 2 dragon crystals at the heart of the Hot Spring Palace be detonated, the entire town would suffer. Who could have unleashed that fireball? Layla inquired. Of course, Will, seemingly unaffected, leaned against the sofa with a bottle in hand. Such a grand scale of magic could not have been conjured by mere cultists. The only great sorceress here is none other than Princess Lucia. Furthermore, given that we are all present, and Leon has swindled the of so much coin, they possess both motive and capability to orchestrate such an event. Lucia, sipping tea and nibbling on snacks, remained unfazed by Will's words. Then I shall request the tribunal to assist me in an investigation, Bearhain declared resolutely. The Hot Spring Palace will also conduct an inquiry. Once results are obtained, we shall naturally hold the accountable. As for the present, there was no escaping. Too many sought to leave, and train tickets were snatched up in an instant. Moreover, the Hot Spring Palace was not uninhabitable. Spending an extra night there before departing the next day was hardly an inconvenience. Regarding Leon's identity, Lucia said little, and Leon did not broach the subject. Simultaneously, within the Barrett family estate in the imperial capital, a negotiation crucial to the empire's future was underway. The Grand Princess Shaylin could not merely stand idly by as Lucia returned to contend for the position of heir. The heir to the empire is determined by capability. Aside from herself, only Lucia possessed comparable strength. To secure her position, she needed to rally formidable allies, and the Barrett family's influence was indispensable. The ducal residence was far from shabby, even in Leon's absence. Eden had managed the estate with remarkable efficiency. The servants, of course, were not to be retained. Presently, the individuals working within the Barrett estate were all 5th-tier or higher demons. Your juice, milady. A demon clad in a butler's attire smiled as he placed a glass of orange juice before the elven priestess. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, the elven priestess took a sip. The flavor was quite delightful. I had no idea that not only Raymond is formidable, but his sister Eden is equally impressive. The dwarven shield-bearer marveled at the well-organized estate. To command so many high-ranking demons, one must surely possess the rank of a 6th-tier sorcerer. I apologize. My clergy level is only 3rd tier. Eden was thoroughly pleased with the members of the party her brother had brought back. Not to mention, with their presence, Raymond's demeanor was markedly improved compared to when he was at home. Shaylin swallowed hard. What did she behold? An elven sage's priest, a dwarven bearer of ancient inscriptions, and a forest spirit warrior under the protection of the forest dragon. Was Raymond's talent truly so outrageous? The composition of this party resembled that of a hero's company. Your Highness Shaylin, if there is something you wish to convey, please do so promptly, Eden addressed the Grand Princess. My brother has only just returned. We have much to discuss as family. Furthermore, with my elder brother absent, I cannot entertain you uninvited. Lady Eden, you are undoubtedly aware of my purpose for visiting, Shaylin cleared her throat. I wish to request the Barrett family's support in my bid to become the heir to the Empire. Should you agree, I promise wealth and status commensurate with your support. I must respectfully decline. Your Highness, Eden replied, one of the family doctrines of the Barretts is to never engage in or show favoritism in the power struggles concerning the Empire's rulers. Were it not for this doctrine, my brother would not have been exiled. As soon as Raymond was mentioned, his aura intensified, reflecting his displeasure. Shaylin felt helpless, as despair washed over her. Who could have known how the people of Sister had bribed the chief judge to pass such a judgment on Raymond and expel him? Now that it is known that the Barrett family has welcomed an individual destined to reach the pinnacle, it appears that there is no one left to curry favor with, is there? The atmosphere of negotiation has become rather awkward, prompting Shaylin to leave in embarrassment. Apart from Shaylin, many princes and princesses are returning to the imperial capital from their fiefs. Among them, besides Lucia and Shaylin, there are two others who possess considerable strength. Chapter 49. Nightmare. The snow begins to melt. Leon was previously uncertain whether this place experienced seasons akin to those on Earth, but it now seems likely that magical elements may influence it, although they should not alter the inherent natural laws. Lucia and her entourage returned to the residence to arrange matters, knowing they would be absent from the imperial capital for at least 2 or 3 months. In addition to Wylera and Ralph, Lucia has many capable individuals assisting her, such as Norma, who guards the border town. Thus, even if Lucia were to be away for several months, the affairs of the territory would not fall into neglect. Unless the Emperor were to personally issue an order to revoke it as someone's fief. After returning from the Hot Spring Palace, Leon decided against wandering aimlessly. Reports indicated that an attack potent enough to obliterate a small town was aimed directly at him. Should he attract unwanted attention again, his safety could not be assured. Strangely, he realized he had never inquired about Lucia's level. He only knew she was formidable. Tio effortlessly resolved such a crisis. Her power must surely be equivalent to that of a 6th-tier cleric. Right? Without such prowess, the heroes wouldn't need to fight so arduously, as Leon pondered. He brushed oil onto the meat grilling before him. Wow. Meow. It smells divine. Natasha and Layla, 2 little gluttons, perched nearby, watching as the precious spices were sprinkled by Leon onto the meat. Initially, he merely wished to relive the barbecue experience from his previous life, assuming that the spices in this world would be similarly rare and valuable. However, it turned out Leon had overestimated their rarity. The people of Dian had an affinity for agriculture. Spices could be supplied globally, with annual yields exceeding demand. Furthermore, there were many crops from Dian that Leon particularly enjoyed. Gurgle. The pot boiled, and Leon lifted the lid, tossing in a handful of seasoning and stirring it. Wintermelon and pork rib soup, a deluxe grilled steak, perfect for pairing with drinks. Weil took the initiative to grab a bowl, chuckling as he did so. Ah, Weil, you are so cunning, Layla exclaimed in astonishment, having failed to notice Weil's swift action. I won't be courteous any longer. Lucia elegantly took a plate and began to savor the grilled meat. This private dining experience ultimately turned into a scenario where Leon was the sole cook for everyone. Nevertheless, he bore no grievances. Once everyone had their fill, they resumed their respective activities. As Lucia's loyal hound, Leon naturally remained in the office, ever ready to endure Lucia's whims. Document after document was reviewed, and with her glasses perched on her nose, Lucia took on an air of intellect. Could you tell me what your previous world was like? Lucia suddenly inquired, a sense of urgency in her voice. In truth, cases like yours are not unheard of. Ancient rituals have documented instances of summoning souls from other worlds to assist in battles. But I am not a hero, Leon replied. Not necessarily a hero. One could also be a demon lord. Lucia countered, swiftly amending yet another document. It is said that the first demon lord was a soul summoned from this realm. Unable to endure the summoner's intent to enslave him, he ultimately went berserk and fell into darkness, becoming known as the original demon lord. The Empire's literature barely scratches the surface of this account, and even the Church has little detailed information. After all, it is a rather disgraceful matter, best left unspoken. How is it that the grandest library in the imperial capital holds no records of such events? Leon queried, puzzled. Dian has records, Lucia replied. There are often tales of divine clerics, who due to various circumstances, could not continue living and would choose to disperse their powers for rebirth or possession. With such precedents, it seems reasonable, does it not? Leon fell silent, contemplating how to respond to Lucia's inquiry. Was his world a good one? Indeed, it had its merits, but it was not without its flaws. He found it favorable because his nation was powerful, unlike Europe, which could splinter into numerous small states in an instant. The world remained tumultuous. Compared to his former life, this world felt rather backward, giving Leon the illusion that war could not easily erupt. After all, to refer to an army of several thousand as a legion was. I was merely an inconsequential ordinary person in my original world, Leon ultimately replied. Coming to this world, becoming the eldest son of the Barrett family, being favored by you, and blessed by Aegis, I feel quite fortunate. Although the threat of the hero remains unvanquished, and the witch I accompany is the final boss from the original novel, I am content as that's so. Quite commendable, Lucia set down her pen and sat beside Leon. Being inconsequential implies that your surroundings are secure, unlike this mire of a world. Lucia, the second of only two dark archmages in history, was the final enemy that the hero had to confront in the original tale. The demon lord amongst demon lords. Leon could not believe that such a figure possessed no vulnerabilities. Surely there were details unmentioned in the original text. Your Highness, when clerics meet with their deities, if their relationship is favorable, they may receive divine attention. During such moments, the deity may bestow a prophecy or utter words of significance. Leon stated. Prophecies may manifest in dreams, or the individual's consciousness may be transported to a specific realm. Have you ever experienced any troubling dreams? Lucia leaned against Leon's shoulder, fatigue evident in her demeanor. The only good dream I've had in this life was when I was a child, before I became the target of enmity. Raised within the palace on that day, I dreamed of playing in the garden with my mother and father. Upon waking, I was informed that my mother had passed away due to illness. Since then, I have sporadically entered dreams, only to witness endless annihilation. People seem to refer to that place as nirvana. There, no deity awaits me, nor does anyone pity me. I am like a fool, forced to press onward. Devoid of direction. Yet, I discovered something. Lucia turned sideways, resting against Leon. The scent on you, as long as I absorb enough of it, I shall not have nightmares at night. Nothing else mattered. Aegis must have done something. Yet Leon had no intention of revealing it. Allowing Lucia to absorb the Leon essence, he silently adjusted his attire afterward. Tonight, Leon announced, I shall prepare a sumptuous banquet for you. Is there anything in particular you would like to eat? What do people in your world consume during weddings? Lucia inquired, seeking a reference, acknowledging that she indeed required a portion of his bloodline. Perhaps this reference will prove useful in the future? Chapter 50. Journey to the imperial capital. My brother will not return for some time. Ramon felt a surge of anger upon receiving the news, yet upon reflection, he realized it was quite fortunate that his brother was still alive. As for the Sist family. Bang. Eden casually struck a chopping board with a kitchen knife, subsequently serving the sliced monster meat to Ramon. Ever since you awakened, you have been out adventuring. At first, you frequently called home, but later it dwindled to sporadic letters, and you were not eating or dressing well. Eden set the fork and knife in front of Ramon, expressing genuine concern. Have you encountered any difficulties? My brother Leon faced considerable challenges upon awakening. I've been fighting demons while my brother manages the household and the Night Brigade's trivial matters in the imperial capital, Ramon said, wolfing down a large bite of monster meat. Outside, few dare to trouble me. Those who sought trouble have been silenced. Monster meat contains more magical energy than ordinary livestock, and even a typical cleric, let alone a hero, would require time to fully digest it. However, the protection Ramon received clearly allowed him to indulge more freely. A single platter of meat would suffice for merely a day's sustenance. During battles, he would need to consume even more to sustain himself. Having such a glutton on the front lines would evidently hinder the army, yet the benefit was that as long as he had enough food, he could fight without rest. He could even consume demons as nourishment. What are you looking at? Noticing that the demon summoned by his sister seemed particularly interested in him, Ramon glanced at it with his fork. The creature flinched and averted its gaze. Let us set aside that for now. Are you not planning to deal with the Sist family at all? The mountain spirits have filled their plates with imperial delicacies. I thought you would certainly want to take their heads. With my sister around, it would be ill-advised to act out. The dwarf began drinking early in the morning, both of them teasing Ramon. This was a daily occurrence for their group. The two jesters could hardly go a day without poking fun at Ramon. They would joke about using yesterday's slain demons for skewers or criticize Ramon's overly humble approach when negotiating for supplies, suggesting he simply claim territory and lead a band to rob the wealthy. However, even as he occasionally felt compelled to silence these two rascals, he suppressed the urge. All right, we've finished eating. We have matters to attend to, the priest stated, prompting both to behave and focus on their meal. The Barrett family remains intact, and thus their obligations persist. Although previously Leon was absent and unable to fulfill them, now that Raymond has returned, there is no longer a need for Eden to expend considerable magical energy summoning demons to accomplish these tasks. Phew! Raymond spat out a bone and then guzzled down a generous cup of juice. Ha, Sister Eden, I shall first attend to the tasks assigned by the imperial capital. Rising from his seat, Raymond hoisted his long spear and made to leave. The members of the squad quickened their pace at the dining table and soon followed suit, leaving behind the demon and Eden to tidy up the aftermath. Sigh, I wonder how my brother will perceive my changes upon his return. Eden sighed as she handed the cleaned dishes to the demon. I have dismissed all the servants, even the one tending to our father is a contracted demon. Will he think I have gone astray? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Only the expensive grandfather clock responded, along with the ever-present magical prophecy that accompanied her. The validity period of the prophecy had expired, yet the demon that provided her with words seemed undeterred, perhaps possessing unwavering confidence in its predictions. The content of the prophecy remained unchanged, merely devoid of a time limit. The current prophecy reads, Leon Barrett shall perish in a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. On the train, that evening, Layla clutched her stomach, wincing in discomfort from having overeaten. I told you not to eat if you couldn't finish it. Leon looked at Layla, exasperated. This marked her third trip to the restroom. Mew, it hurts so much. Layla curled up next to Lucia. It almost made Leon appear as the villain. Lucia gently patted Layla's head, chuckling softly, then infused her with magic. This train would take 2 days to reach the imperial capital. Will sat on the opposite side, commenting, looking outside now, one can see a grassy field. Although much of it is still covered in snow. When the weather warms, the hills will be dotted with cattle and sheep. The meat here is exquisite, attracting nobles from the imperial capital to savor it. I highly recommend the freshly slaughtered lamb. Its flavor is unparalleled. I just wonder which region popularized such a method. Mentioning roasted whole lamb brought Mongolia to Leon's mind, and he thought, where did this culinary practice originate? From your father, the Khan. Do you comprehend the value of the goddess whip? Yet, he refrained from voicing such sentiments, considering the empire's historical misfortunes at the hands of the Great Flame. Natasha, as always, clung to Leon's side. This train lacked separate sleeping compartments, and during the night, passengers had to rely on their own means for warmth. Should a cold wave arise, and the journey be prolonged, the train did possess heating supplies for sale, albeit at a steep price. Speaking of which, Your Highness, Leon inquired, where shall we settle upon our return to the imperial capital? At this, Lucia smiled, a smile that conveyed, you surely did not expect my wealth. Mew, Your Highness has a residence in the imperial capital too. It is royal property. Meow. Layla, feeling somewhat better, sat up and remarked. But will there be no chance of it being taken by others? Natasha asked. No, although the empire has its shortcomings, it will surely safeguard royal assets for the sake of its dignity, Lucia explained. Even if my mansion were to be given to someone else, I could still take you all to stay at the grandest hotel in the imperial capital. The largest hotel, operated by a merchant association, came at a substantial cost, but Lucia, being a duchess, had no concerns regarding affordability. Boom, boom, huh. The train continued its journey. The early coal-burning train significantly harmed the environment, yet this one utilized lava stones, reflecting an alternative technological advancement. However, concerning trains, especially these old-fashioned steam locomotives, their speed was lacking, and they lacked sufficient security measures. If a few bandits did not appear, it would be a disappointment to the wealthy who could afford train travel. Mr. I know, Will yawned, Patting Ralph on the shoulder, two daggers were tossed over from Leon's direction, which Will caught, drawing forth two azure-hued daggers. Robbery. Don't move. Bang. A bandit armed with a shotgun emerged, prompting Ralph and Will to grip their daggers tightly. Chapter 51. Ambush. A few bandits had barely comprehended the situation before their throats were slit by venomous daggers. The sensation of life ebbing away was unpleasant, yet the poison on the daggers facilitated a relatively painless death for the bandits. Mr. Will, please refrain from carelessly tossing around such weapons in the future. It's quite dangerous, Ralph expressed, shaken. His abilities were not as formidable as others. If he were to be cut, especially by a material derived from a poisonous creature like the ice crystal scorpion, he would endure great suffering, even if he survived. Aren't you quite capable? Leon retorted. Although Ralph was not a priest, he had served Lucia for an extended period. He could not afford to only learn the etiquette of nobility. In truth, he had been diligently training his body in secret and sought guidance from Leon, Will, and even Natasha regarding swordsmanship, methods against demons, and insights into elemental magic. The gods have yet to bestow mercy upon him. Asceticism is arduous, yet upon success, his talents will rival yours. This was what Will had told Leon. Compared to the bloodline of the Barrett family, Will favored the industrious Ralph. Leon also held Ralph in high regard, recognizing that there were certain aspects where he could not match Ralph's proficiency. Just as the train staff arrived to assess the situation and remove the bodies, the front of the train suddenly exploded. Mew! What is happening, meow? Layla yelped, wishing fervently that she did not possess cat-like ears at that moment. The train's power gradually diminished, ultimately losing all momentum. This was the work of the bandits. Will peered out the window, frowning. How curious. What could possibly be on this train that warrants such a powerful weapon? Get off, Lucia stood up, declaring without hesitation. Leon was the first to leap from the window, extending his hand to catch Natasha, followed by Lucia and Layla. Will simply jumped down, while Ralph stumbled and fell to the ground. The passengers began to disembark, some inquiring when the train would resume its journey. We spent 2 gold coins just on tickets. Your safety measures are utterly inadequate. How could they bring alchemical bombs? What if they were to explode in the carriage? Hurry and come up with a solution. Heavens, it's freezing here. The train staff appeared quite innocent. What wrongs had they committed? They were merely doing their jobs for a fee. Everyone, please remain calm. We have already contacted headquarters, and an alchemist will arrive shortly to repair the boiler. Alchemy, a fantastical skill born from the fusion of science and magic. Among the entire train, Lucia possessed the highest level of magical knowledge and skill. Regrettably, Lucia was not adept in such technical matters. Moreover, a boiler could not simply be repaired with magic, even if she wished to mend it. She lacked the necessary materials. It was best to await the arrival of the operational staff. If you are willing to take a longer route, there is a town 10 kilometers away. It has ample supplies and serves as our maintenance point. One of the train staff announced. With your tickets, you can choose either a refund or a reschedule. There were still some supplies left on the train, and those who desired could come to claim them. Upon hearing this, the noble patrons were infuriated. 10 kilometers through the snow. By the time we arrive, our feet will be frozen solid. Several individuals exchanged glances, bewildered. What shall we do? Natasha, wrapped in Leon's warm windbreaker, asked. What can we do? We walk, Will yawned. If we stay here until nightfall, we'll likely face a pack of wolves seeking food. While Lucia and the others could endure, Layla and Natasha were not as fortunate. The catfolk were naturally sensitive to cold, and Natasha, due to prolonged malnutrition, was physically weak. I'll carry Natasha. Will opted for a lighter burden, grinning at the 2 boys. Which of you will take care of Layla? Mew. I don't need to. A gust of cold wind swept through. Mew. Leon, you rascal, open your coat quickly. I want to snuggle in. Leon pressed his hand against her head, covering his face. Had I known you were a cat girl, I wouldn't have treated you like a kitten when I found you. Ultimately, Will carried Natasha, while Leon bore Lucia on his back, with a little cat perched atop his head. As for Ralph, he assumed the role of lookout for any sudden dangers. Along the way, groups formed to head toward the town, and upon seeing Leon's small party tasked with several frail girls, they felt too embarrassed to offer assistance. The bandits hidden among the crowd were aware of Leon's actions and dared not strike easily. The value of a train head was 500 white gold coins. Lucia, perched on Leon's back, remarked, damaging the Merchant Association's property will not bode well for them, so their target is likely us? Leon raised an eyebrow. Typically, when a noble perished, a few wanted posters would suffice. Apprehending those responsible would lead to execution. However, offending the Merchant Association and landing on their blacklist would result in the loss of various conveniences, and one might even find themselves wanted by the Adventurers Guild and the Priest Association. They are likely after you. Lucia wore a wicked smile, the eldest scion of the Barrett family, a nemesis of the church, and a thorn in the side of the Sistar family. I was unaware that I bore so many titles. Leon chuckled bitterly. Regardless, the church should not engage in actions that could tarnish its image. Ahead lay a town under imperial jurisdiction. An assault on such a town would be deemed treasonous. You truly are wasting your talents by not practicing law. Although, in this world, lawyers hold little sway against the powerful, unless one is a Supreme Court judge. Lucia closed her lips, gazing listlessly at the white landscape. There was something she refrained from voicing. Currently, the heirs to the empire were hastening toward the imperial capital. Although the Grand Princess Shaylin held significant power and status, the other heirs were equally competent in various respects. Among them, if Lucia recalled correctly, she had a younger brother, particularly enamored with life alchemy, who had even requested her blood to create formidable dark attribute demons. The monster organs implanted within Natasha would be considered child's play to him. Though the extent of his research was unknown, it undoubtedly surpassed mere organ transplantation. A person with such twisted hobbies must possess a rather unhealthy psyche. Leon, would you care to meet my family? Lucia inquired. The Emperor, you ask? I have encountered him numerous times. Yet he has never deigned to acknowledge me, Leon replied. Chapter 52. The Artificial Demon. 5 gold coins for one night. Are you attempting to rob us? Leon's gaze was icy as he adopted the demeanor of an adventurer seasoned in the field. 5 gold coins could secure half a year's rent. Surely you could forego lodging? The number of patrons seeking accommodation during this time was minimal, and I must hire a chef and procure ingredients solely for your sake. These all cost money. The innkeeper had her reasons, and there was no need for you to intimidate me with your adventurer's bravado. I too was an adventurer in my youth, she declared, revealing her arms, scarred from countless encounters. This place has been rather unsettled lately. Typically, no one dares to cause trouble in my establishment, so, 5 gold coins. Will you stay or not? Leon fell silent, then produced 5 gold coins, securing a room with 3 beds. Our establishment provides breakfast and dinner. The innkeeper accepted the coins and handed over a key, room 7 on the 3rd floor. Achoo! Natasha sneezed. Leon glanced at Natasha, then at the innkeeper. Utilizing a lava stone for the stove. The rent is 20 copper coins per day, which includes a complimentary lava stone and no need for change. I'll take 2. Leon produced a silver coin. Pets are not allowed here. The innkeeper pointed at the 3-colored cat perched atop Leon's head. Bang! Layla reverted to her original form, sticking her tongue out at the innkeeper. Moments later, Ralph ascended the stairs, carrying 2 stoves, accompanied by several others. Upon entering the room, Will whistled. This establishment is quite decent, featuring 3 clean beds, a bathing area, and a designated spot for the stove. Oh, and even a dining table. Lucia wiped the snow from her hair with a towel and cast a glance at Ralph. The bodyguard, Ralph, swiftly set up curtains to separate the sleeping area from the bathing area. Gentlemen, please wait a moment. We shall bathe first, if that is agreeable. Lucia looked at Leon, suggesting. Or perhaps you would like to join us. Leon shook his head. During his time as an adventurer, he had bathed alongside Layla, albeit when she was in her feline form. The sound of the shower echoed shortly thereafter. With the warmth provided by the 2 stoves, Leon and the others need not wear heavy clothing. Will leaned against the window, surveying the surroundings. The main road remained bustling with hurried pedestrians, yet there were no obvious signs of anyone surveilling them. Had the bandits gone into hiding? Or was their target someone else entirely? It seems we can afford to relax a bit. Will yawned, casually selecting a bed. How shall we divide the beds? Mr. Will, Haven T, you already claimed one. Ralph frowned. With 3 beds and 6 of us. If Layla can transform into a small cat, then Lucia can rest with Natasha, while Layla curls up beneath the covers. The remaining 2 beds shall be shared by Leon, Ralph, and Will, taking turns to keep watch. I wonder how long it will take to clear the tracks, Ralph sighed. They were bound for the imperial capital, and without a train as transportation, traversing on foot would take until late spring. In his previous life, such a situation would likely have seen the tracks repaired within a day. However, here, in this other world, despite the wealth of the Merchant Guild, technological capabilities were rather lacking. Moreover, in his previous world, there was no other nation with power akin to that of Huaxia. Only the Dayan Empire possessed such formidable cohesion. It would likely take another half-month, Leon remarked, retrieving a dish of food from his backpack. Would you care for a bite? This was one of the meals requested by Lucia, a dish Leon had enjoyed many times in his previous life. Pork knuckle. Will sprang up from his bed. Is there wine? Leon and Ralph exchanged glances of disbelief. Utilizing the stove to heat the food, he opened a small vent to expel the smoke. Lucia, bathing within, caught a whiff of the aroma and could not help but swallow. Your Highness, allow me to massage your back, Layla cheerfully suggested, urging a quicker wash so they could dine. You've already spoiled your stomach. Have you not learned your lesson? Lucia sighed, washing Natasha's hair. Ugh, bathing is such a hassle. Natasha, drowsy yet warm, murmured, ugh. The cold wind howled. Beneath the surface of the seemingly quiet town, currents of turmoil stirred in the depths of a certain manor. A female slave, her hands shackled and clad in tattered rags, trembled as she beheld before her Karl von Asterpoint, one of the Emperor's sons, though the exact rank had not been recorded due to the sheer number of offspring the Emperor had sired. Among them were children born of concubines, those conceived from the Emperor's indulgences, and others with noble women. If each were granted special privileges, the empire would inevitably descend into chaos. Thus, upon reaching a certain age, the emperor would bestow upon these princes a sum of money and send them away from the imperial capital to fend for themselves. The head of a grotesque creature, having undergone severe mutations, was severed, and Karl placed it upon the dissection table. He brutally smashed open what was once a human skull, observing the mutations within, and subsequently recorded his findings in a notebook. Another failure. The quality of this test subject was abysmal. It seems I must seek out priests as subjects instead. If only I could obtain the blood of an Aegis follower. Just the thought excited Karl. He licked his lips, then turned his cold gaze toward the final test subject. Please, I beg you, spare me, the woman pleaded, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at Karl. She and the others were all purchased slaves. The empire does not prohibit the slave trade, yet the initial premise of this system was to ensure a sufficient labor force. An increasing number of people demanded the abolition of this system, yet such demands remain merely that, requests yet to be implemented. Some alchemists, driven by the needs of their research, would apply to the empire to purchase the bodies of executed prisoners. Others, finding it too cumbersome, would directly acquire slaves. The former could be publicly acknowledged, for after all, alchemists hold no shame and truth. The latter is not much different, provided the identities are not sensitive. My dear, do not worry. A hint of cruelty danced upon Karl's handsome face. You are sacrificing yourself for the sake of science. You are sacrificing yourself for the empire. Once I cultivate sufficiently powerful corporeal demons, the empire shall be under my control. Though you may not possess the pure dark bloodline of my sister, you are still a superior specimen among the test subjects. A syringe filled with a potion was plunged into the woman's body. Her form appeared to ignite, beginning to decompose and reassemble. Moments later, Karl observed the remnants left by the woman's death and nodded. It will do. I suppose it seems my sister has also arrived in this small town. Heh. Chapter 53. Leon's Adversaries. Question. What was Leon's favorite dish in his previous life? The answer is cold mixed beef, braised beef, quite delectable, accompanied by bread provided by the inn. Lucia dined contentedly around the stove. Are there any tales to share? The weather is far too cold and dull to story. Allow me to recount my adventures. Will wiped the red oil from his lips. Speaking of the most formidable demon I have slain, it would undoubtedly be one that required the sacrifice of 2,000 souls to achieve corporeality. Corporeality? Natasha, munching on her bread, blinked curiously. Demons are unlike creatures of the real world. To enter the human realm, they either expend vast amounts of magical energy to maintain their human form or rely on sacrifices to retain their flesh in this world. Leon explained, the strength of a demon being contingent upon the quality of the sacrificial offerings. And what of summoned beasts? Natasha pressed on. Hey, this is my storytelling time. You know? Will interjected, slightly miffed. Yet Leon remained unfazed. Mr. Will, your story will surely end with you being struck down by a sword. Besides, you have recounted this tale countless times. A sixth-tier demon, Ralph remarked. Is there truly no originality? Had it not been for his severe injuries, Will would not have been relegated to a fifth-tier demon hunter. Fortunately, the demon god he worshipped was generous enough not to abandon him due to his diminished capacity. His blessings remained effective. Weir, feeling somewhat disheartened, wiped his nose and remarked, "Ah, I suppose I am getting old. Everyone seems to favor the youth. Leon, do you have any tales to share?" Leon paused for a moment. Contemplating, indeed, he had stories, but they would be lengthy. He could regale them with tales from his previous life, such as those of the primordial chaos, and could speak for days on end without exhausting the subject. "Oh, just recount some of the demons and monsters you encountered during your adventures," were suggested. "Are you referring to when I was still a knight?" Leon's memories of that time were remarkably vivid. Thus, he began to narrate. The Barrett family's unique lineage ensured that nearly every descendant could become a cleric, should they so choose. However, the brutal nature of Aegus, unbound by the shackles of order, prevented the Barrett family from doing so. Consequently, apart from the direct descendants of the family head, others from collateral branches could select any deity as a condition for awakening their clerical powers. With the exception of Aegus, upon awakening, I was bestowed with a comprehensive set of abilities from Aegus. Although none were particularly exceptional, the versatility was substantial. My Academy mentors recommended the vocation of a magic swordsman to me. This profession demands high levels of both technique and magical prowess. During my studies, I exerted several times the effort of my peers just to barely graduate. Following that, I took on various responsibilities for the family while also engaging with the prominent families in the imperial capital. It was during this period that I first encountered Unisist. To be honest, Leon had no excessively lofty expectations for his future partner. A modicum of knowledge was essential. He could not abide a simple peasant woman wielding a hoe. She must also be free from detrimental habits, such as promiscuity or the use of highly addictive substances. Yet, regrettably, even with such modest criteria, he failed to meet a suitable young woman at several grand social gatherings. After all, in the imperial capital, one mingled with the scions of nobility, and the bare minimum Leon encountered were those of marquis rank. These individuals were extravagant to the point that Leon resolved, after a single meeting, to keep his younger brother far removed from their influence. "Your brother, was it Raymond?" Layla inquired. "The one who vanquished a seventh-tier demon?" "The protection of Lord Aegus is indeed formidable. Raymond's awakened abilities differ from mine. He is oriented towards combat utilizing lightning energy. As long as he does not face an opponent with even greater adaptability to lightning magic, he can typically engage foes a tier or even two above him in battle." Leon explained, "The dominion of lightning lies with Aegus, so it is improbable for anyone to possess a higher adaptability than Raymond, save for direct blood relatives such as myself or Eden. After I began managing family affairs, I frequently kept an eye on Raymond, concerned that he might develop negative thoughts due to his disability." The others nodded in understanding. A disability of the legs would likely lead one from an ordinary family to resign themselves to fate, or perhaps to become a teacher, at least securing a modest livelihood. Yet it became evident that the support and encouragement from Leon and Eden bore fruit. Joe set an example for Raymond. Leon often returned from missions with slain magical beasts, having them properly processed by a butcher to provide Raymond with additional meals. The fact that he consumed these without ill effects demonstrated that Raymond's bloodline was intact. Subsequently, Raymond awakened, and his legs were restored. He requested a set of equipment tailored to his needs and ventured to the borders for training. That moment, Leon remained unaware of the illustrious companions Raymond had befriended. Lucia furrowed her brow and remarked, "And then came the day you were stripped of your divine essence, correct?" Leon fell silent, nodding in affirmation. Due to the affairs of the family and the Knight Order, Leon had been juggling responsibilities on both sides, resulting in a slower ascent through the ranks of clerics. Years passed, and Raymond reached the pinnacle of the sixth tier, poised to break through to the seventh and become a true divine agent. Leon, however, remained at the fourth tier. Yet, even so, he bore no guilt. The Empire would not place the full weight of its burdens upon the Barrett family. There were specialized legions to combat demons, patrols to deal with thieves and brigands, and even a court of judgment dedicated to clerics. "What exactly did you encounter that day? Surely nothing within the capital could pose a threat to you?" Weir inquired. Leon inhaled deeply and continued. That day was merely an ordinary squad mission. The members of my squad were individuals I had graduated with from the academy. Some were paladins, others were holy priests, and a few aspired to be steadfast defenders against demon kings. Akin to the legendary shield-bearers of history. With me, a disciple of the Thunder Dragon, our squad seemed destined to become one of the most renowned in the Empire's chronicles, second only to the heroes of yore. Yet that day, the paladin's sword shattered, the holy priest exhausted their magic to the point of death, the shield-bearer sacrificed their body to restrain the demon, and one by one, my comrades fell to ensure I could vanquish a demon far beyond our capabilities. It was a 6th-tier demon. Had it been a typical incarnate demon, my squad would not have perished except for me. It was peculiar, Leon remarked. This demon did not resemble any documented type. It appeared more akin to a chimera, a patchwork creation seemingly awaiting my arrival. Chapter 54. The demon reemerges awaiting you? Layla blinked in surprise. But isn't Agus's protection invincible? Could the opponent somehow be immune to lightning? There exists no absolute insulator in the world. If there were, it would merely indicate that the lightning's energy was insufficiently potent. No, Leon strained to recall the demon he had slain with a strike fueled by all his energy. It was not immune to lightning. Rather, it was a grotesque amalgamation of various demonic organs, human organs, and magical beast organs fused together. After I vanquished this demon, I found myself devoid of any resistance. Upon awakening, I learned that my entire squad had been annihilated, and no trace of the demon remained at the scene. Subsequently, they wove a baseless accusation against me, resulting in my exile and the stripping of my divine essence. Fortunately, my skills as a swordsman ensured that I would not starve. Suddenly, Leon clutched his head, as if affected by some unseen force. Leon? Meow. Please do not startle me, Layla exclaimed in a flurry, sensing an unusual aura. Weir's expression shifted at the sight. I am fine. Leon shook his head. Perhaps I am simply fatigued. Oddly enough, I seldom feel tired. If you feel fatigued, then you should take a moment to rest. It is getting late, Lucia said with a smile. Ralph, would you mind taking the night watch first? Ralph nodded in agreement. The hall downstairs offered options for dining and games. Lucia led Natasha and Layla down to play cards and enjoy fruit juice. Go check on things. Be cautious, and return if there are any issues. Lucia instructed Weir, handing him a weapon that emerged from the witch's mysterious space, a sword adorned with forbidden runes. Weir grinned widely. At your command, my lady. The demon hunter donned his magical sword and cloak. He felt as though he had returned to his former self, the madman who slayed demons by day, indulged in drink and company by night, relished fine cuisine, and reveled in the thrill of exterminating demons. On the other side of the town, the local residents had established an unspoken rule. Once night fell, one must not venture outside, lest they fall prey to demons. Some speculated that it could also be kidnappers. Yet regardless, the missing remained elusive, with no trace left behind. Beneath the snowy night, a lithe figure, almost devoid of clothing, gracefully traversed the street. She, or perhaps he, or it, was indeterminate. After the corporeal woman had perished, this body could no longer serve as a reliable indicator of gender. What existed in the realm of demons? Nothing at all. Only a palpable essence of magic saturating the entire world. Powerful demons constructed grand palaces from the bones, flesh, and souls of other demons. The human world was far too beautiful, cold. Heat, the torment of illness, the thrill of love, the ecstasy derived from the dopamine of the flesh. All of these captivated the demons. She appeared enchanting, indulgent, and perfect. Ah, what a fortunate coincidence to encounter such a beautiful lady. Weir said, stepping through the snow with a smile. In such frigid weather, why not accompany me to a hotel and allow me to warm you? What say you? The enigmatic woman smiled coyly. As a gentleman, you ought not to be so forthright. Could we not first dine, enjoy a drink, and then discuss how to warm one another? In essence, she was suggesting that he was too eager. Ha, my apologies, my apologies. Weir chuckled, scratching his head as he lit a cigarette. Taking a puff, he exclaimed, Ah, invigorating. If only I could slay this demon before me and then enjoy another. A follower of the demon Godball. The demon gritted her teeth, gazing at Weir. Oh, you are aware. It seems you are not an inconsequential figure. Weir nodded, drawing his magical sword. Based on your appearance, You likely only possess the strength of a 5th or 6th tier, which I can manage. Preposterous. You are not but a severely wounded fool. What does it matter if I possess the strength of only the 5th tier, with a body incapable of harnessing the power of your master? What threat could you possibly pose to me? Ah, I see now. You have come seeking vengeance for that young man. The demon grinned widely. The scion of Aegus, before maturing, was such a delightful prey. Yet, I did not anticipate that a follower of Aegus would resort to sending a cripple to exact revenge. We're frowned. When Leon encountered an anomaly, he contemplated the possibility that the creature responsible for the assault on his team had returned. Yet, he was unprepared for the formidable demon he was now facing. Even within the demon realm, this creature held a significant rank. Fortunately, Leon had the support of his comrades to vanquish it. Alas, what else could one expect from an experienced elder? Will chuckled, activating the magic sword in his hand. A force, one that could only be wielded by humans, emanated from the blade. An eye opened on the hilt. Sniff, sniff. Ah, it has been ages since I awakened through this vessel. Will, you have found quite the worthy prey. HMM.IT resembles a savory stew made of various meats and bones, richly aromatic, but consuming it would be quite the challenge. Will rested the sword on his shoulder and took a deep drag from his cigarette. If he couldn't consume it, 2 pieces of meat would suffice. Whoosh, the battle commenced. A 5th-tier demon faced off against a seasoned 5th-tier demon hunter. Their clash might not devastate vast expanses of land or crumble great structures. Yet the magical energy they unleashed was immense. Inside the inn, Lucia brewed a cup of tea for the landlady, expressing her gratitude for the hospitality. You noble lady do possess quite the manners. The landlady remarked after sipping her tea, sighing, in this small town, there were indeed nobles, yet they never graced my humble establishment. They preferred to stay at the mayor's residence, and some perverse individuals even demanded the delivery of maidens to their doors. Oh, and what of the present? Lucia inquired, reaching for a cookie. The present? The former mayor has passed away. The new mayor, however, has not requested any maidens to be brought to him. Yet since his arrival, the number of slaves purchased in our town has increased. The landlady complained. Many demon hunters and adventurers have come, but they found nothing. Our town has its share of missing persons, and despite numerous investigations, nothing has been uncovered. Lucia listened quietly, savoring the cookie, which was delightful. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of battle echoed through the quiet night, reaching even the small inn where Lucia resided. Another demon, the landlady frowned. Miss, you must hurry upstairs. Your companion is likely in grave danger. Lucia smiled but said nothing. Chapter 55. The Foundation of the Demon Hunter. Will wielded his sword with both hands, swiftly slicing away a large chunk of flesh from the demon. The magic sword ravenously consumed the flesh, offering it to the great demon god, Baal. The demon, created for this purpose, quickly regenerated, launching a counterattack against Will in the blink of an eye. The demon's dark claws clashed against the unknown magic sword. Creating sparks as they met, Will abruptly retreated. Snow swirled as the demon charged forward, dozens of blade flashes slicing through the air. After a brief entanglement, they separated, with Will sustaining injuries. The demon hunter is not so formidable after all. The demon mocked, only to see a dark substance flowing from the hilt of the magic sword onto Will, mending his wounded body. A dwarven craftsman and a magic sword of dark alchemy? Oh, you have quite the discerning eye. Will nodded. A gift from our princess. What do you think? Quite fitting for a crippled demon hunter like myself. Will, be cautious. This demon is peculiar. The follower of Baal residing within the magic sword warned. Although it is merely a single demon, a corporeal one at that, the level of magical energy it possesses is quite strange. The higher the quality of the sacrificial offerings, the greater the power the demon could wield. If a brave hero who fought against the demon king were to be successfully sacrificed, it might summon a demon of the king's caliber. Yet, it was evident that this demon's corporeal sacrifice was not even a priest. At most it had the potential of one, but what was the source of its displayed energy? Even severely injured, Will was not a match for a demon summoned by an unawakened corporeal being. If only I could receive Baal's grace, Will mused with a wry smile, his eyes shining with determination. Old friend, it's time to get serious. You must perish today. The demon's claws spread to its hands, shedding the guise of beauty, transforming into a demon soldier of the battlefield. However, its charge met with the aura released by Will. The magic sword splintered, melted, and morphed. The snow melted away. It had been ages since Will had utilized the sword in this form. However, since Leon had arrived in Lucia's domain, weapons including firearms had been employed, and Will was eager to practice .2 large-caliber pistols, adorned with engravings of human bones, materialized in his hands. They were not the ordinary silver bullets used by demon hunters, but rather demon-slaying rounds crafted from demon bones infused with magical energy through dark alchemy. Thanks to Baal's grace, Will grinned, unleashing fire from both guns. Each bullet contained a frenzied little demon, born with the sole purpose of slaying demons. Slay the demon, slay the demon. The tremendous magical energy erupted, tearing the demon apart. Just how does a demon hunter play this game so well? Each shot resulted in an explosive effect, with Will's magical energy abundant, further enhanced by Lucia's infusion of power. Fueled by excitement, he pushed the demon back. Damn it. The demon was thoroughly enraged, summoning more magical energy to withstand the onslaught, intent on crushing Will. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, avoiding buildings as Will retreated step by step. Hiss! Enough! Will! Your magical energy is nearly depleted. If you continue, you will exhaust your precious life force. Fiske! Will huffed, holstering his pistols as he returned to the inn. The demon, intent on continuing its rampage, was suddenly met with a pair of abyssal eyes locking onto its soul. So dark, so chaotic, so filled with murderous intent. Good child, you have caused enough trouble today. Return now. The whisper of the abyssal demon lord was as cold as the depths of hell, a sensation the demon had not felt in ages. After a moment of hesitation, it ultimately fled. Lucia opened her eyes in the inn, gazing at Will. The disheveled demon hunter placed the bone-carved pistols on the table and began to remove his clothing. The repair of his body by the demon material was indeed flawless, yet the magical energy could not be sustained. While he bore no life-threatening wounds, he was still bleeding. A vial of purple potion rested on the table, and without hesitation, Will drank it. This was a comprehensive potion developed by Lucia based on the alchemical formula presented by Leon, capable of restoring both magical and life energy. The effects were remarkable. Will's depleted magical energy gradually replenished. Ha ha ha, today's battle was exhilarating. The twin pistols transformed back into a long sword on the table. Will, call me for the next such battle. Of course, you must survive until then. Ha ha ha. The seals covering the sword's sheath were reactivated, and Lucia stored it within her spatial magic. So, what do you think? Will inquired. Taking a cookie. It is certainly a corporeal demon, yet it resembles a chimera. It possesses an assortment of bizarre traits. The total magical energy is undoubtedly beyond what a corporeal being could muster. The technique is exceptionally advanced. Its offensive capabilities are diverse, and it even wields some human magical skills. If not learned earnestly, then it must have been extracted from the mind of the corporeal subject. Lucia nodded in agreement. The magical skills it exhibited allowed it to contend with Will, a fifth-tier hunter. And the magic sword was indeed activated, even employing the form of the bone-carved pistols. Let us rest for today. Lucia stood, placing the landlady back on the stool behind the counter with a snap of her fingers. The magic dissipated, awakening the landlady. What happened? Did I fall asleep? You were quite fatigued. Please rest well, Lucia replied with a smile. Thank you for the cookies. They were truly delightful. Oh, haha, I can only manage to bake a few small cookies. If you enjoyed them, I shall bake more for you in the morning. Returning to his room, Leon remained in a meditative state. What on earth is this kid doing? Will wondered, approaching and tapping Leon's head. Hey, stop daydreaming. I faced off against a demon for you and suffered greatly. You owe me 2 plates of pork knuckles. Ralph observed Will and said, Mr. Will, please refrain from moving about. What if something goes awry? Lucia said nothing, climbing into bed with Natasha. As for Leon, he was once again summoned to the Oracle space. But this time it was not Aegis who sought him. Instead, a frost palace awaited him. A place where ordinary humans, magical beasts, and even heroes would suffer frostbite. The abyss had always been a source of fear, yet many sought to harness its power. Throughout the continent's history, dark heroes had emerged, though their existence remained largely unheralded due to their unique nature. Within this palace, a a frost giant dragon lay upon a throne, much like Aegis. Chapter 56, The Dragon's Scheme. Leon swallowed hard and bowed respectfully. Lady Anivi, in this world, authority is divided between the gods and the dragons. Archaeologists believe that the original creators of this world were the ancient dragon lineage, while humans existed at that time. Compared to the long-lived dragons, they were but fleeting sparks from crashing waves, like ashes from burning leaves, ephemeral and insubstantial. The authority wielded by dragons far surpassed human comprehension. The frost giant dragon rose and strolled toward Leon. Uncertain of her intentions, Leon stood frozen like a statue, afraid to move. Such was the power of the abyssal demon lord. My goodness! A mere glance reveals the terrifying strength. The battles between the valiant and the demon lord are akin to child's play. Aegis's follower, does that battle cast such a profound shadow over you? Anivi returned to her throne, awaiting Leon's response. Barrett's eldest son remained silent. That fateful strike that felled the unknown demon was executed with every ounce of his strength, employing every blessing at his disposal, even resorting to potions that consumed his vitality in exchange for power. The price paid was the sacrifice of his comrades. They were meant to have a bright future. Yet all was buried in that cultist's lair. The demon that appeared today, let me reveal something to you. Its total magical power is equivalent to the sum of your friend's powers, and its skills are derived from the others in your squad. Paladins, shield-bearers, scouts, martial artists. Enough! Leon's inner fury reached its zenith. He prayed that this lofty abyssal demon would cease its words. The dragon snorted. I can grant you ample power for revenge. All you must do is forsake Aegis and become my follower. And you may walk the world as my agent. Unlike Aegis, my followers are fewer in number, and their power is more concentrated. There will be nothing in this world that can threaten you. The fragments of your friend's souls still lie in the demon's grasp. Do you not wish to liberate them? For a fleeting moment, Leon genuinely considered acquiescing to the demon lord's proposal. An agent of the divine, that would make him the foremost messenger under the deity, where words must comply with divine standards, leaving no room for refusal. A mere demon, even if Leon's current level is low, would yield to him the power to wield the authority of ice and snow as Anivi's agent. To wield such authority, demons would be but trifles. No-one in the Empire possesses divine authority to become a deity's agent. The temptation was immense, truly immense. By agreeing, Leon could exact revenge, even slay that demon and march to the imperial capital, fulfilling his goals ahead of time, and elevate Lucia to the throne. At that moment, he could finally realize his ambitions and robustly develop the empire. Every man from Huaxia harbors a dream of achieving greatness, of becoming a lord or minister. But what of the cost? I am sorry. Lady Anivi, the responsibilities of your agent are far too great. I have family waiting for my return. The Barrett family owes its current splendor to the blessings of Lord Aegis. I cannot accept your proposal. Anivi gazed at Leon, a cold smile gracing her lips. Just as I suspected. Although Aegis is a mindless brute, he is indeed rather good to his followers. Then, a divine essence materialized. What is the purpose of this? An unclaimed divine essence, take it, Anivi stated, as the divine essence entered Leon's magical bag, which was not originally present. Now that we have reached this point, allow me to divulge another piece of information. Aegis could have saved you, but he did not, allowing those individuals to seize your divine essence and transplant it into someone unworthy. What he did was merely leave behind a fragment of power to sustain your life. If you cannot regain your priesthood in a short period, you will perish completely. Leon was taken aback, yet he was no fool. Aegis allowed others to extract his divine essence, and now Anivi grants him another. Upon regaining his priesthood, Aegis would bestow upon him even greater blessings, and he would emerge stronger than before. But what of Anivi? Ever since gaining Anivi's blessing, Leon had not utilized any related priestly skills. The only similarity was the addition of a divine essence, one of Aegis's essences now residing within Una's sister. You must have more to say, right? There exists a conversational technique where, despite discussing the same content, a rearrangement of order can lead to a distortion of meaning. Speaking halfway can result in the loss of critical information, and this information will determine whether Aegis truly wishes for Leon's demise. You are quite astute. Anivi chuckled. This divine essence, I want you to find someone unworthy and forcibly transplant it into them. Gender is irrelevant, but preferably someone with priestly talent. Unworthy? Usurpation. Abruptly, Leon's eyes widened in realization. Murmuring to himself, "Do you intend to acquire a physical form like a demon, usurping another's body to enter the mortal realm?" Una's sister, having received Leon's divine essence, transformed her hands into claws, if she does not rely on a priest to heal her. What awaits her? A complete dragon transformation, becoming a puppet of Aegis. Indeed, there is such a saying in Dian. But neither Aegis nor I have made things difficult for you, have we? Find a cultist and execute the transplantation. My request is simple. Anivi yawned. It seems you possess fine armor in your bag, yet lack a suitable weapon. Consider this a gift to commemorate our meeting. A sphere of light flew into Leon's hands, revealing a dagger inscribed with divine runes. Moments later, Leon lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself seated upon a bed, greeted by the curious gaze of Natasha. "Brother Leon is awake," Natasha exclaimed to the others at the dining table. "Ah, it has indeed been quite a while since that divine revelation. Will remains as per usual, with ample food and drink, primarily the wine. Why does that wine seem so familiar? The white wine I had in my bag to remove the meat's odor? Uncle will took it from your bag, along with many other things that no one knows the purpose of." Leon looked over to see a complete set of Chinese culinary knives, a cutting board, and a scratching tool. "You all are truly ungracious. I desire meat," Natasha declared. "Very well. We shall feast on lamb chops today." Leon affectionately ruffled Natasha's hair. Fortunately, Leon had not unlocked some permissions concerning his magical bag. Chapter 57. A chance encounter. Lucia gazed with keen interest at the azure armor and the dagger she held, which was densely inscribed with divine runes. Only a formidable archmage would be capable of such an achievement. "Have you gained the favor of another deity?" Lucia inquired. "Yes, the abyssal demon, Lady Anivi," Leon replied slowly, adding the honorific out of respect. "Ah, the dragon who commands ice and snow. Legends claim that all who sought her favor met a grim fate." Will chuckled while munching on an apple, adding, "There are rumors that Lady Anivi possesses unparalleled beauty, and countless men have willingly faced death for but a glimpse of her. What do you think? Is she beautiful? Deities can indeed take on human forms, that much is true. But is Will's comment not a tad offensive?" Lucia toyed with the dagger, motioning for Natasha to come closer. The moment this favored child of the far north grasped the blade, her entire demeanor transformed. The armor could adapt to the user's physique. "Leon, if you have no objections, I suggest this weapon be bestowed upon Natasha after its equipment." Lucia stated, "Rest assured, it will not be taken from you." Moreover, Natasha's current strength cannot fully unleash its potential. Leon nodded, then inquired, "What shall we do next?" "We cannot remain here indefinitely. 5 gold coins a night is not affordable for anyone. We shall proceed to the imperial capital." Lucia replied, "We can no longer concern ourselves with this town's affairs. Otherwise, I fear you may become entangled in them." What do you mean?" Leon was puzzled, wondering if he had missed some key information. The prince's brother is a research fanatic, particularly enamored with forbidden practices such as human modification and life alchemy. Will explained, "A message has already been sent to the Inquisition. They will arrive in a couple of days to handle the matter. At that point, even royal family members will not escape." Tio tell a joke. As an inquisitor and a member of the church, the people of the Inquisition prefer demon hunters, even if they reek of the loathsome scent of demons. As for those who consort with illegal and chaotic evil deities, not even imperial royalty will be spared. Leon's heart sank. Human modification? A brother. So, the one who plotted against his squad in the imperial capital is a member of the royal family? No wonder the emperor turns a blind eye. While the Sist family serves merely as scapegoats, then how do we leave? "Is there a train?" Leon asked. Alas, there are no trains," Layla replied, "but there is an airship." Lucia had specially contacted a merchant association, learning that an airship would arrive to transport goods. With a bit of coin, they could board this airship to the next town. There, more advanced trains operate. Furthermore, due to the recent attack, the merchant association has bolstered security in the area. Even cultists would need to consider the sharpness of the knight's blades. Once at the merchant association, they could enjoy a pot of tea. And no one would disturb them throughout the day soon. The group exited the inn and strolled along the town streets. It was rumored that the town mayor's latest batch of slaves had all perished. Who knows what he is truly up to? Alchemy? Sigh. It's too frightening. I wish to leave this place. Passers-by whispered, their words reaching Leon's ears. The mayor, alchemy. Could last night's incident somehow relate to this mayor? Never mind, I won't dwell on it. Once the airship arrives, we can depart. Leon, have you ever ridden on an airship? Ralph inquired. No. Why do you ask? Leon responded, puzzled. I have heard that this airship is a cutting-edge technology still in the experimental phase. Ralph remarked, in the event of an incident, the chances of survival for those on board are nearly non-existent. Indeed, this is true in modern society. The probability of an aircraft accident is minimal, yet the hope for survival in such calamities is rather bleak. Unless the captain possesses exceptional skills and remarkable luck, the outcome is generally fatal. Rest assured, the airships employed by the Commercial Association for Cargo Transport must be safe. Leon stated, otherwise, the loss of goods worth millions would be untenable. You may doubt the integrity of capital, but you cannot question its greed. Those are goods worth millions. If they were to sink, who would bear the cost? Thus, this technology must meet the required standards before it can be utilized. However, upon arriving at the scene, a few minor mishaps occurred. Is that not my dear sister? I am truly delighted that you could visit me. A man of noble appearance, radiating a sunny disposition, was indeed captivating. Cole entered the Commercial Association's establishment and comfortably took a cup while sitting before Lucia. But why did you not come to find me? Instead, you arrived here. Do you not like me? Cole squinted, observing Lucia and her attendant nearby. Will, eager to act, seized the ice-snow curse blade from Natasha, eyeing Cole's female secretary. The demon eye, the dragon eye, and the eye of the abyss. Lucia, Leon, and will all recognize the true identity of this woman as the demon from the previous night. Cole, you continue this research, even at the expense of the Empire's future elite combat power. Lucia remained composed. Your presence in this town is meant to teach you governance, yet you seem quite audacious. Haha, I am unlike my sister. I have no desire to inherit the throne. I am merely fascinated by alchemy and science, Cole replied, directing his gaze toward Leon. If the legitimate bloodline of the Barrett family could provide me with research materials, I could certainly assist my sister. What do you say? Hand him over to me? Lucia's temper flared slightly, a dark energy pressing upon Cole. I still remember your initial foray into alchemy, using my blood as material to summon an abyssal demon. The Empire lost 3 Magus Knights before it was banished. Since then, you have become increasingly outrageous, treating the Royal Guard and maidens as expendable materials. Hence, you have been confined and imprisoned. Leon has already suffered the loss of squad members due to your actions. And it seems you are not yet satisfied, coveting the power of the Thunder Dragon Aegis. Cole grinned wickedly. What can I say? The allure of the dragon-wielding power is simply too great. Not everyone is as formidable as my sister. This is all for the Empire. Is that not magnificent? Magnificent? Of course, it is magnificent. An exemplary cautionary tale for alchemists. As the conversation reached an impasse, Cole's demeanor turned frigid. The members of the tribunal hastened to arrive. Chapter 58. The Malevolent Alchemist. Cole remained unperturbed. He regarded Leon with an appreciative expression. Leon Barrett, I must concede one thing. Even when compared to your renowned brother, you remain the pride of the Barrett family, despite having lost much of your power. You continue to be favored by the divine, possessing formidable combat strength. I am quite fortunate to have collected precious samples. Samples? Cole produced 2 syringes from his pocket, containing blood that still retained vitality. You scoundrel. Leon drew his shotgun, aiming it at Cole's head. Hee hee. Cole laughed menacingly. The Judgment Knights acted swiftly, as did Will and the others. Yet, once the monster absorbed the blood samples, it entered a frenzy, as if completing the final piece of a puzzle. Boom. The dark lightning shattered the Commercial Association's shop, and a dimensional rift appeared from which countless demons surged forth. At the center of the explosion, Leon was enveloped in dragon scales, enduring the lethal blow. Blood seeped from the scales, and Leon knelt upon one knee, unable to withstand the assault. Meow? Leon? Layla rushed forward to support him. The Thunder Dragon's adherent paid no heed to his bleeding form, gazing skyward. Damn it, damn it. Cole Lucia, shielded by Will, watched her brother standing in the sky, accompanied by a demon of king-level contract whose form was obscured except for its hands and face. She furrowed her brow. She raised her hand. In an instant, the forbidden incantation would unleash the powers of the abyss and darkness, sufficient to obliterate any threat to Lucia in this world. Yet, at this moment, she faced her brother, the one who knew her best from their childhood. Buzz. The dark magical array spread from the dimensional rift, enveloping the entire town. Lucia's connection with the abyss was severed. For the first time, panic flickered across Lucia's countenance. My dear sister, allow me to introduce you to my magnum opus. Cole sneered, the artificial demon, serial number 666, a masterpiece created from the bones, blood, and souls of the Empire's elite squad. I must also thank Leon. Your team member's magical talent is so high that it has already begun to influence my sister's actions. Ha ha ha. Leon struggled to rise, gritting his teeth and glaring at Cole. The Judgment Knights could no longer concern themselves with Lucia. If the demon's spread was not halted, it would engulf the entire Empire. At that point, no one would be able to provide assistance. Lucia wore a grim expression. Their best option was to flee, as far as possible. However, someone among them must remain to impede Cole. I can tell from your gaze that my dear sister has devised a plan to deal with me. Though your abyssal magic is sealed, you are still that formidable dark sorceress. Lucia sighed and raised her hand, saying, You have won, Cole. After all this trouble to keep me and my subordinates here, what do you truly seek from me? As she spoke, a void appeared behind her, from which a golden skull floated into Will's hands. The creature before them had consumed far more than merely Leon's squad members. Lucia discerned countless human souls. Their flesh and blood entwined, forcibly amalgamated into this monster. It resembled a tree that hovered in the air, perpetually absorbing energy. For reasons unknown, if the rift was not properly addressed, the human world might indeed face annihilation. What am I to do? Cole smiled on him. Why, dear sister, the 2 vials I injected contain one of my blood and the other his. Cole pointed at Leon. Before anyone could react, the demon's form shifted once more. Its bones expanded, flesh boiled, and its body swelled. Crack, meow. Did I see that correctly? Layla gaped at the demon as it transformed, speechless. The dark lightning continued to strike down. Before everyone stood the pitch-black Aegis. Sister, what I desire is not much. Cole extended his hand into the demon's body, slowly merging with it. My blood is not concentrated enough, so I require you. Aegis's bloodline is sufficiently potent, which is why I covet Leon. Together we will merge and become the most powerful beings in this world. Come, this is the path to evolution. The thunder dragon roared, and the fusion was complete, unleashing its tremendous power. Leon was struck dumb. Just a small amount of blood. Merely that little? And you can achieve such a magnitude? Will? Lucia called out. I'm here. Will clicked his tongue, producing the golden skull. Magic entwined around it, and the skull melted, giving rise to a demon knight clad in massive armor, emerging from the abyss to ultimately return with enemies. Summoning them required the consumption of a legendary relic, and even Lucia possessed only 4 such artifacts. The enormous knight collided with Aegis, creating shockwaves that ravaged the town and sent Leon and the others sprawling. Regaining his footing, Will gathered Natasha and Layla, dragging Ralph toward the outskirts. Meanwhile, Leon was supported by Lucia as they exited the battlefield through a hidden passage. The Judgment Knights, witnessing the evidently uncontrollable situation, began to use special items to communicate with the tribunal headquarters. That was the legendary ancient dragon Aegis. Resolving this would necessitate combat power above the 7th tier. At the end of the path, Lucia set Leon down, noting the lingering dragon-like features on him. Realizing the extent of his injuries, she opened a high-grade healing potion and poured it into Leon's mouth. Although he had not lost consciousness and could swallow the potion, it proved ineffective. Hey, loyal hound, you foolish, lustful dog. Lucia gripped Leon's collar in frustration. This is not the time for your picky behavior. Has that impostor affected your body? If you cannot recover, I cannot save you. With that, Lucia cut her palm, feeding Leon some of her witch's blood. Under the influence of her strong vitality, Leon regained a modicum of strength. However, both of his hands were fractured and his ribs cracked. Such injuries could not be remedied by ordinary potions. Moreover, at this moment, he was incapable of recovery. Ding. Quest. Eliminate the malevolent alchemist. Destroy the imposter Aegis. Chapter 59. Predicament. Leon reminisced about a game he had played long ago. Resident Evil 2 IT was during a time when his family was preoccupied with their own affairs at home, and he had clandestinely downloaded it from some gaming platform. For someone like Leon, who had not experienced many remarkable games, this was indeed a refreshing novelty. As his understanding of computers grew, he began to employ cheat codes. Whenever he encountered a missing item, he would simply add it to his inventory using a modifier, thus acquiring weapons, ammunition, and crucial items for progression without the need for puzzle solving. However, a significant drawback of this approach was that opening certain doors could trigger fixed plot events, leading to an obligatory boss battle. At such moments, if he happened to be out of bullets, weapons, or healing items, he now felt akin to a player who had inadvertently stumbled into a plot development, his injuries, in technical terms, referred to as a plot kill. As long as he did not accept this mission, it was highly probable that his wounds would remain unhealed. The counterfeit of Aegis, yet it was still Aegis. Although Leon was unaware of how Kale managed to recreate Aegis, it was impossible with just a mere fraction of his blood, right? But it was Aegis, the dragon Aegis. If you hinder me, we shall both meet our demise, Lucia remarked. Leon's face paled, and he chuckled awkwardly, asking, "Could I have a kiss? A sincere kiss? If you can run away, I might consider it," Lucia huffed in response. With the acceptance of the mission, the restraints on Leon were lifted. The formidable vitality bestowed upon him by Aegis began to take effect. Yet the agony had not ceased. Leon's body was gradually enveloped in a layer of keratin. This layer, akin to armor, encased him, revealing only his eyes, claws, and even sprouting a powerful tail. Lucia observed Leon's transformation in silence before asking, "Does it hurt?" "It feels as if my bones are emerging to form armor," Leon replied as he twisted his neck. "Your Highness, shall I take you to a safe place first?" The draconic transformation enhanced Leon's physical attributes and abilities, enabling him to escort Lucia to where Vale resided. However, he was incapable of bringing Lucia into battle. The energy radiating from the opponent was at least peak 6th tier, possibly reaching the 7th. Leon could only muster 4th tier strength, at most barely reaching 5th tier. Engaging in combat would place him at a distinct disadvantage. "Do you take me for a fool? Even without the abyssal authority, I remain a 5th tier grand mage," Lucia retorted. "Humph, the giant demon won't last long. You must take me to that rift to investigate. I can sense that the energy source of the magic circle restricting my authority lies there." Leon offered no reply. In just a second, his consciousness transcended into the oracle space. Maintaining the guise of a young dragon, he felt emboldened this time. He glanced around, remaining silent. "What? Afraid of that crude life alchemy?" Aegis remarked as he rose from his throne to gaze at Leon. "It's merely a monstrosity created from countless human souls and flesh. Such beings are of little concern to the demons of the abyss. What you perceive as a grand battle now is but a trivial skirmish compared to true combat. Anivia must have already sought you out. Even if you discard my blessings, I can bestow them upon you anew. Why do you refuse the mantle of a proxy?" Leon stared at Aegis, who met his gaze. "Indeed, I hold some selfish motives," Aegis conceded at last. "Conflicts among dragons are rather mundane, but when it involves a chance to traverse to the mortal realm, they become fierce. As for you, you shall perish." Aegis teased as he observed Leon. "Are you frightened? Or have you found solace? Are you preparing to join your friends?" Leon shook his head. "I am aware that this battle may very well lead to my demise. However, if that were the case, you would not have summoned me, my lord. The embodiment infused with abyssal energy must surely infuriate you. Provide me with what I require, and when I truly fall, you may take pleasure in mocking the Barrett family." Aegis exhaled a puff of breath, tapping Leon lightly on the head. "Ding. You have received Aegis's blessing. Thunderous Wrath. Thunderous Wrath. You shall gain 1,000th of the legendary Thunder Dragon Aegis's power, lasting 20 minutes. Upon expiration, the skill will be revoked." "Just 1,000th? Leon expressed his dissatisfaction. "Is this not sufficient? This power is already enough for you to deal with that counterfeit," Aegis huffed. "Moreover, I can only grant you so much. Any more would disrupt the subsequent arrangements." Leon sighed. After all, his life had been salvaged, and losing it would not cause him grief. It was a pity that he had yet to meet his younger siblings or graduate from his virginity before being thrust back. Returning from the oracle space, a second had passed. Lucia fixed her gaze upon Leon, beckoning him. Leon took 2 steps forward and then crouched down. Lucia mounted his back, the scent of flowers becoming even more pure, soothing her heart considerably. Now that you are in this draconic form, how great is your strength? If it is against that demon which has not been infused with my blood, it should be an easy hunt for me. Leon began to stride forward. Your Highness, what of the rift? The first task a demon undertakes upon entering the mortal realm is to replenish its magical energy. Behind that rift lies the demon realm, teeming with almost limitless magical power. Lucia stated, Kale must have collected quite a bit of flesh. We have no time to mourn our fallen comrades. Even if you are ensnared, I shall not rescue you. Closing the rift remains our foremost objective. Leon quickened his pace. Lucia pressed closer against him. Despite the dragon scales and keratin layers enveloping him, Lucia felt no discomfort. Leon, you must survive. Otherwise, what you desire shall remain unattainable. Lucia whispered in his eye in response. Leon smiled and said, Unlike your Highness, I shall prioritize your safety above all else. I will not allow your brother to harm you. For now, it was merely Leon's blood mingled with Kale's impure dark lineage. Should Lucia be taken from him, the abyssal authority would be fully surrendered to Kale, and at that juncture, it would no longer be a matter of jest. Who could have anticipated such absurdities amidst the competition for the imperial throne? The Judgment Knights had yet to summon sufficient forces. They ought to call upon specialized troops to confront demon lords, demon princes, and demon emperors to avoid such arduous battles. The clash between Dark Aegis and the giants raged on, with Kale growing increasingly anxious, having not anticipated that Lucia possessed such capabilities. Chapter 60. Ceiling bang, 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 reload. Please help me fend off these accursed demons. Bang, crack. A teammate from the Judgment Knight squad shattered a demon's spine with a massive axe, subsequently crushing its skull. At that moment, he cursed himself for not inscribing exorcism runes on the soles of his shoes. Doing so would have allowed the wretched demon to taste the love of the god of sin and punishment. This Judgment Knight squad was merely passing through, yet they could not refuse the request of the Empire's highest-ranking Dark Mage. Being a Dark Mage, their ability to sense demons and malevolence was significantly heightened, and aiding in the hunt might lead them to the Great Sinner, offering him as a tribute to the god of sin and punishment in exchange for glory on their arduous path. They had located the Great Sinner, but it seemed beyond their capacity to defeat him. Fortunately, that Great Sinner had been ensnared by the contract demon summoned by Lady Lucia. Such a powerful demonic entity must have cost a tremendous price. Crack, bang, bang. The one using ranged weaponry unleashed a barrage of bullets upon the demon before turning to inquire, What of the ordinary folks? How is the evacuation proceeding? Brother, we can barely hold this direction against the demons. Let us await reinforcements. O God of sin and punishment above, please forgive my transgressions and bless me. Wailing and lamenting would not grant them a moment's comfort in their duties. Altering their emotions would not hasten their speed in dispatching demons. Leon, carrying Lucia on his back, jogged over. The two groups merely exchanged glances before returning to their respective tasks. Boom, boom. Take cover. At Lucia's command, Leon swiftly turned and dove into a dilapidated tavern, narrowly evading a catastrophic thunderstorm strike. Though this maneuver possessed considerable might, Leon had witnessed Aegis before, so he felt no fear. Soon, they arrived near the rift. Lucia dismounted from Leon's back and approached the fissure. Your Highness, isn't your authority sealed? Leon, sword in hand, asked protectively why authority is indeed sealed, but that does not imply I lack the skills any mage should possess. Lucia harnessed the magical energy within her, amplifying her magic eye to its fullest capacity. Beginning to analyze the damned array in her recollection, Kale was merely a mad scientist. Crafting a magic array required not only knowledge but also inherent talent. This array, which had sealed her authority, along with that chimera-like demon, were not trivial matters that could be comprehensively studied in a few years. Yet Lucia brimmed with confidence. She was one of only 2 dark mages in the Empire's history, having surpassed the accomplishments of the previous dark mage. Now, she stood as the strongest. As Lucia deciphered the magic circle, Leon, with his robust and resilient physique and razor-sharp claws, eviscerated one demon after another, incinerating them to ashes using the power of lightning, rendering them incapable of resurrection in the demon realm. The rift continued to spew forth demons incessantly, and after a moment of contemplation, Lucia finally identified the singularity. My dear brother, there are aspects of your abilities that require refinement. Lucia remarked, manipulating her magical power to impose an intervention. Meanwhile, the dark Angus, Kale, let out a derisive chuckle. With a click, as Lucia triggered the activation conditions, the concealed magic erupted like unexploded cluster munitions on a battlefield. For a fleeting moment, Lucia's mind grew hazy. Her magical power was sealed. How could this be, Your Highness? Leon noticed the shift on the battlefield and immediately hurled his spear towards her. In that moment of daze, Lucia beheld a demon lord being summoned forth. The demon lord's hand was pierced by Leon's spear, and he dashed forward with even greater speed, delivering a powerful kick that sent the creature flying. Ha ha ha! The demon lord's voice echoed Kale's, seemingly mocking Lucia's helplessness. Sister, look at yourself. With but a slight adjustment, I can ensnare you. Why is it that someone like you, born with authority and innate talent, possesses such unfair advantages? So, come, let us merge. My intellect, your gift, combined with the abyss's mysteries, we shall be the most formidable force in existence. Heroes are of no consequence. Lucia gazed at the demon lord with a mix of horror and disbelief. This was impossible. While techniques for merging with demons did exist, how could one's consciousness and soul be so easily compromised? Boom, boom. The battle between the demon and the counterfeit Aegis intensified, the demon still employing human techniques. Lacking any skills unique to its kind, Leon, observing the magicless sorceress, frowned. What had transpired here? If it were merely a sealing of magical power, it certainly wouldn't have shocked Lucia to such a degree. Leon, I offer you a chance, Kale said with a smirk. You could become my brother-in-law. After all, I need you. Would it not be splendid for the three of us to remain together forever? Why do you reject me? In this state, you stand powerless to resist. ZZZT, boom. Leon unleashed a surge of lightning, striking the unknown entity Kale in a serpent-like arc. Kale appeared taken aback by the electric assault, but quickly became exhilarated. Who would have thought that Aegis, the legendary Thunder Dragon, could wield spells beyond your grasp? My interest in you grows ever stronger. Leon summoned his spear back, assuming a battle-ready stance, coldly retorting, I harbor no great interest in you. Demons, born as materials for the demon lord, were consumed in an instant. The winds grew tumultuous. With a decisive strike, Leon initiated the attack, and Kale, once someone he could only look up to, remained unfazed. There was a time when he envied the followers of the Thunder Dragon Aegis. For any scion of the Barrett family was guaranteed a position of power. Blades infused with thunderous punishment swirled around the demon lord, while Kale simultaneously fought and engaged in mental disruption. What are you doing? We are comrades. Why must you assault us? Brother Leon, do you have time after work? I wish to treat you to. The faces of the knightly order arose, their concerned words piercing Leon's mind. Silence. With a decisive slash, the monster before Leon morphed into another figure, continuing to recount memories shared with the knightly ordered. Kale's tactics proved effective yet again. However, the ensuing events took an unexpected turn. Leon, strike, hasten to act. Chapter 61. Desperation. If one day we become demons or their supporters, what would you do? I hope you will kill me swiftly, declared the paladin. I shall not allow you to come to harm. If you become demons, I will ensure you do not inflict harm upon others, the shield-bearer proclaimed. Demons. It sounds intriguing. I shall delve deeper into such magic. Perhaps I could catch up to the great sage? Mused the exceptionally gifted mage. I might become a demon hunter. I hear they serve a demon that opposes others, a form of rigorous training, remarked the martial artist. All eyes turned to Leon, the captain of the magic swordsmen. Still somewhat naive, harbored fantasies of heroes vanquishing demon lords and ushering in an era of peace. I shall personally send you on your way, Leon stated, for the protection of Lord Aegis was that of lightning. It is best that I do not become a demon. Otherwise, dealing with the aftermath would be quite troublesome. When that moment truly arrived, Leon found himself unable to grip the spear. Kale, initially surprised, soon became brazen. Firstborn of the Barrett family, your forebears once battled countless monsters for the prosperity of the empire. Their trials were 100-fold more arduous than yours, yet here you hesitate due to trivial emotions. Are you not the most promising squad of the empire? Come now, do not be shy. drive that spear, wreathed in hellfire, into this body. Your friend shall be utterly liberated, never to return. Leon trembled, yearning to thrust forward. For he knew this was not a moment for sentiment. Such emotions were futile in the face of victory and defeat. Yet the memories in his mind pleaded, "No, stop. You deserve to be deceived." He believed himself to be sufficiently callous, able to disregard his past memories, but Leon realized he had overthought it. Was the celestial force of restoration truly this potent? Just as the main storyline was about to unfold, he encountered a formidable boss right after leaving the novice village. Was the demon lord truly this skilled? There was no turning back. Thunderstorm, activate. A brilliant lightning burst forth from Leon, enveloping him, enhancing his aura to unprecedented heights. Kale's eyes widened as he beheld the human-shaped dragon hurtling towards him. Lucia, hiding amidst the ruins, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Her loyal hound was fighting valiantly while she found herself powerless to assist. This was the first time Leon had exhibited such a state. Is this divine intervention? Then I must hasten to break the seal on my magical power and destroy the unknown malevolent entity that usurps my authority. In the realm where the divine resided, Anivia gazed at Aegis with disdain. Have you lost your mind? Bestowing him with such power? Are you not afraid he may turn against you? A mere fraction of power, compared to mortals, still proved overwhelming. What difference does it make? He still needs to enter the next phase. The more of my power he employs, the better I can assist him, Aegis remarked, entirely a spectator at this juncture. This Kale is quite foolish to engage in a pact with a chaotic demon. In any world, nation, or town. Even the most avaricious and lustful members of the Church of Light knew never to bargain with chaotic demons. Those beings, whose tongues dripped with lies and deceit, deserved to be eternally suppressed in the demon realm. At least inform him of the safe limits of his newfound abilities. Anivia covered her face. Should Leon genuinely unleash the thunderstorm state for 20 or 30 minutes? The consequences would be dire. On the battlefield, Leon appeared possessed by a primal instinct for combat, relentlessly assaulting the demon lord. The fiery spear and lightning attributes were lethal against demons, and even Kale struggled to withstand the onslaught. Gradually, as Leon's attacks grew fiercer, Will noticed something amiss. The actions of the counterfeit Aegis seemed rather simplistic. He was not a master of distraction, ignoring the filth of demon blood that tainted her skirt. Layla's claws were smeared with demon flesh and blood. It was merely a technique, multitasking. After all, Aegis need not utter any provocative remarks. Misunderstandings were to be expected. Your Highness, this creature is a fraud, Layla called out, witnessing Leon, like a frenzied beast, tearing into the demon lord. Leon had lost his wits. Lucia had never felt so powerless. A judgment knight approached her. You are, she stammered, fear gripping her heart. Her powers were absent. And this was her first experience of such vulnerability. Trust me, Your Highness, the judgment knight uttered emotionlessly, swearing in the name of the god of sin and punishment. The knight's hand rested upon Lucia's. Subsequently, the being, imbued with the powers of chaos and darkness, was drawn into the divine realm. The merciless deity wielded two swords, one black, to adjudicate evil and sin, and one white, to decree goodness and virtue. The chaotic demon was captured, reduced to dust by the two blades. When Lucia regained her senses, she looked at the judgment knight. Thank you. Rising to her feet, she intended to aid Leon at that moment. The dark thunder clashed with radiant lightning, the already damaged town suffering further devastation. Leon had dispelled his dragon transformation and thunderstorm state. His magical and physical energies were now depleted. The demon lord was banished, and the counterfeit Aegis vanished into thin air. Leon could see his friends, reluctant to leave him, before they dissolved into the cycle of reincarnation. Why have you been bestowed such divine favor? Kale collapsed to the ground, his body a grotesque amalgamation of humanity and viscous sludge. Previously, he had fantasized about using Leon as a subject for experimentation, envisioning the formidable demon he could create. Yet, he now comprehended a profound truth. The majesty of the divine brooks no provocation, especially not from a favored child of the gods. Kale beheld Lucia, who, undeterred by the dust upon her, rushed toward Leon. The overwhelming power had shattered his meticulously crafted schemes and the transactions with various inhuman entities. The strength he had acquired was not truly his own, however. He still possessed one final move. Sister, haha, let us descend into hell together. Channeling his magic, Kale pressed his very soul, activating the third tier of the magical array. Leon yearned to rush forward and put an end to Kale, but at that moment, every bone in his body wailed in agony. A pitch-black sphere enveloped the area, then violently contracted. Lucia extended her hands, erecting a magical barrier in resistance. Chapter 62. After your departure, if meeting for the first time, Leon found himself utterly defenseless, soon stripped down to his undergarments and bound to the bed for the princess's scrutiny. Yet now, Leon's spirit for jest had long since vanished. Task completed. Reward, none. Current status, banishment magic, Naraku. The 18 layers of hell in the west. Leon, fret not, I will rescue you. Lucia became earnest, beginning to mend Leon's body. But at that moment, Leon's HP had already been depleted. He clung to life solely due to the residual magic bestowed by Aegis. How strange. Why is there no way to recover? Lucia watched as Leon gradually transformed into motes of light, her heart racing with anxiety. She, the Dark Archmage, a master of shadowy sorcery, thought it merely a trivial injury that she could heal swiftly. Please, cease your dissolution, Your Highness. Leon spoke. Do not exert yourself. If this continues, neither of us shall escape. Do not speak such nonsense. Lucia was unconvinced. I will bring you out. You will be fine. Leon shook his head. Your Highness, the entity with whom your brother made a pact is a chaos demon. Tow those demons. Your authority is akin to robbing them of half their wealth. The same chaotic forces cannot mutually dissipate. One must employ opposing powers to escape. Leon strained to sit up, retrieving a vial of magical potion from his pack, gulping it down. Lucia felt an ominous premonition. You, do not. Your Highness. Leon forced a smile. Do not be saddened. My life should have long since faded. Having lingered this long, knowing my brother is safe, I find contentment and truth. I no longer know who I am. Am I the Leon of the Knights? The firstborn of the Barrett family, or merely the Leon who should have perished long ago? Boom! The energy of the fire hammer surged forth, a blessing from Hephaestus. Crack! The energy of lightning erupted, a gift from Aegis. Who? The frigid energy tempered both fire and lightning, neutralizing the two powers. This was the mercy of Enivid. Leon's form dissipated at an accelerated rate. Leon, stop! Crack! The banishment magic shattered, and Leon transformed into dust. Soaring into the sky. Only Lucia remained at the scene, alongside Leon's magical backpack and the now-dulled spear. Imperial news reported on the incursion of chaos demons into the Empire's towns, which seduced Prince Kale, ultimately resulting in an irrevocable tragedy. 3 Knights of the Judiciary were injured, and the merchant guilds suffered severe losses, yet they were actively assisting in the town's reconstruction. Lucia, the heir, along with her entourage, played an irreplaceable role in the battle against the chaos demons. Her retainer, Leon Barrett, perished in battle. The penalties regarding Leon were rescinded, and the Barrett family was granted a small town as a fief, along with 100,000 gold coins as a reward. Damn it! Raymond's eyes blazed crimson as he overturned the chest containing gold coins, seizing the scribe who announced the decree. How could my brother possibly be dead? How could he fall to a mere chaos demon? Do you not understand what Aegis' protection signifies? Do you dare deceive me? Believe me, I will slaughter your entire family. Ah! The scribe trembled, his legs quaking with fear. Thankfully, he had prepared himself prior to this encounter, or he would have soiled himself. An elven priest approached, placing a hand on Raymond's shoulder. What are you doing? Raymond, calm yourself, the priest said. You once told us that your brother Leon could remain unperturbed regardless of the challenges he faced, that he had solutions for every dilemma. Your duty is to stabilize the Barrett family's standing. Trust in your brother, and believe that Aegis will not allow a follower to perish so easily. Raymond was momentarily silenced, unable to counter her words. The elven priest, usually amiable, only became stern when there was trouble within the team. And without a doubt, the trouble lay with Raymond. Hemph, begone! Raymond released his grip, contemplating before hastening to find his sister. More sorrowful than he was, was Sister Eden. The dwarf craftsman glanced at the mountain spirit, then at the other demons. Would you like some tea? The demon, who had merely contracted to serve Miss Eden, broke into a cold sweat. I swear, I'm not a chaos demon. Sigh. Come help pick up the coins. Oh, I'll assist. Not far from the Barrett family lay Lucia's residence. The girl, now bereft of her beloved loyal hound, wandered in despair, the fragrance of flowers having faded. She seemed to have returned to her nightmares, yet sleep eluded her. Your Highness. Ralph held water and medicine, unsure of what to say. I'll leave these here. Please remember to take your medicine. After completing his task, Ralph added a few more logs to the fireplace, then closed the door and exited. Leon's spear lay beside the bed. Lucia did not know its origin, but without its master, its brilliance had dimmed. Lucia retrieved the magical backpack, rummaging within until she unearthed a bottle of fragrant wine. This scent, how delightful, within the mansion, in the hall. Leon Barrett is dead. Belhane gasped in shock. How could this be? What kind of elaborate trap could lead to the demise of such a powerful and wise cleric? That boy bore at least 2 blessings, too. The plan seemed to have unraveled. But Belhane would not concede defeat. Go find Raymond, he commanded. Take Leon's belongings. I shall personally intervene. Whether to strike or to kill, it matters not. Raymond must support the princess. Will, sipping his drink, frowned. He was a 6th-tier dragon follower, his strength equivalent to an 8th-tier agent in the Empire. Should he strike you, it would be fatal. Then what do you propose? Belhane clenched his fist. We have reached the Imperial capital. Can we truly return empty-handed? Do you wish to endure the harsh winters on the border? I shall visit the Demon Hunters branch, Will declared, downing his drink. Princess Lucia has achieved great merit. Surely the hunters will grant me some favor. Emotion is often the most futile of things, yet only upon experiencing loss does one comprehend the void left by its absence. Belhane and will set their plans into motion, while Princess Shaylin rejoiced. Her greatest adversary had fallen into despair, a most fortunate turn of events. The SYSD family too shared in the joy. With Leon's death, his divine essence would be claimed by Yuna SYSD, and the SYSD family would inherit Aegis' power through bloodline. For a family whose lineage had withered, this was a revitalizing boon. Henceforth, when the imperial capital spoke of Aegis followers, only the SYSD family would come to mind. Chapter 63. The Great Flame, Candle. The weight of the soul is 31 grams. However, due to the accumulation of his past life, Leon's weight is 62 grams. His soul drifted not toward the hell spoken of by the people of the West, but rather toward the Great Flame domain. A meditating monk noticed this otherworldly celestial being but, sensing the mark above, closed his eyes to continue his contemplation. Like many nations on the continent, the Great Flame also had dragons. Yet, unlike the 4-legged image of Aegis perceived by other nations, these were more akin to 4-legged lizards. The dragonkin were, in essence, divine beings, and it is well known that the divine do not possess a fixed form. On the summit of the coiling dragon mountain, within the divine abode of a deity, centuries have passed, and a deity's long slumber spans hundreds of years. You truly enjoy granting power to your followers, watching them embody various roles, do you not? A voice, ancient, profound, and solemn, resonated. Leon's soul fragments coalesced at the center, forming a red-yellow phantom, akin to a flame, clasped in a single hand. Aegis, Ingnivi. How rare it is for both your blessings to manifest simultaneously upon one individual. Had his soul not possessed such formidable strength, it would have already been overwhelmed by your powers. Boom! A vast, white energy entity, accompanied by a profound blue energy entity. One was Aegis, the other Ingnivi. Do not say such things, Candle. Aegis grinned widely. This is my proud follower. To let him dissipate into the void would be an immense loss. Furthermore, you wouldn't he genuinely want the foretold events to unfold? Would you? Candle glanced at Aegis, then turned to Ingnivi. Is your stance similar? Once one descends into the abyss, not a soul can disturb one's solitude. Allowing mortals to wield your blessings is tantamount to revealing your existence. The valiant may harness the powers of demons, yet the abyss remains a forbidden realm, one where you shall not be discovered. Anivia clasped her hands before her chest, exuding a sense of resignation. After all, this fellow saved the one I hold dear. Granting a modicum of protection was my initial intention, but alas, a foolish dragon bestowed such immense energy upon a mere mortal, a mere 1 in 1,000 chance. Aegis, how dare you? For there exists a counterfeit who has pilfered a portion of my power. Aegis spoke with a hint of guilt. Elder Zhu, you cannot refuse to assist. Silence, Zhu retorted, eyeing Aegis as if he were a simpleton. What sins have I committed that I must aid you every time you stir up trouble? Aegis stuck out his tongue. This rascal is deeply entangled with Dian. If you do not lend your assistance, oh, I shall spread the word of your unwillingness to help. The populace of Dian is truly unfortunate. It evokes the image of a novice intern who, unable to remedy a situation, resorts to dragging the seasoned mentor out, who, reluctant to assist, is met with the intern's incessant claims of being the mentor's pupil, leaving the mentor visibly vexed, almost wishing to strangle him. Truth be told, had it been an ordinary individual, with the powers of Aegis and Anivia, employing the Dragonkin's hidden passive skill, Cocoon, they could have encased the faithful soul, and with the divine might of Aegis and Anivia, forged a mightier vessel. However, Leon's soul is rather intricate, and Aegis and Anivia hold no absolute confidence. They can only transport Leon to Coiling Dragon Mountain. Elder Zhu ceased his discourse, as fragments of soul coalesced in his hands, malleable as clay. The Leon who traversed here melded entirely with his original self. Devoid of any memories hindering his corporeal actions, there exists something rather intriguing, yet it is beset with limitations, Zhu mused, contemplating something amusing. Completing tasks is dreadfully tedious. Earnest cultivation is the rightful path. He resolved to make minor modifications to the system. Treating it as a reward for Leon as the soul was sculpted, the 3 dragon deities invoked their divine powers, activating Leon's passive skill Cocoon. Henceforth, after a mere 10 days, Leon's corporeal form would be remade. At that moment, a jet-black stream of light surged in. Aegis and Anivia turned towards Elder Zhu. You may depart. This lad is unscathed. With a grand gesture, Zhu bade them farewell. Subsequently, the door opened a crack, allowing an individual clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal presence, to enter in the mundane world. He was a powerful figure, yet here he was merely a disciple. Master, I have arrived. The Taoist bowed to the ethereal figure. Dong Su, come to see your junior brother. Zhu waved his hand as if finally concluding a bothersome task, fetching tea for himself and sipping leisurely. Junior brother? Zhang Dong Su blinked, then noticed the dragon egg resting in the center. This is my junior brother. Countless rare treasures encountered on the path of cultivation paled in comparison to this. It is somewhat inconvenient for me to keep him here. Take him out and care for him well. After 10 days, when he emerges from the cocoon, impart these teachings to him, and allow him to return whence he came, Zhu instructed, as several books floated before Zhang Dong Su. 1 was a foundational cultivation method. Another a technique for flying on a sword, and the last a modified method for channeling magical energy. Zhu would not directly bestow blessings like Aegis and the deities of other nations. One must strive for what one desires, and the outcome reflects one's efforts. Otherwise, one might be overwhelmed by an influx of divine energy, as was the case with Leon, whose body could not withstand such vast power. Zhang Dong Su said nothing further. He merely acknowledged with a respectful nod and departed with the dragon egg containing Leon. Once the surroundings were devoid of company, Zhu retracted his concealment, transforming into a celestial being adorned with dragon horns and fiery hair. Sitting cross-legged, reflecting on the foolish endeavor of so-called heroes aiming to conquer the entire continent years prior, he couldn't help but sigh. Back then, ignorance was bliss. Upon delving deeper, one was met with startling revelations. Within Dian, the regulation of cultivators was stringent. Conflicts among them could escalate to fatal extremes, yet as long as ordinary folk were unharmed, it was overlooked. However, the heroes, spawned from a greedy king's ambitions, recklessly wielded divine protection and sought to encroach upon Dian's territories. The military under an emperor, who lacked any cultivation aptitude yet diligently governed the nation, could scarcely withstand the heroes' affronts, leading to the shattering of established conventions and the summoning of numerous cultivators to the battlefield. Thus, the heroes' ranks crumbled under the onslaught. Yet prophecy foretold that an exceedingly powerful hero would arise, one who would grow beyond control, capable of annihilating planets to confront an individual who commanded the abyss. If that were the case, the deities of Dian would not mind assuming the role of players upon the chessboard. Chapter 64. Speculation at the Barrett estate. Byr Hayne arrived bearing gifts. He was welcomed by a high-ranking demon and escorted to meet an elven sage, a legendary dwarven craftsman, and a mountain spirit under the protection of the forest dragon, Duke Byr Hayne. It has been quite some time, the elven priest remarked. The last time I visited your domain, I was received by your grandfather. So much time has passed, and you have grown into a noble as gallant as he. It is indeed you. Byr Hayne recalled a time in his childhood when he fell ill, and his grandfather, in a state of distress, expended considerable resources to summon the elven sage. At that time, he had clung to the sage, yearning to learn magic, but his lack of talent had forced him to relent. Little did he expect that after all these years, he would encounter his former savior once more. You seek Raymond, do you not? His emotional fluctuations have been rather tempestuous of late. He has been venting in the underground city since early this morning. The elven priest informed him, while the current head of the Barrett family, Eden Barrett, had remained bedridden since receiving the news of Leon's demise. I, too, lament this matter. Logically, with a demon hunter and Aegis blessing, such an incident should not have occurred. Byr Hayne swallowed hard. I have brought gifts, as well as Leon's belongings. A dragon slayer sword and a tattered suit of dragon scale armor were presented. The dwarven craftsman leaned in with keen interest. Ah, this armor is of exceptionally high quality. Yet, it is rather peculiar. Byr Hayne paused. What is peculiar about it? A craftsman capable of forging such arms would certainly inscribe their name upon it, as long as the equipment has not been reduced to ashes. One could discern the creator's identity, as a legendary dwarven craftsman. I assure you, even failed products bear inscriptions. This item is indeed strange. The dwarf stroked his beard, pondering the matter. But how does this relate to Leon's death? Byr Hayne questioned, puzzled. The priest and the mountain spirit exchanged glances before nodding. Mr. Byr, you may not comprehend just how precious a renowned dragon scale armor is to its creator. While this armor does not reach the legendary status of the ones used by heroes, it commands a substantial price. When Leon was expelled, he certainly had no means to forge superlative weaponry. The priest articulated carefully. He lacked the funds to even procure a single dragon scale suitable for crafting dragon scale armor. However, I have heard he donated a full 10,000 white gold coins to you. Such wealth could not simply materialize. If it had, then Leon Barrett may be under the watchful gaze of a deity, receiving unreserved assistance. Once this notion was proposed, Byr Hayne's thoughts gravitated towards the Thunder Dragon. It cannot be Aegis, the mountain spirit interjected. If it were Aegis, the equipment provided would be the set used by Raymond. Not this inferior quality, Raymond emerged unscathed, having decisively vanquished the demon lord. The assistance from that equipment was not to be underestimated. Therefore, I wish to inquire about something, as we are unfamiliar with the aristocratic circles of the imperial capital. The elven priest turned his gaze towards Byr Hayne, seemingly seeking an answer from him. Please, do ask. I assure you I shall speak candidly, Byr Hayne proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. The inquiry posed by the elf was, Eunice Cert, the woman whom Raymond has repeatedly vowed to flay alive, who stripped Leon Barrett of his fourth-tier divine essence. Has her dragon transformation state diminished? Eunice Cert. She has been seeking treatment from the priests with increasing frequency of late. With Leon's demise, there ought to be some alleviation, Byr Hayne responded. At least, that is what I have heard. Suddenly, Byr Hayne halted. Alleviation? What constitutes alleviation? He had never heard of any reduction in Eunice Cert's symptoms. The frequency of priests entering and exiting the Sist household had merely dwindled somewhat. Was that alleviation? No, that was not alleviation. That was merely maintaining the status quo. No, there had been no alleviation, Byr Hayne asserted. When she attends various gatherings and banquets, she still dons magical long gloves to conceal the dragon scales on her hands. I have individuals with exceptionally keen senses. I dispatched someone to investigate, and the result indicated that the fragrance characteristic of the Thunder Dragon Aegis has intensified around her, as if the elven priest's lips curled slightly, interjecting, as if the legendary Thunder Dragon Aegis is on the verge of descending. Then, are you suggesting Leon is not dead? In the heart of Behaina, a surge of ecstasy coursed through him. Yet, I overheard the attendants of Princess Lucia, along with the knights of the tribunal, proclaiming that he had been reduced to ashes and scattered. He is dead, but his soul should remain intact. The priest rose and spoke, asserting that whether through black magic or white, there exist methods to resurrect individuals. Agaz's favoritism towards Leon would not be less than that towards Raymond. He would never permit the demise of his followers. O God, resurrecting a person is but a trifling matter. Then, where is Leon now? Behaina inquired. The priest pondered for a moment, upon learning of Leon's death. I hastened to the training grounds of the Barrett family. However, I found no signs of any resurrection circle therein. I also investigated the churches within the imperial capital, regardless of the rank of the nuns or priests. The divine reply to their prayers was uniformly, no soul by the name of Leon Barrett has been received. Duke Behaina, might I ask where Leon's ashes were scattered at that time? Behaina contemplated deeply, correlating the positions at that moment, towards the east. If I am not mistaken, they should have drifted eastward. Is there something there that could resurrect Leon? East? There is nothing particularly notable in the east concerning resurrection sites. Unless one considers the formidable presence intricately connected to Leon, within the Great Flame Realm, a mighty entity who disregards the divine realm, known as the Candle Dragon, Zhu Jiuyin. The mountain spirit was so terrified that her soul nearly departed her body. Her protector, the forest dragon, covered his face, merely lamenting how this girl divulged everything. Candle Dragon. Which deity is that? Why have I never heard of such a being? Does the great flame possess such formidable strength? Behaina could scarcely believe it. The sage sighed and smiled gently. Duke Behaina, ultimately, these are merely our conjectures. However, the members of the sister family elucidated one point clearly. Leon is absolutely not dead. At the very least, his soul persists. Chapter 65. The radical Raymond returned bearing a massive earth dragon upon his shoulders. Upon learning that his brother's soul might still exist, he was filled with exhilaration. But what thrilled him even more was that Sister Eden's spirit had somewhat recovered. Drain its blood, skin it, and prepare a feast for my sister. Roast it, boil it. Whatever you do, just bring her something to eat. Dare to falter, and I'll use you as skewers. Go. Despite being the contracted demon summoned by Eden, the creature faced Raymond's unjust treatment in silence, scarcely daring to breathe. Who on earth consumes an entire earth dragon? Where did you hunt this? Reluctantly, Raymond complied, changing into a more presentable outfit in the cloakroom to personally receive Duke Behaina. After listening to the priest's words, he suddenly realized. You truly are sharp-minded, from the smallest clues. It is evident that my brother is not dead, Raymond praised. Yet the great flame kingdom faces a dilemma. Can my brother return once revived? Should I go and investigate now? If I can uncover any leads, I can bring him back at once. Your full sprint possesses the force of a 9th-tier dragon beast. Attempting to reach Leon in a short time would likely result in being intercepted by patrols before even entering the Great Flame. It would be best not to proceed with such a plan. The priest, sweating profusely, Behaina was taken aback. A 9th-tier dragon beast? Raymond at such a young age is already so formidable. Truly, he is a disciple of Agaz. Such strength, then, Mr. Behaina. Raymond grew serious. We can now discuss terms. Behaina collected his thoughts and sat across from Raymond. My Lord Raymond, although the external narrative still asserts Leon's demise, I require your assistance. I believe you are aware of one thing. Leon's death is not something anyone wishes to witness. Princess Lucia is also striving to protect her subordinates. The Princess of the Abyss, a creature born with authority, cannot have her inherent brilliance obscured by any slander, even if that brilliance is dark and lethal. I need you, Lord Raymond, to stand in support of Princess Lucia. Should you choose to aid her, then even if the majority of the Empire harbors prejudice against her and seeks to use Leon's death to attack her, the effect will likely be negligible. It is akin to a legal battle, where the opposing side meticulously prepares, bribing the media, purchasing judges, and enlisting numerous officials to portray Lucia as a heinous witch, deserving of immediate execution, all in a bid for public satisfaction. Even the lawyers engaged in litigation are akin to Zhang San, the very architects of the law, wielding their power as they please. Yet, Lucia, undeterred by the lack of civility, revealed her true identity. The Dragon King returns. Pardon. Lucia's lawyer disclosed her identity as a ruler of a certain continent, commanding an active force of 200,000. Possessing a comprehensive military capability across land, sea, and air, with advanced technology including intercontinental missiles and nuclear warheads. In light of this, guess what? Not guilty. Absolutely not guilty. I could publicly advocate for that, princess, but are you certain that would suffice? Raymond blinked. What do you mean, this is sufficient? Behaina momentarily failed to comprehend. What more do you desire? I perceive a rather troublesome threat near Princess Shaylin. It's called a hero, isn't it? He gives me an exceedingly uncomfortable impression. Raymond frowned. The multitude of blessings upon him is excessive, as if the divine sought to impose the authority of a secondary deity upon him. This differs from the training methods of disciples. My brother has also mentioned that praying for divine strength is already a luxury. Excessive reliance on divine gifts will inevitably lead to backlash one day. Otherwise, the Barrett family would have countless individuals wielding Agaz's power. The hero's path to strength certainly diverges from that of ordinary clergy. Behaina nodded, acknowledging Raymond's assertion. But what of it? The church is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Although there are distasteful practices, they are, at least, engaged in tangible deeds. To genuinely turn against them could very well incite unrest. Political matters are not merely about conflict. They involve human emotions and social intricacies. Although accidents may occur at times, true estrangement is unlikely, right? Should I go and eliminate the hero first? Raymond's words were shocking. Or should I boldly approach Princess Shaylin to demand the rewards owed to me? I have taken many detours to help them out, acquiring a plethora of unnecessary items. The successful conquest of the dungeon comes with rewards. Swords that can slice through iron like mud, formidable armor, various miraculous herbs, and magical artifacts from ancient times. For instance, the golden skull used by Lucia to summon the colossal demon. Raymond currently possesses 8 similar items. Each of these would fetch millions at auction, yet for Raymond, they are useless, too precious to discard. And so he must hand them all over to Jelly for proper utilization, lest he find himself cleaning up after them again. Raymond, bang! That hurt. Why did you hit me? The troublesome child, Raymond, glared at the elven priest, somewhat displeased. After all, if things were to escalate into a conflict anyway, what was wrong with striking first? The elf covered her face, realizing why Leon Barrett, who possessed equal talent to Raymond, had progressed so slowly. Individuals like Raymond, who solely charge into battle, are mere novices in the political arena. His sheer strength is sufficient to deter others from confronting him. The imperial capital is home to numerous divine agents, all of whom are 8th or even 9th tier powerhouses. Even if you can defeat the hero, can you contend with them? The priest lamented his inability to see beyond Raymond. The Barrett family has never quarreled with the Empire during its most glorious times. You are undeniably strong, but you are not yet at the level of suppressing everything alone. Forcing the summoning of Agaz would lead to an even graver outcome. Raymond rubbed his head and replied, I have already proposed an alternative plan, right? If I cannot eliminate them, can I not seek to trouble them? Behaina fell silent, suddenly feeling that Leon, the eldest son, truly bore a heavy burden. He must care for the family, look after his younger siblings, and guard against the attacks of others within the Empire. All too difficult. Ahem. Behaina cleared his throat. Well, the participants in the succession will soon gather. A banquet will be held, allowing the officials of the Empire to partake. At that time, we can contemplate how to create some trouble. The banquet officials. The involvement of the heirs is a means to discern which heir garners greater favor among the people, thus elevating their standing. In this manner, the Empire can smoothly transition into the next era. Of course, the Empire's history is replete with bloodshed. Chapter 66. The Illusion in a Realm of Utter Void. Leon slowly opened his eyes. How strange. Have I died? Am I traversing realms once more? But where exactly am I? He glanced around, noting the surroundings suffused with silk-like golden light, intangible and untouchable. Where is this place? Right? What of the system? Leon hastily called forth the system, only to find, name, Leon Barrett, occupation, none. Huh. What is going on? Why is there nothing but my name? Have I truly perished? Yet, amidst this ethereal sensation, he could distinctly feel his vitality gradually reviving. But why has the system collapsed as well? Brother, stop playing around. If you possess any resurrection scrolls or coins, please send one my way. If it comes to the worst, a method for reincarnation would not be entirely unacceptable. If all else fails, could you please send me back to my original world? I recall that there might be some unspeakable contents on my computer. Those are directly related to my posthumous reputation. At the very least, allow me to return and delete them before I meet my end, will you?" A soft chuckle echoed, and Leon turned to look. In an instant, he found himself within a concrete structure. With hair as dark as the night, even blacker than that of the locals, it was evident he was not from around here. That familiar face, adorned in an extravagant Gothic dress, exuded opulence. "Lucia?" Leon paused, bewildered. What was happening? Upon further inspection, he noticed he was clad in sportswear emblazoned with the characters for Huaxia, sporting Hongxing Erk sneakers, and holding a book titled Computer Networks. What was going on? Had he returned to university? But why? Leon, with a teasing glint in her eyes, queried, "Do you enjoy this?" The tablet displayed explicit content from a certain island nation, depicting a petite, charming girl engaging in various intimate acts with her boyfriend, including a variant without horseback riding. Wait a moment. This is slander. No, Lucia. No. Leon. No. Note, I must be losing my mind. How could this situation arise? A girl clad in medieval noble attire, holding a tablet, asked if I liked this type of girl. Of course I do. Who wouldn't he? But this felt all wrong, Leon distinctly remembered. Huh? He was Leon Barrett. Born in Huaxia, in a fantastical world, his prodigious talents were evident from a young age, leading him to gain admission to one of the nation's top universities, often the target of playful teasing from the campus's renowned little witch, Lucia. His peers had long grown accustomed to this scenario. Today was a day off, and the library was nearly deserted. He had come at Lucia's invitation. What? Not even a little amused? Lucia playfully tapped Leon's head, puffing out her cheeks. Did you not say to accept my confession and be my boyfriend? Are you having second thoughts? Let me assure you. That's not happening. I won't let go. Her eyes sparkled with an enchanting allure, seemingly commanding Leon's every thought and action. I did not refuse, Leon mechanically replied. I accept, yes, he recalled their shared childhood, a bond so close it was as if they had grown up together. They had committed numerous mischievous acts, playing pranks, chasing chickens, and causing endless chaos for their families, among other escapades. Their families had already laid plans. Upon graduation, they would marry and inherit the family businesses. Lucia hailed from a noble lineage in Europe, her ancestors having been immensely wealthy. Leon's forebears had migrated there, only for his parents to return to Huaxia. They were a match made in heaven, seemingly unbreakable. Nothing could tear them apart. The two discussed their future plans in the library, dreaming of starting a company, amassing wealth, and purchasing a seaside villa where they could be together every day. They would not concern themselves with the business's operations. They would focus on cultivating their skills, knowing they would have plenty of time together in the future. Their children would grow and become even more accomplished practitioners, which was also the reason for the alliance between their families. The cake shop I visited last time has launched new products. I heard. Yes, do you remember the hot pot we had last month? The owner seemed to have transferred ownership. Nobody has gone there since. Indeed. I long for the street food stalls back home. When summer vacation arrives, let us return together and see if that little shop still exists. Leon's eyes grew vacant. Countless dark tendrils surrounded him, and a dark sorceress clad in a simple dress exuded a powerful possessiveness, unwilling to let anything escape her grasp. Yet, she had lost far too much. Demon hunters, demi-humans, one servant knight after another replaced. While this knight's descendants showed promising talents, they ultimately perished as servants of the unnameable witch. The once inseparable ice princess lost herself due to divine decrees, turning against her. The followers of the Thunder Dragon fell in battle. His head was mounted on a spear, treated as a trophy. His body was riddled with wounds, and countless individuals fought over fragments of his armor and his organs. His limbs were torn asunder. Severed in the chaos, his wife, with all the wealth they had amassed, sought refuge with their enemies, the Radiant Heroes. They proclaimed, "The witch is guilty. She must perish." Though the witch could not be slain, the holy heroes would find a means to obliterate her, exiling her forever. Lucia was weary. Her future was dwindling. Even if it were a mere illusion, a fleeting dream, she wished to immerse herself in it, forsaking thoughts of revenge against the heroes. Leon, the girl reached out, gently cradling the man's face, loosening her grip, and sitting atop Leon's waist. much like long ago when she playfully teased that meticulous, deceitful fool. Are you happy? Do you feel joy? Lucia's hands glided down from Leon's face. Her once powerful form now blurred in her memory. We are about to become one family. Are you delighted? The vacant Leon had reached the point of marrying Lucia and entering their shared chamber. He swallowed hard, and then, Your Highness, what has happened? The room's decor dissipated, revealing a disheveled girl before Leon, her face streaked with tears, her skin pale. Chapter 67. The future Leon recalled the circumstances before his transmigration. He was born into an ordinary family. His father held a respectable job, while his mother engaged in small business endeavors to supplement their income. Throughout his unremarkable life, he lacked any particularly remarkable achievements. Akin to well-produced livestock on an assembly line, studying from elementary to middle school, then high school, and finally attending a university of mediocre reputation. Then, he became ensnared in the global economic downturn, witnessing the devaluation of his degree amidst a series of unfortunate events that plagued his generation. Disillusioned, he decided to stay home, abandoning entrepreneurial aspirations, focusing on writing novels and ensuring he could feed himself. Then, his phone exploded, and he transmigrated. Even without this transmigration, Leon would not possess the fortune of a protagonist, nor would there be a girl who admired him. What a farce, yet, how had he ended up in this predicament? Your Highness, Leon gazed at the now mature, weathered, and beleaguered sorceress, momentarily at a loss for words. To the divine, time held no significance. Ultimately, the final boss, Lucia, could disregard the concept of time and appear before him. But what had transpired? Why did this sorceress exhibit such an expression? Lucia paused and opened her mouth. Leon's eyes widened. What Lucia uttered was, Why did you awaken? Bang! Ouch! A sudden punch to his face made Leon wince in pain, struggling against the tendrils that held him captive. Lucia raised another hand, clenching it into a fist. Bang, bang, bang. The final boss's left and right hooks left Leon bloodied. Even in this ethereal state, he was barely holding on. Would it not have been better if you had stayed asleep? Lucia glared at Leon, pinned beneath her, brushing her hair aside as she resumed her unfinished business. The metallic taste of blood, the near-fainting state of the sorceress, and the bewildering events enveloped her upon parting. Lucia glanced back at Leon. This follower of the Thunder Dragon remained conscious. You are not the Lucia I once knew. Leon coughed up blood. Please, not like this. I'm in no position to escape. What if you run away? Lucia's hands explored Leon's body. You broke your promise long ago. You broke your promise. As she spoke, her expression grew more ominous. Perhaps the garments conjured by magical energy were torn. Still, it was the familiar body, albeit with far fewer scars than Lucia remembered. The likelihood of a handsome boy being toyed with in his own spiritual sea was low, but not non-existent in the bed fashioned from dark magic. Lucia clung to Leon tightly, seemingly wishing to remain lost in this moment forever. Your Highness, Leon inquired, can you now tell me what has transpired? Why have you lost composure? Lucia remained silent. Even if you do not speak, I can surmise some things. Leon coughed again. In the future, with or without me, you must have endured considerable suffering, haven't you? Has someone tried relentlessly to kill you, only to turn their wrath upon others when unsuccessful? Will, Layla, Ralph? Lucia trembled, holding him tighter. I know. I understand everything. Leon continued, I realize our fate may not be bright, yet I still have the chance to alter it. Can you wait a little longer? I will save you. I will resolve all the issues. The sorceress's crimson lips moved, uttering, After you last promised me that, you were slain by the hero. Damn it. Leon's heart burned with fury. Why was it always the hero? The accursed hero cannot embark on a quest to vanquish the Demon King. If all else fails, why not establish a harem and build a kingdom? Surely that would be more enjoyable than engaging in combat with a witch. Yet, upon deeper reflection, one realizes that the hero of that time may no longer be the hero himself. I still have time. After all, the hero of my timeline has yet to mature. Your incessant entanglement prevents me from venturing out. Leon murmured. Moreover, you appear utterly haggard. What is amiss? The witch grimaced, responding. That hero has discovered the means to slay me, in the original novel. The eventual collapse of combat power was inevitable. The dominion controlled by Lucia is formidable. And no matter how many times one attempts to eliminate it, complete destruction remains unattainable. Thus, the hero devised a plan: migration. Not merely relocating the populace of a single nation, but transporting entire races and humanity from the planet to another realm created by a deity. The original world would then be subjected to the hero's creation, a device specifically designed to eradicate waste, the fractured seed. This entity perpetually consumes any material, and upon annihilating a planet, it loses its vitality, only to subsequently reconstruct the planet's matter. The hero intends to utilize this to eradicate Lucia before her dominion even comes into existence. Yet, there remains 666 years until Lucia's complete demise. Could it be that this device was modified from the one crafted by Kair? Upon hearing that familiar number, Leon felt a jolt of anxiety. Although the time until my demise is not particularly lengthy from a divine perspective, should you choose, we could indeed share a perfect life together. The witch implored, "Please do not reject me. I have already lost you once. You refuse to express your feelings even unto death. Am I truly so flawed? Look into my eyes and dare to claim you have never harbored feelings for me?" Lucia forcefully turned Leon's face toward her, seeking an answer. Leon fell silent. He understood that this witch's magical gaze possessed the ability to discern lies. Yet how could a man allow himself to be so passive? "I have never harbored feelings for you, my lady. For you and I exist in different timelines," Leon stated. "I do not even know what my future holds, nor do I comprehend why I succumbed to the hero while other nations on the continent stood idly by as he grew powerful. Like Lucia, it is merely the failure of early educators, raised to the planetary level as inept politicians failing to deliver." Leon could not fathom the notion of a single individual possessing 90% of a planet's wealth. Just as he could hardly imagine a mere hero could transport all races to another world. To dwell on such matters is futile. Leon had no intention of justifying himself. He grasped one undeniable truth: he was still alive, not yet departed. Therefore, he had the opportunity to confront the hero, to prepare adequately and face the unknown battlefield of the future. Chapter 68. What? Have I entered the mystical gate? Lucia seemed reluctant. Ever since the inevitable fatal trap was set, her greatest joy was perusing other timelines, reminiscing about the days when she was still weak, living in the estate at the border. Yet, having finally found Leon's timeline intact, she was loath to relinquish it so easily. She yearned to lead a mundane life like a common villager, but her innate dominion would not allow her peace. "My lady," Leon said earnestly, "regardless of the circumstances, I shall stand by your side. I will face any perilous future that may come. Please trust me." Lucia regarded the follower she had salvaged, releasing her grip in silence. The chaotic, murky space unfolded, revealing a realm enveloped in a golden aura. Lucia gradually dissipated, and just before vanishing completely, she bit Leon's neck. "You are mine." Leon was taken aback, yet he smiled as he watched the witch depart. The future appears so dire, it would surely be preferable to traverse into a lighter narrative. Perhaps one of those fixed tales where only the protagonist and their harem exist. Such a mysterious game sounds far more enjoyable than this incessant strife and treachery which leaves me quite unsettled. Leon sighed, surveying his surroundings, seeking an exit, only to realize that his physical form had seemingly vanished. At that moment, an apparition of a man clad in a Taoist robe materialized. "You, Taoist? What is your esteemed surname?" Leon blurted out, recognizing a familiar character, unable to contain his surprise. Zhang Dongshu was not angered. He chuckled softly and replied, "Young junior brother, you are quite the fortunate one." This remark startled Leon, prompting the realization that this venerable Taoist might have seen everything. Young junior brother? Fear not. I, Zhang Dongshu, have no habit of intruding upon intimate affairs." With a wave of his hand, an expanse of ground appeared in the boundless space, adorned with 2 meditation mats. "Your body has been destroyed. Yet powerful dragon races such as Aegis and Onivis, nearly on par with our master, would not permit your soul to dissipate into the ether." Zhang Dongshu gestured for Leon to sit. Once seated, Leon inquired, "So, senior brother, what is my current situation?" Do not fret." Zhang Dongshu reassured him. "Aegis has located our master, who has activated your passive talent, Cocoon. Cocoon. This ability indeed appears in the original text. It is a technique employed by dragons when faced with an irreparable fatal injury, entrusting their souls to a dragon egg, which, upon hatching, though initially weak, allows for a rebirth with memories intact. The original author primarily focused on crafting formidable side characters, only for them to be swiftly vanquished by the hero. Yet here, it seems a loophole has emerged. After all, it was our master who resurrected you, so you are now considered a part of my mystical gate. Zhang Dongshu chuckled, and by your tone, you do not seem like an imperial citizen. Rather, you sound like someone who has spent considerable time living in the Great Yin. Realizing that his chance for revival hinges entirely on this venerable figure from the Great Yin, Leon scratched his cheek. Confessing, to be honest, senior brother, Zhang Dongshu raised a hand, signaling Leon to refrain from elaborating. Individuals in your circumstances are not unheard of across the continent. However, most of them perish early, unable to adapt to the world's rules. Henceforth, you must state that you awaken the memories of a past life due to special circumstances. What is this called? Leon merely nodded, appearing unusually obedient. What else could it be called? It is a reincarnation of a powerful being. An awakening of memories. As long as someone from the Great Yin provides an explanation, you can say whatever you wish. Very well. Some matters you are not yet clear to know. Zhang Dongshu continued. Your spiritual power is immense. Although you are in the process of resurrection, there are still things you can accomplish. With that, Zhang Dongshu bestowed upon Leon the 3 cultivation techniques promised by Master Zhu. After 10 days, your body will be fully reformed. That time, you may go wherever you wish. Leon nodded in understanding. The methods of the Monkey King. Should any trouble arise in the future, do not implicate me. However, one matter still puzzled Leon. What exactly is the system? Did his attributes vanish following his death along with the system? Zhang Dongshu, unfortunately, did not provide an answer to this query, only advising him to diligently cultivate before departing from Leon's consciousness. It seemed that Leon's long-held dream of becoming a sword immortal was on the verge of realization. Alas, I hope these abilities will help me avoid the tragic future of Lady Lucia. Leon mused, adopting a meditative posture as he began to study the techniques. Unbeknownst to him, the ultimate fate Lucia experienced, in which Leon Barrett was involved, was not the same Leon Barrett who had merged with the soul of a transmigrator. At this moment, he had already diverged from the divine's predetermined path, and the foolish deity's scripted future would no longer unfold. Ding! System upgrading to in the imperial capital. Routine gathering among the nobility commenced. This was a venue for nobles to cultivate relationships, as well as a place for some to indulge in revelry. Naturally, these were merely typical pastimes, for only those within the family lacking any substantial power would contemplate finding a partner for a fleeting night. Raymond, clad in formal attire, with piercing eyes, arrived at the banquet. Upon his entrance, the entire world seemed to fall silent. What? Am I not welcome? Raymond inquired, observing the hushed crowd. That moment, nothing else mattered. Leon is dead? Oh, how wonderful! Raymond remains alive. Oh, how splendid! Anyone who has spoken ill of Leon is doomed. Then, the Duke of Barine appeared, still as dashing as ever. Raymond! Barine laughed heartily, approaching Raymond. Come, let me introduce you to some friends. Though it was mere pretense, the gravitas of the act was palpable. Supporters of Lady Lucia, Duke Barine. The younger brother of Lady Lucia's attendant, Raymond Barrett. Leon is dead? And then? What do you intend to do? Hurry and inform the family head. Damn it, this Raymond is not a complete buffoon. If only he could engage in a brawl with someone from the sister family. The attendees of the banquet hurriedly relayed news of the situation back to their families. Meanwhile, Lucia, upon learning that Leon was likely still alive, felt a flicker of renewed vigor. Yet, she remained far too weak. Chapter 69. Solomon, the weather today is splendid. The snow is melting, and the temperature has indeed risen. Your Highness, how do you feel? Ralph gently pushed the wheelchair and remarked, Leon will surely return. You must gather your spirits. When Leon comes back, he would not wish to see you in such a state. Lucia remained silent, with Leon's magical backpack resting on her lap. Initially, she merely sought a diversion from her mundane existence, hoping to spark fresh ideas for her plans. However, the value Leon exhibited exceeded her expectations. Had he not been unjustly stripped of his divine essence, his capabilities would have been sufficient to elevate the Barrett family to unprecedented heights. It was merely a transaction. There were no particularly deep feelings involved. Yet witnessing Leon's sacrifice for her stirred her heart, inflicting profound pain. Ralph felt a deep sense of sympathy, but what could he do? He was not even a cleric, merely capable of handling minor minions beneath the rank of A-class adventurers. Just then, "You are truly disappointing," Lucia, a burly man with golden hair, clad in military garb, entered. Ralph glanced over, frowning. The Emperor's son, the firstborn, who had shown no interest in vying for the throne since reaching adulthood. He possessed a keen understanding of the world's laws. Notions of imperial heirs and territorial conquests held little sway over him. Look up at the stars. Those are worlds upon worlds, perhaps civilizations far more powerful than this one have existed for eons. Gods, deities, as long as one's strength suffices, one day they can ascend to divinity. At that point, the Empire's fate becomes inconsequential. This is Solomon Van Aster. If you dutifully follow the decrees of that deceased old man to inherit the Empire, we would not be embroiled in such troubles, wouldn't we? Lucia retorted darkly. Whoosh! What? Ralph felt a gust of wind, and suddenly Solomon stood before Lucia. What kind of power is this, Lucia, possessing the divine right? Is something everyone envies. I harbor no disdain for the authority you wield, but I truly look down upon the way you currently present yourself. Solomon's stated point: one attendant has perished, a dear friend has died, and someone you love has passed away, and yet you allow such sorrow to render you so vulnerable. Is not his death meaningful? Did he not save you? Did his demise not serve as a warning? Your power is not invincible. There remain means in this world to counter you. Solomon admonished with a tone of disappointment. If all your siblings were like you, the future of the Empire would be shrouded in fog. What you ought to do now is to strive to elevate your strength, to enhance your image in the eyes of the Empire's elite, rather than succumbing to the whirlpool of grief. Allowing emotions to erode you. Lucia's expression remained frigid. From a young age, Solomon had been different from his siblings. He seemed to grasp the truth that true strength lies in self-empowerment. Thus, lacking divine clerical talent, he earned the recognition of a deity named Shura through sheer effort, becoming an agent of divinity from the very outset at the 7th tier. He was iron-willed, fierce, merciless to his foes, yet lenient with his own. This leniency was predicated upon the dedication of his comrades to their training. Alas, it seems my return is rather ill-timed. A light-hearted voice chimed in as Will returned after completing his tasks. Is that not the Grand Marshal of the Empire? Have you come to pay a visit to our dear prince? Oh, how considerate of the elder brother. I've heard that when Leon served in the capital, he often brought little gifts for his younger siblings upon returning home. Solomon paused, then produced from an item resembling a magical backpack a roasted duck. Ralph, a roasted duck, my favorite. Eat this and regain your spirits. Did I not hear that fellow is still alive? Elder brother. Lucia was at a loss for words. Is this what they called Sundra? Enough of this chatter. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Ralph gazed in silence at the stark contrast of the Empire's Grand Marshal, unable to comprehend why there existed such an anomaly as Solomon amidst the royal strife. Lucia regarded the roasted duck wrapped in oiled paper, contemplated for a moment, then beckoned. Mew, Your Highness. The cat Layla appeared in an instant, eager to assist. The roasted duck from the capital is said to be crafted by a chef from the Great Flame, with specially raised ducks, and the oils and sauces are meticulously prepared, always in high demand. Since arriving in the capital, Layla had longed to taste the duck Leon once spoke of, but with her purse vanished. She lacked the funds for such indulgences. Furthermore, considering Lucia's precarious health, it seemed rather inappropriate for a mere cat to indulge in feasting and merriment. What are you thinking? I intend to eat this myself. Lucia chastised gently, tapping the cat's head. Thud. That's a good head. Woo-woo. Then let me slice the duck for you, Layla responded, taking the roasted duck. Your Highness, shall I prepare some juice for you? Ralph inquired, adding that the weather remained somewhat cool and the coal fire in the room seemed insufficient. The Merchant Guild provides catering services, all rich in the cuisine of the Great Flame. Will chuckled from behind. Sighing, Leon, do return swiftly. If you tarry any longer, the prince's household may very well fall apart. Later that day, Raymond visited Lucia, bringing with him a roasted land dragon. When I was out training, I frequently encountered clerics or adventurers suffering significant emotional turmoil. often leading to their decline. Upon meeting my squad mates, they informed me that a hearty meal could alleviate much negativity, Raymond stated, unsheathing a large blade to slice the land dragon, a small token. I hope you do not find it lacking. Brother, thank you for your care. Lucia was taken aback. Was it not said that Leon's brother Raymond was a complete brute? He certainly did not appear to be one. You and Leon are strikingly similar in appearance. Lucia smiled, though regrettably. My injuries are severe, and I am unable to host you. That is of no consequence. Raymond nodded. I have a few inquiries for you. Lucia.Sister? Splendid. This child has garnered 100 points in my esteem. What would you like to ask? Lucia inquired with a smile. Raymond cleared his throat and then asked, Might you have intentions of marrying my brother? Upon uttering this question, the atmosphere froze. Lucia's face visibly flushed. Chapter 70. Divine Alchemical Array. Raymond Barrett. If every exemplary believer is akin to a finely crafted jade or a weapon and armor forged by the hands of the divine, then he is the sharpest blade fashioned by the legendary Thunder Dragon. Aegis. Those who wield the power of thunder and lightning often possess a volatile nature, and Raymond exemplified this to the utmost. Anyone who opposed his will would likely be incinerated by his wrath. Of course, this scenario is limited to the realms of fictional narratives. For instance, should a butler from a certain family openly mock the protagonist, it would not be long before they face dire consequences. Those who are aware of Raymond's reputation would scarcely dare to provoke him. Thus, when he encountered Yuna's sister, he found it exceedingly difficult to restrain himself, yearning to unleash his dragon form and pierce that wretched woman's heart. To shatter her skull, to fry her heart and mix her blood with wine for flavor. Her body should not go to waste either. Shatter it and feed it to the dogs. Yes, before she dies. She must also experience the agony of having her divine essence stripped away. If Raymond wished to eliminate Yuna, there was currently no one in the capital with the confidence to stop him. Yet he had not been granted permission to do so. He was summoned by Aegis's divine oracle. You cannot kill her yet, Aegis stated. Suppress your anger. I still have use for this woman. As the deity worshipped by the Barrett family, Aegis believed he still held some measure of authority. However, who the hell are you? You summoned me to this cursed place for what purpose? Do you wish to die? Aegis was taken aback. Anivi chuckled. Hephaestus, distracted for a moment, nearly ruined a piece of material due to excessive flame. Though they were both known as the Mad Dragons, even Aegis could not have anticipated that his disciple would be this unhinged. You fool. Aegis's veins bulged. Have you forgotten who healed your legs? Who was it that swore before me to become the mightiest cleric, and now, in just over a decade, you have completely forgotten? Why do you lack the courtesy shown by your brother and sister? I will give you one more chance. Show me some respect. Raymond offered a gesture of international friendship. Aegis was utterly exasperated. But what could he do? This was his own child. No matter how much of a rascal he was, he had to indulge him. He could not simply strike him down. Address me as Lord Aegis. Get lost. Quickly send me back. I want to kill that wretched woman who harmed my brother. You fool. Thus, after a protracted tug-of-war, Raymond finally gleaned Aegis's plan. If you wish to appear in the mortal realm like a demon, just say so. Don't act as if I must stand in your way. Raymond relinquished his plan to eliminate Yuna. My brother is truly still alive. Yes, he should be in the Great Flame. He will return within half a month. Aegis suddenly found himself somewhat understanding Senior Zhu, who constantly faced a rebellious self without resorting to harsh measures. Indeed, Senior Zhu is truly a good person. Bah, a good dragon. The reason I summoned you this time is not only to prevent you from killing that woman, but also to share something with you. Aegis's demeanor turned serious. You have reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier for quite some time now. Have you been curious as to why you cannot advance to the 7th tier? Ramon nodded. If he could break through to the 7th tier, he would have the confidence to contend with the 9th tier hammer. Who would dare mock him then? Your innate deficiencies allow you to progress this far, which is a testament to your diligence. Aegis lowered his head and scrutinized Ramon. Isn't there a sage from the elven race in your party? And your brother's paramour? Take this to her and ask for her assistance. Thus, Lucia's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Did I say something wrong? Ramon glanced at Natasha, the only one beside him. You misspoke. Natasha stated with utmost seriousness. Oh, I thought, how could my brother, such a serious person. Ramon sighed in relief. Then Natasha added, "It is I who is to marry Brother Leon. I am the one to become Brother Leon's." Mumble, mumble. Ralph covered Natasha's mouth, looking apologetic as he led her to the kitchen. Ramon was left in a state of shock. Princess Lucia, after all, was beautiful and powerful enough. A bit of mischief could indeed add some spice to the couple's life. But Natasha, when did my brother ever fancy this type? Ahem. Lucia regained her composure. And although there are no plans yet, if you wish to call me sister, that would also be acceptable. Very well, Sister Lucia. Ramon's ultimate skill, sincere heart. Oh my, this younger brother is truly wonderful. Much better than Kair. Once her emotions settled, Lucia accepted the object Ramon offered. It was an unfamiliar magical crystal, square in shape, unlike anything naturally mined. Lucia, possessing one of the continent's finest magical talents, weighed it in her hand and then asked, "What did your companion say?" She mentioned that if I wished to ascend to the 7th tier, according to Lord Aegis's method, I must visit the elven homeland. Ramon said while taking a hearty bite of meat, "I have companions among the mountain elves. Protected by the forest dragon, it shouldn't be difficult for me to go there as a scion of the thunder dragon. But Lord Aegis said you also have a method, so I wondered if I could ask for your assistance." Lucia nodded, confirming that the sage of the elven race was correct. Given Ramon's uniqueness, seeking advancement to the 7th tier indeed required a visit to the elven homeland. However, the round trip would take 5 to 6 years. And it seemed this thunder dragon scion could not wait that long. Let me be straightforward. Lucia placed the crystal down. The crystal contained the complete divine alchemical array. The effect was simple. It mimicked the functions of a normal person's organs, such as the heart, lungs, spleen, and liver, through a massive alchemical array. Ramon was puzzled as to how this related to his ascension to the 7th tier. "Ramon, your innate disability is not without reason," Lucia explained. "The divine is fair yet selfish. While granting us certain gifts, it also takes something away to maintain balance. For instance, she illustrated, those born with inherent authority often find their close combat abilities lacking. Easily pierced like paper, to ascend to the 7th tier, Ramon must reclaim the price for acquiring powerful combat talents, his healthy legs, thus achieving completeness. Yet Aegis cannot descend to perform the surgery himself, so Ramon must seek someone capable of such a procedure." Chapter 71. Conflict. Many years ago, Ramon reached the age to awaken his bloodline abilities. Originally, he was to wait for Leon and the household servants to take him during the day. But after enduring countless disdainful glances, a fire ignited within him, and he longed to go alone. Thus, he struggled along with crutches, only to fall on the mountain path, leaving his hands and legs bloodied. At that time, Aegis merely implanted a basic array for Ramon, sufficient for reaching the 5th tier. It was somewhat fortunate that he managed to utilize it for the 6th tier, but it would no longer suffice for the next level. The divine's abilities far surpassed those of mere mortals, and that legendary thunder dragon spoke truth. Both he and that sage possessed the capability to perform this surgery for you. Lucia did not conceal the truth. Taking a piece of meat with a knife, delicious. Choosing between me or that sage, neither of us has 100% certainty. However, if we were to collaborate and devise a surgical plan, I estimate the probability of success would exceed 90%. 90%. Ramon frowned. I am not inclined to engage in uncertain matters. Although the success rate of this surgery is high, the unusual phenomena Ramon has encountered during his travels, those claiming a 90% success rate in concocting potions often resulted in explosions. Those with a 30% chance of surviving life-threatening tribulations somehow made it through. Those facing a 9 in 10 chance of dying at the hands of beasts, they were merely injured, but at least they survived. Hence, this 90% success rate felt akin to a curse, and Ramon was reluctant to gamble. The surgery preparation would require time. During this period, I will strive to devise an impeccable surgical plan. Given your constitution, failure should not be an issue. Lucia forced a smile, but there is one more thing to inform you. The surgery will be excruciating. It would be akin to disassembling your entire skeletal structure, sculpting the alchemical array, and then reassembling it. Oh, that's fine. Ramon nodded. That was nothing. While training outside, he had learned to report only good news to his family, with life-threatening moments occurring more frequently than one could count. If my sister were to learn of this, she would surely scold me. After bidding farewell, Ramon departed shortly thereafter. Perhaps I should head to the Ziziter family, Just as this thought crossed his mind, Ramon distinctly sensed Aegis' gaze upon him. Sigh. I know. I truly do not know how long I must continue to act like a good child. Ramon stuffed his hands into his pockets and casually kicked a small stone by the roadside. Tap, tap. Do you need something? Ramon looked at the person who appeared before him, his expression one of disdain. This individual was none other than the renowned figure of the Empire, Karl. Mr. Ramon, the hero beamed a smile. I have come to invite you to join my team. Not interested, get lost. Ramon sidestepped him and continued home. In this day and age, there was no Demon King to fight. So what purpose would there be in joining your team? You should disband your so-called hero squad at your earliest convenience. If there were a Demon King, the hero's existence would be a beacon of hope for humanity, a sword striking against evil. But without a Demon King, or rather, if the Demon King managed his creatures within his territory without any delusions of world domination, then a hero would simply be a ticking time bomb. A good hero is one who vanquishes the Demon King, returns the sacred sword and armor, and disappears into obscurity. A hero who unexpectedly appears without a Demon King should serve as a mascot. Delivering speeches here and there, and that, too, would be commendable. But what is going on with the current heroes? Do they truly believe themselves to be heirs of the Empire? Do they think that by allying with the Grand Princess, all will be well? Ramon, I believe you have misunderstood. There are many benefits to forming an alliance with me. Karl turned, following closely behind Ramon. I am a hero, a symbol of justice. This so-called symbol of justice? Even the children from the countryside would be taught not to force others. So why do you insist on pestering me? Ramon, resembling a delinquent youth, trailed by a handsome golden-haired man. The hero, undeterred, continued, young friend. The bloodline of the Barrett family is hardly esteemed. Although you are the descendant of a hero, yet not a family that venerates the Thunder Beast, no matter how many contributions they make to the Empire. Would anyone truly regard you as a benevolent family? Karl continued. Take your brother, for instance. Despite his humility and achievements that surpassed those of most paladins, did the Emperor not remain silent when his divine factor was stripped away? Do you not understand why? Ramon halted his steps and turned around. Crack, crack. Ramon twisted his neck and flexed his wrists. The time for being a good child has come to an end. Hero, Karl Arthur Pendragon. I have never encountered anyone so intent on courting death. Ramon grinned menacingly. I shall consider your previous remarks as a challenge. Karl scoffed, though inwardly he was quite alarmed. After all, this was a sixth-tier powerhouse from the Barrett family. A follower of the Thunder Dragon Aegis, but it was of no concern. Should he truly intend to kill him, the foundation of the Empire would intervene. After all, it was Aegis' divine factor, merging that would grant him the power of the legendary Thunder Beast. No matter how one looked at it, it was a bargain. However, he clearly underestimated Ramon and the strategies of those behind him. Oh dear, what has happened? Why are we suddenly on the verge of a fight to the death? A white-haired individual, unmistakably a nefarious character, emerged from a corner. Is this not the esteemed hero? It is commendable to forge connections with others, but one must not provoke them. Karl's eyes widened. A ninth-tier demon hunter, Van Helsing. But do not panic, just a ninth-tier powerhouse. The princess has managed to sway more than one. Crack, crack, a knight clad in heavy armor appeared. No one knew his name, nor his origins, yet everyone recognized his profession. The Knights of the Tribunal, overseen by the highest-ranking officials. Agents of the Divine Retribution, the Knights of Divine Punishment. If a duel is to be held, let it be conducted according to the established rules. Although the Empire does not endorse it, neither does it prohibit it. Duels among knights, to the death. Much like in the spring and autumn period, where one's honor was deemed more important than anything else. To defend one's reputation, even death would be a trivial matter. An affront must be met with an apology or a resolution through combat. Yet, I remain indifferent, for this mere decorative hero stands no chance against me. Raymond extended his right hand, and a lance materialized instantly. He then thrust the spearhead downward with force. In an instant, armor blessed by the Thunder Dragon Aegis enveloped him. Shall we choose a date, or shall we engage now? Tap, tap, tap. Raymond Barrett, do not overstep your bounds. Chapter 72. The moment of rebirth. Princess Shaylin made her entrance, gathering the hero squad. This challenge is far more terrifying than any adversary faced before. However, this time, They are not confronting a colossal dragon. Your Highness, this jest has gone too far. A teleportation array appeared, revealing a fully armed elven priest, a dwarven craftsman, and a mountain spirit. The armor surrounding Raymond suddenly vanished. And I knew then that trouble had once again found him. Now, I implore the esteemed hero to retract his earlier words. Otherwise, I would not mind practicing my skills against the members of the hero squad. Sages, ancient artisans, forest dragons, thunder dragons, offending 4 factions simultaneously. Shall we not fight? Van Helsing chuckled, suggesting that if they were not to engage, they might as well leave. There would be no need to summon others next time. Otherwise, the Knight of Divine Punishment might genuinely believe someone intends to breach the regulations. Observing your demeanor, it seems unlikely that you would simply apologize. Thus, some form of compensation is in order. Princess Shaylin broke into a cold sweat. The involvement of the demon hunters and the tribunal was utterly unforeseen. In the end, Raymond received a compensation of 200,000 gold coins, and he chose not to pursue the matter further. As for the 9th-tier demon hunter and the Knight of Divine Punishment, one was sought after by Will, while the other merely found it amusing to join. Currently, within the imperial capital, while Lucia had already arrived, not all qualified individuals had returned. Not everyone possesses the resources and capabilities like Lucia to travel swiftly. Yet, even this fact made Princess Shaylin restless, prompting her to target Lucia's influence. The first to be dealt with was Raymond. But unlike Leon, the Thunder Dragon's sharp claws had already begun to reveal their prowess, making him impervious to her schemes. Tisk. The more Raymond pondered after returning home, the angrier he became, even fidgeting during his bath. The demon attendant beside him trembled in fear. Hey, you? Raymond glared at the demon. Has anyone troubled my sister today? No. The demon quickly replied. The master has remained within the estate, going nowhere, and we have not permitted outsiders to enter. Is that so? Then all is well. Raymond rose, dried himself, and changed clothes. Sister Eden tended to the household. Brother Leon handled matters of work, while Raymond was responsible for martial deterrence. The Barrett family's iron triangle was vulnerable when one corner was missing. Easily attracting trouble, brother. When will you return? Raymond, clad in a bathrobe, felt increasingly agitated. Without you here, even the foulest of scoundrels dare to trouble me. Not even during his most vulnerable moments had anyone the audacity to openly mock him. 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, as people from the Empire continuously flooded into the capital, while in the Yan Empire, within the temple of Zhang Dongsu in the realm of spiritual awareness, Leon had been contemplating 3 volumes of techniques, slowly opening his eyes. Then, crack, 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 the dragon egg shattered, light streaming in. Leon stood, pushing aside the remnants of the shell atop his head. This place truly embodies the ancient architectural style of China. Knock, knock. Is anyone there? Little Master Uncle, Master predicted that you would awaken at this moment and instructed me to bring clothing. The disciple has left them at the door. After you change, you may proceed to the main hall to find him. Leon was momentarily taken aback. Master Uncle? Ah, right. I was resurrected with the aid of Senior Candle, becoming the junior of Senior Zhang Dongsu. Oh, these ordinary disciples. I am indeed a Master Uncle? I appreciate your efforts. Regrettably, I currently have nothing to offer you. Once I resolve matters over there, I shall compensate you. Leon's magical backpack was rendered inoperative. You are too kind, little Master Uncle. I shall take my leave now. After the young disciple exited, Leon, seeing no one around, stealthily retrieved the clothing left at the door. Once dressed, he appeared as a long-haired Taoist priest. His hair was so long. This rebirth was indeed remarkable. However, now, let alone the system, I have even lost contact with Lord Aegis. This feeling of isolation is quite unpleasant. Yet, it is not without its advantages. Leon clenched his fist. His bones, flesh, and even soul had all been enhanced. Even in his previous state, with the blessings of 3 gods activated, he could not attain such a wondrous sensation. This must be the distinction between the power of the Western fantasy system and that of the Chinese system. The difference between being a follower of the divine and becoming a deity oneself. Still, the power from Oldhome exudes a strong sense of security. As for the eggshell left behind from his rebirth, Leon examined the shell of the dragon egg, picking up a relatively large piece and attempting to pry it open. However, this material proved as unyielding as steel. resisting any effort. Indeed, although it was a remnant of his rebirth, it could be considered a treasure. I might as well take it with me. But without my backpack, how shall I carry it? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the eggshell began to levitate. Following Leon, Master Brother must be waiting anxiously. With no other choice, Leon, clad in Taoist robes, strolled slowly towards the main hall. At this moment, Zhang Dongxiu had just dismissed his disciples and was still in meditation. Little junior brother, come sit before me. Zhang Dongxiu opened his eyes, smiling. Leon poked his head through the door, offering a bitter smile as he cautiously sat before Zhang Dongxiu. The pieces of eggshell were placed between them. Since your rebirth began within the dragon egg, to what extent have you cultivated those 3 techniques? One technique focuses on foundational practices, another on sword mastery, and the last on utilizing magical energy to unleash sword chi and such. I dedicated myself to training for 10 days, and now, I suppose I've achieved minor success. Well, I have no idea what the current situation is. I have only seen cultivation in novels. Who knows what one might achieve by practicing as described? 3 heads and 6 arms, or something else entirely? Zhang Dongxiu glanced at Leon and nodded in satisfaction. Little junior brother, your talent is exceptional. You have essentially mastered the 3 techniques. Very well done. Yet I lack any tangible feeling. Leon remarked, it merely seems that my physical strength has improved. Zhang Dongxiu nodded. This is only natural. We practitioners of the Yan Empire place utmost importance on the foundation. Only with a strong body can one wield more techniques and divine powers. This is where our system differs from that of followers. However, you are different, little junior brother. You possess the magical energy conduit and the unique meridian system of our Yan people. Huh? That can't be right. I have always lived in the Empire. This meridian is innate to you. It has merely remained dormant until now, activated, allowing you to harness the powers of 2 systems. Leon felt a flush of embarrassment. It seems the bloodline of the Barrett family truly originates from the Yan Empire. If that is the case, can Raymond and Eden also cultivate? Chapter 73. Comprehensive Enhancement Brother, Leon began. I believe I had something following me. A divine gift. What has become of it? Is it called a system? Zhang Dongxiu chuckled wryly. Leon's heart raced with alarm. It is well known that a system is standard for traversers, but what exactly is a system? A high-dimensional parasite? A seed of some great existence's reincarnation? Or a gift from the heavenly path, nurturing the next generation of successors? You need not be so tense. Zhang Dongxiu waved his right hand, causing the eggshell to float. Then, a small furnace emerged from his chest, and the eggshells were drawn inside. Master's prowess is indeed formidable. He has easily detected that little item, a little item? One that casually bestows upon me a weapon only a hero is worthy of wielding is referred to as a little item? Then, what of my previous cultivation? Cultivation? You refer to those data-formed abilities as cultivation? Zhang Dongxiu appeared to find this notion amusing, sighing helplessly, little junior brother, those abilities of yours, rather than being your cultivation, are more akin to the powers lent to you by a certain being who has already ascended to divinity. Good heavens! The blessings of the thunder dragon Aegis, the abyssal dragon Onivis, and the fire god Hephaestus, all of which you can wield. However, in the future, these data will not hold significance for you. What you truly need is diligent training. As Zhang Dongxiu spoke, he intensified the flames controlling the furnace. All right, you have just been reborn, and I have nothing of value to gift you. With a crack, the furnace opened, and a pitch-black long sword floated out. How splendid! Leon's eyes sparkled. I'm glad you like it. This is a treasure forged from the dragon egg you emerged from, a rare gem even in the Yan Empire. Once your strength increases, you can alter the sword's appearance to suit your preferences. However, by that time, there would be no need to rely on weapons. With a mere gesture, a fitting scabbard materialized to sheath the dark sword. Thank you, senior brother. If I get the chance in the future, I will surely repay your kindness. Elon accepted the sword. There is no need for you to repay me. Perhaps a donation of 10 or 20,000 white gold coins to renovate the temple. Or perhaps improve the meals for the junior brothers. Ahem. Returning to the subject, though a monk should naturally cultivate a heart free from desires. Given the frequent attacks by demons and monsters, I imagine the occurrences within the borders of the Great Flame Kingdom are not few. With everyone's cultivation improved, combating demons would be much easier. Zhang Dongxiu conceded, and it must be said that this system does hold some usefulness. However, it is still undergoing upgrades and cannot be utilized at the moment. As Elon prepared to depart, Zhang Dongshu presented him with several gifts. A set of robes disguised as imperial servitude attire, which, when worn, would enhance one's capacity for comprehension. Additionally, there was a belt, adjustable to fit the wearer's physique, a luxury item for men. Furthermore, a pair of iron wrist guards, a storage artifact that, with a slight exertion of magical energy, could absorb items within the space inside. At least Elon would find it inexhaustible. Alongside these, Zhang Dongshu also took the time to arrange Elon's long hair. Senior brother, wouldn't it be better to just cut this hair off? Elon gazed at his reflection in the mirror, increasingly resembling the Taoist priests he had seen in animated series from his past. Although there are no strictures against long hair, it certainly looks quite handsome. Zhang Dongshu chuckled softly, then released his grip. This is the empty ground of the temple. Elon understood that it was time for him to leave. Junior brother, when you return, do not forget to bring your family to visit. Zhang Dongshu remarked. Oh, certainly. Elon nodded, glancing around at the other disciples. Well, at my age, being your elder feels somewhat, I shall bring gifts for everyone next time. Dio, remember to practice diligently. Take care, junior master. He bowed. Releasing the dark sword and stepping onto it, sword control technique, in an instant, he soared into the sky. Ha ha ha. Elon couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This was astonishingly swift, soaring above the clouds. Elon flew towards the imperial borders. With the dark sword paired with the sword control technique, an automatic barrier against external entities formed around him. Elon was thoroughly satisfied, immensely so. He then felt a pang of sympathy for the brave hero, particularly for the one who might have stirred trouble for the Great Flame. Would it not be better to diligently cultivate rather than seek death? He had only just embarked on the path of cultivation and had already achieved such prowess. Let alone others die in truth. Elon was unaware that he had previously endured the pain of extracting divine essence, regained protection, and received blessings from 3 deities. All these factors contributed to his cultivation level. Combined with the fact that Zhu personally reshaped his body, his current strength could be likened to that of an ordinary cultivator in the Great Flame Kingdom after 80 years of grueling practice. Of course, most people wouldn't be as unfortunate as he was. How many good-hearted individuals are there who, like the male protagonists in female-centric novels, dig deep into their hearts? Now, Your Highness, I should have laid the foundation to deviate from the future. Right? Elon sighed. While lamenting the abysmal education system of this other world, he continued to accelerate. Just as Elon was soaring at breakneck speed, the system's notification chime sounded once more. Ding. System upgrade successful. You have not yet checked in today. Would you like to check in? Check in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have received a wine brewing gourd. Well then, am I to become a dark horse? Elon chuckled wryly. Will I also be presented with treasures like the 9-dragon fire shield, the heaven-subduing seal, or the triangular blade in the future? Never mind, as long as the system is operational. Now, regarding Aegis' protection, name, Elon Barrett Race, Human Realm, Foundation Establishment, 4th Layer, Protection, Firehammer, Aegis' Disciple, Anivi's Disciple, folded. The protections and the skills they provide have all been folded together. Indeed, compared to cultivating immortality, the blessings of the gods are seemingly insufficient. Humph. Lord Aegis? A familiar voice echoed, bringing a sense of calm to Elon's heart. How does it feel to be broken and rebuilt? Only to be broken and rebuilt again? Aegis inquired. At present, your aptitude can be said to have surpassed that of the brave hero. Within the borders of the Empire, there will be no one who can match you. However, Senior Zhu has a message for you. Elon paused, curious. What message? Senior Zhu said that everyone has their own rules. As long as you can preserve your life, do not expose too much. Elon was at a loss for words. Understood. This simply meant he should not carelessly use the Great Flame's abilities within the Empire. After all, what he was more proficient in was the Western fantasy style. So he might as well continue to don armor and wield a spear against demons. Moreover, it had been such a long time. He wondered how Raymond was faring. Chapter 74. The war between women. The nobility of the imperial capital occasionally hosted banquets to foster relationships. Lucia had recovered, and she donned an elegant outfit, holding Eden Barrett's hand as they entered the banquet hall together. Truly two beautiful young ladies. Might I invite one of the lovely ladies to dance with me? A certain Earl under Bell's command said thus. You flatter us. Eden bowed, then took the Earl's hand and joined the dance floor. As for whether anyone invited Lucia. Sister-in-law, aren't you going to dance? Raymond, with a plate of food, continued to eat without pause. The number of attendees at this banquet was considerably lower than before, and several dukes and marquises were present. That bastard from the SYSD family is also here. Reflecting on the past, the SYSD clan had once dedicated themselves to the empire. Yet who would have thought their descendants would be so treacherous, willing to sabotage Elon, a fellow descendant of heroes, just to create a fifth-tier powerhouse of little significance? Lucia took a small pastry from Raymond's plate and took a bite. The woman you've been wanting to confront is on the second floor. Her arm has now fully healed, even smoother and whiter than before. It is truly enviable. Not long ago, Yuna SYSD suddenly discovered that her arm had returned to normal, no longer plagued by the itching of scales or the bleeding that left scars. For a girl, this was monumental good fortune, so despite knowing that Raymond and Eden would attend, she came without hesitation. By the way, Raymond, Lucia winked, do you know what divine office that woman holds? Divine office? Yuna SYSD? The Valkyrie, Raymond scoffed. A mere Valkyrie lacking even a divine rank, only fit to serve the gods. Nevertheless, when she awakened, the SYSD family rejoiced as if it were the new year in the Great Flame. Oh, I heard she had a betrothal with your brother? Lucia continued to inquire. Betrothal? Even I, a reckless man who has been away for over 10 years, know that the betrothal was merely established due to business dealings between the Barrett and SYSD families. Raymond replied with disdain. What is wrong with that woman's mind? My brother treats both subordinates and superiors alike with the same attitude. Yet in her eyes, this became a sign of affection for my brother, leading her to occasionally make unreasonable demands to flaunt her status, seeking to show off against the other women of the imperial capital. Lucia nodded. This is what one would call excessive self-awareness. The ball continued, with Ralph and Layla standing guard beside the two. Raymond was quite bored, but he feared someone would bully his sister, so he could only wait patiently. Moments later, before Eden finished to dance, Yuna SYSD approached. Oh, isn't that Raymond? You've left behind quite a few legends in your years away. Yuna SYSD was not unattractive, possessing a charm sufficient to deceive heroes as seen in Western fantasy tales. It's a pity that I was so close to becoming your sister. Your brother was wrongfully sent to the borders. Oh, and here is a princess from the borders. How about that? Such gatherings are rarely seen. Are they? Raymond glanced up at Yuna, while Lucia shook her head. Such a lowly provocation. Does this woman think Raymond would hesitate to act in the presence of so many nobles? I don't often see gatherings like this. Lucia remarked. Generally, I wouldn't attend such events, as I have many matters to attend to within my territory. Unlike Miss SYSD, who can come and go freely without concern for her family's survival. Hey, guess what? As a woman, my abilities far surpass yours, and my experiences are broader. As for the banquet, do you know what royal kin and nobility are? Commoners? Princess Lucia, you truly have a knack for governing your territory. Yuna huffed. I also heard that you were quite despondent for a long time due to the death of a subordinate. Tsk, this is not the temperament one would expect from a lord. Ah, I indeed fall short of you. Lucia nodded in agreement. After all, your brother was killed by my subordinate, so I imagine you harbor quite a bit of anger, don't you? Yet you have not expressed it towards me. Your composure is truly commendable. Ah, by the way, your brother, it seems, challenged Elon, who had yet to reawaken his divine rank, only to be utterly unprepared. Bang, his head exploded, because it was a nightly duel witnessed by Duke Belhine. I suppose you have no means of seeking revenge, do you? I wonder how your intellect compares to that of your brother. If you were to challenge him, would you concoct a series of conditions solely advantageous to yourself? After all, you are utterly shameless. Ha! Raymond coughed lightly, chuckling to himself. The quarrels among women are simply delightful. Ha ha! Eunice coldly departed. Had Leon been present, she might have devised a strategy. Yet, it was Raymond who remained. In a physical confrontation, none could rival Raymond. Seeking external assistance was out of the question, given the watchful eyes of the tribunal. After all, the Sist family's influence was limited, even with a fifth-tier cleric. What difference would it make? Nevertheless, Yuna was unperturbed. She felt indifferent, for the blessing of the Thunder Dragon Aegis was already firmly within her grasp. Henceforth, barring any unforeseen events, she would wed a man of commendable talent and divine favor, bearing children imbued with the Thunder Dragon's blessing, thereby establishing the Sist family as the second lineage of the Thunder Dragon. As for Raymond, he posed no threat whatsoever. The royal family and various factions in the imperial capital would relish the total annihilation of the Barrett family. One man could not single-handedly withstand the might of those in the imperial capital, could he? What a farcical notion! As another waltz commenced, the crowd dispersed to seek dance partners. It was nearly time. Raymond drained his orange soda and patted his face. "Can you dance?" Lucia, savoring her tea, did not even glance his way. "No, but my companions insisted I learn various etiquette to represent them at high-level meetings of the clans." Raymond scoffed, wishing to conclude this matter swiftly so he might return to his brother. Lucia chose not to continue the conversation. There stood Raymond Barrett, clad in formal attire, weaving through the throng of dancers. Upon his arrival, the crowd parted gracefully, allowing him to blend into the masses. What was his intention? What could the second son of the Barrett family be up to, before the watchful eyes of all? Raymond Barrett approached Yuna Sist. Yuna was taken aback. What did this man desire? "Might I request the pleasure of a dance, beautiful lady?" Raymond Barrett inquired with a smile. Chapter 75. The Mark clerics are beings under the gaze of the divine. The Great Flame differs from other nations. Their practitioners can only beseech the gods for a fleeting moment of respite. Even after salvation, they must pay a corresponding price. Thus, unlike clerics from other nations, they do not develop divine factors. But what, pray tell, is a divine factor? It is exquisite. Without specific esoteric methods to seal it, a divine factor will dissipate. Its appearance resembles that of a spherical gem. Its contents vary depending on the deity worshipped by the cleric, ranging from an expansive sky to a mysterious, beautiful starry expanse, to a volcano continually erupting with lava, or even scenes of carnal pleasure. As for Leon's divine factor, it is filled with ceaselessly flashing thunderstorms. Those who possess it are irresistibly drawn to the immense power it harbors, as if bewitched by a demon. This marks the initial step towards acquiring divine authority. It is the Thunder Dragon Aegis, a colossal dragon that has existed since before the formation of the world. Yuna Sist has long coveted this power. Proud and self-assured, she considered herself an upper-class lady within the imperial capital. Thus, she naturally interpreted Leon's smiling approach as yet another instance of him being her devoted admirer. Yet this admirer was woefully inadequate, for he had the audacity to decline her invitation in favor of dealing with demons. Why? Was her allure insufficient? "Humph," cursed Leon, "once wed, I shall ensure you rue the day." Were Leon privy to her thoughts, he would likely scoff, questioning from whence this delusional woman had emerged. Yuna Sist bribed the judge, sending the sinner Leon to the operating table to have his divine factor extracted. Subsequently, she acquired this pinnacle of fourth-tier Thunder Dragon essence. As a result, she achieved her long-desired breakthrough to the fifth tier, receiving the Thunder Dragon's blessing and mastering formidable lightning magic. Soon after, signs of draconic transformation began to manifest upon her hands. Being a descendant of heroes is no simple feat. The more one attracts divine scrutiny, the more their physical form, now to be termed genetic material, undergoes mutation, leading to uncontrollable abilities and grotesque transformations. This is the price humanity must pay to ascend to divinity. The Barrett family underwent rigorous bloodline selection and mental fortitude training to stabilize their lineage. Yuna Sist, however, was entirely unable to manage this, especially since she had merely obtained Aegis's divine factor. After her advancement to the fifth tier, Yuna maintained a degree of self-awareness, refraining from provoking Eden Barrett. However, now that the draconic transformation had seemingly abated, what was Raymond Barrett scheming? At the ball, nobles aware of the familial discord whispered among themselves, could it be that Raymond sought to usurp his brother's fiancée? Nonsense. That engagement was long since annulled. I suspect he aims to draw closer and extract the divine factor once more. TSK. The extraction of a divine factor often leads to ruin for those with wavering willpower. Yuna Sist is bound to face misfortune. Everyone assumed Raymond intended to strip Yuna Sist of the divine factor belonging to Leon. After all, this young man had traveled extensively for over a decade. Encountering myriad experiences, perhaps he knew how to extract a divine factor without the use of an alchemical array. It was also possible that Raymond planned to eliminate Unisist while everyone remained unprepared. Though they both possessed the Thunder Dragon's protection, the quality differed significantly, yet Unisist was confident. She wagered that Raymond would not dare to act against her at this juncture. Although Leon had allied himself with Lucia, a formidable contender for the throne, it was precisely for this reason that Raymond could not afford to harm her, nor could he openly display hostility without jeopardizing Lucia's standing. Thus, she grasped Raymond's hand, and they ventured together to the center of the dance floor. Lucia, still somewhat weak, munched on snacks provided by the Merchant Guild and snapped her fingers. The instruments at the ball began to play the Empire's classic waltz. The nobles hesitated to join in the dance, now regretting their attendance. Had they foreseen this, they would never have come. Raymond suppressed his ire, amused at the imminent events. Raymond, what on earth do you intend? Unisist furrowed her brow, stating, I have wronged your brother, and as a result, he attained the status of a fifth-tier cleric. Do you not harbor any resentment towards me? If you wish to strike, now is your moment. I shall accept it all. In response to her words, Raymond merely smiled. Esteemed Miss Unisist, are you not aware? What? Una inquired, puzzled. Clerics who attain their divine vocation must endure certain trials and tribulations. Raymond scoffed, stating that this process serves not only as a selection but also to ensure that clerics can withstand the energy bestowed by their divinity, lest they become some monstrous aberration. Reckless experiments in transplanting divine factors have been conducted previously. Those with robust physiques and strong wills typically encounter no issues. But you? By what right do you claim my brother's divine factor? Unisist snorted dismissively, replying, The world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. The Empire has long sought to deal with your Barrett family. They simply did not anticipate that you would still be alive. Otherwise, do you think I would have been able to transplant Leon's divine factor without anyone stepping forth to advocate for him? If not for you, had it not been for Raymond shattering the invincible facade of the hero squad, the current Shaylin would still be engaged in her so-called cultivation, enjoying a funded tour. Lucia would not have been summoned back to the imperial capital, and the Barrett family would have faced annihilation. My dear former sister-in-law, Raymond grinned menacingly, your physical mutations have ceased not because my brother has perished, nor due to your acceptance by Lord Aegis, but simply because you possess what the divine desires, and nothing more. What the divine desires? What could that be? Unisist questioned, somewhat bewildered. As the dance concluded, Raymond released Una's hand and took a few steps back. Thunder rumbled. Oh? Is it about to rain outside? Why is there thunder? Such dark clouds. It seems a torrential downpour is imminent. I shall need to change clothes upon returning. Alas! For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing the thunder outside, Unisist felt an unsettling dread creep into her heart. As though she were being watched by something sinister. Your Highness, Ralph extended his hand. With such grandeur, one cannot help but observe. Lucia snapped her fingers again, changing into a new gown. How does it look? Lucia inquired of Raymond. What difference does it make, akin to playing the lute to a cow? Raymond did not shy away from expressing his lack of appreciation for her aesthetic choices. Chapter 76. The Descent. I have heard that in the Great Flame, there exists a garment known as a cheapao. I wonder if there exists one to suit my figure. Lucia felt somewhat dissatisfied with her new attire, envisioning how pairing it with stockings would surely captivate Leon to the point of forgetting himself. Ha ha, my brother will undoubtedly be enamored. Raymond nodded. Speaking of which, when shall we commence? It is nearly time. Unisist was baffled. What were they discussing? When shall it begin? Begin what? Hey, what trickery are you plotting? Unisist lost her composure, her voice tinged with panic. This is the imperial capital. Should you kill me, the laws of the Empire will not permit it. Raymond, did you hear that? Should you dare to kill me, your Barrett family shall suffer the consequences. Why do you bear such an expression? I thought I was wrong. The divine essence has yet to return, but I can offer you something else as compensation. You that you won't kill me. Will you? Raymond remains utterly expressionless, as if this woman before him is destined to perish. Miss Unisist, Raymond smiles, you shall regret not requesting me to end your life swiftly. The acquisition of power comes at a price. You have elevated the priesthood's rank by leveraging my brother's divine essence. Do you believe that the pain you endured suffices as payment? No. To obtain Lord Aegis's strength, that price is but a droplet in the ocean. A mere speck in the cosmos, utterly insignificant. You shall reside in the endless abyss that awaits after the annihilation of your soul, spending nearly eternal time repenting for your every blasphemous act. Buzz! A magic circle crackling with lightning materializes abruptly, and Junisist suddenly feels an immense weight pressing down upon her, rendering her immobile as all her efforts become futile. This is the Divine Era Magic Circle. My heavens! I must memorize this. Even a little will do. Ah, I remember now. This is the exclusive magic of the Thunder Dragon. But why has it appeared so suddenly? No one cares for Junisist's plight. For her despicable actions have earned her the disdain of many at this moment. Does she regret her deeds? The Oracle of Aegis has descended. This is a bathing pool, adorned with floating petals. The spring water is the legendary fountain of youth, capable of bestowing rebirth. Countless kingdoms have fought to the brink of destruction for even a drop. Junisist gazes at this place, momentarily bewildered, wondering if she has arrived in paradise. Ah, it was a sudden whim. After all, one must freshen up before descending to the mortal realm. I never expected that boy Raymond would act so swiftly, marking this place. A light, cheerful voice resonates, causing Junisist to turn, her eyes widening in disbelief. Before her stands a woman who looks exactly like her, save for the hair, which has turned a striking gray. With each step she takes from the bathing pool, she exudes an incomparable authority. Completely unbothered by her nakedness, evoking the essence of a goddess, you may cease your chatter now. At her command, a steel rod materializes from thin air, hurtling toward Junisist. The rod pierces her mouth, pinning her to a wall that does not exist. Junisist, rendered speechless. Originally, I had no intention of allowing you to continue living after Raymond was harmed by you. Yet, you recklessly opted to transplant my divine essence. Lightning dances around the woman's form as a set of divine garments materializes upon her. Ha ha, indeed. Women's attire is exquisite. I once walked the mortal realm as a female. However, it was difficult to wield power. So I have remained in the form of the Thunder Dragon. In any case, as a punishment for you, dear lady, I shall banish you. Your soul will be annihilated. Your consciousness will remain eternally awake. Until this world and the universe reset to zero. Junisist feels regret. She envisioned countless scenarios of revenge, perhaps from Eden or Raymond, or even from Leon overcoming obstacles to return to the imperial capital to exact vengeance upon the Junisist clan. Yet, she never considered one possibility: to strip other gods' followers of their divine essence. The lesser followers aside, the ancient deities would not tolerate her audacity. Farewell, my lady. After executing Junisist, Aegis watches her form gradually petrify, then shatter and dissipate. The ball. Aegis has arrived. His body radiates light, and once the radiance fades, the being before them is no longer Junisist. Raymond steps forward, kneeling partially. Lord Aegis, I, Raymond Barrett, humbly welcome your arrival. The nobles are taken aback. What? Who? The legendary Thunder Dragon, Aegis. Ah, you have done well. Aegis extends his right hand, visibly pleased. This body is remarkably youthful, clearly well-maintained. I am quite satisfied. Successfully descend. Your brother has endured some hardship. I hope he will not hold it against me. Aegis strokes Raymond's head, lifting him up, and notices Lucia behind him. She steps forward and bows slightly. I extend my greetings to you, Lord Aegis. Aegis leans in and licks Lucia's face. Lord Aegis, Raymond did not anticipate such a development, feeling flustered. Do not panic. Aegis, still savoring the taste, remarks on the delightful flavor of the witch. When will you and Leon produce the next generation? Your child will undoubtedly surpass even the heroes. Thank you for your compliment, but there are far too many matters at hand. Lucia feels somewhat uncomfortable. The Thunder Dragon's behavior is overly brazen, yet she can only manage a forced smile. However, that last lick allowed her to absorb a significant amount of the unique fragrance that emanates from Leon, ensuring a restful night ahead. The imperial capital's newspapers report that the pillar of the Junisist family, Junisist, has been devoured by the Thunder Dragon Aegis and has been banished to endure eternal torment. Everyone knows that the Junisist family is doomed. Upon returning to the Barrett residence, Aegis first examines Eden's body, then proceeds to awaken the long-slumbering patriarch of the Barrett family. "Hey, old man, rise and get to work." "Oh, this fairy, might I inquire if you are available for marriage?" Charles Barrett, holding a rose, inquires. "Marry you?" Aegis knows Charles is a fool but never expected him to be so frivolous. Boom, boom, boom. In a room imbued with divine power, Charles is unilaterally beaten, even finding it somewhat enjoyable. "Raymond, sister, do not look. You will become foolish, Raymond. I must protect the world's best sister." Chapter 77. The Emperor's invitation. Meanwhile, Leon is hastening towards the imperial capital, stopping midway to replenish his strength and restore some true energy before continuing his journey. Achoo! Suddenly, he sneezes. How strange. Has something significant occurred? What could it be? Leon muses internally, having cultivated to the level of an immortal. Could he truly catch a cold? Well, it is not impossible, as this world intertwines both cultivation and Western fantasy. Perhaps there exists a virus capable of breaching his immortal body. I should hasten back to the imperial capital. The election competition is set to commence in a few days, and I must prepare. Thankfully, I possess the brewing gourd obtained through the system upgrade. While it can currently only brew one type of alcohol, its function is sufficient. By infusing it with ample magical herbs, I can concoct a beverage that restores both true energy and magical power. Moreover, I can utilize magical power to substitute true energy, effectively doubling my endurance. Phew. Leon glances to the side. There, a beast tamer rides her dragon companion, staring at Leon in astonishment. This fellow Taoist, friend, greetings. Leon initiates the conversation. Hello. I am Ruby. Ruby responds. Is that a magical device you possess? Isn't it exhausting to control it constantly? You are heading to the imperial capital, aren't you? Let me take you along. Thank you. Leon sheathes his black sword and leaps onto the dragon's back. The mighty dragon accelerates. Eager not to be outpaced by a mere human, its speed far surpassing Leon's sword flight. Oh dear, Big Black. You are being reckless again. Ruby hurriedly adjusts the barrier, apologizing to Leon. My companion simply loves to compete with everyone. Your use of a magical device for flight is incredibly cool. Could you teach me? Then I wouldn't have to rely on Big Black for flying. It would be so much better to rely on myself. Leon chuckles ruefully. You may find it difficult to learn my method of flight. Although they are traveling swiftly, reaching the imperial capital still requires time. Along the way, Leon and Ruby engage in extensive conversation. It seems this girl is on her way to the capital to seek out an elven elder who ventured out for training long ago, while Leon merely intends to return home. Oh, you are the famed Leon Barrett? I never imagined you were truly alive. Ruby exclaims excitedly. So, your return to the capital is to assist Princess Lucia in seizing the throne? Leon furrows his brow and inquires. You know Princess Lucia? Well, while I was scouting for suitable companions at the Empire's borders, I underestimated the biting cold of the snowstorm and nearly perished, Ruby explains. Since you are also aiding the princess, that makes you my friend. Hold on tight. We are about to accelerate. Boom. The sound barrier shatters, and Leon's anxiety dissipates as he feels exhilarated. This girl possesses at least 7th-tier power. With so many capable individuals at Princess Lucia's disposal, why not recruit them? Meanwhile, within the imperial capital, it is truly unexpected. Once Leon returns, he will have much to boast about. Will remarks upon returning home. A divine being has descended, and now the title of Duke Barrett shines brighter than that of the Emperor himself. If he desires to force the princess into power, it is likely that no one within the Empire would dare oppose him. He would not resort to such measures. Although Aegis's arrival poses a threat to the nobles of the capital, the divine realm abides by its own rules and cannot excessively interfere in mortal affairs. Lucia flips through a page of her spellbook, sighing. I have promised Raymond to assist him in implanting the magic circle within him. But this is divine-era technology. No matter how many spellbooks I peruse, I cannot find a suitable method to match it. The atmosphere within the chamber began to warm, and Lucia was no longer the embodiment of desolation. However, troubles continued to present themselves one after another. Your Highness, we have received news from the Emperor, Ralph announced as he entered, indicating that the candidates for the election had gathered. Furthermore, it seemed that His Majesty was quite eager for you to pay him a visit. Upon hearing this, Will, Layla, and several randomly recruited servants felt a chill run down their spines. Natasha, however, remained unfazed, though she could sense the shift in Lucia's emotions. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Natasha inquired, "if you are unwilling. Shall we wait for Leon's return?" At some point, they had all come to regard Leon as their pillar of strength, believing that as long as they followed his lead and assisted him, they could navigate through various predicaments smoothly. Lucia indeed wished for Leon's return, for no matter the circumstances, she could rely on Aegis's influence. Yet, he was her father, and no need for that. "I shall go myself," Lucia declared, closing the spellbook, as she had matters to attend to that required the royal library's collections. Preparing to meet the emperor necessitated extensive arrangements, but Lucia had no intention of over-preparing. Even if she were to dine with Leon by candlelight, she would adorn herself appropriately, unless she harbored intentions of toying with him. Yet, she held little affection for this father of hers. Outside the royal city, Lucia's carriage was granted immediate passage. The guards and patrolling knights, as well as those who worked within the royal city, felt a sense of trepidation. After all, she was the dark sorceress. What if she took offense and unleashed a cataclysmic dark spell? Lucia was oblivious to their thoughts and had no desire to learn of them. As she descended before the palace, a man of shorter stature clad in expensive knitted garments greeted her with a mocking smile. "Lucia, it has been quite some time." "Ah, it has indeed been a while." "Brother Saloya," Lucia replied, "has so much time passed that you still do not govern your own fief? Have you chosen to remain a parasite, clinging to the emperor's side in hopes of his pity? Seeking solace in that position?" Saloya's expression darkened as she struck at his vulnerabilities right away. "Silence. This is all you're doing. Your current state is not my fault. It is you who refuse to believe in the growth hormone elixirs developed by the alchemists. And you even purged the scientific sect within the empire due to your physical condition. These are your missteps," Lucia retorted. "I almost forgot. Because of your insignificance, the head of the Imperial Academy publicly dismissed your request. And His Majesty punished you to appease the Academy. It seems he keeps you within the palace out of concern, fearing you might be trampled should you step outside." Lucia harbored no fondness for Saloya and unleashed her full wrath upon him. The emperor had many offspring. Losing Saloya would not be a significant loss, nor would it be for Lucia. Many heirs had perished due to congenital ailments. Allowing royal blood to roam freely outside was perilous. It could be exploited to overthrow the empire. Thus, individuals like Saloya were kept within the palace. He was fortunate, though, for he still retained the appearance of a child, having never experienced the pleasures of womanhood. Of course, he lacked the capability for such encounters. With a swift kick, Lucia sent Saloya crashing to the ground. "Lucia, how dare you treat me this way?" Saloya's eyes burned with hatred. "You direct your hatred at the wrong person," Lucia scoffed, channeling her magic. This oblivious brother was enveloped in arcane energy and transported back to his dilapidated chamber. Meanwhile, the emperor, donning a woolen cloak and grasping the scepter that symbolized royal authority, a magical artifact crafted by the world's most esteemed sorcerers during the empire's inception, sat enthroned. Within the confines of the capital, the emperor was invulnerable, immune to any attack, as long as one did not foolishly insult the divine. The heirs arriving in the capital to partake in the election were largely reluctant to face this biological father. They had carved out their own domains, and while they may not have been extravagantly wealthy, they would never settle for the farcical existence of a pet within the depths of the palace like Saloya. Furthermore, although Princess Shaylin had fallen from grace, her dominance within the palace was beyond their reach. The struggles among the royal family were never trivial. Bloodshed and loss of life were mere trifles. Accusations, slanders, and fabricating evidence were commonplace. The emperor, while enigmatic, was no fool. He could not exhibit unconditional love for any particular heir, nor could he favor an adopted child over his own flesh and blood. "Clop, clopped the sorceress, you dare to return." Suddenly, a sword entwined with dark energy pierced the chest of a palace guard. Lucia, regarding him with disdain, withdrew the sword and kicked the lifeless body aside, causing a crimson bloom to emerge in the grand hall. More guards positioned themselves before Lucia, gripped by fear, yet they were the emperor's protectors. They could not allow the malevolent sorceress to approach his majesty. "I shall count to 3. Ponder carefully why you obstruct me." 1, 2. The guards, suddenly awakened, paused. Indeed, why were they stopping Lucia? Merely because she was a sorceress. Absurd. What powerful sorcerer did not dabble in dark magic? The guards dispersed, leaving only Lucia and the Emperor, the latest descendant of the Astor lineage. Constantine Astor I in his youth, he was the sword saint, mastering flames and magical blades. Upon ascending the throne, he was a diligent father I in his twilight years. He was a tyrant loathed by many of his offspring. Lucia, Constantine chuckled, come closer. Let me behold your visage. Lucia remained rooted in place, gazing at the Emperor seated upon his opulent chair. Her indifference towards him had remained steadfast. Very well, I can see your face from here. Constantine remarked in truth, I have already selected my heir, Solomon. However, his ambitions do not lie within the mortal realm. One might even say his aspirations exceed my own, as he knows precisely what he must do. I believe that with Solomon in the picture, even if the empire were to fall, the losses would be minimal. At most, it would simply be a change of leadership. After my demise, he will undoubtedly raise the banner. Then, Princess Shaylin volunteered to inherit the throne. She had preemptively aligned herself with the church and garnered the support of the brave, winning the favor of numerous officials. Yet, she was unworthy of admiration. The saintly figure in tales was chaste and served the divine, while your daughter engaged in illicit affairs with the brave each night, far surpassing the debauchery of fallen nobles. Lucia tore a page from her spellbook and took a seat. The inky black chair exuded an unsettling aura. Is that your mother's spellbook? You still cling to it. Constantine coughed. You still resent me for abandoning you, casting you to the border, and providing you with only a fifth-tier demon hunter? Will is an old acquaintance of mine. Despite appearances, demon hunters are typically quite resilient. I hold no grievance against you. Solomon is correct. The throne holds little significance, Lucia replied. My return for this election was never with the expectation of gaining anything. Yet, you still came. A silence enveloped them. Constantine was a competent father and a dutiful emperor. His reasons for abandoning Lucia were straightforward. Her mother hailed from a lineage of legendary sorcerers. Uniting with the emperor was a commendable choice. Yet it bore a child who wielded dominion over abyssal powers. Some fanatics might seek to eliminate Lucia for the sake of a so-called noble cause. When her mother passed, few would remain to shield her. Upon reflection, the intricacies of the situation were clear. Lucia was no fool. However, this did not prevent her from harboring disdain for Constantine. And what of your boyfriend? Constantine inquired. Shaylin has Karl. Your partner should also possess considerable strength. Well, it seems that revealing paternal affection at this stage is rather belated. Lucia, can you tell me what you intend to do once you ascend to the throne? You are the heir I have faith in. I do not know. Lucia shook her head. I plan to delegate everything to my loyal hound. Will that suffice? Leon Barrett, whom the emperor had never regarded with a discerning eye, indeed possessed the potential for regency. Yet Constantine sought more than that. He was truly aging and had little time left. Lucia, the power within you is both a blessing and a curse, Constantine remarked. The deity worshipped by our Astor lineage, though its origins are lost to time, is certainly not the benevolent God of the Church. Religion is not a benign force, yet by the time I realized this, it had already taken root. I long to witness how the great Flame Kingdom managed its religious affairs, but my status does not permit me to do so. Lucia listened in silence. The rules of this election were straightforward. I would issue various tasks, which would accumulate points. Over the course of a month, the individual who amassed the most points would become the next monarch. Do your best, Lucia. I have faith in you. After sharing these words, Constantine rose and departed. In the next moment, visions of holy light flooded in, driving the knights of wickedness to their doom. Then what they beheld was the abyssal bomb. Ruby laughed heartily as she maneuvered the dragon to land. Leon, we've arrived. In this fantastical world, beast tamers existed. Yet Ruby resembled more of a summoner than a mere tamer. Her companions, composed entirely of magical energy, would merely dissipate upon death, leaving their souls unharmed. The Empire had established a docking area for summoners. Yet the number of individuals utilizing dragons to travel to the imperial capital was exceedingly scarce. Merchants, always eager to profit, would seize any opportunity, and thus, the docking area was utilized. Dragon aviation had long been a lucrative industry on the continent. maintained by several high-ranking magicians who ensured the magical energy of a dragon was upheld, greatly facilitating travel for the populace. However, Ruby was no ordinary summoner. As she bid farewell to the dragon, Leon adjusted his attire. So, riding on my summoned beast is far swifter than using that peculiar magical device of yours, isn't it? Ruby proclaimed with pride. Had you not encountered me, others might have presumed you were an arrogant spy from the Great Flame. The agent's code. Always disguise oneself, Leon retorted. If I were a spy, I would have opted for a more discreet method of reaching the capital rather than soaring through the skies. It's still quite a distance to the capital. Allow me to treat you to a meal upon our arrival, Leon suggested. Do you still have any money? Ruby inquired, puzzled. I may have run out of the Empire's common currency, but I still possess a bit of gold and silver. Leon replied. How considerate of you, brother. Knowing you have little money left, yet still offering some hard currency? Ruby nodded, grinning. The two set off together. On their journey, Leon contemplated hiring a carriage, but given their location in the imperial capital, even the most basic needs required funds, and even the smallest amount of gold and silver in Leon's possession was deemed insufficient by the coachman. With this meager sum, you couldn't even afford a donkey. Pathetic. You're wasting my time. With a clatter, Leon's silver coins were scattered on the ground. Ruby and Leon exchanged glances. Perhaps we should just walk slowly. It isn't far, and as clergy, we one tire easily. Ruby suggested. You are right, Leon nodded. Brother, what a hard life we lead in the Order. Look at the Church of Light. They practically build their structures with gold. I wonder how the prince is faring. A sense of unease crept into Leon's heart. He attempted to communicate with Aegis, yet the deity who usually engaged him in conversation remained silent this time. Is it resting? Or has it successfully taken over? In the imperial capital, within the military training fortress, 3 heavily armored knights brandished greatswords and long spears, accompanied by heavy shields. Facing them was the Grand Marshal of the Empire, Solomon van Ast. Their equipment was standard for combating dragons. And these 3 were trained warriors capable of contending with high-ranking clergy even without their divine powers. Together, they might even be able to fell a Tier 6 opponent. Yet, Solomon before them had no protective gear on at all. Come, let me see how far you little pups have grown. Solomon, towering like a beast, wielded an iron rod. Marshal, please be careful. Humph. The 3 immediately dispersed according to their prearranged tactics, launching a coordinated assault on Solomon. All means were permissible, including eye-gouging, groin-kicking, and throwing sand. Yet, despite employing such underhanded tactics, their onslaught yielded no significant results against Solomon. The surrounding knights and warriors cheered them on, marveling at Solomon's incredible agility as he dodged and deflected their attacks, countering with precise strikes that sent them reeling. This was the Grand Marshal's method of training. Each week, he would randomly select 3 dragon riders for practice. Regardless of the outcome, they would receive rewards for their efforts. The battle persisted for half an hour, during which Ralph, Will, and Natasha observed intently. Ralph, what do you think? This opportunity is rare. Would you like to give it a try? Will asked. Upon hearing this, Ralph felt a chill run down his spine. Senior, please, don't jest. Such a level of combat is beyond my capability. Ralph shook his head. Not to mention, even the armor they wear is designed for maximum defense. Their mobility, however, remains impressively high, solely due to their strength. If they were to remove their armor, their speed and explosiveness would be unfathomable. What of Lucia? Solomon concluded his training and approached the 2. After meeting His Majesty the Emperor, she dealt with a squad of corrupted paladins and has since gone to the royal library. Will replied, lighting a cigarette. What about you, Your Highness? Are you looking to spar with Raymond? As a cornerstone of the Empire, Solomon maintained his decorum, refraining from making any rash challenges. Furthermore, battling superiors was less advantageous than clashing with equals. He desired the Empire's strength to prevent its downfall at the hands of demons and beasts. The strongest among his peers was undoubtedly Raymond, yet Solomon held greater hopes for Leon, recognizing the need for capable leaders in the Empire. As for Unisys, he had once been a promising candidate, but his disrespect toward the divine had led to his untimely demise, even erasing his soul, truly a case of self-inflicted consequences. Raymond's legs have not been perfectly mended. I shall not take advantage of him. Besides, his current strength is insufficient to engage me in earnest combat, Solomon remarked. Since you are here, I presume you bring news. Speak. Grand Marshal, your absence from the Empire is truly a waste. Will It concerns Lord Aegis. No, should I now refer to her as such? In any case, Lord Aegis is quite interested in your divine role and hopes you can find time to visit the Barrett residence. Once Duke Charles awakens, I indeed wish to pay a visit. Solomon nodded. Please inform them that I shall make time to come. With matters settled, Will and Ralph exited the fortress. Chapter 80. The Maiden Goddess's follower Lucia. How I have missed you, Ruby exclaimed as she rushed into Lucia's abode. Having borrowed numerous books, Lucia, fueled by coffee, lifted Natasha and tossed her toward Ruby. A golden-haired loli is also delightful. Thump. Sensing the malice emanating from Ruby, Natasha kicked out, leaving 2 imprints on Ruby's face. Just returning, Leon was bewildered by the unfolding situation. What just happened? Why is this occurring? Did you not claim to know Princess Lucia? He asked, perplexed. I do know her. But merely in passing, Ruby replied, her demeanor turning grave as she recalled the past. Years after Lucia arrived in her fief, she spent considerable time purging cultists, demons, and monster lairs. Why then? She had reliable companions aiding her in managing her fief, granting her time to enhance her abilities. However, their tranquil life was shattered one winter. Ruby, without a surname, only known by her given name, is a lunatic who contracts summoned beasts. She arrived at Lucia's territory seeking a specific location to summon her next contracted beast, but miscalculated the timing and became frozen in the snow. Sensing the unusual magical energy, Lucia investigated and ended up bringing Ruby home. Little did she know that upon regaining consciousness, Ruby would immediately make advances toward her. It is well known that summoners are acutely attuned to magical energy. No, I truly did not know. Leon, do not interrupt. Oh. After reprimanding Leon, Ruby cleared her throat and continued her tale. In essence, Ruby was innately sensitive to magical energy, which led her to become a summoner, forging contracts with various ancient and even prehistorical great beasts. She could perceive the magical energy within summoned beasts and humans alike. Upon her first glimpse of Lucia, she recognized her as the sovereign of the abyss. Thus, she boldly confessed her desire to Lucia, wishing to establish a slave contract and become her pet. Princess Lucia. Bang. With an expression of displeasure, Lucia approached Ruby, book in hand, and kicked her, following with a flurry of strikes from her delicate feet. How enviable, no, how cruel your footwork. Ruby, dazed, struggled to rise. What on earth are you here for, if it is still to propose a contract with a witch? You may leave now, Lucia stated bluntly. I am here to assist you, Your Highness, Ruby exclaimed as she scrambled to her feet. I am a Tier 7 summoner, a follower of the legendary Artemis. Artemis, Cynthia, the goddess of the hunt in Greek mythology, mistress of beasts and lord of the wilderness, daughter of Zeus and Leto, and twin sister of Apollo, the sun god. Roared, I didn't get the chance to inquire about the divine patronage you received last time. It turns out it is from none other than Artemis, one of the 3 great virgin goddesses. Lucia suddenly revealed a wicked smile. Indeed, the goddess who favors pure maidens, Lady Artemis, Lady Hestia, Lady Athena. Ruby, who appeared rather carefree, nonetheless exhibited unwavering loyalty to her divine patron. After all, she is the only summoner on the continent to reach the 7th tier, serving as Lady Artemis's representative. Heh. Artemis, who cherishes unmarried maidens. Lucia, standing in front of this virgin goddess's devotee, pressed Leon's head down. Oh, Ruby has turned to stone, as you can see. I have someone I like now. You may leave, Lucia stated. No, I won't go, Ruby cried out, disregarding her image as she lunged forward. Your Highness, you cannot treat me this way. My love for you is genuine. You cannot. Joyful laughter echoed within the room, and Lucia realized she had gone too far in teasing Ruby. By the time Ruby managed to regain her composure, it was already quite late. A day passes all too swiftly, and Leon and Ruby had already squandered a considerable amount of time outside. The stringent inspection procedures awaited them to enter the imperial capital. The capital maintains records of individuals who are ostensibly deceased, and upon discovering that Leon Barrett was among them, the verification alone took quite some time. After all, throughout history, there have been instances of using corpses to resurrect and impersonate others, subsequently infiltrating the royal capitals of other nations. Should such a puppet encounter a significant failure, the death toll would be incalculable. In any case, after sifting through the chaos, the return of the deceased who are still alive is better than anything else. Welcome back, Leon. In a corner unnoticed by anyone, Lucia embraced Leon's waist, the familiar fragrance enveloping him. Leon exhaled in relief, replying, I have returned, Your Highness. After reclaiming his arms and magical backpack, Leon listened to Lucia recount all that had transpired in the imperial capital during his absence. Implanting an alchemical array into Raymond? Leon frowned. The risk associated with such a procedure is exceedingly high. If applied to the flesh, it may be manageable, but on bones and nerves, anesthetics would be utterly ineffective. And Raymond would endure excruciating pain. It is a divine alchemical array, Lucia explained. There are very few records regarding this, and no one has ever employed such a thing. I have been researching it during this time. But the Royal Library offers scant useful information. Do you have any leads? After concluding matters in the capital, I plan to visit the Elven territories. There might be records pertaining to divine alchemy and divine magic there. Leon fell silent. He truly lacks expertise in matters of magic. However, there are members of the Barrett family who excel in this domain. I will inquire with Eden. Her magical talent is remarkably high. Unfortunately, she has been holding the Barrett family together ever since I was wronged, and she must be utterly exhausted. Sigh. Mentioning his family, Leon felt not only pride but also guilt. It was not merely because he failed to protect his younger siblings. It was also due to his own inadequacies, and he feared that Raymond might still be suffering. Yet, he had returned now, and there were more pressing matters to attend to. Although he currently had no means of exacting revenge on the Emperor for the wrongs done to him, he had no intention of sparing the Grand Magistrate who had accepted the wealth of the sister family. As the day drew to a close, Leon placed the entire magical backpack onto the storage artifact given by his senior brother and, after a brief wash, retired for the night. Chapter 81. Homecoming. At the Barrett residence, the day had finally passed through trials, and the three siblings were reunited at last. Ha ha, Leon. You have finally returned. Let me see if you've grown taller. Charles, exuberant and boisterous, appeared and embraced Leon. Then, crack, brother. Raymond inhaled sharply. Charles Barrett, the long-dormant figurehead of the Barrett family and a devoted follower of Aegus, possessed an 8th-tier strength. Now, in his excitement, he had inadvertently applied too much force. Leon spat out a mouthful of blood. His bones and internal organs had sustained injuries. The elven priestess Eden, along with Lucia, 3 grand magicians, covered their faces, petrified, while averting their gazes from the scene. Fortunately, Leon possessed ample potions, and he had plenty of restorative potions for his injuries. With Charles awakened, the family matters could be entrusted to him, and the servants lacking in the Duke's residence were gradually being recruited anew. Brother, are you truly unhurt? Raymond was exceptionally anxious, for although his brother had returned, his strength remained woefully inadequate. After all, it was that Yuna who had gone too far. Had his brother continued to train, he would certainly have reached the 5th tier, but instead, he had been forced into a position of subservience to a worthless individual. I am truly fine. Leon, pale-faced, sat cross-legged on the sofa to circulate his energy and accelerate his recovery. Aegus found amusement in the situation, his smile unwavering. Now that all 3 of you siblings are gathered, I can proceed to discuss the plan, Aegus said, casually casting a spell that enveloped the entire Barrett estate. Before I explain the plan, I would like to hear your thoughts on the hero. The hero? The group exchanged glances. What could be said about the hero? To ordinary people, he was merely a weapon against the Demon King. A hero of the populace, a companion of justice. Yet, in this world, matters are seldom purely black or white. Thus, the current hero was perceived by many merely as a tool of the Church of Light. Perhaps even less than that. A man whose mind was solely occupied with carnal desires. Lucia felt a sense of revulsion at the thought of her royal sister disregarding her status to pursue him. Well, during my travels across the continent, I did hear many tales about the hero. Ruby chimed in. He truly accomplished many good deeds. Those places still recount legends of the hero to this day. Poor Ruby was unaware that the tales she had heard were not about the hero active on the continent now, but rather stories of heroes from 300 years ago. Moreover, it was highly probable that this former hero dealt with the last Demon King, after which no Demon King had re-emerged. Therefore, This hero had not made any particularly outstanding contributions. Raymond, however, offered a different perspective. Merely a worthless individual, oh dear. Then, Raymond, what is your specific viewpoint? Aegus inquired, embracing this new era's strongest follower in a manner that could almost be described as roguelike. Yuna's physique is indeed commendable. Lord Aegus, I implore you to maintain your dignity. Leon opened his eyes, unsure how to critique this disjointed god. The divine realm is considered sacred and inviolable by its adherents. Yet like a deity without a fixed form, the divine realm is ever-changing, lacking a definitive layout. While the divine may perceive something, the gods themselves feel nothing at all. Otherwise, they would not bestow power upon their followers. It is entirely for the amusement of the bored deities. Leon cleared his throat and then explained. I spent a considerable amount of time in the territory of the border duke. Jelly, I assisted him in handling numerous troublesome matters. Demons, magical beasts, cultists, and even skilled thieves and bandits. This duke not only assisted Leon, but the stationed troops in the border region also greatly benefited from his support. I have heard of this duke's name. The frequency of demon attacks in that area is 2,300% higher than elsewhere, Ruby commented. In some places, there might not be a demon attack throughout the year, while for the residents of this duke's territory, demon incursions were practically a routine occurrence. The hero has also been there, Raymond stated. I am not well aware of events before the hero's arrival, but when I returned from the border, I happened to encounter the hero's party. Their methods of dealing with dungeons were exceedingly crude. This came from the instinct of a professional demon-hunter. In what way were they crude? Surely it wasn't merely that they failed to reset the dungeons? Lucia inquired. After all, dungeons are remnants from the mythological era, and through prolonged exploration, people had managed to devise methods of utilization. It wasn't just carelessness. Raymond, unsure how to articulate it, glanced at Leon. Brother, do you have a short knife or something that can cut? A short knife? Leon retrieved the short knife given by Nevi from the artifact, along with an apple. Thank you. Raymond held the knife in his right hand and the apple in his left, then tossed the apple into the air. The onlookers merely perceived a flash of blades slicing through the air, and the apple landed in the plate, beautifully peeled and cored. This exquisite knife technique was no challenge for Raymond. However, if it were the hero, crack, 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 after 4 cuts, the apple skin was indeed removed, but it was accompanied by a significant amount of edible flesh. Is it a lack of finesse in martial arts and magical training? Eden questioned, but after all, he is the hero. Countless children in the imperial capital grew up listening to tales of heroes battling dragons and demon kings. The heroes in those stories were portrayed as embodiments of all virtues and abilities, with everyone obligated to support him, forge equipment for him, and gather companions, all for the purpose of defeating the demon king and upholding justice. Sister, legendary stories are likely embellished, Raymond remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Like the tales of brave heroes. After vanquishing the minions of the demon king, he garnered the adoration of his subjects. The narrative scarcely mentions whether the tokens of this admiration included any pure maidens, or perhaps the hero rescued a demon girl. Branded as a traitor by her kin, who's to say that the hero wasn't merely enchanted by her beauty, seeking to indulge in carnal desires? After all, the demon tribe may not have intended to take the maiden's life. It could have been a mere lesson, and then the hero, indignant, took action. It is well known that in stories, all women are merely extensions of the protagonist's narrative. Chapter 82. The hero's anomaly. The strength of the hero, Carl, is undeniably substantial. Raymond remarked, not long ago, I had a minor conflict with him, and it nearly escalated to blows. I have trained for over a decade, facing countless formidable foes. I can assure you, if we were of equal rank and equipment, I would still find myself at a disadvantage against him. Raymond has triumphed over many powerful adversaries. When he first ventured out to hone his skills, he defeated a goblin king at the first level, dismantling a nest and earning the title of S-Class Adventurer at the Adventurers Guild. He even held his own against seasoned A-Class adventurers purely through skill. Subsequently, while traveling with a merchant caravan, he encountered a rampaging iron-skinned rhinoceros and fought valiantly for 3 days and nights to safeguard the caravan's retreat. Upon reaching the next town, due to his extraordinary feats, a wealthy magnate offered a handsome sum for the iron-skinned rhinoceros, but Raymond could not outbid an elf, leading him to meet a great elven sage. Under the sage's tutelage, Raymond's control over magic surged, enabling him to undertake S-class quests, including a confrontation with the Inferno Dragon King that emerged from the dungeon. As his adventures continued, he befriended dwarven craftsmen and mountain elves. Enhancing his martial skills and agility, more and more people began to follow Raymond, and when he reached the 5th level, he chose to train at the border, with his companions following him without hesitation. At that moment, I sent Eden a divine message, dispatching the armor and weapons inherited through generations by the Barrett family, Aegis said, pulling fruit from Leon's magical pouch, munching as he spoke. The Merchant Association is remarkably efficient. Not only was there no robbery, but they delivered it in such a brief span of time that I still use to this day. Raymond nodded, continuing, in summary, after all my experiences, I have attained my current level. Sister? Raymond offered the sword to Eden, who shook her head. I cannot. Even with magic, I cannot achieve the finesse you possess, let alone wield a sword. Handing it to Leon, he could match Raymond's level, but not everyone shares Leon's opportunity for a second chance. His soul's power was immense, which is why he could achieve such feats. Thus, we can draw a conclusion. Lucia stated, the greater the strength, the more proficient one becomes in corresponding techniques. But the hero defies this. Raymond contended, he seems capable of casually breaking through the ranks of the divine, unleashing his full power regardless of the foes he encounters. During his time in the dungeon, Raymond witnessed many creatures, remnants of which were unable to fully dissipate due to the overwhelming divine magic they had endured. It was evident that the hero was responsible for this. Yet, this does not seem right. Very well, it is time to unveil the truth, Aegis sneered. The hero is in a situation quite similar to my own. Similar to Aegis? Leon inquired, promptly receiving a whack on the head from Aegis. Why mention that? Are you implying that the hero can receive the blessings of the God of Light without undergoing trials? That he can wield powers beyond his rightful grasp without facing any divine repercussions? Even being indulged in such behavior? Ruby articulated the crux of the matter. Not merely indulged, Aegis replied soberly. Time holds no significance for the gods. We can exist at any point along the timeline. Yet we cannot influence ourselves in alternate timelines. Even a god wishing to glimpse their future self must pay a price or can only see fragments. The prophecies received by the gods reveal that the God of Light is secretly orchestrating something. Leon paused, contemplating, and then asked, Lord Aegis, does the God of Light seek to extend his dominion into the cosmos? Extend into the cosmos. Leon, why do you think so? Lucia queried, perplexed. Such an expansion is utterly unacceptable. Even if it were to reach the cosmos, it must be akin to the cultivators of the great flame kingdom, who cannot wield divine powers. For a deity to gain greater strength, they must receive offerings from their followers. Yet the number of believers on a single planet is finite. To venture into the cosmos, one must either not be a god or become a god independent of faith, free to traverse as they please. I merely suggested. Leon chuckled ruefully. The future he envisioned was one of despair. The gods should have perished or relocated, leaving only the embodiment of the abyss in a state of hopeless anticipation for the so-called judgment to arrive. The hero's god must have achieved his ends, while Lucia would be a significant obstacle to his plans. Regardless, the hero wields powers that do not rightfully belong to him, and he himself has not become the second Unisys. After Aegis completed his explanation, he turned to the others. Currently, the hero remains a symbol of human spirit, yet he has not revealed his fangs simply because there is still power capable of restraining him. But what if one day he possesses sufficient strength? The hero, unwaveringly loyal to the gods, would undoubtedly raise his blade to obliterate empires and other nations, transforming the populace into fervent devotees of light. How terrifying, Ruby shivered. Is this something a person can do? Thus, to address this situation, Aegis needed to devise a thorough plan with this group of youngsters. For this, the great Lord of Thunder required an ally, a deity's assistance. After much deliberation, they found no feasible means to counter the hero, leading to a discussion on other topics. Concerning the territories of the elves, the additional techniques Leon had acquired upon his return, and the reasons behind the old man's prolonged slumber, summoning the elderly man, they inquired, Oh, that? Charles scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. I was enchanted by a succubus. I played with the succubus lady in my dreams. They truly know how to have fun. It was so delightful that I simply didn't wake up. Leon, Eden, and Raymond. With a thunderous crash, The dragon spear and Barrett family's explosive magic were unleashed upon Charles' head. Although the outcome merely resulted in a new hairstyle for Charles, the trio had at least vented their frustrations. Following this, discussions shifted to what to eat and where to stay for the night. With Leon's return, Lucia no longer needed to reside in her father's imperial dwelling. She could find a guest room in a noble's abode with her books in hand. After a refreshing bath in the familiar house, Leon returned to his room, guided by memory. During his absence, Eden had tidied up well. He truly appreciated her efforts. Lying on the bed, Leon contemplated life. Then, "Are we going to sleep now, loyal hound?" The witch's figure, like particles forming a print, settled upon Leon's abdomen. Chapter 83. The witch's war. She is Lucia, yet not the Lucia of this era. "What is the meaning of this, Your Highness? How did you arrive in my timeline?" Leon inquired. "Have we succeeded? Has the hero's plan been thwarted?" "Regrettably, this is impossible. The world line has indeed deviated somewhat, yet the hero's scheme remains intact. It is merely that he has taken fewer humans with him, and my date of demise has been postponed significantly." Lucia's delicate fingers rested upon Leon's chest. "I possess memories from our last conversation. With these memories, I have resolved not to sit idly by and await death." The Abyssal Witch began to re-evaluate her authority, growing bored and delving into the magical tomes left behind on Earth. Ruins, dungeons, and the libraries bequeathed by royalty provided fresh avenues for Lucia's magical research, including the magic of interdimensional projection. My essence resides in the future, yet my projection can transmit all sensations back to my original self. Lucia smiled gently. "What do you think? Previously, in the realm of consciousness, there was some peculiar sensation. Shall we take this opportunity to indulge? I too wish to witness the extent of your physical prowess." The conversation began to veer into unapproved territory, prompting Leon to clear his throat and seek an excuse. "Your Highness, this is my home. There are many others present. Among Raymond's companions, there are formidable magicians and keen-eyed scouts. What should I do if we are discovered? Fear not, I have cast a barrier." Lucia declared proudly that no one, save for myself, can enter, let alone overhear our activities. The resurrected loyal hound nodded. "Truly, Your Highness, as expected of the abyssal goddess. This magical arrangement is so subtle that no one else can intrude." It seems this night would mark the farewell to his 30s and the chance to become a magician. Quite well. With a gentle wave of her hand, Lucia transformed Leon from lying on the bed to sitting against the headboard. The witch resembled a female leopard, her gaze brimming with affection. They were merely a step away from igniting a passion that could bring a hint of excitement to Lucia's future. Yet, crack, "Leon, I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you." Princess Lucia entered, holding a meticulously compiled list of materials. Upon her arrival, she was taken aback to find a woman in a compromising position with Leon, her attire nearly discarded, their actions imbued with an air of intimacy, especially under the soft glow of the moonlight, igniting a flame of indignation within Lucia. "Oh dear, how exposed you are," the future Lucia provocatively remarked, casting a challenging glance at the present-day Lucia. With a hum, a black magic circle activated and incantations, seemingly drawn from some unknown source, were swiftly recited, summoning a spear of retribution aimed directly at the woman who bore a striking resemblance to her. The future Lucia's incantation hastened, allowing her to unleash equally formidable magic without the need for recitation. 2 strands of identical magic were unleashed, merging and exploding. Under careful control, the magical eruption merely obliterated the carpet in Leon's chamber. "Oh dear, I'm so frightened. You must protect me," the future Lucia cooed, cradling Leon's head in her arms. Compared to the present Lucia, she had matured significantly, not solely in her magical prowess. "Release me, he is mine," Lucia hissed through clenched teeth, lunging forward with a kick aimed at her doppelganger. The sorceress deftly evaded the blow, causing Lucia's foot to collide with Leon's head instead. "What exactly are you? Why are you here? Speak." Lucia yanked Leon upward and flung him backward, akin to a lion guarding its prey. The sorceress couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. "What does it matter? After all, your countless provocations have led nowhere. Why not allow me a taste first?" The sorceress smirked wickedly. "Let me enlighten you. I've had far more exhilarating encounters with him than you could imagine. Lucia's fierce gaze sent a shiver down Leon's spine as if it communicated. You shall soon meet your demise. Lucia activated her authority, yet she could distinctly sense that the Lucia opposing her was, in essence, a reflection of herself. Time magic? Projection magic? The energy consumption of such spells was nothing short of terrifying. Even at her fullest capacity, maintaining such magic to toy with Leon was an exorbitant price to pay. Do not be so wary, as though I have stolen something of yours. The sorceress gazed at her current self. Distant memories resurfacing, reminding her of her companions and servants. If only we could survive, free from the interference of heroes, we could surely usher in an era of prosperity. She had never noticed before. I used to be quite adorable, the sorceress mused, leaning in to pinch Lucia's cheek. Are you out of your mind? Lucia exclaimed, stunned by the sorceress's antics. What exactly do you intend to do? It has been ages since I experienced such a reaction. The sorceress replied, her eyes sparkling. Leon suddenly called upon. Leon, who had been contemplating a hasty retreat, found himself frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Here's a gift for you. Whoosh, a peck on Leon's cheek, and the sorceress transformed into particles. Dissipating into the air, left behind was Leon, clutching a warm, unfamiliar piece of fabric. Having perused various harem manga and romantic series, Leon began to entertain a daring thought, connecting the sorceress's departure with Lucia's uneasy demeanor. Should I unfurl this gift and flaunt it, or perhaps savor it? Leon remarked with a grin. Lucia approached him with a frosty expression, radiating a warning that he would meet his end should he dare continue. How does it feel? It's top-tier fabric, Your Highness. Is that so? Would you care to sample its flavor? No thanks, Your Highness, I shall savor it in privacy. The sorceress delivered a powerful blow. Pervert, rogue, lecherous fiend, you shameless dog. You bastard! Lucia replicated the actions of her future self in the realm of consciousness, a remarkable achievement. This is an unwarranted disaster. Leon lamented, wondering what he had done to deserve this. Why magic and skills are not that formidable. I merely stood by. How is this my fault? Forget it, forget it. I cannot afford to provoke her. Quickly, he resolved to return the item. When Leon raised his gaze, he was met with the sight of a blushing Lucia. Chapter 84. Task announcement. Your Highness. You wouldn't be upset over such a trivial matter, would you? Leon swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Would the icy beauty from the original tale, the ultimate boss, truly display such a girlish expression? Lucia was furious, yet she was also curious about what her past self and Leon had truly done. However, directly inquiring would be mortifying. After a pause, she finally asked, Did you and that version of me truly engage in any improper conduct? Leon fell silent. Would she believe me if I said I was nearly assaulted by you? Or that it was a violent encounter? The future version of you was indeed ruthless, and the present you is no less formidable. Apart from the slight difference in strength, your punching style is virtually identical to that of your future self. No, Leon ultimately replied, choosing to speak plainly. I simply endured a one-sided beating. An attack on the soul is far more excruciating than one on the flesh. The sorceress had genuinely intended to pummel him to near death. Lucia, realizing her earlier actions had indeed been a bit excessive, spoke up. By the way, do you recall what I promised you? Could you lower your head a little? Leon complied and accepted his reward for saving Lucia. As for the gift left by the future sorceress, truthfully, Leon had no desire for such a gift, and he returned it to Lucia to avoid being labeled a pervert. Lucia sought Leon to discuss materials that might be needed for Raymond's surgery. Acquiring such items would be challenging, particularly those located in border regions between nations, where chaos reigned and homicides occurred daily, rendering the area perilous. However, it was far too late to address such matters now. I shall discuss it further with everyone tomorrow, Lucia stated, departing with her list. Soon after, Natasha strolled in, casually clutching a pillow. Bang, Natasha. How did you get in here? I'm afraid of the dark. You could seek out Layla. I'm afraid of the dark. Another commotion ensued. The following day, Leon sat in the parlor, his hair in disarray. Isn't it better to cut such long hair? Why keep it? Raymond mused, munching on an apple while observing Eden braid their brother's hair. Securing it tightly with a ribbon. Due to certain reasons, I must keep this long hair. Besides, Don't you think it looks somewhat dashing? Leon replied with resignation. No, not at all. Raymond shook his head. After I transform into a dragon and battle demons, my hair grows uncontrollably. To avoid hindering my combat, I always seek a specialized barber to cut it. The second son of the Barrett family was thus solely focused on the thrill of battle, unconcerned with appearances, unlike the eldest son, who, despite his weaker capabilities, still had to consider social interactions. Shouldn't the more pressing matter be what transpired last night? I sensed an unusual magical disturbance, the elven priest remarked. You felt it too? I thought it was merely my imagination, Raymond replied. The magical fluctuation resembled that of my sister-in-law, but it was significantly more potent. Did you two have a quarrel last night? Lucia remained silent, engrossed in her meal and flipping through a book. Leon also fell silent. Brother, you seem rather downcast, Eden observed, puzzled that I'm fine. Leon forced a smile. The incident of nearly being beaten to death by my future wife and current wife is a matter that must never reach my younger siblings. Otherwise, my dignity as an older brother would vanish. I slept quite soundly. Agus, in a similar state as Leon, approached with a messy head of hair. However, unlike Leon, she had overslept. Regardless, one spell could restore her appearance without the need for assistance. It seems the young couple had quite the ruckus last night, she remarked. Cough, cough. Lucia nearly spat her tea, while Leon coughed violently. Please, do not speak of it. Oh, everyone's quite spirited this morning. Will and Ralph returned from outside. Your Highness, a mission has been dispatched from the palace. We encountered His Highness Solomon on our way back. Solomon? Ah, I had previously asked him to come. Was he unavailable? Agus inquired. Lord Agus, His Highness Solomon mentioned he has been very busy with numerous matters these days. Ralph replied. After all, he is a rare priest. Should certain situations arise in the future, he could prove to be a formidable ally and short. His Majesty has mandated that His Highness Solomon participate in this selection process. Will continued, moreover, he will receive compulsory tasks daily, explicitly stated as orders. The Emperor must be quite anxious. Although Solomon has made it clear that he is uninterested in the throne, he remains a viable candidate for succession. It would be wise to refrain from conflict with him given his current combat prowess. Now then, here are the tasks that have been issued. With that, we'll produce a folded piece of paper, dense with tasks ranging from 1 star to 5 stars, progressively increasing in difficulty. Tasks range from helping residents find lost pets to explaining mathematical problems to children. Tackle the upheaval caused by the dragon beasts in the nearby forest of the imperial capital. There exists another task, one of a long-term nature. The individual who undertakes this mission will be sent to a hidden underground dungeon within the royal palace, and upon emerging, the quality of the weapons and armor they bring back will determine their points. Should one perish within, it is a finality. Thus, over the years, there has been no precedent for the clergy teams to venture in. It's simply too perilous. This was the first time Raymond had heard of an underground dungeon within the palace. If a riot were to occur, it would indeed pose a significant danger. How audacious the Majesty is! The palace guards are remarkably stringent, ensuring that the excess magical energy from the dungeon does not escape. The elven priest remarked that a portion of this magic likely contributes to maintaining the magical barrier surrounding the imperial capital. As for the dungeon, the likelihood of obtaining quality equipment is quite low. Moreover, the quality of such equipment is rather mediocre. Adequate at best, merely suitable for the army to assess who might best utilize it. The truly valuable items are the various materials produced within the dungeon, which, when crafted by skilled artisans, can yield excellent armaments. What about the number of participants? Raymond inquired. Is there a limit on the number of people executing the task? None, Will replied. After all, who in their right mind would engage in the competition for the imperial heir? This statement held a grain of truth. Chapter 85. Primary objective. Undertaking the task resembles the endeavors of adventurers. Upon completion, one merely returns to register and receive their points. A month's time can be seen as both long and short. For the brothers, Elon and Raymond, high-difficulty tasks are merely a trifle. However, such challenging tasks are scarce, and like the tasks for adventurers, once one party accepts, the other cannot. Unless it involves dealing with a multitude of magical beasts. In which case the corpse of a single beast may also yield rewards. The subsequent discussion should entail the status of other competitors. Yet, the other competitors hardly matter. Indeed, one could argue that this method of selecting the heir is inconsequential, as the heir itself is of little importance. Regardless, Constantine on the throne can still hold his ground for at least another 50 years, so how about the noble circles of the imperial capital? Are there any openly supportive or derogatory factions for specific candidates? Lucia inquired. Business as usual, Will sighed, waving his hand in exasperation. The hero embodies justice, while the witch embodies evil, as the sole individual exiled from the imperial capital due to her inherent authority. Lucia's reputation had not improved over the years. Elon was equally powerless in this regard, given that the primary public discourse was controlled by others. These nobles would inevitably lean towards Shalyn and the hero. One could only speculate how much they have profited from the Church of Light, benefiting from the nobles' tacit approval. I can only guess that someone has included me in their tirades as well? Raymond lamented, covering his face. While wandering the imperial capital and attending to daily tasks, he noted that passers-by, shopkeepers, and even the staff attending to him bore no unusual expressions or uttered any excessive remarks. Yet, children with loose tongues sang songs about the witch who contracted the Thunder Dragon to bring about the world's destruction. Invoking the bravery of the hero, it was hard to fathom that after the arrival of Aegus and the Barrett family, anyone would still dare to sing such ballads. I can't possibly go about slaughtering the children of the imperial capital, can I? Aegus yawned. So, what are your plans? Shall we first eliminate the nobles of the imperial capital? If we have sufficient talent in reserve, then splendid. Elon could employ this strategy, subsequently having Solomon, Raymond, and Father clear out the remaining insurgents, and all would be well. The army is composed of individuals. Especially during this medieval era, directly killing the commander. What remains of those who still wish to resist? Come on, how much military pay accumulates in a month? Would they truly play with their lives? Hasten home to see. Land has been distributed, taxes reduced, and your children can attend school. However, as the saying goes, penetrating Chang'an is always easier than being admitted into Chang'an. Raymond, you shall go and eliminate all the nobles who do not align with us. Elon suddenly declared. Understood. I shall commence with those who mocked me in my youth, Raymond exclaimed joyfully, rising to his feet. Yet, Elon's head received a sharp blow, and the priest pressed Raymond back down. Raymond remained obedient as always, while Elon found it perplexing. Was this truly the strategy he could conceive? Should you both proceed in this manner, what awaits you is the complete loss of opportunity in the competition for the heir. Lucia remarked, counting myself, my brother Solomon, and that fool Shalyn, there are at least 13 contenders. Currently, Lucia's standing remained relatively high, bolstered by the support of the Barrett family and Elon's formidable return. Who would dare to provoke misfortune? 12. One has already been dealt with, Aegus yawned. Now it stands at 11. As one has opted out, it seems he accepted some benefits and returned to his fief. Will added, this course of action is not without its bravery. After all, he may have acquired a family and no longer wishes to partake in the royal competition. Moreover, the entirety of the empire's nobility will cling like parasites, supporting whichever contender prevails, while those who fail will become mere fodder for the garden if they do not withdraw in time. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, all competitors had not been the first to accept the tasks. Ah, how true it is that the ironclad nobility shall always see a flowing emperor, Ruby interjected, observing the group's discussion with a tinge of sarcasm. Whoever secures the support of the nobility, forget about mere tasks. They could be directly endorsed as emperor. Yet Constantine is no pushover, which is why the nobles have opted for a secondary approach, engaging in a somewhat less serious game within the rules. Perhaps I should first venture out to undertake a task? I see numerous high-level tasks listed near the imperial capital, Raymond suggested, reasoning that it would not consume much time and would conclude swiftly. Can you withstand it? What of the others? The elven priest cautioned. As the crowd engaged in a cacophony of discussion, Elon remained in deep contemplation. How vexing. If only I could summon a figure like Zhuge Liang. No. It seems I should indeed summon someone akin to Li Zicheng, a specialist in rebellion. If all else fails, Zhu Yuanzhang would suffice, no? Just imagine, should the Emperor Hongwu learn of the existence of resurrection in this world, and that conquering the empire is merely the beginning. My sister, my standard, my grandchild cough, thoughts wandered astray. The mere fact that your soul has traversed into this realm is a miracle. This world will not permit the emergence of another being like you. A nervous whisper echoed within Elon's mind. Ah, It seems one cannot expect everything to flow smoothly, can one? Thus, it appears there is but one way to convey the Barrett family's stance. To rectify the unfounded speculations of those individuals, let us first deal with the Grand Chancellor, Elon stated with utmost seriousness. The room fell silent. In the imperial capital, the Grand Chancellor's status is nearly equal to that of the Emperor. Even royal offspring can be judged by the Grand Chancellor. Wasn't there a notorious incident in the past regarding the exile of the witch? Eden seemed to recall something. Returning his gaze to Lucia, the witch expressed her impatience, stating, "Indeed, I, much like Elon, was deemed guilty by the Grand Chancellor and subsequently provided with a convenient excuse for my exile. Although this was orchestrated by Constantine, the privileged class represented by the Grand Chancellor had undoubtedly offended both Elon and Lucia. At this juncture, eliminating the Grand Chancellor would surely instill fear among the masses, signaling that even within the confines of the rules, obedience is paramount. Otherwise, one must beware of losing their head. To eliminate that old fool, we must at least garner the support of half of the 9-tiered powerhouses in the imperial capital for safety. Will remarked, "I shall handle this," Aegus declared with enthusiasm. For the greater good, they will acquiesce. After all, those divine beings have long relished in the admiration of the people and would not readily allow the God of Light to recklessly disrupt the world. Chapter 86. Establishing Authority in the Realm of Demons. Daily life consists of killing and being killed on the path to slay other demons or awaiting one's own demise. A demon may find itself resurrected in some corner of the demon realm, ready to seek out another demon for an exhilarating battle or, feeling bored, dig a hole to bury itself and sleep for several millennia. The palace of the demon Lord Baal is resplendent. The blood, flesh, and bones of demons merely add a touch of amusement to his otherwise monotonous existence. Since demons do not require rest, he must constantly seek out entertainment. Distributing one's power is a perilous endeavor. Most demons channel their strength into the mortal realm, seeking ways to acquire a corporeal form or possess a human, indulging in enjoyment or causing chaos. With a contract in place, upon fulfilling the summoner's wishes, they are granted a brief period of pleasure. Baal, however, is unconcerned about this minor loss of power. He relishes in it, akin to a deity high above, cultivating his followers. He sets them small goals, to slay simple demons, then ordinary ones, and subsequently, the more challenging ones, culminating in the eradication of Lord-level and King-level demons. The more he slays, the greater the feedback he receives, thus providing more support to his followers. Occasionally, 2 or 3 individuals worthy of Baal's recognition are summoned to his palace. "Lord Baal, I have brought you the head of a Count-level demon. The Count-level demon slaughtered the inhabitants of a town, and I have crafted a fine wine from his blood and flesh. I present it to you." The 9th-tier demon hunter of the Empire smiled as he placed the barrel on the table. Baal extended his hand, gripping the barrel as if it were a goblet. With a crack and a thud, the lid was pried open by Baal, who poured the crimson liquid into his mouth, utterly indifferent to the anguished wails of the demon within, smacking his lips in delight. "Ah, exquisite!" Crack, crack, crack. Baal tossed the barrel into his mouth, chewing it down with abandon. "The taste is somewhat lacking. Has your skill in crafting demon wine diminished? Please forgive me. The last time I captured a rather high-ranking cultist. This time, the Count-level demon also eliminated the summoner, leaving me no choice," the demon hunter replied. "I see. Are there any amusements in the human world of late?" The demon hunter pondered for a moment, then spoke. "If we are to speak of entertainment, the imperial capital has indeed become rather intriguing of late." He then recounted the affairs of Leon, Lucia, and the royal family. Baal nodded, feeling anticipation. "Aegis, the Thunder Dragon Aegis. This super Thunder Dragon is nearly a perfect counter to demons, an almost natural enemy." He was eager to see how Aegis would plead with him, promising that his hunters would not cause any trouble. "I have heard that one of his subordinates is quite wild. If he were to accept my protection, he could almost continuously hunt demons. As for that boy who came back from the dead, let's leave him be. He would surely attract the attention of the great flame dragon." The demon hunter bowed, requesting no favors, and turned to leave. "How is Will faring?" The demon hunter paused. He still lingered by the abyss. Baal snorted, then shifted his leg to rest on his knee. He continued to observe, searching for any promising younglings. eager to bestow additional magical power to expedite their ascension to higher levels. After solidifying their plan, Leon accompanied Lucia to visit the Grand Judge's residence. It was evident to any discerning observer that the two were there to stir trouble, yet the seasoned Grand Judge did not perceive it so. He believed himself to be the Grand Judge, a title he had forgotten, but a title nonetheless. Even the scions of royalty must curry favor with him, possessing the power to amend and decide upon the empire's laws. With a few more decades of maneuvering, his status would surpass that of a king. In time, even the church would have to yield to him. What of the Thunder Dragon Aegis? Aegis would also yield to the Grand Judge. You all, show some respect, you fool. Lucia was equally unrestrained, wielding her authority with full force. This jolted the Grand Judge into clarity. Mr. Lawrence Paul, I believe you ought to remember that it is I and Princess Lucia who stand before you. Leon spoke solemnly. For your judgment, Princess Lucia was exiled to the frontier long ago, and I, by your decree, was forcibly stripped of my divine essence. I wish to inquire why I was sentenced to have my divine essence stripped. Lawrence Paul, a name even he had forgotten, for he only recalled himself as the Grand Judge. Leon Barrett, your punishment has been revoked, which should suffice to remedy your losses. Lawrence gritted his teeth, asserting, as for Lucia, the decision to exile you was made by His Majesty the Emperor, not I. Ah, indeed. Yet you did not persuade my father to keep me, did you? Lucia replied coldly, you probably never anticipated my return one day. Nor did you foresee that the Emperor would abandon you. The Grand Judge's dreams were set to shatter. Crack! A reporter stood nearby, wielding an alchemical camera, accompanied by a recorder and a judgment knight. I merely made an error in my duties. Are you all intent on killing me? Lawrence shouted, and in response to his outburst, you may continue, should the god of sin and punishment deem you guilty. I shall bestow upon you the blessing of the god of sin and punishment, and you shall cleanse your sins through death, atoning for the followers of Aegis, the Empire's most gifted magician. The Judgment Knight rested his left hand upon the hilt of his greatsword. Should he wish, he could deliver a fatal blow to Lawrence at any moment. Guess what? What of the Grand Judge? When the Grand Judge encounters the Judgment Knight, he must step aside. To be frank, I had prepared thoroughly for how to send you to the guillotine, Leon sighed. I had considered how to debate with you, how to gather evidence, yet I never expected to encounter the esteemed Judgment Knight, and that this knight's position would be none other than that of the executioner. There is no need to understand what an executioner does. Simply knowing that those with positions in the court are formidable figures, capable of wielding a portion of divine authority. And this fragment of divine authority transformed Leon and Lucia's plight into a straightforward matter. Only 2 questions were needed to resolve it. Did you accept money from other nobles to aid in concealing, framing Leon Barrett and his knight squad? Lawrence remained silent. The Judgment Knight gripped the hilt of his sword. Although exiling Lucia Van Aster was the Emperor's decree, did you not intentionally contravene the Emperor's will, making things difficult for her, even endangering her safety? The Judgment Knight drew his sword, then sheathed it.